Chapter 1. The mercenary's journey as a false young master. Father, has he perished? The stout man gazed at the motionless figure on the ground, a flicker of unease crossing his eyes. He had merely intended to teach him a lesson with a gentle shove. Who could have anticipated that the man would lose his balance and tumble down the stairs? Truly a fragile being, Jiu Yuanshao patted his biological son on the shoulder, his face radiating affection as he comforted. Fear not. He possesses a worthless life that is not so easily extinguished. He has merely sustained a head injury and fainted, yet he still breathes. Jiangjie patted his chest, gradually releasing a sigh of relief. He had come to the city seeking his biological parents, aiming for a life of comfort in his latter years, not to sacrifice himself for the life of a mere peasant. Although it was their first encounter, the innate bond of blood could not be deceived, and soon they were sharing laughter, embodying the image of a loving father and dutiful son. Unbeknownst to them, the man lying unconscious on the ground subtly moved his fingers, gradually opening his eyes, his gaze sharp and bloodthirsty as it silently scanned his surroundings, filled with vigilance. Before he could ponder much, unfamiliar memories surged into his mind, causing an excruciating pain that felt as though his head might explode. His past life as a mercenary had taught him to endure all forms of suffering, as the memories slowly settled. Guze realized that he had not been captured by the organization, but had instead perished during a mission in Bermuda. He had been reborn in the 1980s, inhabiting the body of a namesake false young master, at a moment when the true young master was about to confront him, having been drained of his worth and cast aside. Alas, before he could revel in his newfound freedom, he was compelled to address the pressing dilemma at hand. What a delightful surprise. Guze meticulously organized the memories in his mind within this brief span. Several solutions had flashed through his thoughts. In this era, killing was not an option. He had no desire to end up imprisoned so soon after tasting liberty. Gradually, he propped himself up from the ground, yet the effort caused cold sweat to bead on his forehead. The original body was in such poor condition due to malnutrition. The Gu family, catching sight of the standing figure, turned their gazes towards him, their eyes filled with disdain and coldness, devoid of any familial warmth. Seeing him awaken, Gu Yuanshao forced a smile, stating, "Son, look at him, his life is resilient indeed. He wouldn't have survived this long if a mere fall could end him." Jiangjie chimed in obediently. "Yes, father, he has usurped 20 years of my life. It is time for him to return what is rightfully mine, and his position should be mine as well. Rest assured, father will ensure that for you." Once he had placated his biological son, he turned to his adopted son, his voice icy. "Xiaoze, you went missing at the tender age of 5 had we not shown kindness by bringing you to the city to raise you as our son. You would have long been taken by traffickers. If you wish to remember this kindness, you shall transfer your position to Ji and obediently relocate to the countryside to marry into that family, which runs a pig farm. You shall certainly have your fair share of meat." Jiangjie blinked innocently, assuming a pitiful demeanor. "Indeed, we only desire what is best for you. That I have endured so many hardships on your behalf, and now it is time to return to the right path." Guze casually picked up a piece of cloth, pressing it against his still bleeding forehead. A sharp pain surged through him as he observed a 2-centimeter gash, flesh torn and gruesome, with a faint smile playing at the corners of her mouth and an icy glare in her eyes. She remarked, "Is that so? Since we are to return to the right path, perhaps it is only fitting to settle the accounts properly. When I was 5, I was taken away by my biological parents to seek treatment. It was you who lured me back with candy. For all these years, I have endured nothing but beatings and scoldings. The money for my education was earned by scavenging. Now that I must exchange the grace of nurturing for employment, shouldn't we also account for all the years of abuse and the money I spent on household chores?" Jiang Yuanshao's face darkened momentarily, revealing a trace of malice indeed. She was an ungrateful wretch, not deserving of the affection lavished upon her. Regardless of the years spent raising her, one would expect gratitude for a mere morsel of food. Yet here she was, audaciously demanding money, completely unaware of her own folly. Rising to his feet, he advanced toward her menacingly, fists raised, ready to unleash the same brutal punishment as before. Without uttering a word, Guze swiftly kicked him squarely in the groin, fully aware of a man's most vulnerable spot. His current frail body could not afford to incapacitate his opponent with a single strike. The one who would suffer the consequences would be him. Gu Yuanchao curled up in pain, clutching his groin, unable to utter a sound, darkness swirling before his eyes. He had anticipated this beast would beg for mercy, but never imagined the attack would be so ruthless. Seeing his father struck, Jiang Ji hurriedly approached, reaching out to assist him, only to feel a tight grip on his hair, forcing him to tilt his head back. Before he could comprehend the situation, a sudden impact struck him, sending stars dancing before his eyes, as blood trickled down from his forehead, dripping steadily onto the floor. Ji Yuze set down the bloodied ashtray, his demeanor calm. "You push me down the stairs, and I repay you with an ashtray. This is merely the principle of reciprocity. No need for formality." "Ah, why must you force my hand when I am a reasonable person? Do you not think my hands will ache?" He yanked Jiang Ji's collar, unceremoniously tearing off a protective pendant, a belonging of the original owner, which he refused to let fall into the hands of outsiders. "This item belongs to me. I trust you have no objections to its rightful return." With blood streaming from his forehead and a ringing in his ears, Jiang Ji struggled to rise from the ground, barely able to comprehend what was being said. As the dizziness subsided, the father and son helped each other to stand, casting wary glances at the man who had just dealt them such a savage blow. Ji Yuze, his hand stained with blood, gripped the confiscated pendant, oblivious to the blood being absorbed by the item in his palm. In a languid tone, he stated, "Now, can we sit down and discuss matters calmly? If not, I can always resort to more violence." The veiled threat sent shivers down the spines of the father and son, forcing them to hastily take their seats on the sofa, their eyes filled with caution as they regarded him. Gu Yuanchao attempted to appeal to their shared emotions. "Z, dear, what are you doing? We are all acting in your best interest. You mustn't disregard your conscience." "Shoo, let's avoid emotional discussions and instead address other matters." With a soft sigh, Guze mused, "I wonder if the family that Ji agreed to marry into possesses the patience to wait. What if they come to the city to fetch you for marriage and childbearing? Even if Gu Saigo attempts to intervene, it would be futile. Don't you think, Ji? When the time comes, I will be by their side. Do you really believe they would rely on me for support instead of you? In the future, everything in a household will belong to me. Why should I agree to go to the countryside and become a son-in-law? I refuse to engage in endeavors that offer no benefit." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ji's heart skipped a beat as he recalled the butcher's third daughter, whose beauty rivaled that of a seductive fox, yet her fierce and unruly nature was equally undeniable. The thought of her wielding a club was painfully vivid. Even now, he could still feel the sting of her blows. If he were to be taken back to bear children, would he even survive such an ordeal? Furthermore, having consumed so much of their meat and borrowed money for drinking and gambling, the butcher's family would undoubtedly seek retribution. They could very well come to the city to apprehend him. He could not return to do so would mean the end of his livelihood. Chapter 2. The letter of severance in hand. Jiang Jie clutched the arm of the father he had just recognized, his eyes wide with terror. "Father, please save me. That Su Ning is a fierce tigress. Look at my arm. It's covered in her bruises. If I return, she will surely beat me to death. Oh, please help me. Father, I wish to remain in the city and honor you both. I cannot bear to go back to the countryside." Gu Yuanchao, moved by his son's plight, gently patted his arm and reassured him, "Do not worry, my child. I will come to your rescue. Just refrain from crying, for it gives me a headache." He then turned his gaze towards Gu Ze, his expression darkening. "Now tell me, what is it that you desire in exchange for relinquishing your job and moving into the butcher's household?" "Let's discuss it," Gu Ze replied. "The market price for transferring a job is 500, but marrying into that family is a disadvantageous situation. It's a lifelong commitment. A compensation of 1,000 would not be unreasonable, would it?" Noticing Gu Ze's attempt to evade the matter, Gu Yuanchao swiftly interjected, "Hush. You are the procurement officer at the cotton spinning factory, and I am well aware of the profits involved. A payment of 1,500 is hardly a burden for you." Gu Ze, feigning indifference, continued, "Offer me 1,005, and you will not lose out. Your son will secure a stable job, and you will conveniently resolve the issue of marrying into the butcher's family. Surely, they would find me more appealing than your short, portly son. What do you say? Have you made up your mind? A stable job?" The original owner had endured daily curses and beatings under the wrathful master. How could it be of any consequence to hand it over to Jiang Jie, this useless individual? Let it be. Let it be. There was nothing to be said. The father and son exchanged glances, their faces pale as they observed the man before them tapping a cigarette ashtray against the table, each thud resonating painfully in their hearts. Any ill thoughts that had just begun to form dissipated instantly. Gu Yuanchao, crossing his legs, asked with caution, "Are you serious? If I give you 1,005, you will cease all entanglements and honestly go to the countryside to marry into that family?" Gu Zhe nodded. "Indeed, as long as the money is in order. Everything is negotiable. After all, as you say, living anywhere is still living. Having a woman to provide for me is not so bad. I am weary of striving. Just look at my handsome face. Shouldn't I be managing household accounts and enjoying a comfortable life?" Sometimes, a shift in perspective reveals that difficulties can be opportunities. The short, portly father and son exchanged bewildered glances, questioning how he could be so agreeable. Could it be that his mind had suffered a fall? Regardless, as long as it was beneficial for them, Gu Yuanchao's eyes gleamed with calculation. "Very well, I can agree to your terms. But you must sign the letter of severance. Should you fail to manage the woman in the countryside and meet a tragic end, it will be your own fault. And you must not come to us for trouble." A deeper smile crept across Gu Zhe's lips as he readily acquiesced. "No problem. Let us sign it now. You fetch the money, and once we settle these two matters, I will accompany you to transfer the job." As he spoke, he produced paper and pen, skillfully documenting the original owner's grievances over the years, ensuring that the accusations against his adoptive parents were thoroughly noted for potential future use. Gu Yuanchao, presenting a stack of cash, grimaced in pain as he pushed it forward, averting his gaze, unable to bear the sight. "All right, count this 1,005. Hand me the severance letter. I will sign and place my thumbprint." With a brief glance, he expressed his dissatisfaction, stating, "No, this severance letter cannot be written like this. If I sign it, won't my reputation be tarnished by you?" Gu Zhe swiftly counted through the document and, finding no errors, tucked the money into his pocket. He looked at him solemnly and replied, "Isn't this the truth? One must own their actions. I merely pen the facts. Now, stop hesitating and sign it so I can proceed with the transfer. If we delay and the master leaves work, I might reconsider. After all, such a good job pays 50 yuan a month. Oh, how I truly lament parting with it." Observing Gu Zhe's demeanor, Gu Yuanchao thought that regardless of the future, this little rascal would eventually find himself in the countryside, marrying into a family with few prospects. He had no fear of him seeking him out. After swiftly signing and affixing his fingerprint, both parties retained a copy of the document. Gu Zhe carefully stored the severance letter, stood up, and attended to the blood on his forehead in the kitchen, wrapping it in several layers of gauze, intending to visit the hospital for proper treatment later. "All right, bring your household registration book and follow me." The cotton spinning factory's residential area was conveniently close to the machinery factory, and with fewer people on the roads during working hours, the trio proceeded to the supply and marketing cooperative, purchasing items before entering the machinery factory. Gu Yuanchao winced at the sight of the goods. Canned food, candies, and cigarettes were all fine items, and it was infuriating that this scoundrel had made him spend money. Gu Zhe led him to the office, distributed some items to the director, and pointed to his forehead, feigning illness. "Director Hao, I'm unwell and truly unable to work. Please transfer my position to my cousin. Look at him. He is robust, surely capable of labor. Young people should work hard and contribute more to the factory." The director scrutinized him, nodding to himself. This Gu Zhe could be blown away by a gust of wind, and aside from his pleasing appearance, his work ethic was rather lacking. Having spent a considerable time in the factory, taking frequent leave could be troublesome. It would be better to go with the flow. The plump cousin appeared to be a good addition to the workforce. "All right, I approve. Go to the personnel department to complete the formalities and remember to inform your master." Gu Zhe nodded with a smile, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Director Hao. Father, cousin, let us hurry." He took the cousin to the personnel department, directly handing a bag of candy over, cheerfully exclaiming, "Sister Yang, you look radiant with joy. Have some candy. I brought my cousin to handle the employment paperwork." Yang Hua's eyes sparkled at the sight of the white rabbit candy. "You're quite the charmer, but what happened to your head?" Why is it wrapped in gauze? Is it serious? It's nothing severe. I merely fell down the stairs in the dark last night. My health is poor, and I need rest. So I must pass the job to my cousin. Ah, dear child, remember to visit the hospital. Do not take any chances with your head. She glanced at the short, plump, rat-faced individual beside him, feeling a twinge of disdain. He truly lacked social graces and was rather unpleasant to behold. Jiang Jai, noticing her gaze, forced a smile, only to receive an eye roll in response. Before he could comprehend the situation, he was summoned to fill out forms. With money and goods paving the way, the paperwork was completed in half an hour. Gu Zhe then took him to the master, slipping him 2 cans of food, feeling satisfied after extracting every last bit from Gu Yuanchao. Before departing, a performance was essential. Yes, the basics of mercenary training. With reddened eyes, he embraced the bewildered master craftsman, choking back tears as he said, "Master, I am departing. I will miss you, and I promise to visit whenever I can." The master, utterly perplexed, could only watch as Gu Zisong released his grip and walked away. The other craftsman, witnessing this scene, sighed, "Ah, Lao Yin, that Gu Zhe is truly a remarkable child, but alas, we shall not see him again. That chubby lad will be quite a handful." One of them patted the shoulder of another, saying, "You will have to put in extra effort to teach him. If he doesn't learn, then a good thrashing will do. If that fails, it simply means he hasn't been hit enough." Jiang Ji exited the machinery factory, sneezing repeatedly. Chapter 3. The peaceful pendant holds a spiritual spring. The trio stepped out of the factory. Gu Zhe's expression remained calm as he remarked, "Well, everything has been settled. From now on, we shall be strangers. Let us treat our next encounter as if we do not know each other." He continued, "I have my biological parents' address from the countryside. If I cannot find them, I will have to return to seek you." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ji grew anxious and hurriedly found a newspaper, tearing off a corner to write down the address along with the names of the Jiang family members. Naturally, he included the butcher's family as well, packaging it all for him to avoid future disturbances. He certainly did not wish to have his head smashed open again. Casting a wary glance in Gu Zhe's direction, after obtaining the detailed address, Gu Zhe turned and walked away. The father and son watched him disappear into the distance, simultaneously exhaling a breath of relief and exchanging glances. "Father, are we heading home now, or are we going to fetch mother and discuss this matter in passing?" Lowering his head in feigned vulnerability, he added, "I wonder if mother will like me. If she prefers Gu Zhe, will she hold it against me?" Quick to reassure, Jiang Yuanchao replied, "Of course not. You are our flesh and blood, our true son. That impostor cannot compare. You will always hold a special place in our hearts." He continued, "Without blood relations, one cannot truly bond. Rest easy at home, and once your work stabilizes, we can arrange for you to court someone, leading to marriage and children. Do you understand?" "Yes, I will heed Father's words," Jiang Ji replied obediently, his eyes glistening with emotion as he looked at him. Gu Zhe headed directly to the hospital, spending a little money to tend to his wounds, acquiring medication before visiting a restaurant to buy meals to take back to the inn, planning to rest for 2 days before heading to the countryside. Otherwise, in his current condition, any unexpected incidents could prove troublesome. He lacked the strength even for a brawl. It was better to recuperate for a couple of days to regain his vigor, as the headache was quite bothersome. The inns of the 1980s were rather rudimentary, lacking the opulence of modern hotels. The room contained only a bed, a table, and a kettle for boiling water. After finishing his meal, the burning sensation in his stomach was somewhat alleviated. Gu Zhe lay on the bed, hoping to rest well, when he felt something digging into his waist. Taking it from his pocket, he discovered it was the peaceful pendant from the original owner's memories. With a deep-seated obsession, he instinctively pulled it away. As his fingertip gently caressed it, the scenery around him abruptly shifted. When he opened his eyes again, the surroundings had transformed dramatically, enveloped in an eerie silence. Beneath his feet lay a bed of white gravel, with a tranquil pool of water in the center, and on the opposite side, rich black soil. Kneeling down to grasp a handful, he noted the loose texture, indicating its fertility. After a moment of contemplation, he formed a conclusion, a smile gracing his lips. Indeed, the novel does not deceive. I have acquired the essential golden finger of a time traveler. With the spiritual spring space at my disposal, life will be much easier. Wandering around the open space, I approached the pond and carefully unwrapped the gauze from my head, directly using the pond water to cleanse the wound while observing it intently. The once gruesome injury was visibly healing at an astonishing rate, akin to a miracle. In less than a minute, the wound on my forehead had completely healed, leaving no trace behind. Had I not witnessed it myself, who would have known that there had ever been a wound there? My gaze fell upon the white gravel ground, and I silently wished to exit. In the blink of an eye, I found myself back in my bed. I rose to pour a cup of hot water and brought it into the space. After placing it on the white gravel for half an hour, I touched it and found it unchanged. A realization dawned upon me. The white gravel maintained time, the black soil accelerated growth, and the spiritual spring water hastened wound healing, potentially even improving one's constitution. The specifics could wait for further exploration. For now, the most important task was to present a grand gift to the Gu family before heading to the countryside. Returning to my bed at the inn, I glanced outside at the darkening sky, closed my eyes, and fell into a deep slumber, knowing that the tasks at hand would be more convenient under the cover of night. At midnight, a shadow swiftly darted by, following my memory into the building. With a piece of iron wire in hand, I deftly inserted it into the keyhole, manipulating it a few times before gently pushing the door open. The summer heat made the air stifling. The door was merely ajar. Once inside, I quietly approached the bed and swiftly rendered the occupant unconscious. With the same method, I proceeded to other rooms to incapacitate Jiang Jai and the original owner's willful foster sister. After completing this, I began my search, placing my hand on the blankets to gather them into the space. In this era of scarce resources, anything that could be taken without cost was worth seizing. Opening a mahogany chest, I rummaged through it, collecting household registration documents, receipts, and money, alongside a thick notebook. The moonlight was too dim to discern the contents, so I decided to examine it later. I discarded the two individuals from the bed onto the floor, lifted the bedboard, and indeed discovered a box hidden in the crevice. Inside were gold bracelets and rings. After thoroughly searching the room, I turned to Jiang Jai's quarters and went through Gu Cici's room as well, ensuring that the kitchen was not overlooked, collecting pots and pans. In less than half an hour, I had emptied the place, leaving it as desolate as if a flock of geese had passed through, enough to make even mice weep. With a satisfied smile, I exited the family courtyard under the cover of night. In this era, without surveillance, there was no fear of the Gu family alerting the authorities. I slipped through the window, secured it, and sat on the bed, wiping the sweat from my forehead. I retrieved the spiritual spring water and drank deeply, feeling my strength significantly restored. With everything in order, I inspected the spoils, the trophies of my endeavor. In the dim light of an oil lamp, a figure sat cross-legged on the floor, surrounded by a pile of items. Among them, I extracted what appeared to be a ledger. Upon inspecting the words inscribed, interpersonal relationships, I initially thought it documented expenses related to familial and colleague favors. However, upon opening it, I was taken aback. This was no account of goodwill, but rather a ledger of embezzlement. The specific details concerning dates, the price differences in procurement and sales, the expenses for bribing the chef, and the gifts for superiors are quite astonishing. It is remarkable that a mere cotton mill purchaser, within a few short years, managed to receive kickbacks amounting to 12,000 yuan, with part of this sum also spent on bribing individuals, while another 7 to 8,000 yuan was funneled into illicit gains. One must comprehend the significance of a 10,000 yuan household in this era, equivalent to 3 to 4 million in later years. This is merely the account of a small purchasing agent whose astonishing accumulation of illicit funds outside of his salary forced the original owner to scavenge for scraps and devise means to pursue education. After enduring the struggle to graduate and secure employment, the original owner was coerced into surrendering his salary monthly, retaining only a meager sum for personal expenses. Now, with his son returning, he was further pressured to relinquish his job under the guise of parental obligation. As Gu Zhe continued to read, a piece of paper fell from the ledger, revealing a 5,000 yuan deposit slip causing the corners of his mouth to rise. After all, it was ill-gotten gains. Who would not seize such an opportunity? After safely stowing the deposit slip and finishing his review of the accounts, Guzé retired to bed, comforted by the thought of withdrawing the funds the following morning, armed with the household registration book, which would facilitate the process. Chapter 4. The collapse of the Gu family as dawn broke. Guzé rose early, having filled his stomach at a wonton stall before meandering into an alley, emerging drastically transformed. Leaning on a cane, his hair now gray, dressed in faded garments, and his head wrapped in cloth obscuring his features, he made his way to the bank. Upon presenting his household registration book and deposit receipt, the bank clerk confirmed, "Sir, are you certain you wish to withdraw the entire amount?" The elderly Guzé nodded, cheerfully replying, "Indeed, my son is getting married, and I need to withdraw the funds to help them build a house. Wedding expenses can be quite substantial." "Very well, I shall proceed with the withdrawal." The young lady counted the money several times before handing it over, saying, "Please check and ensure is all there, sir." With a raspy voice, he chuckled, "Thank you, young lady." Guzé placed the money into a cloth bag, exited the bank, and turned into the alley, promptly stashing the funds away before tossing a brick into the bag, striding confidently with his cane. Not far along, two men cast shadows before him, their gazes fixed intently on his cloth bag. Well, the old man seems to be quite wealthy. Hand over that bag, and we might let you be," one threatened, his fist clenched menacingly. Guzé's eyes flickered momentarily as he cleared his throat. "Very well, let us step into that alley. Please do not strike me, for I am too frail to withstand any blows." Ludahu scoffed at this. "You are a sensible old man. If you comply, we shall not harm you." Once they entered the alley, sounds of a scuffle erupted, and Guzé emerged confidently, leaving behind two unconscious men stripped bare, lying in the alley. Upon returning to the inn, Guzé organized his belongings and made several trips to the supply and marketing cooperative, purchasing various items to store away. He then acquired some buns and set off by vehicle to the countryside. The original owner's biological parents resided in the same collective, all situated within the Qingshan Brigade of Chaoyang Commune in Xinjiang County. The journey from the city to the county took 2 to 3 hours, and further travel to the rural area would likely extend into the afternoon. In a previous life, accustomed to the smoothness of air travel, the individual found themselves on a rather bumpy vehicle for the first time, nearly losing their composure. Their complexion transitioned from a sickly pallor to a shade of ashen blue. Observing this, an elderly woman seated nearby expressed her concern, saying, "Child, are you all right? Your complexion looks quite dreadful. Perhaps a piece of candy will help." As she spoke, she unwrapped a fruit candy and offered it to him, her eyes radiating warmth and care for the younger generation. Gusha nodded, savoring the rich orange flavor of the candy in his mouth. After taking a few sips from his military water bottle filled with spring water, he managed to quell the discomfort somewhat. Once he felt better, he turned to the elderly woman with silver hair and softly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Grandma. May I ask which brigade you are heading to?" "Ah, it's nothing, dear. It's only right to lend a hand while out and about. I am bound for the Qingshan Brigade." "Where are you headed?" "What a coincidence. I, too, am going to the Qingshan Brigade." Upon hearing this, Grandma Lu displayed a look of surprise. "You're also from the brigade?" "I know most of the children there, but I haven't seen you before. Which family do you belong to?" Guzé shook his head gently. "I am not from any family there. I am Jiang Jingwo's son, lost for 20 years. I am returning to reunite with my family." "What? You are the youngest son of Heir Guzi. My goodness, what a stroke of luck. Why are you traveling alone? Did you not call your parents to come and fetch you?" "I do not have a phone number." Grandma Lu sighed, her gaze softening with affection. "Oh, dear child, I can tell you are a good and honest soul. But how did you know your family's address? Who informed you?" Guzé, without reservation, recounted the brief details, his smile tinged with tears, evoking deep sympathy. "Oh dear, that is truly heart-wrenching. Your parents took Jaya in and raised him as their own. I never imagined your adoptive parents would treat you as such. But it matters not. They are not your biological family. Now you're returning home to reunite with your real parents, which is what truly matters." Grandma Lu nodded emphatically. "Yes, family reunification is the most important thing. Your parents will surely be overjoyed to see you. Allow me to accompany you back." Your complexion is far too pale. Gusha schmoiled shoily. I'm not accustomed to traveling by vehicle, hence the motion sickness. Not to worry. Take a short nap, and I shall awaken you upon our arrival. All right, thank you. Grandma. Meanwhile, Gu Yuanshao awoke groggily, rising from the floor with aches in his back and waist, momentarily oblivious to anything amiss. After rousing the individuals beside him, the couple ventured outside, only to be met with the sight of an empty living room. They stood at the doorway, eyes wide in disbelief, as if turned to stone. Jiang Jai emerged, yawning, and called out, "Mom, Dad, you're up. What shall we have for breakfast?" Li Mei, regaining her senses, let out a piercing scream. "Oh no, we've been robbed. Yuanshao, our home has been burglarized. Quickly, check if anything is missing." The couple completely disregarded their son, who had just returned, and hurried back into the house to open the mahogany chest, only to find it utterly vacant. They staggered back in shock, nearly fainting from the revelation. Gu Yuanshao swiftly extended a hand to steady her, soothingly assuring, "My dear, do not panic. Remain calm. If the thief truly stole something, they will certainly be caught. No need to rush." Li Mei's expression crumbled as she sobbed. "Woo-woo, it's all gone. The box contained so much money, and now it's vanished. How are we supposed to live?" She clutched her thigh in despair, too distraught to consider anything else. The two of them hastily lifted the bedboard, only to discover that the gold jewelry within had also disappeared. Overwhelmed by the shock, Li Mei's vision darkened, and she fainted. Gu Yuanshao felt as if his head would explode. He quickly hoisted her onto his back and glared at the two, who stood dumbfounded. "What are you two dawdling for?" "Cece, hurry to your grandparents' house to borrow money for the hospital. I'll carry your mother. You both need to follow shortly." The old building offered no soundproofing, and the commotion from the Gu household attracted curious neighbors who gathered to gaze at the empty living room, their faces filled with sympathy. "It seems they've been robbed. So many items are missing. It's strange that there was no noise. Did you hear anything last night?" "No, we didn't hear a thing." Gu Yuanshao maintained a stern expression as he descended the stairs, sprinting toward the hospital. Inside, Gu Cece was rendered helpless previously whenever family matters arose. It was Gu Zhe who took charge while she simply followed along. Now, however, she was at a loss. "Brother, what should we do now? We need to borrow money from Grandma and Grandpa. Mother has fainted from the shock. Saving her is our priority. As for the thief, we will report to the police once we return from the hospital." Gu Cece nodded vigorously at his words. "All right, I'll listen to you, brother. Let's go." The news of the Gu family's burglary quickly spread throughout the courtyard. After borrowing money and arriving at the hospital, once Li Mei was stable, they clamored to report the theft, but Gu Yuanshao intervened. "Quiet. Stop crying. We cannot report this to the police. We will investigate this privately. Do you understand?" "But why not, father?" Chapter 5. Searching for biological parents, Gu Yuanshao remained silent. Why? Because that damned embezzlement ledger was also missing. If this escalated, his procurement job would be at stake. Losing money now equated to years of hard work down the drain. But if the situation blew up, it would mean the loss of a lifetime security. He knew how to prioritize. As long as he retained his job, he could earn back the losses. With a stern face, Gu Yuanshao warned them, "This matter must not be spoken of. I will investigate discreetly. Do not report it to the police, or you will face my wrath." Jiang Ji felt a shiver at his stern demeanor. While their biological father was warm and approachable when smiling, his cold glare was fearsome. He hurriedly nodded, saying, "All right, we will listen to you, father." As they watched him enter the ward, the siblings breathed a sigh of relief. "Brother, why is father acting so strangely? When anyone loses money, they rush to report it to the police. If we delay, the thief will escape. And how will we recover anything?" Jiang Ji was equally puzzled, thinking to himself that the villagers were right. City dwellers were far too cunning to comprehend. "I don't know. Father must have his reasons for behaving this way. Let us go out and grab something to eat." The journey continued for 3 hours, shaking in the vehicle, then another hour on a different transport to the town. Granny Lu cheerfully encouraged, "Children, hang in there. We'll be on the donkey cart for just another hour." Gu Zhe forced a smile, feeling as though he might split in two from the bouncing. Wearily, he replied, "Grandma, just one more hour?" "Ha, indeed. Our Qingshan team is relatively close to the city. a trip takes merely 5 hours, while other teams require at least 6 or 7. Silence lingered in the air, and it is no wonder the original owner was so averse to venturing into the countryside. The time spent on the journey alone would have sufficed for him to eliminate his target back in his previous life. Grandma Lu, brimming with vitality, smiled and said, "Xiao Zhe, after you return to acknowledge your kin, will you still consider the marriage with the Jiang girl?" It was originally agreed upon by Ji. Gu Zhe understood her implication. The question was whether it still counted in his favor or not. He decided to assess the situation once he visited the original owner's family. "I'm not sure, Grandma. I need to see for myself." "Indeed," she replied. "But let me share my heartfelt thoughts with you. Ning is a rare gem of a girl. She may appear aloof and distant, but her heart is warm. She is certainly not the fierce tiger they claim her to be. Those people, with their malicious hearts, spread such rumors." Grandma Lu sighed. "If you truly do not see eye to eye, sit down and discuss it. That girl wouldn't make things difficult for you. Once a girl is rejected, her spirited nature makes it hard for her to continue living. This is all Ji's doing. He sought to avoid hardships and take advantage of the butcher's family, claiming he would marry in and enjoy the benefits, indulging in meat and borrowing money every day. Now, this debt has fallen upon you, which seems unjust. If it had fallen on him, that scoundrel would have vanished without a trace. Even if you go to the city to find him, it would be quite a hassle. Oh, what a predicament this is." Gu Zhe chuckled softly, choosing not to respond, as he brushed his fingers against his face. "One should possess the means to indulge in a comfortable life. While striving is an option, I simply wish to enjoy a laid-back existence in this new life." "Thank you for the reminder, Grandma. I will handle it with careful consideration." "Oh, good child. I see you are a cultured and conscientious youth, quite unlike that scoundrel Ji. If fate does not favor you, let's avoid any undue drama." After a brief wait, they boarded the donkey cart heading to the production team. The journey brought them to the production team by 3 in the afternoon. Grandma Lu led them directly to the Jiang family, standing at the door. She knocked and called out, Guzi, come out quickly. Look who has arrived." Jiang Jiangguo and his wife emerged from the house, standing in the courtyard, staring blankly at the figure at the door. Noticing their reaction, Grandma Lu ushered them into the courtyard, closing the door behind them. Guzi, Shufen, why aren't you inviting the child to sit down? This is your biological son. Just look at him. Aside from being a bit too thin, he resembles you in your youth, and he is a university graduate, no less. The country has arranged an impressive job for him. The couple regained their senses, their dark faces betraying a hint of unease as they hurried inside to fetch stools, nervously pouring a glass of water with honey and handing it over. Their speech was somewhat halting. You, what is your name now? Geuzebor no psychological burden. It was essential to recognize his parents in this unfamiliar era. He smiled brightly and cheerfully replied, Dad, Mom, just call me Guze. For now. There was no need to change his surname. That could be discussed later. Upon hearing this, their eyes instantly glistened with tears. Unable to articulate their emotions, they merely repeated, Drink some water. This has a bit of honey, your favorite when you were young. Yes, thank you, Mom and Dad. Jiang Jiangguo watched him anxiously, wiping the corners of his eyes, his hands fidgeting with the fabric of his trousers, clearly overwhelmed with nerves, unsure of what to say. Guze observed quietly, a deeper smile gracing his lips. He had a fondness for individuals who embodied purity and simplicity. In this era, such people were a rarity, easily discernible at a glance. After sipping some warm honey water, he felt a soothing relief in his throat. Aunt Lu, how is it that you returned with Xiao Zhe? What can I say about fate? We happen to meet on the same bus in the city. This child gets car sick, so we exchanged a few words. Lin Shufin stood up and remarked, You two carry on with your conversation. I shall go and slaughter a chicken for dinner to nourish you. By the way, you have secured a job in the city. Will you return there? Guze briefly recounted the situation, his smile tinged with a hint of helplessness. Jiang Jie is the biological son of my foster parents. They expect me to repay their kindness by relinquishing my job. What? Jiang Jiangguo's dark face was filled with fury, struggling to suppress the urge to slam the table and frighten away his younger son. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, This is outrageous. They're taking advantage of us. We took in Jia when we were impoverished, Yet the entire family sacrificed to provide for him. He is nothing but an ungrateful wretch. I must buy a ticket and confront them. Seeing his father genuinely concerned for the original son, Guzé's eyes flickered before he spoke. Father, it is all in the past. Let's focus on living well as a family. There's no need to seek them out. A powerful dragon does not suppress a local snake. We will go our separate ways. The Gu family had already been thoroughly plundered, and there was no need to pursue a futile endeavor. It was merely a matter of keeping the situation from others. As the evening drew near, Aunt Lu decided to return home. The courtyard was left with just the father and son. Lin Shufan was busy preparing the chicken and tidying up the room that once belonged to Jiang Jia, which was still furnished with everything necessary. However, since Jia had been careless, she thought it best to replace the bedding with something new for her son, who was a university student and appreciated cleanliness. After persuading everyone, Guzé opened his burlap sack and began to lay out its contents: malted milk, brown sugar, candies, biscuits, and canned goods. Chapter 6. The struggles of biological parents. Jiang Jiangwo stared blankly at the items on the table. You just graduated and started working. How could you possibly afford these? Quickly, put them away and save them for yourself. We have enough to eat at home. Save your money. After years of separation and witnessing his son endure so much hardship, his heart ached at the thought of accepting anything from him. Guzé smiled and shook his head. It's all right. I managed to tutor some students during my university days and earn a little money. My foster parents were unaware, so I kept it for myself. Share these among yourselves. I only need a small portion. I heard I have an older brother, sister-in-law, and nephew. Are they not home? Yes, your brother went to your sister-in-law's family. They will return shortly. Jiang Jiangwo nearly let slip too much information, but quickly diverted the topic. Oh, they'll all be back soon. You're looking too thin. Keep the malted milk in your room and drink a glass daily to regain some strength. Guzé sensed that his father was concealing something, but chose not to press further. He took the malted milk into his room, along with a few articles of clothing. Lin Shufan, noticing the tattered and patched garments, felt a pang of sorrow. Ah, Xiaozhe, please give me your clothes. I'll mend them for you tonight. And another day I'll have your father bring back some fabric to make you 2 new outfits. All right, take this 100 yuan, Mom. No. Why are you suddenly giving me money? Guzé's eyes were clear and his tone earnest. After all these years, I have not been able to fulfill my filial duty beside you. This little sum is my humble gesture. You must accept it. Lin Shufan took a deep breath, her emotions somewhat complex. After all, he was her biological child, distinct from an adopted one. No matter how well she treated an adopted child, it would never be the same. Sniffling, she replied, All right, I will accept it. Tomorrow, I'll make time to buy some big bones to cook soup for you to nourish your health. Are you tired from a journey? Go take a rest. The sheets and blankets have all been changed. You can sleep, and when dinner is ready, I'll call you. Guzé nodded. Okay, thank you for your hard work, Mom. Lin Shufan's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her gaze filled with sincerity. Oh, it's no trouble at all. It's my duty. As she gently closed the door behind her, the elderly couple busied themselves in the kitchen, preparing a chicken and boiling water. Speaking softly, it's wonderful that our youngest son is back. Our family can finally reunite. 20 years have passed, and I never dared to hope he would return home. Heaven has not been unkind to us. Indeed, that child has endured much suffering. We must make it up to him and treat him well. By the way, he also gave me 100 yuan, and I thought of using it to make him clothes and buy meat to nourish him. Jiang Jiangwo disagreed. It's not easy for the child to earn money. Why would you accept his money? Once I sell the grain, we will have money. Lin Shufan sighed, feeling helpless. I know I shouldn't have accepted it, but the family is truly struggling without funds. That scoundrel Ji ran away and left us with a mountain of debt. Once the busy season is over, I'll go to the city and deal with that rascal. He indulges in drinking and gambling and lies without a shred of conscience. Let us discuss it again after the harvest season. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and their eldest son, Jiang Dezhuang, leaned on a cane, entering with his wife and children. Though not yet 30, his hair was nearly gray, making him appear older than his years. The couple wore worried expressions. They had not managed to borrow money during their visit to her family, and the thought of creditors returning filled them with dread. As they entered the courtyard, 2 small children dashed forward, calling out, "Mommy, look, there's so much delicious food. Candy, so much candy, Mommy." The twins, only 3 years old, were at the age where they could hardly contain their desire for sweets. They pleaded softly, "Mommy, I want to eat candy. Can I please have some?" Hearing the commotion, Lin Shufan stepped outside with a joyful expression. "Eldest son, daughter-in-law, you're back. Sit down and rest. The food will be ready soon." Gao Hongxiao looked at the spread on the table, somewhat bewildered. "Mom, where did all this come from?" "Oh, this is from Xiao Zhe, our youngest son who has been lost for 20 years. It's a long story. Everything on the table is what he bought. You can give it to the children." "Who? My younger brother?" The couple exchanged astonished glances, as if struck by lightning. Jiang Dazhuang scratched his head, his expression dazed. "Wife, did I hear you correctly? My brother has returned? How did he come back? Did he find his way back by himself? Wife, pinch me. I can't shake the feeling that I'm dreaming." Gao Hongxiao rolled her eyes and swiftly delivered a slap, the sound echoing in the air. Jiang Dazhuang touched his face, feeling the sting, realizing this was no dream. He chuckled foolishly, exclaiming, "It's truly wonderful. My younger brother has returned. Wife, did you hear? My brother has been found. It's fantastic." "Yes, I heard. Enough of your merriment. I need to find mother and inquire about the situation." Jiang Dazhuang nodded repeatedly. "All right, understood." Gao Hongxiao distributed 2 pieces of candy to the children, quietly instructing, "Now, don't eat too much, and when you see your uncle, make sure to call out to him. Do you understand?" "Yes, yes, Mama, we know. Uncle is nice. Uncles who buy candy are all good uncles." The twins, identical in appearance, chimed in unison, "Okay, Mama, we really like Uncle." Gao Hongxiao entered the kitchen to lend a hand. Her voice lowered, "I am sorry, Dad and Mom. I couldn't borrow the money. If those people come for the debts, I fear." Lin Shufan waved her hand in apology. "It's all right. Once we sell the grain, we'll be able to repay the debts. Surely, they won't go so far as to drive us to despair." "Hongxia, it is we who owe you an apology. It is inherently awkward for a married daughter to return home seeking financial assistance." "No, Mother. When I was in labor, facing complications, you sacrificed everything to ensure I reached the hospital for surgery. During my confinement, you cared for me with utmost diligence, treating me as your own daughter. Now, with Ji having fled and leaving behind a mountain of debt, how can I bear to see you suffer? We shall bear the burden of this debt together. Once the busy farming season concludes, I plan to seek work in town." With reddened eyes, Gao Hongxiao mused, "What does it matter if life is a bit difficult? My in-laws are good people, and my husband is industrious. We shall endure. Surely, brighter days await us. The most important thing is that Ji, that scourge, has fled. They will be able to breathe easier now. This hardship is but temporary." Lin Shufan appeared to recall something, withdrawing a wad of cash from her pocket and handing it to Gao Hongxia. "Here, take this, Hongxia. Use it to buy some fabric in town when you have the chance. I want to make 2 sets of clothes for Xiao Zhe. The extra money can be kept at home for emergencies until the harvest is in." "Where did your brother obtain such a sum?" Gao Hongxia asked, astonished. The items on the table were of high quality, and now her mother-in-law was giving her 100 yuan, which seemed almost unbelievable. Chapter 7. The discussion. Lin Shufan beamed as she spoke of her youngest son. Xiao Zhe has entered university. He mentioned that while studying, he tutored others and gradually saved some money. Gao Hongxia's eyes widened slightly at this revelation. In her view, anyone who could attend university was exceptionally talented. She had not expected her brother-in-law to be a university student. Why didn't he remain in the city? "I've heard that university graduates are guaranteed jobs, securing a stable future, something to be envied by all. It's all quite tragic. Xiao Zhe's adoptive parents are the biological parents of Ji. After Ji returned, they pressured Xiao Zhe to relinquish his position." "What?" Lin Shufan quickly gestured for silence. "Hush, keep your voice down. Xiao Zhe returned home exhausted from the journey and has just gone to rest in his room." Gao Hongxia gritted her teeth, her gaze brimming with fury. "Ji, once again, our family owes him nothing, yet he persists in bringing us turmoil and unrest. Hongxia, let this matter remain discreet for the time being. Once the harvest is gathered, we shall venture into the city to seek out Ji. Regardless of the circumstances, we must not allow Xiaoza to be bullied in such a manner." "Very well, Mother. I shall heed your counsel." Since we are no longer affiliated with the Jiang family, there is no need to hold back in delivering retribution. That ne'er-do-well has never engaged in anything noble. He is either deceiving others or causing harm, which is truly detestable. Now, with my younger brother also sent to the countryside, it is indeed lamentable. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law busily prepared the meal, which soon consisted of half a chicken braised and the other half stewed in soup. Gao Hongxia's face radiated joy. Her younger brother is a man of education, and with him in the household, there would be a sense of stability. Teaching at a school would be a commendable pursuit. As the dishes were placed on the table, two little ones approached the door, their voices chirping. "Uncle, little uncle, wake up to eat some meat. We have meat at home." Guze rolled out of bed, his eyes bright, and retrieved 2 apples from his space. He opened the door, crouched down, and handed 1 apple each to the twins. Ruffling their hair, he said, "You are to sure to and shall sure to, aren't you? Such well-behaved children. Now let's go eat. Wow, apples. So red." The twins hugged their apples, the sweet aroma wafting into their noses. Gazing at the gentle smile on Guze's face, they felt no fear, affectionately calling out, "Little uncle, we like you." Guze chuckled, "Yes, your little uncle likes you as well." Entering the main room, the trio was met with curious gazes, devoid of malice. Elder brother, elder sister-in-law. They observed the refined and handsome figure of Guze, his fair complexion setting him apart from the rustic folk, rendering him strikingly attractive. Both stood up abruptly, akin to schoolchildren summoned by a teacher, and respectfully exclaimed, "Younger brother, greetings. Please sit down and eat." Seeing their earnestness, Guze's heart warmed. He appreciated their genuine kindness, and his smile deepened. "We are all family. There is no need for formality. Elder brother and sister-in-law, please take a seat and enjoy your meal." "Ah, very well." Jiang Dazhuang felt a bit anxious, at a loss for words. "Why, younger brother, you are far too thin. Reading is arduous and taxing on the mind. Here, have a chicken leg to replenish your strength." Guze, glancing at the chicken leg in his bowl, replied gently, "Elder brother, you should also partake. Let the children enjoy these chicken legs. I am grown and can manage with something else." With that, he divided 2 chicken legs between the twins. The little ones looked at the chicken legs, their mouths watering, their fondness for their little uncle deepening as they sweetly smiled. "Thank you, little uncle. You are so handsome." The family enjoyed their meal in a harmonious atmosphere. Guze casually inquired, "Father, mother," before I arrived. "I heard Ji mention that he has promised himself to someone in the countryside. Is that correct?" The elderly couple paused, their minds momentarily blank. Trouble was brewing. How had they forgotten this matter? That scoundrel had been slacking off for years, seeking to marry into a butcher's family, but had taken considerable advantage of them. Noticing their silence, Guze gently stated, "Since this matter has come to pass, it cannot be ignored. We must sit down and discuss it thoroughly. I intend to visit their home tomorrow, bearing gifts, to openly discuss this matter. If it proves agreeable, I shall consider marrying into their family. If not, appropriate compensation shall be rendered." Indeed, this is the rationale at play. Jiang Jiangguo found himself in a quandary. The true culprits were the children they had brought back. The butcher's family was blameless. It would be utterly unreasonable to let them shoulder the expenses incurred over the years without recompense. However, they would struggle to provide compensation at this moment. Guze, observing their expressions, gently remarked, "Mom and Dad, you need not worry about the finances. I'm not entirely at a loss in relinquishing my job. I have secured a sum to resolve this matter. This includes compensation for marrying into the family. If the young lady deems me unworthy due to my illness, we will willingly provide compensation. Conversely, if she find me agreeable, and if all parties are in harmony, that would be the most favorable outcome." Upon hearing this, the Jiang family was taken aback. "Xiaoze, you are a university student. Sons from ordinary families often shy away from marrying into others. It seems rather unfair for you," they expressed. Guze remained composed and quietly inquired, "Mom and Dad, what do you think of the butcher's family, particularly Su Ning?" Lin Shufan replied candidly, "She is a fine young woman, a rare gem in our vicinity, beautiful, capable, and kind-hearted. Although her education may not match yours, her sincerity is beyond reproach. Indeed, since marriage is inevitable, and given that the other party is commendable, Marrying into their family holds no shame. As for feelings of unfairness, life is to be lived independently, with my intellect, even in less favorable circumstances. Securing employment should not pose a challenge. Jiang Dezhuang glanced at his wife, finding the situation almost theatrical. The unexpected return of the younger brother had transformed a previously vexing dilemma into something astonishingly resolvable. It was remarkable how the educated had a knack for such matters, something he himself lacked. Xiaoze, if you are resolute, let us prepare to go to town tomorrow to gather supplies, and then we shall sit down with the butcher's family for a discussion. If it all works out, that would indeed be splendid, he said. Guze readily agreed. Very well, then. Thank you, Mom and Dad. Tomorrow, we shall make our way to town. After dinner, the Jiang family retreated to their rooms, entirely unaware that the youngest son, a university student returning from the city to reconnect with his roots, was rapidly becoming the talk of the entire village. In stark contrast to the tranquility of the Jiang household, chaos reigned at the butcher's home. In the main room, three individuals sat facing one another, with Su Tuho smoking his pipe, a troubled expression etched upon his face. Xiaoning, what shall we do now? Originally, it was that scoundrel Ji who had promised to marry into our family, but he has fled. Now that Zhang's youngest son has returned. To whom does this marriage truly belong? Su Ning's eyes flickered momentarily, dimming with concern. For these past years, it was Jiang Ji who consumed our family's meat and borrowed money. The grievances should be directed toward him. Although Gu Zhe is the youngest son of Jiang, he is a stranger to us. The one who pledged to marry into our family is not he. We cannot hold him accountable for this debt. Indeed, that is the case, but that scoundrel has absconded, and it appears that Zhang's youngest son is now the one involved. If this engagement is rescinded, your reputation will suffer. And what then? The butcher, Su, found himself in a predicament, with no course of action seeming right, leaving him utterly distressed. Zhao Qianhua, a young educated woman who had settled in the countryside after marrying Su, exuded a gentle and serene demeanor as she gazed at their daughter, a radiant flower of youth. Observing her husband, who was on the verge of pulling his hair out in frustration, she sighed with resignation and spoke softly. There is no need to rush. The situation is not as dire as it seems. Perhaps we could pay a visit to the Jiang family another day. If the two youngsters take a liking to each other, we could certainly offer a more generous bride price. This might not be a bad turn of events, but rather a fortuitous one. I trust your Uncle Jiang. His son must be quite decent, especially being a university student. Su's eyes brightened at her words, and he clapped his thigh, exclaiming loudly, Indeed, my dear wife, your scholarly mind is truly insightful. We can certainly increase the bride price if necessary. Previously, when Jai borrowed money, as long as Zhang's youngest son agrees to join our family, we can wipe the slate clean. Negotiating the bride price will be a breeze. Any man would be better than that scoundrel Jai. This could indeed be a blessing. Wouldn't you agree, Xiaoning? Zhao Qianhua pinched her ear and rolled her eyes in exasperation. Lower your voice. Your loudness is akin to a quarrel. You might scare off the prospective son-in-law. I was thinking we should make a trip to the town when we have the chance, buy that young man a watch, and perhaps some additional gifts to present. The two families can sit down and discuss matters at length. Xiaoning's appearance and capabilities are beyond reproach. If this marriage comes to fruition, both families will be delighted. Xiaoning listened to their banter with a hint of helplessness on her bright face, forcing a smile. Mom and Dad, university students tend to be proud. They might not even consider marrying a rural girl, let alone joining our family. The more bride price we offer, the more it might insult those who have pursued education, turning what should be a union into enmity. Let us just go to bed. There are many matters at the pig farm to attend to. We'll see how things unfold. If the engagement is to be called off, no amount of persuasion will change that. Rising, she went to wash up, preparing for sleep. As she lay in bed, tossing and turning, sleep eluded her, thoughts swirling about who he might be. The next morning, as dawn broke, the Zhang family set out by donkey cart for the town, adhering to local customs by purchasing cigarettes, liquor, pastries, candies, and a net bag of apples as gifts. Guze glanced over and inquired, Mom, Dad, will this be sufficient? Lin Shufan nodded. It's ample, more than what is customary. Perhaps you should consider a gift for Ning. A silver necklace or a dress, perhaps? Gold will be best. It retains its value, Guze replied. His parents exchanged astonished looks, uncertain if they had misheard. Their son had never even met Ning, yet proposed, giving her a gold necklace. Was this a city custom? It was certainly feasible, albeit a costly one. Xiaoze, a gold necklace would cost 400 to 500. Are you sure you won't buy one? Gushi affirmed. This is not merely a first meeting, but an opportunity to discuss important matters. If we do not present our sincerity, future conversations could sour into enmity. Besides, gold is cherished by all. If we were to give a gift, let it be this. Lin Shufen, seeing her son's determination, chose to remain silent. If it cost a bit more, so be it. During Ji's stay at home, he certainly caused quite a bit of trouble for the butcher's family. The three of them went to the goldsmith's shop, where Guze selected a delicate piece adorned with a small golden flower, modest yet fitting for a young person. After purchasing the item, they tore off some fabric and returned home by donkey cart. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of the Su butcher's house, the atmosphere was tense and charged. Su the butcher gazed at his second daughter and son-in-law, who wore expressions of malicious glee, and his countenance darkened. He remarked bluntly, "Su Qingqing, who permitted your return? And who is that old man?" Dressed in a striking red dress with fashionable curls, Su Qingqing chuckled with delight upon hearing his words. Covering her mouth to stifle her laughter, she teased, "Oh, father, why are you so angry? I heard that Ji has run away to the city to find his biological parents, so this marriage proposal has fallen through, hasn't it? Oh dear, you were so focused on my younger sister, wanting to keep her at home to attract suitors, and now that he has fled and withdrawn from the engagement. Hasn't all your effort been in vain?" Fuming, Su the butcher gritted his teeth. "You are sisters, yet you show no concern for your siblings' plight. Instead, you come here to revel in the chaos. Are you trying to drive me to madness?" Su Qingqing let out a derisive snort, responding sarcastically, "And you are upset already? When you were selecting a husband for my elder sister, you were so meticulous, ensuring he was agreeable and kind to her. Yet when it came to my turn, you made me wait endlessly, and by the time it was my sister's turn, you were eager to find a match. If I hadn't worked hard myself, could Wenli have become my husband? In your eyes, there's only the eldest and the youngest daughter. I am merely the overlooked middle child." Zhao Qianghua, observing her second daughter's face filled with resentment, felt a pang of sorrow. They had arranged suitors for her, but she had always found something unsatisfactory. Claiming they were biased against her, she retaliated by stealing her younger sister's suitor and hastily consummating their relationship, giving the Shun family leverage over them. They never anticipated that the doctor, Shun Wenli, would have such challenging in-laws, nor did they foresee that he would be so foolishly filial, leading to their second daughter's deep-seated resentment towards them. Now that she was married with children, there was no point in discussing such matters. They could not voice their grievances to her. Even if they did, she would only perceive it as an attempt to sow discord between her and her husband, never believing their words. Indeed, domestic affairs are often beyond the reach of even the most impartial judges. Seeing their silence, Su Qingqing grew increasingly arrogant, believing they were at fault. "Initially, I took my sister's suitor. Now I shall return the favor. Although old Wang is in his 40s, he is indeed a caring man. Marrying him into the family would be a splendid arrangement." Shun Wenli, watching with keen interest, had initially set his sights on Su Ning, but her fierce temperament deterred him. He had merely wanted to hold her hand and ended up being met with hostility. He had no interest in such a domineering woman. Yet he couldn't bear to see her thrive. Now that she was pursuing an older man, he found the spectacle quite entertaining. Chapter 9. The second sister brings an old man home to stir trouble upon hearing his name mentioned. The old man Wang Jian grinned broadly, revealing a set of large, yellowing teeth that nearly made the butcher Su feel nauseated. While his wife often remarked on his rough demeanor, he maintained a degree of cleanliness. However, the presence of this old man was repulsive. What right did he have to marry a daughter as radiant as a flower? He erupted in fury, shouting, "Get lost! All of you, just get out! My daughter will never marry such an old man. Su Qingqing, are you out of your mind? That is your sister. How can you treat her like this?" With a glacial stare, Su Qingqing sneered, "You merely desire a man to enter our family for breeding purposes. What man wouldn't he do? I dare say old Wang seems rather suitable. Stop being pretentious. Since you chose to stay home, it's your responsibility to find a man to marry into the family. I'm merely assisting you. Shouldn't you be grateful? Su Ning gradually approached, towering at a height of 1.7 meters over her sister, who stood at only 1.6 meters. The disparity in their heights created an imposing atmosphere. "I am your second sister. What do you intend to do to me?" She retorted. "In the end, it's your fault, sister. If you were better, would Jiang Jia have left?" Su Qingqing let out a cold laugh, her voice dripping with charm. "Sister, what is the use of having a pretty face if you act like a man? With a foul temper, no man would ever take a liking to you." She was all too familiar with such taunts, having endured them throughout her life. In the past, her second sister would covertly undermine her, but now, with her parents at odds, she felt no need to hold back. Her sensitive and insecure nature was a product of her sister's influence. Yet there was little to blame her for. Her stubbornness, even if akin to a fierce tigress, was preferable to being a soft pushover. Su Ning responded with an impassive expression. "Since you insist on this, I shall comply and embrace the role of a fierce woman. After all, I am the one destined to inherit the family fortune. A soft temperament will not safeguard it. With a sister like you, even if the inheritance were to be handed over, it would be squandered." Without waiting for a retort, she raised her hand and struck several blows, each one delivered with unrelenting force, as if to release all the grievances she had endured over the years. Only when her hand grew numb did she cease. Su Qingqing, blood trickling from her lips as she collapsed to the ground, cried out in despair, "Shun Wenli, you are my man, not a bystander. Are you going to watch me being bullied? Fight back. Go ahead and strike me." A bespectacled man nearby raised an eyebrow and approached, but before he could speak, he noticed the girl draw a club from her waist, her expression icy and devoid of warmth. Su Ning coldly stated, "If my brother-in-law intends to act, he should do so swiftly. I have no time to waste with you. There is far more to tend to at the pig farm. Feeding pigs and cleaning their stalls is preferable to engaging in idle chatter with you." With a resounding crack, the club in her right hand struck against her left, producing a sharp sound that caused Shun Wenli to instinctively step back. Turning to Wang Jian, Shun Wenli taunted, "Old Wang, you'd best hurry up. If you wish to marry my sister-in-law, you'll need to muster more strength. If you can't handle her now, you certainly won't later." Wang Jian, lacking in common sense, swung his fist and charged forward, declaring, "My parents said, a wife who won't listen must be taught a lesson." Soon, the courtyard was filled with anguished screams as Su Ning swung her bat relentlessly, chasing down anyone who dared to flee. Villagers passing by, drawn by the commotion, gathered to witness the spectacle, murmuring among themselves, "Good heavens, why has Ning once again resorted to violence? At this rate, what man would dare to marry her? No wonder that scoundrel Ji ran away. Who could withstand such a fierce woman?" Indeed, this was a lively scene to behold. The Su family, known for their pig farm, was the first in the village to reach the status of a 10,000 yuan household, boasting a charming two-story villa. How could one not feel envious? Typically restrained in their remarks, the villagers seized the opportunity to indulge in the unfolding drama. The butcher, Mr. Su, observed the chaos with averted eyes, resolute in ignoring any affronts to his family, fully aware that anyone daring to provoke them should be prepared for retaliation. When the Jiang family arrived, they could still hear the cries for mercy emanating from within. Exchanging bewildered glances, perplexed by the situation. Could it be that someone owed the Su family money? As the villagers noticed the trio arriving with numerous packages, evidently gifts for a meeting, they cautiously inquired, "Shufan, what brings you here?" Lin Shufan forced a smile, offering a vague response, "Oh, nothing much. Just visiting the butcher's family for a chat." "Ah, could it be that you are here to call off an engagement?" With so many items in tow, that seems the only possibility, they speculated. "Who is this young man?" Guze greeted cheerfully. "Good day to all. You may call me Guze. My mother and I have a matter to attend to. Would you kindly make way?" The crowd erupted in surprise. "You are the youngest son of the Jiang family, the one who returned from the city. My goodness, you are remarkably fair-skinned and tall, though perhaps a bit too slender. Are you unwell?" Lin Shufan stepped forward, glaring fiercely. "Widow Lu, repeat that if you dare. I'll make sure to silence you. Your husband isn't ill. Wasn't it you who caused his demise with your incessant nagging?" With hands on her hips, the fierce widow offered a sheepish smile, quickly retorting, "Oh dear, It's all my fault for my loose tongue. Sister Lin, please don't be angry. Your youngest must have suffered greatly. Now that he is back, he should indulge in some nourishing meat. Lin Shufan shot her a warning glance. Had it not been for the pressing matters at hand, she would have relished the opportunity to retaliate. The villagers parted to create a path, and once inside, Lin Shufan firmly closed the door, leaving the onlookers to their gossip. Upon entering the courtyard, they immediately spotted Su Ning, fiercely wielding her bat. It was unmistakably her, and for a moment, the newcomers were at a loss for how to react. Mr. Su, seeing the Jiang family arrive with the tall young man, glanced anxiously at his daughter, who was in the midst of her fray. His heart sank. This was a disastrous first impression. Clearing his throat, he called out, "Ning, stop this at once. Your Uncle Jiang and Annie have arrived, along with your cousin. Go greet them." At the sound of her father's voice, Su Ning froze, turning to see a handsome, gentle face smiling warmly at her, devoid of any disdain. For a fleeting moment, her mind went blank as reality dawned upon her. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. She approached, somewhat flustered, stammering, "I've met you before, Uncle Jiang, Aunt Lin." Just now, Lin Shufan glanced at the person lying on the ground and smiled, saying, "It's all right. Shall we go inside and talk slowly? My younger son returned yesterday and mentioned he wanted to visit you." She turned to the butcher Su and Sister Zhao, inquiring if it would be convenient to chat indoors. The two quickly welcomed them, cheerfully urging, "Come, let us go inside and sit down to chat." "Xiao Ning, please bring some tea." Chapter 10. The intent of the visitor. Su Ning lowered her head, feeling defeated. What had she just done? Surely he had seen it all and must think she was a fierce woman, prone to violence. Lin Shufan exchanged glances with her son, signaling him discreetly. "Xiao Zhe, why don't you check on Xiao Ning and see if she needs help? The adults will have a chat first." "All right, Mom, I'll go now." As Guze left, the adults felt much more at ease and began to speak in hushed tones. "Sister Lin, your younger son is exceptionally handsome. He truly embodies the charm of a university student," one remarked. Lin Shufan beamed with pride, modestly responding, "Oh no, not at all. The main thing is that this child is understanding. He knew about our family situation yesterday and insisted on coming to visit. Sister Lin, let me clarify what happened earlier so you don't misunderstand. We truly did not know that old man. It's my failure to discipline my daughter well. I must have embarrassed you." Zhao Qianghua expressed her apologies, wishing they had sent away her daughter and son-in-law earlier to avoid further embarrassment. In the main hall, the four adults engaged in conversation while outside, Su Qingqing stood frozen, staring blankly in the direction of Guze, as if her soul had departed. Shen Wenli, standing beside her, scoffed, "What is this? Are you perhaps infatuated with your sister's suitor? It seems you are unaware. The Jiang family's visit does not suggest a withdrawal from the engagement. Are we planning to linger here until we are chased away by the father-in-law? No, I must stay to confirm this. He witnessed my sister's aggression. How could he still wish to marry her? That's impossible." Su Qingqing's voice trembled with despair. Why did her little sister have such fortune? After one Jiang Jie, another Guze appeared, and he was, no less, an attractive university student. How could she hold her head high in front of her sister from now on? Su Ning entered the kitchen to brew tea, sensing a dimming of the light. Instinctively, she looked up, surprised to see him behind her. Guze smiled warmly, saying, "Hello, Miss Su. My mother sent me to check on you. I'll handle the tea. Be careful, it's hot." "Thank you," she stammered. As he watched her, Su Ning felt an overwhelming tension, her hands trembling. Was it due to the earlier altercation? Or was it simply his presence that unnerved her? Internally, she chided herself for being so flustered over merely an attractive man. Before long, the tea was ready. One of them carried the teapot, while the other followed closely like a dutiful spouse, both making their way to the main hall, entirely ignoring the two who lingered at a distance. The villagers observed quietly, whispering among themselves, "Look, could it be that the Jiang family's younger son has taken a liking to Ning? Otherwise, why would he be smiling so? Most men would have fled upon witnessing her aggression. Who knows about this? The thoughts of city dwellers differ from ours. Perhaps they simply enjoy the comforts provided by others. The Su family is quite affluent," someone remarked with a hint of envy. The two entered the living room, one after the other, serving tea and settling down beside their respective parents. One sat upright, confidently observing, while the other's gaze flitted about nervously. Lin Shufan glanced at the two, her satisfaction evident as she nodded in approval. These children truly seemed well matched. Upon receiving her son's subtle gesture, she comprehended and nodded knowingly, her smile growing increasingly genuine. Sister Lin just spoke. Do you have any opinions on her words? No opinions. None at all, they replied in unison. Rest assured that from now on, Guze will be treated as a beloved son, and we shall ensure he thrives, shielding him from any hardship. Xiao Ning, did you hear that? Zhao Qianghua nudged her daughter's arm softly, whispering, Hey, you clever girl, why are you acting like a daft goose today? Your Aunt Lin is asking if you are willing. Su Ning, overwhelmed with anxiety, stammered, Mom, willing for what? Oh dear, Aunt Lin suggested that Guze might come live with us. If you have no objections, we can finalize this after the autumn harvest and arrange the wedding before the new year. If you have a child next year, I can help take care of the little one while you focus on managing the pig farm. Zhao Qianghua's face beamed with delight, as if envisioning a scene of her grandchild frolicking in the yard. Oh, how beautiful, truly splendid, perfectly satisfactory, absolutely delightful. Guze appears to be an excellent match, handsome and intelligent. Surely, the grandchildren will inherit his qualities and not your daughter's cold demeanor. Suningsmin Buset. The word she longed to express stuck in her throat, and she merely nodded in response. Speak up. Is it a yes or no? And what are the betrothal gifts? How much do you intend to give Guze? More than enough. Whatever he decides is fine, she replied. The parents of both families chuckled heartily. Ah, it seems Xiao Ning is quite pleased, and my son is as well. This is a match made in heaven. A wonderful affair indeed. By the way, Xiaoze mentioned borrowing money from Ji, but we are uncertain about the amount. We shall take care of repaying it. Su Tuo waved his hand dismissively, laughing boisterously. From now on, we are one family, so there is no need for formalities regarding debts. Let us consider it as if it never occurred. Their happiness together is far more important. Guze observed the girl, her head bowed, her ears flushed crimson, a stark contrast to her earlier fierce demeanor. It was rather endearing. He held no interest in the overly delicate. Instead, he found her spirited and slightly proud nature far more intriguing. Lin Shufan noticed her son's unwavering gaze on the young lady and chuckled, reminding him, Xiaoze, didn't you buy a gift for Xiaoning? Hurry and present it to her. We shall soon be heading home. Guze retrieved a small box from his pocket, opened it, and pushed it toward her. I wasn't sure what you might like, so I thought a gold necklace would be appealing. If this style doesn't suit your taste, you may exchange it for something else. It's entirely your choice. The butcher couple was taken aback upon seeing the golden necklace, exchanging a surprised glance. They never anticipated that this young man held such significance for Xiaoning. Purchasing a gold necklace on their very first encounter. Was this mere money? No, it signified importance. A breath of relief escaped their hearts, and their satisfaction with Guziuet deepened as they shared a knowing look. Alas, they had yet to venture into town to procure a watch. Zhao Qianghua rose and retreated indoors, returning with a generously thick red envelope. Given the current hardships faced by the Jiang family, monetary gifts seemed the most practical and visually appealing as a meeting token. She presented the substantial packet of cash, wrapped in red paper, directly to Guziue, her approval for her son-in-law growing with each glance. This young man, if nourished well, would undoubtedly possess robust health. As it was their first meeting, it was imperative that he accept this gift. You must stay for lunch today. It presents a perfect opportunity for you young people to converse more, she insisted. Sister Lin, would you not agree? Lin Shufan pondered for a moment, recognizing the fortuitous occasion for the two youngsters to engage in conversation, as solitary interactions would likely make Ning girl more bashful. Very well, we shall impose upon you for lunch, she concluded. Chapter 11. Green with envy, Zhao Qianghua smiled and waved her hand gently, saying softly, Not a bother at all. We shall be one family from now on. Please, do not treat us with formality. We are beyond such pretenses. Lin Shufan chuckled. All right, then I shall join you in the kitchen. No, you are our guest today. It is improper for guests to cook on their first visit. Allow me to demonstrate my culinary skills for you today, Zhao Qianghua asserted. You two continue your conversation while my second daughter and I prepare the meal. Standing at the entrance, Su Qingqing gazed enviously at the radiant gold necklace, wishing to shatter it with her teeth, knowing a single piece cost over 400. When the Shun family came to visit, they only presented a meager 10 yuan in a red envelope, with no hint of golden necklaces or earrings. This thought only intensified her jealousy. She shot a fierce glare at Shun Wenli, her eyes brimming with resentment. Shun Wenli, with a stern expression, felt equally displeased. When he had visited, his mother-in-law had not bestowed such a generous envelope. Why was the treatment so disparate? It was undeniably biased. Zhao Xianghua glanced at the two inconsequential individuals, knowing them to be inept in every regard, yet experts in the art of comparison. As she approached the door, her smile faded, and she lowered her voice to reprimand. "What are you standing there for? Get into the kitchen and help with the cooking. As an elder sister, you should possess some awareness." The mother-daughter duo entered the kitchen, while Su Ning sat rigidly, her fingers tightly gripping the fabric of her clothes, knuckles turning pale. Perhaps she feared his disapproval. Gu Ziyue observed this, his amusement growing. Zhao Qianghua exchanged a few insincere pleasantries with her second son-in-law before dragging her daughter into the kitchen, aware that her son-in-law, with his lofty self-regard, would not deign to assist. One tended the fire while the other busied herself with preparing the meal. Su Qingqing wore a grim expression, her countenance darkened. Throughout her life, she had overshadowed her younger sister, believing everything would unfold to her satisfaction, only to be met with unforeseen complications. The more she contemplated, the more her heart felt as though it were being gnawed by venomous insects. A voice broke through her reverie from above. "What are you daydreaming about? Hurry and add more firewood. I need to stir-fry." Day in and day out, you seem lost in thought. If you possess the skill to wield a knife against outsiders, then why not demonstrate some prowess within? Zhao Qianghua spoke with disappointment evident in her eyes. Throughout her life, she had always treated her three daughters equally, yet her second daughter was inherently rebellious and possessed a strong sense of jealousy. She constantly sought to overshadow her elder and younger sisters, which inevitably caused Zhao heartache. Now, introducing an older man into the equation felt like a humiliation for her younger daughter, a spectacle for outsiders to mock. "You must have only take him away. Today is your sister's special day, and I do not wish to see any older men here. If you attempt this again, do not return. Furthermore," she added, "if I ever discover that you are plotting against your sister, our mother-daughter bond will be severed. You may go wherever you please afterward, but do not meddle in our family affairs." Upon hearing this, Su Qingqing's dissatisfaction reached a boiling point. Her eyes brimmed with resentment. "Since you have stated this, I wish to inquire why, despite all being your daughters, you show such blatant favoritism in matters of marriage. For my elder sister, you found a partner whose parents are kind-hearted, a retired soldier working in a supply cooperative, and their family is harmonious. Yet when it came to me, you kept deferring." Zhao Qianghua was taken aback. She had not anticipated that this was the source of Su's grievances. With a sigh, she explained, "Your elder sister's partner was not chosen by us. He was sought out by your brother-in-law himself, specifically requesting your elder sister. As for your match, we had indeed scouted someone in advance, but that young man must wait 2 years until he is discharged from the military. His family is amiable, yet we never expected you would find yourself in bed with your sister's suitor." The unspoken words lingered between them, and both mother and daughter understood the implications. Su Qingqing scoffed, harboring resentment. "Then why not communicate this? If you choose not to, it feels like deception. Who knows if this is merely an excuse you concocted? And what my sister? Why did you select the Shun family, fully aware that Shun Wenli, being a doctor, would never move in with us? What was the purpose of this charade?" Zhao Qianghua continued her tasks, her expression solemn. "Because the Shun family deceived us. Initially, they promised that one of their 2 sons could marry into our family. It was not precisely a marriage by incorporation, but rather akin to a walking marriage, with one child retaining our family name. The Shun family agreed, which is why your father and I permitted Shun Wenli to meet your sister. However, upon their first meeting, it became clear that they were incompatible, and at that point, we considered retracting our endorsement to find another match for your sister." Su Qingqing, having absorbed this information, remained utterly unconvinced. Given her parents' careful regard for her sister, it seemed improbable that they would make such a blunder. Zhao Qianghua glanced at her and murmured, "See, you have long harbored prejudice against us. Even when presented with evidence, when we speak the truth, you remain unwilling to believe us. The die is cast. For the sake of the children, you must endeavor to live well with Shun Wenli. The past is no longer of consequence. Of no consequence? How could it not be significant? Life in the Shin household is far from pleasant. The in-laws favor the eldest son over their own. And even if she bears a son, they still rely on the eldest for their support in old age, showing little regard for the youngest. Furthermore, they have always looked down upon her for her premarital indiscretions." Su Qingqing maintained a stern silence. Only after a long pause did she tentatively inquire, "Mother, how much do you intend to give Gu Zhe as a meeting gift?" Zhao Qianghua feigned ignorance, but when pressed, she finally responded with irritation. "Whatever amount is appropriate is of no concern to you. He is marrying into our family, and in the future, the children will bear our family name. Those are the members of my family. How much I am willing to give them is a matter solely between your father and me, and it is not your place to assume control. Now, there is no need for you to stoke the fire. Swiftly go and drive that Wang fellow away. If he refuses to leave, you both can return home. Even a person of great education and composure can occasionally lose their temper." Su Qingqing rose abruptly, handed some money to Wang Jian, and after much persuasion, managed to send him away. She glanced at the villagers outside, boasting loudly, and merely curled her lip in silence. A burning sensation coursed through her face as she covered it, casting a resentful look toward the main room. That wretched girl dared to strike her, truly. She was bold as a bear. A flicker of calculation crossed her mind as she went to the backyard, picked some peaches, washed them, and sliced them neatly before carrying them to the main room, deliberately edging toward Guze. "Guze, I heard you're a university student. Where have you been assigned to work? Will you return to the city?" Guze replied gently, "I was at the machinery factory, but it has now been transferred to someone else. After so many years away from my parents, I merely wish to reunite with them and have no intention of returning to the city." Su Qingqing leaned closer, her bosom inadvertently exposed, laughing coyly. "Come eat some peaches. The ones we grow are the sweetest." As she spoke, she feigned weakness, intending to fall into his embrace. However, Guze anticipated her move, gracefully sidestepping her. She fell forward, landing awkwardly, sending the plate of peaches flying. Ripe peach slices tumbled onto her, staining her red dress in a most embarrassing manner. Chapter 12. The second sister-in-law's machinations. Several pairs of eyes turned toward her, and the butcher's smile faltered as he regarded his scheming second daughter, wishing he could cast her out for the humiliation she was causing. "My apologies, Brother Jiang. My second daughter is rather unsteady on her feet, and I fear you have become the subject of amusement." He scolded her softly. "Get up quickly. If you can't walk properly, then don't wear high heels. Don't let our guests laugh at you. Go outside immediately." Mr. and Mrs. Jiang exchanged amused glances, but said nothing, aware of the temperament of the butcher's three daughters. It was no surprise that the second one would behave in such a manner. It is quite normal for a family to have a member who is a bit eccentric. Su Qingqing clambered up from the ground, her eyes accusing as she glared at Guze, expressing her dissatisfaction. "Why did you dodge? Did you not see that I needed your help? How could you be so oblivious? How will you enter my home in the future?" Miss Su, one who believes in propriety between the sexes, particularly for a married woman, should allow her husband to assist her. It is essential to walk steadily, otherwise misunderstandings may arise. Guze stood beside Su Ning, speaking earnestly. Su Qingqing, infuriated by his gentle and courteous demeanor, seized the opportunity to needle him, pointing at her face with gritted teeth. "Look at my face. This is the result of my dear sister's actions. If she treats her own blood this way, she will certainly do the same to you. Ah, with your frail frame, can you withstand even a single blow from my sister? Don't come crying to me when you wish to return home. It will be too late." Guze chuckled softly at her words, his voice melodious, as he gazed at her with his captivating eyes, quietly inquiring. "My visage is rather pleasing, is it not? I am inherently suited to indulge in a life of ease. Furthermore, who could possibly bring themselves to strike such a countenance? Could the esteemed Miss Su ever lay a hand upon it? If you cannot, then surely Su Ning would not either. As for why Su Ning might raise a hand against you, that is a matter between sisters, and, as a man, I am not one to pry. Su Qingqing found herself momentarily at a loss for words, caught off guard. Observing his second daughter, who relished in clever repartee, yet found herself silenced by Gu Zhe. Su Tuho felt a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, this is how it should be. A couple ought to engage in conversation more often. His younger daughter, being taciturn, made him ponder. If her husband shared this disposition, their life together would be akin to living with a mute. He preferred Gu Zhe's magnanimous temperament, which exuded an air of sophistication, and he found himself increasingly pleased with him. He chuckled heartily, affirming, "Indeed, Gu Zhe speaks wisely. Matters between sisters should be discussed privately and at leisure." Casting a sidelong glance at his second daughter, he gestured, "Hurry now, tidy up the things on the floor. Once you've finished, assist your mother in the kitchen. It cannot always be about feasting." With reddened eyes, Su Qingqing complied and departed. Once she had left, Gu Zhe took a seat beside her, noticing the sudden quickening of her breath, a flicker of interest sparking within his gaze. He found this playful banter quite amusing. Clearing his throat, he reminded himself to temper his demeanor. In this era, excessive flirtation could be misconstrued as lewdness, which would certainly invite reprimand. Villagers gathered at the doorway, straining their ears to catch snippets of conversation. Yet, all they discerned were the hearty laughs of the butcher, a clear indication that all was well within. "Dr. Shun," remarked one villager, "it seems your father-in-law is on the cusp of joyous news. With all three daughters set to marry, they await the arrival of grandchildren. With wealth in the household, their future appears bright." Indeed, another chimed in, "Unlike us, who toil daily just to scrape by, our lives are fraught with hardship." One individual, with a tinge of envy, added, "Yes, if only we had sired a handsome son to marry into a wealthy family, we could have benefited from their prosperity. The Jiang family is bound to thrive henceforth." Dr. Shen's expression grew somewhat strained. In times past, when he and his wife returned, these villagers had lauded him to the heavens, and he reveled in that exalted feeling. But now, all eyes were on Gu Zhe, a pale-faced youth who appeared frail. The prospect of continuing the family line seemed uncertain at best. In a measured tone, he remarked, "The Su family is distinct. What connection does it share with the Jiang family? Being in-laws does not grant the Jiang family the right to the Su family's wealth, nor can the Su family settle Jiang's debts." He alluded to a prior conversation with his wife, mentioning that Ji Yi had fled, leaving behind a trail of gambling debts, sufficient to burden the Jiang family. Indeed, otherwise, why would they sell off their youngest son upon his return? What family would willingly allow their son to marry into another? The villagers exchanged knowing glances, fully aware of the implications. Upon exiting the Su household, some of the more curious individuals made their way to the neighboring village to inform the Lin family, anticipating a lively scene when Lin Shangquan approached the Jiang family for repayment. At 11:30, Zhao Qianghua had laid out an elaborate spread, being in the livestock business. Their household was never in want of meat. Braised pork, braised spare ribs, pig's trotters, and stir-fried eggplant adorned the table as the family gathered around, warmly inviting each other. "Come, eat while it's hot. Xiao Zhe, do sample your aunt's culinary skills. I take great delight in cooking, yet this father-daughter duo remains unimpressed." Gu Zhe glanced at the dishes, discerning that the flavors might not be particularly appealing. He picked up his chopsticks, took a piece of braised pork, and nearly choked on the richness of it. The absence of oil rendered it excessively greasy. Maintaining a stoic expression, he remarked, "Delicious, thank you, Annie." Zhao Qianghua, originally a city youth sent to the countryside, had basked in familial favor and rarely engaged in cooking until her marriage. It could be said her food was edible but hardly exceptional. The father and daughter often ate in silence, offering little more than perfunctory compliments when pressed, their insincerity evident. "Ah, the son-in-law is quite good. I claim my cooking is not at fault, merely that my husband and daughter fail to appreciate it." Su Ning's eyes flickered before he too took a bite, nearly spitting it out. "Mom, you've added too much salt. This tastes like pickled vegetables." Zhao Qianghua shot him a glare, retorting, "This is the extent of my abilities. If you don't wish to eat, then don't. You two don't even know how to cook, and yet criticize me." At least I can manage a meal. No, that is not my point. Just a little less salt would suffice, and it needs to be cooked properly. I have no other demands. Oof. Xiaozhe claims my cooking is delightful. Su Ning murmured softly, that is just him being polite. The truth is, it's far too salty. Zhao Qianghua, displeased, snapped. Speak up. What are you mumbling about? If it's too salty, just rinse it off. You can still eat it. It goes well with rice. If you're not satisfied, you can cook for yourself next time. The adults at the table engaged in light-hearted banter, while Lin Shufan struggled to swallow the bitter greens, finding it quite astonishing that the vegetables could be made visually appealing, yet utterly unpalatable. Su Ning observed her unchanging demeanor and felt a flicker of confusion. Could his mother's cooking truly be that bad, or was she simply unable to discern the flavors? Chapter 13. Infuriated to the brink of despair, Winley had taken a couple of bites before giving up. Every visit to his father-in-law's home featured this unbearable dining experience, and he was on the verge of developing a psychological aversion. It was one thing for his wife's cooking to be subpar, but his mother-in-law's was even worse. How could perfectly good meat be transformed into something so unpalatable? Each time, it pained him deeply. If this meat were prepared by his mother, it would undoubtedly surpass the fare of any state-run restaurant. This much was certain. Su Qingqing, ever the restless spirit, had taken a few bites before setting her chopsticks down. She surveyed the people across from her and casually inquired, "Guze, since you've been assigned to the machinery factory, do you also possess repair skills?" Guze replied affirmatively, "I can handle electrical systems, repair tractors, and have some knowledge of bicycles. I am most adept with accounting." "Isn't the machinery factory primarily for laborers? How come you can repair so many things?" "Well, as a technician, it's normal to have a broader skill set. After all, repairing is simply a matter of understanding the principles involved." Su Qingqing paused, furrowing her brow. "You can also manage accounts. Does that mean once you marry in, you will simply handle the finances at home?" Such ambition seems rather grand, given that the Jiang family is quite impoverished. One cannot help but suspect that they may be coveting their wealth. Who, after all, would take a liking to a sister known for her violent temperament? Upon hearing this, the butcher, Su, cast a fierce glare in her direction. "Silence. Even during meals, your incessant chattering is unbearable. It would be far more beneficial if Guze were to manage our finances and accounts when he visits our home. It would certainly ease the burden on both me and your mother. Once you have children, we can focus on raising them, while Xiao Ning tends to the pig farm, and you can take charge of the finances. As they grow older, it is prudent for the younger daughter to handle the accounts before marriage, but once she is wed, it may not bode well for her new household if she remains involved for too long. It is essential to let go when the time is right. Ultimately, they will forge their own paths, and the lives of the daughter and son-in-law will prevail. One cannot live in constant suspicion, as it breeds discord in the heart." Hearing these words, Su Qingqing felt a pang of anxiety. She currently benefits from returning intermittently to claim meat and money, but if Guze were to oversee the finances, she would no longer be able to gain any advantage. How could such a vast family fortune fall into the hands of outsiders? She glanced at the man beside her, playfully twisting his thigh, her eyes conveying a message. "Winley, I recall that your hospital is still in need of positions. Perhaps you could introduce Guze?" Implying that Guze, as a man, should at least have his own job to provide a sense of security, she continued, "What if one day your sister scrutinizes the accounts and finds you overspending?" Su Ning looked at him intently, articulating each word. "From now on, I will earn the money while you spend it. I will entrust all financial matters to you without question." Guze observed her earnestness, a smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his lips. The sensation of being trusted was far more gratifying than the thrill of eliminating countless targets. "I understand. Although my body may be somewhat weakened, I possess the intellect to learn how to raise pigs, and I will ensure that the accounts are meticulously organized." Their eyes locked momentarily, and Su Ning quickly turned away, too bashful to maintain the gaze. Her ears flushed a charming shade of red. Zhao Qianghua, witnessing the chemistry between them, couldn't help but chuckle. Harmony in a relationship is indeed a blessing that paves the way for a happy future. However, she turned her attention to her second daughter, who had a penchant for instigating. With her smile fading into a more serious demeanor, she remarked, "Ching Ching, now that you are married and have children, it would be wise to prioritize your husband's family. Other daughters return home once or twice a year, yet you come back dozens of times, at least 2 or 3 times a month. Over time, how can your in-laws not develop reservations?" Su Chingching retorted, "Mother, I am merely married, not sold off. This is my maternal home, and it will always be my home. What is wrong with wanting to return? It's not as if I have a younger brother. If I did, a married sister would not be permitted to visit frequently." The butcher cast a sidelong glance at his silent son-in-law, interpreting his silence as tacit agreement. Each month, she returns laden with gifts for her in-laws, only for them to ultimately benefit while being looked down upon. This headstrong girl seems to be courting trouble. It is no wonder her in-laws hold her in low regard, as she squanders her opportunities and lacks ambition. After finishing their meal, the Jiang family departed. Su Qingqing, eyeing her sister's golden necklace with envy, urged, "Sister, why not try on that necklace? Let me see how it looks on you." "Ah, indeed. You may be unaware in the countryside, but I have heard in town of a family that extravagantly gifted gold to their bride, only to discover that it was merely a thin veneer of gold concealing worthless copper beneath, far from pure gold. Sister, do keep your wits about you. You are aware of the Jiang family's poverty. Even if they hold you in high regard, it is unlikely they would purchase a gold necklace upon your first meeting. My second brother-in-law, despite his favorable circumstances, did not bestow such gifts even on our initial encounter." The implications within this conversation are quite clear. Su Ning delicately cradled the box, her precious demeanor unmistakable. Upon hearing these words, she pursed her lips and spoke candidly. "Indeed, sister, if your second brother-in-law, who is well off, did not buy you anything, it is simply because he perceives your pregnancy before marriage as a sign of your lack of self-respect, deeming you unworthy of such gifts. There are those who can afford to, but yet choose not to, and then there are those who may struggle to afford it, but will find a way. These are fundamentally different situations." Su Qingqing, infuriated, pointed a finger at her. "You, how dare you talk back to me now? Oomph. You are marrying at the end of the year. Who knows what changes might occur in the next 6 months. Guze's appearance hardly suggests he is the type to settle down." Su Ning cast a sidelong glance at the onlooker, Shun Wenli, and remarked unapologetically, "Your second brother-in-law may not be handsome, yet that does not hinder his restless nature." Shun Wenli was taken aback. "If I may interject, just last month, while I was at the hospital picking up medication, I encountered someone who bore a striking resemblance to your second brother-in-law, engaged in a rather inappropriate manner with a young nurse, truly an eyesore." With a cold glance sweeping over them, she asserted, "From now on, I shall be the head of the Su family. I will choose my suitor, and the affairs of the Su family will be determined by me. Anyone who disagrees is free to stay away. Sister, while you may currently benefit from the Su family, once I am married, you will find such advantages impossible to maintain. We are not lacking in stature. Why do you repeatedly return to your family to take advantage?" Su Qingqing, overwhelmed with rage, raised her hand as if to strike. Su Ning seized her wrist, looking down upon her. "Sister, I have grown. I am no longer the young girl you once bullied at will. If you were wise, you would refrain from seeking unnecessary trouble. Oh, how could I forget? You are both foolish and wicked. You are simply excessive." Shun Wenli grasped his wife's hand, his expression darkening. "If my sister-in-law does not welcome us, perhaps we should take our leave." Chapter 14. The assertive Su Ning standing tall. Su Ning maintained a stoic countenance. "Please leave without further ado. Today, the pig farm is not slaughtering. We cannot provide you with meat to take back. It would be wise for you to return to town promptly. While the Su family is not lacking in wealth, we believe that a son-in-law should not arrive empty-handed, a lesson surely imparted by your Shun family, requiring no further reminders from others. Those who know us do not treat themselves as outsiders. Those who do not might mistakenly think the Shun family impoverished, in need of assistance for sustenance." Shun Wenli's eyes darkened, his previously courteous demeanor vanished, his lips pressed into a thin line. "Very well. This is the first time I have been so humiliated." Su Qingqing, in a fit of rage, began to stomp her feet, screaming in despair. "You insolent girl! Just wait until I teach you a proper lesson. I am your elder sister. How dare you speak to me like that? What right do you have to act as the head of the household. What right? Dear parents, behold, this is the well-mannered daughter you have raised. When you depart from this world, will she sever ties with me and my elder sister, allowing the Su family's fortune to fall into the hands of the Jiang family? The butcher of the Su family wore a stern expression, glancing at me menacingly. Have you finished speaking? Even if that were the case, we would accept it. We misjudged the character of the person, and it has nothing to do with you. A married daughter. Day after day, you are only preoccupied with extracting resources from your maternal family. As for you, my second son-in-law, your monthly salary is substantial. Is it truly a hardship to support your wife and children? Not at all. It is indeed not a hardship. I simply recalled that there are matters at home that require my attention, so I shall take my leave now and visit my esteemed in-laws another day. With that said, I forced a smile, tugging Su Qingqing away, determined to remember this indignity. The Su and Jiang families would soon witness the consequences. As we walked away, the echoes of Su Qingqing's cries lingered in the air. Zhao Qianghua cleared her throat and stated, "All right, today marks a joyous occasion for our family. Let us not allow that ungrateful individual to dampen our spirits." She continued, "Xiao Ning, you have performed admirably today. From now on, you shall take charge of the household. You must establish your authority, for otherwise, many will be eager to partake in our vast estate." With time still on our side, she encouraged, "Why not visit the pig farm?" Su Ning nodded in agreement and departed promptly. Upon returning home, Jiang family member Gu Zhe opened the red envelope and was taken aback. 1,000 yuan for a first meeting. This was a sum equivalent to a fortune in the 1980s, not the trivial amount of a later era. The Jiang family members gasped in astonishment. Wow, this sum is rather generous. Clearly, they hold our younger brother in high regard. What do you think of Su Ning? She is quite endearing, Gu Zhe responded. The eldest of the Jiang family paused. Endearing? Is marriage not about compatibility in daily life, rather than mere charm? She is not a little rabbit. The two little ones nearby hopped about, giggling and chanting, "Little rabbit pure and white." Gu Zhe chuckled and nodded. I assure you, she is delightful. Once married, they should enjoy a harmonious relationship, so there is no need for elder brother and sister-in-law to worry. Now, let us assess our debts. We must ascertain the total amount owed to have a clear understanding, he continued. Jiang Jiangguo hesitated. Xiao Zhe, are you planning to use the envelope money to settle debts? This is a sign of the Su family's esteem for you. If they discover you are using it to pay off debts, it may not reflect well. That is not my intention. I possess some savings of my own. If the debts are manageable, I will repay them. If they are significant, I shall devise a plan to earn more. Very well, let us calculate. Half an hour later, Gu Zhe retrieved the document outlining the severance of relations, which clearly stated the amount Jiang Ji owed. To eliminate all potential issues, he might seek trouble in the future. The debts were laid out plainly. Remarkably, that foolish individual had kept meticulous records. The principal debt is 175 from gambling with Lin Shengquan, and the rest are various smaller amounts, totaling 363.40. Gu Zhe reflected on the funds he had acquired from the Gu family, totaling 500 yuan, along with a few dozen yuan taken from a thug. After spending over 600 on a gold necklace, he was left with more than 900. The savings account, containing 5,000, remained untouched. Settling debts would be straightforward. He would simply await the debt collectors and repay them directly. With clarity in his mind, he declared, when the time comes for repayment, I shall manage it. The Jiang family, upon hearing this, repeatedly shook their heads, their faces etched with guilt. No, that debt was incurred by Ji. It has nothing to do with you. How can we use your money to repay it? Once the harvest is good, we can sell the grain and have the funds, they insisted. Gu Zhe understood the plight of farmers. After a year of toiling tirelessly for a meager yield, once the state's share was deducted, what remained was barely enough for the family, intertwined with the nuances of social obligations. Selling the grain would jeopardize their survival through the harsh winter. Mother, father, if we sell the grain, how will we endure the winter? Adults can manage, but what about the children's hunger in the bitter cold? He argued, we are a family. We must weather hardships together. It is unjust for me to have money while you sell food and starve, only for me to buy grain. It would be a futile endeavor. Gao Hongxia glanced at her husband and spoke, Mom, Dad Dajwang, I believe my brother-in-law is right. There's no need for such turmoil. We can temporarily use his money and write an IOU. When we are more financially comfortable, we can pay him back gradually. Jiang Jiangwo pondered this suggestion. It was indeed a wise approach. They could not take advantage of their younger son, yet the pressing reality presented no better alternatives. Earning a living in the countryside was challenging. If they could raise pigs, life might improve, but managing pigs was fraught with difficulties and could lead to waste due to disease. Guze interjected, "Indeed, if you feel uncomfortable, we can write an IOU. There will be no interest, and you can repay it whenever convenient." What is there to repay? This is merely what I've extracted from the Gu family. Without Jiangji, I would have had such an opportunity. It is merely the cycle of cause and effect. Ultimately, they agreed to write the IOU, stipulating repayments every 6 months, with a set amount for each installment, and the matter was settled. Meanwhile, Lin Shengquan lounged carelessly in his chair at home when someone entered and whispered a few words in his ear. Instantly, the previously nonchalant man sprang to attention, eyes wide, exclaiming, "What did you say?" Jiangji's wretched son returned after he ran away. "Am I hearing this correctly? What a coincidence." The informant shook his head. "I'm not sure. I heard it from the Andes. They say the returning younger son has made arrangements with the wealthy Su family, even gifting that fiery Su Ning a gold necklace worth over 400. The Jiang family must have money to repay us. When shall we collect the debt, Lin Ge? If that is indeed the case, we should go collect it, lest it be too late and someone else takes it from us." Lin Xingchuan's eyes darted as he casually inquired, "What do you know about that lad? He isn't someone with connections in the city, is he? I prefer not to provoke such individuals." The informant shook his head. "Not likely. I've heard he is tall and good-looking, but appears quite frail, suggesting life in the city hasn't been kind to him. He is merely a sickly wretch. Perhaps it's just Su Ning who is blind to his flaws." As dusk settled, Guze played with the 2 children in the courtyard, their laughter echoing joyfully into the evening air. A figure approached, carrying something, and paused at the doorway, peering through the crack, observing the warmth of his smile and the gentleness in his speech. The figure noted the absence of impatience in his gaze directed towards the children. A thought flickered through Suning's mind. If he were to become a father in the future, he would undoubtedly be a wonderful one. Realizing the nature of his thoughts, his face flushed instantly, and he instinctively touched his slightly warm cheeks, shaking his head to dismiss the chaotic notions swirling within. He raised his hand to knock on the door. Upon hearing the knock, the little one chimed in a sweet voice, "Uncle, someone is knocking at the door. Shall we go see who it is?" "Yes, let's go see who it is," replied Guze as he set the 2 little ones down, shaking his slightly sore arms. The original body he inhabited was remarkably weak, and it was particularly frustrating that he couldn't train effectively at present. The lack of proper nutrition meant that any vigorous exercise could potentially leave him faint. As he opened the door, their eyes met. Guze raised an eyebrow and smiled at her. "Miss Su, you've arrived. Please come in." Suning noticed his evident nervousness, and the words she had meticulously prepared for this moment seemed to evaporate from her lips, leaving her feeling disheartened as her intention to make a good impression crumbled. Lowering her head in defeat, she scolded herself for being so inept with words. She awkwardly raised the hefty pig's leg she had just procured and 3 ribs she stuffed into his arms, saying, "Here, for you to eat. You should eat more. It's good for your health. You're too thin." Immediately realizing the awkwardness of her statement, she hurried to clarify, "I didn't mean it like that. I wasn't implying anything about your health. I just meant you should eat more meat." "Yes, that's it." Suning dared not meet his gaze. "The pig is freshly slaughtered. I should head back now. Thank you for speaking on my behalf in front of my sister at noon. Goodbye." With that, she turned and hurried away, oblivious to the fact that her movements were rather clumsy. Guze struggled to suppress his laughter, which burst forth as soon as she was out of sight. The 2 little ones looked up at him, tilting their heads in curiosity. "Uncle, what are you laughing at? Is it because you're happy about eating meat tonight?" "Haha, it's nothing. Let us go inside," Guze replied, bringing the pig's trotter and ribs into the kitchen. Whispering to his mother, "Mom, this is what sister-in-law Su sent over. It's too hot to keep, so let us eat it tonight." Lin Shufan gazed at the abundance of meat, reluctant to consume it all at once, yet recognizing that the heat posed a risk of spoilage. All right, we'll cook it for dinner. By the way, didn't Tiyu invite Suning to stay for dinner? Before I could say anything, she had already left. Gao Hongxia chuckled at this. Suning is probably just shy, no matter how bold a girl may be, when faced with someone she fancies. It's only natural for her to feel bashful. Guze nodded, preparing to settle down and start fire. No, you are a man and a scholar. The kitchen is not a place for you to busy yourself. Go rest in the yard while we handle the cooking. Mom, sister-in-law, I actually cook quite well. I'll make something for you to taste next time. Oh, you can cook? Guze nodded with a smile. Recalling how the original owner of this body had learned to do everything while living with his foster parents, cooking being the most fundamental skill. However, he had acquired even more skills through forced training in a future world. He found joy in cooking, relishing the transformation of ordinary ingredients into delectable dishes that brought happiness to those who savored them. Had it not been for the unfortunate accident in his past life, he would have returned to Huaxia to open a restaurant, leading a simple and fulfilling life. Lin Shufan quickly comprehended the situation, her eyes filled with concern. All right, when you have time another day, make it for us to enjoy. For now, go rest for a while. Don't tire yourself out. Guze, holding a child in each hand, entered the yard to tell stories. Once the children became enchanted by the tales, they clamored at night to sleep with their dear uncle. The enticing aroma of meat wafted through the air, causing the neighbors to inhale deeply, their mouths watering with longing, while the children at home clamored for the delicious fare. The sounds of wailing and crying echoed incessantly. At the Zhang family's dinner table, a rare spread of meat dishes was laid out, and the little ones nestled beside Guze, giggling. Uncle, we really like you. When you come home, we get to eat meat every day. One child complained, that other uncle is dreadful. He doesn't bring home meat and even tricks me out of my candy. What a villain. Jiang Dazhuang retorted. You two little rascals are only sweet-talking your uncle because of the meat you've eaten. How cunning you are. From now on, study diligently, just like your uncle, and become a college student. Only then will our family have hope. If you don't study, you'll be toiling in the dirt for a lifetime with no good days ahead. Yes, we won't be like our uncle, study hard, and become college students so we can have plenty of meat. Guze chuckled. All right, before the busy season begins, I will teach you phonetics and numbers. Whoever learns well will be rewarded with delicious treats. Indeed, if we learn well, there will be monetary rewards with money. We could buy whatever we desire. Ah, uncle, you are truly wonderful. The two little ones grinned widely, their affection for their uncle sincere. He treated them kindly and never struck them like the other uncle did. They wished that other uncle would never return. Their hearts belonged solely to this beloved uncle. After the family enjoyed their meal, they sat in the yard, basking in the cool evening air and gazing at the stars. Guze cradled one child on each side, pointing, Look, over there is the Big Dipper. When people get lost at night, they can find their way by looking at that. And that is Vega, while over there is Altair. Would you like to hear a story? The children, their bellies full, felt drowsy, nodding their little heads like chicks pecking at grains. Yes, we want to hear Uncle's story. As the tales unfolded, Guze felt a weight on his shoulder. The two little ones had drifted off to sleep. Gao Hongxia, noticing this, hurriedly carried the children indoors and proceeded to boil a large pot of water. She called out, Little brother-in-law, the hot water is ready. Why not take a bath and rest early? Let me know in the morning what you would like to eat. Guze smiled gently, ever polite. Thank you, sister-in-law. I can eat anything, just like everyone else. All right, I understand, Gao Hongxia thought, planning to prepare a bowl of steamed eggs for her brother-in-law. Knowing his physique was rather frail, he needed nourishing food to strengthen his body. With the wedding approaching in 6 months, it was imperative he regained his strength. Guze felt a tickle in his nose, unable to suppress 2 sneezes, mumbling softly, Who is speaking to me again? As he lay in bed, listening to the sounds around him, an unprecedented calm enveloped his heart. The dreams of bloodshed and carnage, the overwhelming scent of iron, were gradually receding from him. He enjoyed a night of dreamless slumber until dawn. After freshening up and opening the door, he was met by several men, their gazes fixed upon him with predatory intent. The leader bearing a long scar across his face. Gazing upon him, One could easily sense his formidable demeanor. Though unfamiliar, he certainly did not appear benevolent. Chapter 16. The Debt Collector Approaches. Lin Shengquan scrutinized him with a gaze rife with disdain. Such a delicate figure could only attract the attention of someone as blind as Jiang Ning. What was there but a pretty face? Regardless of how many muscles he possessed. Why would she overlook someone like me? His stern expression was indeed intimidating. The monkey, in astonishment, exclaimed, "Brother Lin, is that truly the youngest son of the Jiang family? He is extraordinarily handsome, exuding an air of refinement akin to a professor one might see on television." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a resounding slap struck his forehead. "Silence. Do I lack eyes to see? It's not as though I'm oblivious to his looks. What need is there for your incessant prattle?" Lin Shengquan clenched his fists, his gaze menacing. "Everyone focus. We are here to collect a debt, not to admire faces. We are all men. What is there to find appealing? A pretty face does not fill the stomach." Huzi scratched his head and muttered softly, "Brother Lin, a handsome face can indeed be quite advantageous. The Su family is wealthy, and their daughter seems smitten with this pretty boy. Once the elderly pass, won't their fortune be inherited by him? This is certainly a quicker route to wealth than our hard work. Good looks do hold their merit. Get out of my way. Who asked you to disrupt the proceedings? If you bring me shame today, you shall see how I deal with you." Instantly, the subordinates trailing behind fell silent. Brother Lin is commendable in many respects. Yet he cannot abide the truth. It can be quite vexing at times. Lin Shengquan hastened to the courtyard entrance, exuding an imposing presence, eager to overshadow the pretty boy. However, as he approached, he discovered a fatal flaw. Damn it, he was not as tall as the handsome youth, standing at nearly 6 feet himself. It was illogical that the young man towered above him, likely exceeding 6'3". Curse be it, he found himself craning his neck to meet the other's gaze. Guze raised an eyebrow, looking at them with a gentle voice. "Who are you seeking?" The group collectively gasped. Lin Shengquan straightened his back and declared defiantly, "I have come to collect a debt from the Jiang family. Jiang Jai lost a gamble, and I possess the promissory note. This debt is yours to acknowledge. To collect a debt, then please come inside and discuss it." A villager approached, intrigued by the commotion, only to witness Lin Shengquan and his companions enter the courtyard, the wooden door slamming shut with a resounding thud, leaving them unable to see further. Unless one were to crouch and peer through the door, only the most curious might dare to glimpse inside. Within the courtyard, the two parties stood in opposition. Lin Shengquan signaled to his companion, "Monkey, hurry and produce the IOU. Let them see it clearly. I must have my money today. I have heard that you were able to purchase gold necklaces at the Su family yesterday, so clearly you are not lacking in funds. It would be most inappropriate to neglect your debts." Guze glanced at the document, his gaze drawn to the amount and the signature, a flicker of something unusual passing through his eyes before he returned to his calm demeanor. With a tranquil expression, he remarked, "It states here that the debt amounts to 375 yuan, correct?" Lin Shengquan's gaze faltered momentarily, but he responded with conviction, "Yes, 375. Is there a problem? This document bears Jiang Jai's signature and seal. We are all individuals of a great collective. Although we may indulge in a bit too much card play in our daily lives, we are certainly not unscrupulous. This written acknowledgement is undoubtedly valid. So I urge you to return the funds promptly." The Jiang family exchanged glances, their brows furrowing in confusion. Something was amiss. The debt was originally 175. It had inexplicably transformed into 375. Who was lying? Was it Jia? Or was it Lin Shengquan? If Lin Shengquan were indeed deceiving, then why had none of the previous debtors ever mentioned it? Was there some ulterior motive at play? Guze's lips curled into a sly smile, his alluring peach blossom eyes narrowing dangerously. Excellent. They were unwilling to seize the opportunity to speak the truth. Thus, the debt need not be repaid. Why should they be silent when the opportunity was presented? If they had simply been forthright, the matter could have been resolved amicably. But their attempts to manipulate the situation were utterly foolish. "Very well," he replied with alacrity, "please wait a moment while I fetch the money." The Jiang family, bewildered by his intentions, remained compliant. having previously agreed to follow their younger uncle's lead. It was only natural that they would be perplexed by the actions of a clever individual. Guze soon re-emerged, placing a thick stack of cash on the table. A cursory glance revealed several hundred, more than sufficient to settle their fraudulent claim, with some left over for a celebratory drink. After all, with Jiang Jia having fled, who would ever discover their deceit? Lin Shengquan grinned broadly, stepping forward to seize the money. However, a strong hand pressed down against the table, rendering him immobile, as if he were welded in place, startling him internally. As he prepared to struggle, the pressure on his hand lessened, causing him to lean back instinctively and fall unceremoniously to the ground, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Guze. "You've lost your mind. You owe us money. What do you mean by this? Are you planning to default?" Guze chuckled. "How could that be? I, as a university student, uphold the utmost principles. However, since there's 800 or 900 here, and your debt is merely a little over 300, it seems rather inappropriate for you to claim it all. Given that Jia's debt was related to gambling, why not resolve the matter through a game? If you manage to win against me, all this money shall be yours. However, should you lose, the promissory note must be returned to me, and you shall have to strip down to your undergarments and run through the streets. What do you think?" Lin Shengquan eyed him warily. "Are you serious? If we win, we keep the 800 or 900, and if we lose, you only take back the note, and we run in our underpants?" They were, after all, petty rogues. Losing face was trivial, but the prospect of 800 or 900 was undeniably tempting. Guze readily agreed. "Indeed, such simple terms. If you accept, we shall draft a written agreement. If not, I can simply hand you the 300 now." With that, he picked up the thick stack of cash and leisurely began counting it before their eyes, finally pulling out a portion to set aside, creating a stark contrast with the remainder. The hearts of Lin Shengquan and his companions raced, their eyes fixated on the money. If they could win, it would be their path to prosperity. What should we do, brothers? Should we demand the debt outright, or take a gamble with him? As I ponder, I realize that the inhabitants of this city are cunning and may indeed be plotting against us. However, we have played cards since childhood. I refuse to believe that this seemingly diligent student would engage in gambling. Perhaps we should give it a try. The group engaged in hushed whispers, and ultimately, Lin Shengquan decisively declared, "Very well, let us gamble. There is no way I shall lose. Should fortune favor him, the winnings could multiply 7 or 8 times, while a loss would amount to merely over 100 yuan, accompanied by the embarrassment of sprinting in one's undergarments. In comparison, a gamble seems worthwhile." Chapter 17. A gamble. The loud proclamation reached the ears of villagers peering through the door. They exchanged astonished glances and murmured among themselves, "Alas, the youngest son of the Jiang family dares to wager against Lin Shengquan. Those who dabble in gambling are doomed for life. The Jiang family is truly unfortunate. Both sons entangled in this vice. Oh dear, the future appears bleak." A girl clad in a floral short-sleeved shirt, upon overhearing, her eyes twinkled with intrigue as she hurried toward the pig farm. Yu Hongmei, breathless from exhaustion, cast a glance at the towering courtyard wall on the hillside, a flicker of envy crossing her gaze. In her youth, she and Su Ning were classmates, during a time when the Su family was not as affluent. Their bond was strong, but as news of the Su family's newfound wealth emerged, she was left astonished and perplexed. Why had Su Ning, who had once been so close, never mentioned this transformation, despite claiming to be her friend? As time passed, the chasm between them widened, from backpacks and pencil cases to clothing. She felt like a mere jester in comparison. That moment of jealousy was overwhelming. Reflecting on her school days, recalling Su Ning's past misfortunes, brought her a sense of satisfaction. Yet, she had since evolved into a taciturn, vengeful individual. No one dared to provoke her at school. The vulnerability she once displayed was now concealed, a pity indeed. Nevertheless, if she harbored feelings for Guze, she would pursue him as well. After all, they were good sisters. If her life was devoid of joy, why should Su Ning bask in happiness? At the pig farm, several men were busy clearing pig waste amidst the foul stench. Su Ning remainet composite, a subtle smile gracing her lips. "Ning girl, I heard the Jiang family visited your home yesterday. Are they planning a marriage before the new year?" That is splendid news. Su Ning merely pursed her lips and gave a muted response, her brows curving slightly. With her naturally radiant and exuberant features, even a hint of a smile rendered her strikingly beautiful. Ah, Ning girl, you are both lovely and capable. The one you fancy must be exceptional. Why not bring him to the pig farm one day, so we may have a look? We can help you assess his worth, one man jested. Indeed, we could take him to the town bathhouse. A thorough wash would reveal all. We wouldn't want any hidden flaws, another chimed in. Upon hearing this, Su Ning frowned and insisted, Uncle Lao Jin, please do not speak so. He is perfectly fine. He is a good person. Please do not disparage him. The men erupted into laughter, teasing, oh, look at her defending him. It seems she is truly smitten. This is wonderful news. Once, when the topic of inheritance arose, you, my dear girl, did not exhibit such a strong reaction. It is quite different when it concerns someone you hold dear. Suddenly, a loud knocking resonated at the door. Su Ning brushed off the dust from her clothes and opened the door, only to be met with a chilling sight. What brings you here, Yu Hongmei? Yu Hongmei wore a smile, as if nothing were amiss. Oh, nothing much. As an old friend, I simply came to inform you of something important. Just a little heads up to keep you on your toes. No need, Su Ning retorted sharply. Do you think I would still trust you? Leave, and do not appear before me again. With that, she turned to shut the door. Yu Hongmei raised her voice, wait. Surely you want to know about your fiancé, Guze? If you're truly not interested, I shall take my leave, but you may come to regret it. As she pushed the door open, a glint of triumph flashed in her eyes, and she wasted no time. Lin Shangquan has gone to the Jiang family. Your dear fiancé is about to gamble with him. Guess who might emerge victorious? If Lin Shangquan wins. The bet he plays could very well cost you your family's initial gift. One entangled in gambling is doomed for life. Would you dare let him manage your finances if he were to become part of your family? However, if your fiancé wins, it only indicates that his gambling addiction surpasses that of Lin Shangquan. Having such a person around poses a grave risk. Would you truly wish to keep him close? Do not forget what transpired during our school days. Su Ning's gaze turned icy as she scrutinized Yu Hongmei, an overwhelming pressure silencing her. She pivoted to converse with a few uncles before striding purposefully toward the Jiang residence. Yu Hongmei observed her retreating figure, sneering, ah, you've fallen for him. Haven't you? Just a mere gambler. That works in my favor. Once your family's fortune is squandered, I shall relish in your downfall. A wealthy household. Yet you think you can exclude us from your riches? You brought this upon yourself. Within the courtyard of the Jiang family, Lin Shangquan's companions, Guze and Jiang Dazhuang, sat apart. As Lin Shangquan shuffled the cards, his movements appeared casual, yet the outcome was already sealed as his fingers manipulated the cards. With his arms crossed and a smug expression, Lin Shangquan reveled in the prospect of a lucrative day, envisioning a prosperous new year ahead, indifferent to the struggles of others. To bet is to accept the consequences. There's nothing to be done. Guze, having completed the card shuffling, gestured, we can begin now. Accept the outcome. This hand will determine the victor. Regardless of who wins between you two, it counts as your success, and whoever prevails between my brother and me counts as ours. Lin Shangquan nodded in agreement. Sounds fair. I appreciate fairness. His eyes glimmered with hidden intent. Excellent. You will come to appreciate what follows. Please proceed. The game they played was Do Di Zhu, where the first to play all their cards is declare the winner. Holding their respective hands, Lin Shangquan, the landlord, gazed at his cards with glee, laughing heartily. My luck is exceptional this time. You're bound to lose. Oh, play your cards, he added. Noticing Guze's lack of reaction. City dwellers love to put on airs, but when they lose, they'll be begging for mercy. Just imagine a university student kneeling. What a story that would be. The thought delighted him. Do you want a 3 with a 1? Asked Xiao Wu. The monkey shook his head, no. Do you want any? Jiang Dazhuang glanced at his younger brother before playing. A small 13 with a 1. It's your turn. No. When Su Ning arrived, the 4 had already played 3 or 4 rounds. Lin Shangquan had merely 5 cards left in hand, and the corners of his mouth were stretched back to his ears, clearly confident of victory. Guze, hearing the commotion, lifted his gaze momentarily, his familiar gentle smile gracing his lips as he softly said, you've come. Come sit over here. His eyes were clear and unclouded, unlike those of the gambler's. The weight on her heart gradually eased. Perhaps she should trust her instincts. Guze was different from the others at school. He would not be a gambler, nor a hypocrite. Suning's eyes flickered with inner turmoil. But she soon approached, moving a small stool to sit behind him. Upon catching sight of his hand, her eyes widened slightly, infused with astonishment. Lin Xinquan continued to boast. Suning, you once scorned me as a gambler and chose this pretty boy who cannot provide for a family. Yet now he is just another gambler, isn't he? Chapter 18. The loser dashes in his underwear. He laughed uncontrollably. Just wait and see. Your family's fortune will soon belong to me. A gambler can never change. Once tainted, it's a poison that lingers. Suning withdrew her gaze, looking at the composed Guze and then at the frenzied Lin Xinquan. It was clear who resembled a true gambler. Guze appeared to hold the upper hand. Guze remarked, have you finished your prattle? It's quite noisy. Let us play. The sooner we finish, the sooner I can take the child out to play. Lin Xinquan's expression darkened. Playing with children at your age? You truly are fit to be a kept man. Soon enough, you'll be at home caring for the child and begging for money. Guze replied nonchalantly, well, the heavens granted me a face suited for living off others, which is certainly better than your unattractive visage. You just wait. Today, I will ensure your defeat. Hurry up and play. After Jiang Dezhuang played a pair, Lin Xinquan glanced at his own cards and pulled out a pair, convinced that Guze, who hadn't played a single card thus far, must possess worthless cards, and victory was assured. Guze revealed 4 tens. Do you want to go all in? After surveying his hand, which included 3 twos, he felt the need to secure the win, but upon seeing the explosive play, gritted his teeth and replied, I'll pass. All right, continue to explode. 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 Lin Xinquan, watching Guze's dwindling cards, felt his anxiety rise and turned to the monkey, gritting his teeth. Damn it, monkey. You play an explosive card already. I expect you to do so. The monkey sighed in exasperation. No, Brother Lin, I have no explosions left. I played them all earlier. We truly cannot hold them back. Useless. This infuriates me. I refuse to believe you can have an unbeatable hand. Oh, that is not the case. 3 twos with a pair. Do you want to play? It seemed unplayable, so let us continue with a royal flush to end the game. Guze calmly spread his hands and said, I won, you lost. Now return the IOU and don't forget to run out in your underwear. Everyone turned in unison to the table, where what could be considered a royal flush lay silent. Such a splendid hand. Why had he refrained from playing earlier and insisted on dragging it out? Lin Xinquan, perplexed, slammed his cards down and demanded, explain yourself. You could have played that hand. Why did you hold back? Firstly, I was calculating, assessing the cards in your hands, and more importantly, how many explosive cards you had already played. Now, I know your hands thoroughly. What do you intend to play against me? Guze's lips curled slightly, exuding an inexplicable sense of oppression. Secondly, I wish to witness the drama, to see how proud you once were, and how utterly you have collapsed now. Is it not so? Lin Xinquan swallowed hard, fear evident in his gaze. No, it's impossible with so many cards. How could you possibly remember them all? Oh, I forgot to mention, I am the top scholar of the province, possessing an exceptional memory. Once I have seen a card, I can recall it effortlessly. This game relies on intellect, unlike your reliance on mere luck. Now, let us conclude this wager swiftly. Wait, will we play cards again next time? Guze shook his head. A guaranteed win is devoid of interest. Repeating the same game becomes tiresome. I have long lost my gambling addiction. The more incompetent one is, the more they relish in playing games they can easily win. Lin Xinquan and his companions felt a pang of hurt, as if they were directly addressed. With gritted teeth, they began to strip off their shirts, leaving only their undergarments, each one hastily covering their groins, faces contorted in dismay as they dashed outside. Some clever individuals, still conscious of their dignity, managed to shield their eyes with one hand while covering their lower regions with the other, preserving a semblance of modesty. Before Su Ning could comprehend the scene, a hand suddenly covered her eyes, rendering her vision obscured. The faint scent of sandalwood wafted into her nose, a signature fragrance of the person before her. Her mind exploded in confusion as she stood frozen in place, paralyzed by the moment. Guze found the sight of her, standing there like a schoolchild punished to remain still amusing. He swiftly pinched her cheek. Ah, so soft and smooth, rather like jelly. Who knew such young girls could be so tender? Perhaps marrying one wouldn't be a bad idea. As the courtyard door swung open, the onlookers were taken aback. Unable to react in time, as Lin Shangquan and his companions bolted out, bare-chested, hands covering their modesty, their backsides exposed. The sight was indeed a scandalous display. The villagers began to murmur among themselves. What on earth has happened? Did Lin Shangquan and the others truly lose? It cannot be. Were they not invincible across several teams? My heavens, this youngest son of a Jiang family is formidable. How did he manage to win? I could hardly see what transpired. A young man cleared his throat. Eager to pique their curiosity, look over here. I heard everything clearly. He calculated the cards with precision. He knew exactly what each of them held. Consider this. When we play cards after making a move, who actually remembers what has been played? We rely on chance, but he relies on calculation. It's astonishing. In the future, playing against him will be futile. Before you even play a card, he already knows what you possess. A chorus of astonishment erupted. Is it truly so miraculous? Indeed, he himself claimed to be the province's top scholar, a remarkable feat if he can deduce the cards. No one will dare to challenge him henceforth. Let us go. The spectacle has concluded. We should return home. In the courtyard, Su Ning awaited quietly, ears perked to catch the sounds, a hint of anxiety in her voice. Can I remove my hand now? Gu Zhe chuckled softly, lowering his hand, his peach blossom eyes fixed on her with unwavering focus. Su Ning, did you come to find me out of concern that I might lose? I merely wish to take a look. Rest assured, I harbor no gambling addiction, and I shall not risk my fortune in the future. I am not one to suffer losses easily, and it will not be so simple for others to win from me. As Su Ning gazed into his eyes, her heart settled into a tranquil state, and she nodded gently. All right, I shall return now. Very well, I shall accompany you to the door. The two walked side by side towards the exit. The Zhang family exchanged glances, their expressions somewhat bewildered, still unable to comprehend the simplicity of the situation. Did this mean the debt no longer needed to be repaid? It was utterly inconceivable, simply astonishing. Jiang Dezhuang inhaled deeply, his excitement palpable. Mother, father, we need not repay the money owed to Lin Shangquan. My younger brother is truly remarkable, resolving it so effortlessly. It would take us a considerable amount of effort to settle such debts. Indeed, with your brother around, no one dares to deceive us. Let us quickly slaughter a chicken to celebrate. We have saved over 300 yuan today, which is akin to a windfall. Lin Shufan cast them a disapproving glance. Yet her lips couldn't help but curl into a smile, her eyes brimming with pride. We cannot kill the old hen at home. We need to keep it for eggs for Xiao Zhe and the two children to supplement their nutrition. I shall take some money to the neighbor's house to buy a chicken for our meal. That works, a splendid idea, Jiang Dazhuang remarked, leaning in to scrutinize the pile of money. Father, mother, what is it that my younger brother does to earn so well? He returns with an abundance of items. It still has this much money. Chapter 19. The fiancé hurries over Jiang Jiangwo exclaimed irritably, well, that money belongs to your brother. We cannot take advantage of his hard work. Ah, I understand. I am merely curious. As the elder brother, I must look after my younger sibling. I cannot possibly exploit his efforts, for he has done enough for us. Yes, that is the right perspective. Gao Hongxia suggested with a smile. Mother, father, with Lin Shangquan causing such a stir today, we can no longer conceal our financial situation. Shouldn't we repay our debts to others sooner rather than later? If we delay, they might think we are defaulting, and in the future, should we find ourselves in need, no one will be willing to lend us anything. We cannot allow goodwill to turn into resentment. The elderly couple nodded in realization. Indeed, Hongxia speaks wisely. When we were impoverished, it was generous of others to lend us money. We must not let them feel disheartened. Let's go to the small shop to buy some items. As we repay our debts, we can offer a token of our appreciation. Very well, let us proceed. The Zhang family exchanged glances. feeling as though a heavy stone that had long rested upon their chests had been lifted. All of this was brought about by their younger brother, and from now on, he would be the one to take charge of the family. Their lack of intelligence mattered little. Following the guidance of a wise person was undoubtedly the right choice. Guze escorted them to the door, maintaining a respectful distance as silence enveloped them. Suning tightened her grip, anxiety creeping in as she stammered, We operate a pig farm over on the hillside. If you have the time, would you like to come and take a look? It may have a rather strong odor, but I have planted flowers in the yard to mitigate it somewhat. Today, a few uncles will be cleaning the piggery. What kind of fruit do you enjoy? I can plant some on the hillside, and you can pick them whenever you wish. She was at a loss for her words, merely speaking to fill the silence. Lest it seem impolite, Guze's shoulders trembled slightly as he stifled a laugh, responding, Yes, I enjoy pomegranates. Perhaps you could plant some pomegranate trees. What tasks do you typically undertake at the pig farm? As for me, I engage in slaughtering pigs and castrating piglets. Or I might deliver the processed pigs to the state-run restaurant in town, which I do approximately once a month. If the pigs fall ill, I must keep a close watch and purchase medication from the town. Additionally, I prepare pig feed, as relying solely on purchase feed would incur significant costs. As Su Ning spoke candidly, it was akin to a primary school student addressing a teacher. Guze casually inquired, How do you know that I gamble with Lin Shengquan? The previously loquacious individual abruptly fell silent, as if the mute button had been pressed. The atmosphere turned eerily quiet, and he seemed reluctant to speak. Before he could utter a word, a woman's voice emerged. Yu Hongmei rushed towards them, her gaze fixated on Guze, somewhat bashful. Are you Guze? Guze replied. Oh, I'm a classmate of Su Ning. We used to be quite close, you see. Before she could finish her sentence, Su Ning seized Guze's hand and hurriedly left, as if evading something. The soft sensation of her hand lingered, and Guze remained silent until they reached the foot of the hill, at which point Su Ning belatedly realized and awkwardly lowered her head. I should head back. You ought to go home too. When it's time to slaughter pigs, I'll bring you something to eat. Which part of the pig do you prefer? Perhaps the pig's head and entrails would suffice. I do love to prepare some braised dishes. They are quite delicious. Su Ning suddenly lifted her head, her eyes wide with surprise. Ah, how can you eat the pig's head? The entrails, including the intestines, are incredibly foul and inedible. Seeing her mood lighten, Guze deftly shifted the topic. If cleaned properly and seasoned with marinade, they can be quite delectable. Next time I prepare them, I shall bring you some to try. He spoke with a generous spirit, and Su Ning found comfort in his openness. She often feared misreading others' thoughts, and clarity brought her relief. Although she did not comprehend why he desired the entrails, she resolved to provide them if he wished. Even if they were not particularly palatable, she could endure it. Guze waved his hand. All right, you should head up. I'm going home. Su Ning nodded and ascended the hill, glancing back occasionally until his figure faded into the distance before entering the pig farm. She informed the uncles, next time you slaughter pigs, please save the heads and entrails for me. I have a use for them. Those things are extremely foul. Ning, why do you want them? They're useful. That is all there is to it. Uncle Lao Jin nodded. Very well. I shall save them for you next time. As the sky gradually darkened, the Jiang couple went door to door to repay their debts, laboring until 8 or 9 in the evening. Upon settling their debts, they returned home feeling lighthearted, optimistic about the future. The aroma of stewed old hen wafted through the air as the family savored the fragrant chicken soup, their hearts brimming with contentment and smiles. Little Zay, join us for a drink. Our family owes you a great deal for this prosperous life we now enjoy, free from the burden of debts. Guze raised his glass to clink against theirs, his smile broadening. I too find great joy in rural life. It is far more pleasant than the scheming found in the city. The busy farming season is approaching next week. I have never worked in the countryside, so I am unfamiliar with the general procedures. Is it customary for each family to tend to their own tasks, or do they work together? Jiang Jiangguo took a sip and, understanding that his son, having grown up in the city, might not grasp these concepts, patiently explained, Our family, including you, consists of 7 members, and we were allocated 20 acres of land during the distribution. In the past, we worked collectively, but now each household tends to its own chores and then takes the harvest to the town's commune to exchange for grain. The remainder is what we can consume or sell. We must also reserve some seeds. In previous years, an acre would yield an average of 6 to 700 jin, amounting to over 12,000 jin from 20 acres. After fulfilling our obligations to the state, what remains is sufficient for our family to survive the winter. The harvesting is done manually, cutting directly in the fields, then transporting the crops to the drying area before threshing. Guze understood, yet still felt somewhat bewildered. In modern times, machines do the harvesting and the grains come out ready for threshing, followed by drying. The thought of manual labor and hauling was exhausting. Jiang Jiangguo patted his shoulder and cheerfully remarked, "Given your frail constitution, it's too taxing for you to collect the harvest. You should stay home and care for the children. Take this opportunity to recuperate." Gao Hongsha nodded in agreement. "Yes, please assist with the children, and I will handle the cooking. I could deliver meals to them at noon and evening. During the rush of harvest, time is of the essence, and rain is a concern. Thus, every effort is made to hasten the process. Indeed, once the harvest is complete, we only need to handle the corn, which can be dried leisurely for winter. Mother has also planted some sesame. I will bring it back to make sesame cakes for you." Chapter 20. A trip to the town. 2 toddlers raised their hands, chirping, "Uncle, sesame cakes are delicious. You must try them. I adore sesame cakes." Guze, feeling cherished for the first time, found it peculiar yet delightful that others were eager to share treats with him. It felt somewhat embarrassing to be eating treats with toddlers at his age. Clearing his throat, he spoke, "Sister-in-law, how about I prepare the meals during the busy season? Tomorrow, you can taste my cooking and see if it suits your palate." Gao Hongsha quickly shook her head. "That one tea do. A scholar should not waste time in the kitchen. You should focus on writing or studying." Jiang Dazhuang innocently asked, "Wife, it seems we have no books at home. Then we must make time to buy some in town." "All right then, younger brother, you need not enter the kitchen. It's already challenging enough dealing with village gossip about you joining our family. I fear they might say something hurtful if you were to cook as well." Guze displayed indifference. "It doesn't matter. Their opinions are theirs alone. Our lives are our own, and we need not concern ourselves with such trivialities. Besides, you all toil in the fields, and sister-in-law has to come home to cook. That is quite demanding. Cooking is hardly a burden for me. I enjoy it greatly." "Oh, men can enjoy cooking? Why not? Tomorrow, I shall buy some spices in town and prepare a meal for you all. This way, I can save time delivering food during the harvest season." The Jiang family exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting a sense of confusion, yet they nodded in agreement. "All right, give it a try. If it doesn't suit you, don't force it. After all, I am your sister-in-law, and these matters are traditionally the domain of women." "Understood. Thank you." "Sister-in-law," Gao Hongsha replied, her smile radiant. It was pleasing to hear her cultured brother-in-law speak so eloquently, even if it meant a bit of extra labor. It brought a sense of comfort to her heart. The following morning, Guze rode into town on a donkey cart, arriving at the largest supply and marketing cooperative. He called out the names of the goods he required, observing as the marinated ingredients were wrapped in oiled paper and placed into his backpack. He then selected a piece of green floral fabric, adorned with delicate jasmine blossoms, which exuded a fresh and elegant aura. In his mind's eye, he envisioned Su Ning draped in it, pondering that perhaps a brighter hue would be more suitable. Nevertheless, this green was perfect for summer, offering a refreshing quality. "Greetings, comrade. I would like to purchase some floral cotton fabric." "Certainly. It's 12 yuan per foot. For the 10 feet you requested, that would be a total of 12 yuan. However, would you like anything else?" Guze glanced around and was captivated by a pile of scrap fabric. "Are those scraps for sale?" The clerk, noticing his interest, kindly advised, "These scraps are too small to be of any use. Once purchased, they cannot be returned." "No worries, I'll take them. Could you please wrap them up for me? By the way, is there a place nearby that makes clothes?" If you head left down the alley, there's a tailor named Wang Kaifeng who offers more affordable services. A specialized tailor shop would be pricier. Guze smiled in gratitude. "Got it. Thank you, comrade." The clerk was momentarily taken aback by his charming smile and called out as he turned to leave, "Comrade, do you have a girlfriend? My niece is 20 this year and works at a factory. She is quite beautiful." "Haha, thank you, but I'm already engaged." "Ah, what a pity." Once he had walked away, the clerk continued to murmur, Indeed, a man so handsome. Who wouldn't he want to secure him first? My niece's prospects will have to be reconsidered. Guze knocked on a door as he entered the alley, and it was quickly opened by a young woman, her gaze laced with caution. Whom are you looking for? I am seeking a tailor to make some clothing. I hope it's not too inconvenient. Making clothes? All right, please come in. The young woman led him into the courtyard, poured him some tea, and inquired, what kind of skirt do you wish to have made? If you have specific designs in mind, there will be an additional charge of 2 yuan. Guze nodded. I do have a request. Please take a look at this sketch. I would like a pleated skirt with a high waist and a wavy hem. My height is approximately 173 meters, and I weigh around 100 kilograms. Such height. It is indeed impressive for a young lady, she remarked. Additionally, I would like a waistband at the back. Estimating the measurements is quite simple for me, and a slight reduction in size is perfectly acceptable. Wang Kaifeng chuckled. Is this skirt intended for special someone? Not for a girlfriend, but for my fiancé. Haha, then congratulations. I will ensure this skirt is made to perfection for you. Please return in 5 days, today. A deposit of 10 yuan is required. I also have some scraps of fabric here. Could you assist me in crafting some multicolored hairbands according to the design I've drawn? Multicolored? Wang Kaifeng was intrigued, having never encountered such a request before. Typically, scraps were used solely for patching, a practice reserved for those of modest means. Yet this young man clearly did not belong to that category. How could one conceive of using scraps of fabric to create hairbands, especially in a patchwork style? I have never encountered the term patchwork before. Guze softly remarked. We can use scissors. I can create one. Elder sister, observe this patchwork, and you may replicate it. I can offer you a hairband for 50 cents. What do you think? 50 cents sounds reasonable. I can quickly make it with a sewing machine, provided the patchwork is well done. The two engaged in discussion for a while, finalizing several patchwork designs, including long hairbands and those adorned with bows in various styles, intending to sell them if they turned out appealing. No, he aimed to sell the designs to factories, as being a small vendor seemed too cumbersome. Directly selling the designs would be more efficient, allowing for immediate financial gain. Despite being a son-in-law, he needed a source of income. Otherwise, over time, one might become ineffectual. Creating design sketches and writing drafts was a commendable way to embrace a leisurely lifestyle. Engaging in manual labor was out of the question. Wang Kaifeng became intrigued, inquiring, if this is successfully made, how would one wear it? Is there a special way to don it? Guze smiled but remained silent, evidently reluctant to elaborate. Sister Qian, please calculate the deposit. Once we've agreed on a time, I will come to collect the items. Thank you. Oh, it's nothing. Rest assured, young brother. I have a good reputation for making clothes. With your provided dimensions, there is no chance of error. All right, I shall take my leave. After seeing him off, Wang Kaifeng returned to contemplate the blueprints. Guze did not head straight back to the brigade, but instead wandered nearby, seeking potential business opportunities. As it is said that food is paramount for the populace, he ventured into the state-run restaurant, ordering braised pork, braised ribs, and braised fish. It was not that he wished to order sour fish or boiled fish, but those options were simply unavailable. The common offerings were either braised or stewed, with a limited variety. Chapter 21. Jiang Ji's phone call? After tasting a piece of braised pork, he found it somewhat greasy. It wasn't that the dish was poorly prepared. During this era, people craved fat, and a little greasiness was deemed flavorful. However, he struggled to adapt. The braised pork lacked sufficient oil rendering, and the rock sugar had not caramelized, resulting in a somewhat blackened appearance rather than the desired rosy hue. True braised pork should exhibit a lustrous amber color, transparent and rich in flavor without being overly greasy. After frowning through a couple of bites, he decided to pack it up and store it in the Lingquan space, confident it would remain fresh for later consumption. From now on, he resolved to cook for himself, as he was quite particular about food. As life became more tranquil, he recognized the importance of elevating his quality of living. Guze glanced down at his somewhat frail physique and acknowledged that maintaining good health was crucial. A well-nourished body would facilitate exercise, for without good health, one could not truly embrace a leisurely existence. He aspired to be a kept man, but did not wish to be frail. Arriving at his doorstep via donkey cart, Two little ones rushed towards him. "Uncle, you're back. I have a secret to share. That bad uncle called." "Bad uncle? Who do you mean?" "Ah, are you referring to G?" The adorable twin toddlers nodded enthusiastically, their cuteness overwhelming. "Yes, we overheard him. The call was for Grandpa the village head, and Grandma and Grandpa were quite upset." Gouze gently patted their little heads and softly said, "All right, I understand. Let us proceed inside." He strode into the kitchen, placing the marinated ingredients in the cupboard before making his way to the main room, where he sensed a rather oppressive atmosphere. "Mom and Dad, is something wrong?" Jiang Jiangguo hesitated for a moment before speaking. "It's E." He called the village chief, claiming that his biological parents' home was robbed, and all their belongings and money are gone. They are now struggling to make ends meet. He asked us to lend him some money for emergencies, promising to repay us once his salary arrives. However, your mother and I believe we should not lend him anything. Gouze nodded. "Indeed, it is money that should not be lent. It would be better if we remained oblivious to this situation. Now it feels quite tangled." "There's no need to worry, Dad. Just speak your mind," Gouze encouraged. Jiang Jiangguo's gaze firmed. "After we refused to lend him money, he threatened us, claiming that the theft at your foster parent house is somehow related to you. He said if we do not lend him money, he would report you to the police." Feigning surprise, Gouze exclaimed, "What? A theft? Everything was perfectly fine when I left their home. How could it have suddenly been robbed? Furthermore, if I were indeed responsible, considering how harshly my foster parents treated me, they would have reported it to the authorities long ago. Those funds were ill-gotten. It's merely compensation for the original owner. Without evidence, it cannot be deemed as theft." Lin Shufan sighed in relief. "Exactly. You were merely frightened by that scoundrel Yi. He has always been unstable. Over the years, nothing untoward happened while Xiao Zhe was with his foster parents. How is it that as soon as he left, a theft occurred? I suspect he orchestrated this himself. Once he threatened you, you cowered. That simply cannot be tolerated. The next time he calls, you should boldly advise him to report it to the police. In any case, we must not lend him a single cent." Gouze, with a serene expression, responded, "Yes. Do not let them deceive you. It seems they are hoping to exploit our resources now that harvest season is approaching. The three of them are all employed. As a working-class family, they receive their salaries monthly, so how could they be so destitute as to require a loan? They are nothing more than con artists. From now on, simply disregard any further communication from them. Do not fear him. Let him report us to the authorities. We absolutely cannot lend him even a penny." His words were unmistakably clear. If the Jiang family remained foolish enough to send money, it would only reflect their ignorance. A person may be a bit dim-witted, but utter foolishness coupled with disobedience is intolerable. Jiang Jingguo looked at his younger son's smiling face and felt a chill run down his spine, nodding repeatedly. "Rest assured, Xiao Zhe, you have severed ties with your foster parents, and we will do the same with Yi. As long as he does not affect you, we will not concern ourselves with him in the slightest, and there will be no money involved." Although Gouze smiled, the mirth in his eyes had long since vanished. Upon hearing those words, a semblance of warmth returned, dispelling the earlier tension and restoring a harmonious atmosphere. "No need to worry. If anything arises, just ask me. I know how to handle it, and you will not suffer any losses. All right, we will follow your lead." As they took the children to play in the courtyard, Jiang Dazhuang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling a sense of apprehension. "Dad, does our little brother have some sort of leadership experience? His presence is rather intimidating. It feels akin to when I meet the county chief. I hardly dare to speak in his presence, and the sensation sends chills down my spine." Jiang Jiangguo cast a sidelong glance at him, straightening his back. "Your younger brother is clever and quick-witted, a sign that our Jiang family's ancestral grave is sending up smoke. How can that be frightening? You certainly possess a timid disposition. Well, let us not speak of the succession matter any longer. He can handle his own affairs. Left to his own devices. That fellow has always been a habitual liar. We have cleaned up his mess for years, and we have more than fulfilled our obligations. We must not allow ourselves to be dragged into his quagmire any longer." After voicing these sentiments, the family felt a considerable sense of relief. Meanwhile, Jiang Ji had been anxiously awaiting a phone call, only to find himself waiting from dawn until dusk without a word. He paced nervously within the confines of his home, troubled by the recent theft that had left them financially strained. His job was a constant source of scorn and physical punishment. While his mother's hospitalization demanded expenses he could ill afford, his salary had not yet arrived, leaving him in dire straits. He had come to the city to enjoy life, not to suffer. He had assumed that life in the city would be more enjoyable, but he soon discovered that he still had to toil for a living, returning home each day reeking of oil and fatigue. With no one to wash his clothes, and his sister too delicate to help, he found himself at a loss. Throughout his life, his mother had washed his clothes, and later, it was his sister-in-law who took on that duty. He simply had no experience in such matters. Gu Sisi, annoyed by the commotion, stepped out of her room. "Brother, why haven't you started cooking? I'm on the verge of starving." In the past, Guze prepared all the meals and handled the household chores. "Why can't you do anything?" Jiangji, being an ne'er-do-well, was accustomed to being coddled by the Jiang family. No one dared to speak to him in such a manner. With an impatient expression, he retorted, "Don't you have hands? Just make it yourself. I am a man, the last hope of the family, destined to carry on the lineage. Household chores are women's work. What does it have to do with me? If you're unhappy, go keep our mother company at the hospital." Gu Sisi was incensed by her brother's dismissive attitude towards her. Marching over, she raised her fists and began to strike him. "You're insufferable. You're my brother. Why don't you take care of your sister? You're worse than Guze." Jiangji scoffed. "If he's so great, then go find him. Why come to me? I don't want a spoiled sister like you, especially not one your age from the countryside." Chapter 22. The emergence of conflict in the Gu family. What family doesn't learn to work early on, excelling in both household and external affairs? Unlike you, who merely indulges in food, drink, and leisure while failing at studies. A useless young lady, Gu Sisi was overwhelmed by his harsh words and burst into tears, raising her fists to vent her grievances upon him. "You're too much. You're not as good as Guze. I don't like you anymore. I want Guze." Jiangji, suffering from a headache due to her incessant shouting, raised his hand to dismiss her. A sudden force sent Gu Sisi sprawling, her head striking the wall, leaving her dizzy and disoriented. Just then, Gu Yuanchao and his wife entered, witnessing their son violently throw their daughter, causing her to collide with the wall. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they instinctively reprimanded him. "Ji, what are you doing?" Hearing their voices, Jiangji felt a pang of guilt and instinctively looked up to meet the furious expressions of his parents. How could you have been discharged early? How could you think that we wouldn't be discharged early, and that I would be at home to strike my sister? As her brother, how could you treat her in such a manner?" Li Mei, disregarding her frail state, hurriedly helped her daughter to her feet, her heart aching at the sight of the bump on the girl's forehead. Cradling her in her arms, she softly reassured, "Sisi, it's all right now. Mommy is back. Do not be afraid." Amidst her sobs, the child lamented, "Mommy, he hit me. He actually hit me. Brother Guze has never struck me." Gu Yuanchao approached his son, his brow furrowed in concern. "Speak up, what happened? Why did you lay hands on your sister? Has your temperament always been so volatile?" Jiangji lowered his head, his eyes darting as he quickly concocted an excuse. He suddenly fell to his knees, crying out, "Dad, it's my fault. I shouldn't have taken my frustration out on my sister. It's just that work has become unbearable. That master is too fierce, always berating me as a fool, claiming that even a pig is smarter than I am, and he hits me too." He rolled up his sleeves to show the other, feeling utterly wronged. What once were plump, white arms now bore bruises of various hues, some resembling wrench marks, others resembling those from a club. Regardless, the sight was indeed pitiful. Gu Yuanchao's initial fury evaporated upon witnessing his son's plight, replaced by a profound sympathy. How could this be? That master seemed so amiable the other day. Why would he treat you like this? With a woeful expression, Jiangji replied, "He hasn't only treated me this way. He did the same to Guze before. This isn't work, it's outright abuse. Over time, it's a miracle if one doesn't perish from such mistreatment. Dad, what should I do? Can I switch to another position?" In times past, Gu Yuanchao could have easily smoothed things over with a bit of money to ensure his son's comfort. But now, he found himself helpless as their finances had been pilfered. Although he felt deep sorrow for his only child, the harsh reality was that he truly had no funds and could only wait a month or two until the next procurement brought in some rebates. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ji's expression crumbled. This was not the life he envisioned. He lamented his former days in the countryside, where he could do nothing but play cards and return home to warm meals, with someone else washing his clothes. Now, he was burdened with chores at home and labor at the factory, enduring scolding and beatings. He was so exhausted that he could hardly stand, only to return home to be tormented by his sister. Had he known, he would have simply married into the Su family to live a life of ease. After fathering a child, everything in the Su household would eventually belong to him, allowing him to play and indulge as he pleased, without the necessity of labor. He could not bear the constraints of his current life. Gu Yuanchao placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, saying, "Son, just hold on a little longer. In a month or two, I will have money, and I promise to help you change your position." Jiang Ji's eyes glimmered with resentment. What good will that do? What I desire is a life of leisure, not one akin to imprisonment. Is this truly living? Father, even if I can tolerate work for a while, I cannot cook or do laundry. It is utterly impossible. My clothes have become foul, and my co-workers disdain me. Li Mei glanced at her son and then at her daughter, instinctively favoring the daughter she had raised. With a tone tinged with reproach, she said, as the elder brother, "You should not push your sister, even if you're upset. If she were to fall and injure herself, it would not be a trivial matter." Listening to her admonishment, Jiang Ji offered an apology, but resentment brewed within him. After all, he was not the child raised under her care. Even being her biological son seemed irrelevant. Just a mere girl, in the countryside, siblings like her would always heed their elder brother's temperament. She had no right to act recklessly, displaying such a lack of understanding. With his head lowered in humility, he said, "Sister, I'm sorry. It was my fault. Please forgive me this once. It was the fault of the master craftsman at the factory. I was in a foul mood after being scolded." Seeing this, Li Mei concurred, "Yes. Your brother acknowledges his mistake. Let's not dwell on it, shall we? The most important thing is that our family remains harmonious. We cannot allow that family from the countryside to mock us." Gu Cece wiped her tears and stubbornly replied, "What good show is there to watch? They want to even come to the city, so how could I see anything entertaining? Once my brother receives his salary, he must take me to the movies. I will graciously forgive you this time." Jiang Ji forced a smile, gritting his teeth. "All right, I promise to take you to the movies once I get paid." After the couple had soothed the children, they both sighed in relief. Their son, raised apart from them, needed to be handled with care to ensure he remained close to their hearts. In the future, they would rely on him for support in their old age. After all, their daughter would eventually marry. It sufficed to treat her kindly while she was home, as they could not depend on her thereafter. No one noticed the dissatisfaction and resentment lurking in Jiang Ji's eyes. Dinner was prepared by Li Mei, with Gu Cece assisting her. The family sat together, eating porridge and pickled vegetables, their faces slightly pale. They hoped to endure this period until they received their salaries. Just a little more patience was required. "Jai, do you know how Gu Zhe is faring since he moved to the countryside?" Jiang Ji's hand holding the chopsticks froze momentarily. He quickly replied, "I'm not sure. It probably isn't going well. We haven't seen each other in so many years. Who knows if he would even recognize me?" "I see. Perhaps you should call your village one day and inquire about his situation. If he truly cannot make a living, he can come back. We will provide him with a meal. He can help us at home, manage chores, and perhaps pick up some odd jobs for extra income." Gu Yuanchao also hoped for his return, reminiscing about the comfortable days when he was cared for. With his departure, the household had descended into chaos. All it takes is providing him a place to stay and enough food to sustain him. Chapter 23. The culinary skills of Zhao Qianghua as dusk descended. Su Ning descended the hillside pig farm and began her walk home. She had not gone far when a group of women blocked her path, scrutinizing her from head to toe. One of the slightly plump women ventured, "Ning girl, I've heard that the youngest son of the Jiang family gifted you a gold necklace. Why have you never worn it?" Another chimed in with a hint of envy. "Indeed, it couldn't be just a rumor, could it? If he truly gifted it, what girl wouldn't proudly display it for all to see? Such men may exist, but it is rare for one who has moved in to regard a girl with such importance. If you indeed possess a gold necklace, why not bring it out for us to admire?" Su Ning maintained a stoic expression, her eyes betraying a flicker of impatience. She wondered why she should bother with their opinions. It was truly vexing and noisy. All she yearned for was to return home, take a shower, and sleep. The elderly women, after their murmurs, grew increasingly convinced that the rumors circulating in the village were baseless, as none had witnessed anything firsthand. Ah, dear Ning, please don't find us bothersome. In our lifetime, we have never possessed anything of great worth. Our men don't show us much care, but having heard you do, we merely wish to catch a glimpse of it. When my daughter gets married, I too want to see if her husband values her. Suning's lips quivered slightly, recalling her mother's advice to avoid disputes. She managed a strained smile. Aunties, I work at the pig farm, so it's inconvenient to wear it. Perhaps I could show you tomorrow. Although she questioned why she should heed their interest or feel compelled to showcase anything, her mother had advised her to conform and not be too prickly, lest she attract resentment. The elderly women brightened at her words. Oh, splendid. Then hurry home and rest, dear Ning. Suning politely nodded and swiftly made her way home. In less than 10 minutes, she stood at her doorstep, pushed the door open, and called, Mom and Dad, I'm back. Zhao Qianghua emerged from the kitchen, a spatula in hand. Little Ning is back. I prepared hot water for you. Quickly go wash up and change before dinner. What are you making, Mom? Oh, I learned to make braised fish from the neighbor today. I'll have it ready for you to taste shortly. The thought of braised fish swirled in Suning's mind, and her typically expressionless face displayed a hint of complexity. Her mother loved to cook, though the results were often less than satisfactory. At least she could manage stir-fried vegetables and porridge that was easy on the teeth. However, the fate of the meat dishes was uncertain. Every dish her mother enthusiastically attempted often turned disastrous. Oh well, a few bites should suffice without necessitating a visit to the clinic. Noticing her daughter lost in thought, Zhao Qianghua chided, What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and wash. Mom, could you cook the fish a little longer? I prefer it well done. Suning, who suffered from a sensitive stomach, couldn't tolerate undercooked food, as it often resulted in stomach pain. Despite her robust appearance, her stomach was quite picky. Don't worry, I'll make sure it's cooked properly. After Suning went upstairs, Zhao Qianghua busied herself in the kitchen, humming a little tune, her mood evidently bright. Before long, the father and daughter sat at the table. Zhao Qianghua brought a plate of fish and set it down, both of them leaning in to inspect the remnants, trying to discern any semblance of fish among the mangled remains. Come, eat while it's hot. Though it may not look appealing, I assure you the taste is delightful. This time, I didn't confuse sugar for salt. Sun's butcher husband twitched his mouth, closing his eyes momentarily, feeling a slight ache. The disfigured dish bore little resemblance to what was served in restaurants. It was truly difficult to eat. His wife was wonderful in every regard, except for her stubbornness when it came to cooking. Eat. Why are you two just staring? Exchanging glances, the father and daughter silently communicated, then picked up their chopsticks, determined to brave the meal. After taking a bite, they chewed, finding it surprisingly palatable. Occasionally, one might bite into something, encountering a curled, hard, thin slice resembling fish scales. Suning abruptly lifted her head and inquired, Mom, did you remove the fish scales? Zhao Qianghua appeared somewhat bewildered. She had always detested fish, and, having married Lao Su for many years, rarely cooked it. This time, however, the aroma from a neighbor's cooking had piqued her interest. She recalled that the neighbor simply placed the fish into the pot without scraping off any scales. Why had no one informed her that it was necessary? It seemed that perhaps she had neglected to do so. What about the fish entrails? Zhao Qianghua asked. The father and daughter exchanged glances, realizing that while the dish might be tolerable, the presence of both scales and entrails rendered it inedible. The thought alone stirred their stomachs uneasily. Gazing at the fish on the table, still and lifeless, Zhao Qianghua sighed, What shall we do? None of us can cook. Your elder sister has married and taken her skills with her. How are we to manage from here on out? If Xiao Zhe finds out we eat so poorly, might not simply leave us? Xiaoning, why can't you cook? Suning remained silent for a moment before replying, I've tried, but I just can't seem to grasp it. If the kitchen is to remain unscathed, it would be best if I stay away from it. I can handle chores and laundry, but cooking is beyond me. Zhao Qianghua pushed the fish aside, her spirit waning. Very well, Let us have congee and stir-fried vegetables instead. We shall not touch the fish again. I vow never to attempt cooking fish in the future. It is far too difficult. How do they manage it? I followed the same steps, yet my result is a complete disaster. If this continues, we might need to hire someone from the village to cook for us. I simply cannot endure this any longer. The butcher shook his head. That won't do. The villagers are already envious of us. If we invite someone to share our roof, they will keep a close eye on everything we bring home. Knowing our family has wealth is one thing, but witnessing it firsthand is quite another. Over time, they may develop ulterior motives and engage in dishonest dealings, particularly with a son-in-law in the house. The village women are quite cunning. We might endure poor meals, but we cannot afford to jeopardize our household. Zhao Qianghua sighed, understood. Let us make do with what we have. Xiaoning, you can eat at the pig farm canteen during the day. The food there is better than what we have at home. Suning acknowledged, I understand. Let us eat and rest early, she added. After washing up and returning to her room, Suning opened a box to reveal a gold necklace that shimmered under the light, captivating her gaze. Her fingers caressed the piece, filled with affection. The butcher's household had been electrified early on, making the home brightly lit. She placed the small wooden box on her bedside, closed her eyes, and drifted into a serene slumber, dreaming beautifully, a hint of innocence gracing her smile until dawn. Dressed in a sky-blue short-sleeve shirt, a golden necklace peeked out from her collarbone, enhancing her elegance and charm, perfectly complementing her petite frame. She was no less striking than the city girls, her features radiant and captivating, far from any semblance of modest beauty. Chapter 24. Foraging for fruit on the back mountain, Su Ning gazed at herself in the mirror repeatedly, her heart swelling with sweet satisfaction. Why not wear it? After all, it was given openly. There is no reason not to don it. They are engaged, and it would be wise to be more open about it, so that others do not linger on their relationship. With this thought in mind, the image of Yu Hongmei's gaze flickered in her mind, and a pang of jealousy surged within her. After adjusting her attire, she descended the stairs. Su Dehuxian was strolling in the yard, exercising, and upon hearing the sound of footsteps, turned to greet his daughter, only to be momentarily taken aback by what he saw. Xiaoning seems quite spirited today. That necklace suits you beautifully. Zhao Qianghua glanced over and smiled gently, saying, Indeed, it is lovely. A young girl should wear delicate gold. Anything too chunky appears rather gaudy. I once urged you to wear it, but you hesitated. Now you've come to understand. Yes, I understand now. Gu Zhe and I are engaged, and it is only fitting that I wear what he has gifted me, lest the villagers chatter incessantly out of boredom. Su Ning furrowed her brows in confusion. With the myriad of affairs each household tends to, it seemed rather dull to fixate on others' lives. Zhao Qianghua chuckled softly. She, too, had struggled with the village gossip at first, but eventually grew accustomed to it. Who IS&T talked about behind their back. It's best to ignore it. One cannot silence everyone. In the countryside, there is little amusement to be found, and gossip becomes their sole source of entertainment, naturally leading to comparisons. If only every family had a television to catch the news and understand the world beyond their fields, they wouldn't be so engrossed in the trivialities of others. Yes, I understand. After finishing her breakfast, Su Ning slung her cloth bag over her shoulder and stepped outside, quickly drawing a crowd who gazed enviously at the necklace adorning her neck. It's beautiful. Gold is indeed more appealing than silver. A young girl raised her hand, revealing a silver bracelet on her wrist, her voice tinged with disappointment. Look, this silver bracelet was given to me by my fiancé when we got engaged. Your gold is so much nicer. Before I marry, I wanted to buy me gold too, even if it's just earrings. Ning Ning, your ears are lovely. Why not get them pierced for earrings? Su Ning shook her head. No, I fear the pain and the possibility of inflammation. This is quite sufficient. Yet, if he wished for her too, she would consider it. Qian Duoer exchanged a few words before hastily leaving, and not far along, Su Ning was intercepted by a group of women bustling with chatter, some reaching out to touch the necklace, apprehensive of causing any damage. Xiao Ning, will you be purchasing gold for your wedding? I don't know. Is it necessary? Well, if you're marrying off a daughter, and if she encounters a wealthy son-in-law, it will be prudent to prepare ample gold, such as bracelets and rings. Such purchases are never a loss. Su Ning's expression turned pensive. But Gu Zhe is marrying into our family. According to tradition, shouldn't I be the one gifting him a gold bracelet? That does seem to be the case. Came a chorus of laughter from the women. Oh dear, this girl is quite amusing. She possesses such a shrewd face, yet remains so blissfully naive. A tall woman chimed in with a smile. If he is marrying into your family, then the expenses will certainly fall upon your household. If you wish to express your affection, gifting him a gold necklace would be thoughtful. If not, it is of little consequence. As for rings, both parties should wear them for a more harmonious appearance. Su Ning pondered for a moment and nodded. This idea was indeed feasible. She noted it down, intending to inquire later about his preferences in rings. Would it be too embarrassing to ask him directly? Perhaps she should write a little note instead. After chatting for a while, Su Ning felt a delightful warmth in her heart from the compliments. Who does not appreciate the feeling of being valued? This sentiment transcends monetary worth. Being cherished is a wonderful experience. When she found the time, she planned to go to town to buy a watch for him. And perhaps a fountain pen. Scholars generally have a fondness for such instruments, don't they? Upon arriving at the pig farm, her gold necklace caught the attention of the uncles, who teased her playfully, urging, Ning girl, next time bring your partner along for a visit. Bring him here. The farm had an unpleasant odor, and, as a university student, it might not be suitable for him. A person who values cleanliness would surely struggle with this environment. Perhaps it would be better to wait until the flowers bloom, which would at least mask the scent. Uncle Lao Jin and the others chuckled. Ha ha, Ning girl, this is a pig farm. Pigs defecate daily. Even if we clean constantly, there's still a lingering smell. The blooming flowers may conceal some of it, but they cannot entirely mask it. Since he intends to marry into your family, he will eventually need to confront these realities. Su Ning shook her head, her tone earnest. There is no need for him to deal with that. I will handle all the chores, and he can manage the finances. Oh, but what if he uses the money to support the Jiang family, draining your resources? Ning girl, you are too naive. Do not let yourself be deceived. Men, after all, are rarely dependable. Uncle Lao Jin sighed, his expression serious. Su Ning frowned, her displeasure evident as she emphasized each word. No, he is not that kind of person. You simply do not understand him. Haha, indeed. You have completely devoted your heart to him. I hope he is not a heartbreaker. Otherwise, you might find yourself deeply hurt. I do not care. He is not that type of person. A series of knocks interrupted the conversation. Su Ning opened the door and, upon seeing the visitor, her eyes lit up momentarily before she quickly composed herself. You are here to see me? Gu Zhe nodded yes. I picked some berries this morning and wanted to know if you'd like some. If so, you can take them. A full basket of black mulberries and red currants presented a striking visual contrast. She reached out to grab one, savoring the pleasantly tart and sweet flavor. Nodding, she said, delicious. Su Ning accepted the basket, contemplating what she could offer in return. Closing the door, she said, Gu Zhe, come with me to the back mountain. There are fruit trees to pick from. Gu Zhe glanced toward the door, noticing a few men working with their backs turned, and obediently followed her to the back mountain. The fruit trees were laden with peaches, plums, and apricots. I will weave a basket. Later, you can take some back home to share with your family. These trees bear an abundance of fruit each year, and we can never eat it all. Indeed, the fruit looks splendid. Don't children come to pick? Su Ning shook her head. 2 years ago, they did, but mostly the fruit was gone before we could pick. Afterwards, someone kept watch to prevent theft. We share the excess with the villagers. But if someone is caught stealing, that cannot be tolerated. She quickly fashioned a basket from some vines, her fingers deftly weaving until it was complete. The two of them picked ripe peaches, apricots, and a few rather tart plums, filling the basket to the brim with at least 10 pounds of fruit. Gusha, noticing her intent to continue picking, quickly interjected, Su Ning, wait a moment. There's truly enough here to eat. If you pick too many, they will spoil. Chapter 25. Crafting a slingshot. Upon hearing his words, Su Ning paused, agreeing, indeed, the fruit should be harvested at its prime. If left too long, it becomes unpalatable. You may come by any time to pick. I will inform my uncles, so next time you can come in without anyone stopping you. Gu Zhe gazed in her clear, sincere eyes, feeling a subtle stirring in his heart. Her peach blossom eyes curved delightfully. He had seen this angle in the mirror before. The original owner possessed a gaze that was always imbued with deep affection. What a striking visage she has, far surpassing the rugged appearance he bore in his previous life. The two share a moment of silence, their gazes locked. Gu Zei's eyes drifted downward to her collarbone, the golden necklace glinting irresistibly. "Do you still like the necklace?" he asked. Su Ning's cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness. "Yes, I really like it. That's wonderful to hear. I heard your birthday is in a couple of days, so I plan to surprise you." "Surprise? How do you know my birthday?" she queried, her face growing even redder. Gu Zei pointed to his mouth, speaking gently. "I asked my mother. She told me that when Aunt Zhao gave birth to you, she was the one who assisted, hence she knows the date." Su Ning's heart raced, her gaze fixating on his lips, which appeared irresistibly kissable. Realizing her thoughts, she slapped her forehead lightly and turned away, a bit flustered. I should head back to the pig farm now." "All right, I'll accompany you," he replied. "Okay." As they walked away, the patrolling villagers, having noticed their distance, began to whisper among themselves. "Did you see that? Ning has completely lost her heart. She will surely become a devoted partner." "Forget it. Aren't you afraid of your wife? Why be timid? Isn't marrying and like marrying out? It's only natural for Ning to be devoted. She's quite the strong-willed girl. A balance of softness and strength is essential for a harmonious life." That does make some sense. With a basket of fruit in hand, Gu Zei took the small path back home. If he were to walk through the village, he feared that by the time he arrived, the fruits would have been claimed. Pushing open the door to the courtyard, two little ones rushed over, their bright eyes fixed on the basket. "Uncle, where did you pick these fruits?" they eagerly inquired. "Oh, your little aunt gave them to me." "Wow, your little aunt is so nice. We love her the most." Gu Zei chuckled, amused. "Haha, is that so? It seems that whoever feeds you, you adore. Just a few days ago, you said I was your favorite uncle. How did that change?" The two little ones clung to him, their sweet voices chiming. "Oh, uncle, don't be upset. We love you the most, and we love little aunt too. Can't we just love everyone? Hee hee, you two are quite clever. Now go wash them thoroughly before eating. Don't disturb uncle. I have something to make, you know." "What are you going to make, uncle?" they asked, one on each side, clinging tightly as if unwilling to let go, prompting a bemused laugh from Gao Hongxia, who called out to Xiao sure to come here. "Don't bother your uncle." "Mom, look at all the delicious goodies little aunt gave us." Gao Hongxia gazed at the basket, which was brimming with fruit, and exclaimed, "Younger brother, did you visit Suning?" The elder sister-in-law replied, "I rose early this morning and went to the riverbank to pick some berries to bring over." "Ah, I see. All right, you two little rascals. Come here and don't disturb your uncle." The two children pouted and reluctantly scampered over. "Mama, we want to play with uncle." "In a moment. Your uncle has some matters to attend to. You must be obedient and not make a fuss. Do you understand?" Gu Zei found a suitable tree branch, began to carve it with a knife, and then secured it with rubber bands. He used leather to reinforce it in the middle, and soon, a makeshift slingshot was completed. Picking up a small stone, he aimed at a sparrow perched on a tree and released it. The stone whizzed through the air, and shortly thereafter, a small creature fell to the ground. The two children, upon witnessing this, were filled with excitement and rushed over, bouncing and shouting, "Mama, look, uncle shot down the little bird. How amazing!" Gao Hongxia expressed her astonishment. "Younger brother, did you truly bring that bird down? Your aim is remarkable." "Haha, elder sister-in-law, you flatter me. I am merely weak in physique and cannot engage in much else. I simply enjoy practicing with the slingshot, and over time, my aim has improved." "That is still quite impressive. Whatever you do, younger brother, you excel beyond others." Gu Zei patted the heads of the two children, noting that the slingshot was now ready for hunting small prey. It was essential to ensure there was meat on the table every day and to have a proper reason for it. With the slingshot, it all made sense. He rarely ventured into the mountains, preferring to utilize this body for such expeditions. As long as he could secure some meat, that was sufficient. A leisurely life was quite delightful. "Now, you two stay at home. Your uncle will be stepping out for a bit, but I shall return shortly." Gao Hongxiao led the children to the main room and began her work on sewing clothes, measuring and cutting the fabric, and hand-stitching it together. Sewing summer shirts was relatively simple and one could craft a garment in half a day. So she hurried to complete it while she had the time. Guze arrived at the foot of the mountain and observed for a while before slowly making his way into the outskirts of the forest. Not long after, he emerged with 2 rabbits and a wild chicken in hand. In the summer, the forest was abundant with food. The rabbits were particularly plump, and one could raise another while consuming one. The wild chicken, having been stunned by a stone, would not perish if not eaten that day. Villagers, upon seeing him carrying his small game, approached with surprise. "Young man from the Jiang family, you can hunt as well? But you aren't even carrying a bow and arrow. How on earth did you manage this? It's quite impressive." Guze raised the slingshot in his hand and, with a gentle expression, explained, "Oh, I used a slingshot. My aim has always been quite good, so I thought I would give it a try. Fortunately, luck was on my side today, and I managed to catch a rabbit and a wild chicken. It will be beneficial to bring them home for nourishment." The villagers gazed at the slingshot with puzzled expressions, wondering if they were perhaps too sheltered and uninformed, having never heard that a slingshot could be used to hunt. It was utterly astonishing. Guze picked up a small stone from the ground, drew back the slingshot, and aimed skyward. Soon a small creature fell from the air. Indeed, it was the sparrow that had been flying moments ago. In the countryside, sparrows abound, consuming a considerable amount of grain each year, much to the villagers' chagrin, as they find it nearly impossible to catch them. Yet, this individual, with an air of casualness, manages to bring one down. The villagers are left astounded, exclaiming, "Incredible!" Guze chuckles softly, remarking, "It's nothing special. With enough practice, anyone can achieve this. It's merely a matter of skill acquired through repetition. With this slingshot, one can easily catch small game at the foot of the mountain, providing a delightful treat now and then." "Indeed, you are quite impressive," they reply. Chapter 26. Hunting wild chickens and rabbits with a slingshot. Upon hearing the commotion, Widow Lu turns her gaze and spots 2 plump rabbits, her mouth watering at the sight of the meat. A glimmer of calculation flickers in her eyes as she approaches, her hips swaying, and with a smile, she calls out, "Oh, who is the masterful hunter of these rabbits? Could you share your technique with me?" She reaches out, attempting to touch his arm. Guze deftly evades her hand, smiling as he replies, "Uncle and Aunt, it's getting late. I must head home. Let us chat another time. Goodbye." He bends down to pick up the rabbits and swiftly departs. The villagers, witnessing Widow Lu's envious expression, cannot help but tease her. "Widow Lu, not every man falls for your charms. This young scholar has seen countless young ladies in the city. He would spare a second glance at a middle-aged woman like you. If you desire meat, learn to use a slingshot and hunt for yourself." "Humph. I am a woman, and women deserve to be cherished by men. Hunting is no task for me." I can see he has never experienced the pleasures of a woman. He simply doesn't understand. Men, when they grow older, some remain honest. They continued, veering off topic. Guze, carrying the rabbits home, encounters his parents returning from fields. "Mom and Dad, you're back," he calls out. Jiang Jiangwo glances at the rabbits in his son's hands and casually inquires, "Where did you get those? Did the Su family give them to you?" "No, I hunted them at the foot of the mountain." "Ah, you can hunt? Little Zay, is there anything you cannot do?" His parents, having spent their lives in the countryside, have seen little of the world, and while their eldest son may be somewhat simple, he is indeed an adept hunter. However, an accident had left him unable to venture into the mountains again, leaving them surprised that their city-bred younger son possesses the same skill. Can a slingshot truly catch prey? Yes, small game can be caught, but larger beasts like wild boars or deer are beyond its reach. Guze's eyes twinkle slightly. In truth, larger game could be hunted with the right technique, striking precisely at their vulnerable points to incapacitate them before closing in for the kill. Well, that is not necessary. Catching rabbits and wild chickens is sufficient. Jiang Jiangwo laughs heartily, praising impressive. "Come, let's head into the courtyard. What do you plan to do with the rabbits?" "I'll prepare spicy rabbit meat for you to try." "Excellent. We shall savor our youngest son's culinary skills." As Gao Hongxia sees her brother-in-law's catch, a smile graces her face. With him around, their days are visibly improving. "I'll go prepare one for cooking," she says eagerly. "Thank you for your hard work, sister-in-law. I can handle the cooking of the rabbit meat. Let me prepare it for you to taste and see if it pleases your palate." Guze spoke with earnestness, and after a moment's thought, Gao Hongxia agreed. Very well. I shall tend to the fire, so it falls to you, little brother, to bear the burden. It's no trouble at all, he replied. Jiang Dazhuang approached, his eyes wide with curiosity, inquiring, little brother, how many years have you practiced with that slingshot? Your aim is remarkable. Allow me to try. Perhaps I can learn and provide some game for the family. Guze nodded, of course. If you wish to learn, I can make you one. However, when using small stones, you must be careful to avoid hitting anyone. It can be quite dangerous if a stone strikes a person. Guze spoke seriously, recalling, there was a mischievous child in our neighborhood who blinded someone in one eye while playing with a slingshot. Jiang Dazhuang felt a shiver run down his spine. Is it truly that perilous? Indeed, Guze affirmed. If you practice, either use small objects to hone your accuracy or ensure you steer clear of people when using stones. Otherwise, it poses a significant risk. I understand now. You are quite skilled, little brother. Many villagers at the foot of the mountain struggle to find game. They must venture deeper into the woods. Yet here you are, having returned after merely a stroll. Guze chuckled, modestly replying, it was merely good fortune today. Perhaps next time luck will not be so favorable, as rabbits are indeed scarce at the foot of the mountain. Jiang Dazhuang pondered, but if I have time, I could practice more. Who knows, I might succeed in catching some birds for meat. As the brothers conversed, Gao Hongxia brought over the well-prepared rabbit and called out, little brother, what is the next step? Oh, prepare some chili and garlic cloves. I will render the fat to salt the rabbit meat, adding ample chili to counteract the gamey taste. Otherwise, the meat will be too tough, Guze instructed. Understood, we shall handle that. In the kitchen, Lin Shufan sat by the stove, tending the fire. She watched her younger son skillfully render the fat from the rabbit, then add the garlic and chili to salt until fragrant, before introducing the diced rabbit meat. The cooking commenced, the meat being tossed repeatedly until it appeared slightly dry. A splash of water was added, and under the tender gaze of his mother, a pinch of rock sugar was sprinkled in for flavor. Xiaozhe, what purpose does the rock sugar serve? She inquired. For seasoning, but be cautious not to add too much, lest it alter the flavor, he replied. Lin Shufan nodded, pondering how city folk had unique culinary practices. Rock sugar was quite expensive, yet it was used for seasoning, and she was curious about the resulting taste, which already wafted enticingly through the air. The two little ones, engaged in playful antics in the yard, were drawn by the aroma. Leaning against the kitchen door to peer inside, with wide eyes they called out, little uncle, what deliciousness are you preparing? Rabbit meat. Soon, you two will help me taste it to see if the salt is just right. Absolutely, we love helping little uncle with this. Lin Shufan watched her two grandsons and couldn't help but smile. Xiaozhe, ever since you arrived, I've noticed they have gained a bit of weight. They cling to you quite a lot. Once you marry Ning girl at year's end, I fear these little rascals will sneak off to see you. Dashi tilted his head in curiosity, asking, little uncle, won't you live at home after you marry? No, I will stay with your little aunt, Guze replied. In a village where the houses were predominantly made of earth, the Su family had already constructed a two-story building, showcasing their considerable economic strength. With the possibility of vacating a room upon moving in, they could provide a more spacious living arrangement for their two children. Little Shurtu, pouting slightly with reluctance, asked, Uncle, can't you bring Annie to live with us? Why must you stay at Andy's house? Will we not see you anymore? Guze chuckled lightly. How could that be? We are all part of the same brigade. I can return whenever I wish. It's merely a matter of a 10-minute journey, so why worry? But Uncle, you won't be living with us anymore. Ah, you're worried about not having enough meat to eat and no one to tell you stories, aren't you? Once you learn to read, you can enjoy books and stories on your own. All right then, if you go to Annie's, we can still come and play with you. Indeed. Guze prepared a large bowl of rabbit meat, the enticing aroma wafting through the air and tantalizing everyone present. Come, everyone, eat while it's hot. The two little ones can't handle spicy food, so I made a non-spicy version just for you. Big Shurtu gazed at the bowl of red rabbit meat, swallowing hard as he craved the spicy dish. Rubbing his nose, he whispered, I want to eat spicy rabbit meat. Are you sure? If it makes you cry from the heat, don't regret it. Yes, I won't regret it. Thank you, Uncle. Guze served him a piece with a smile, adding, here is a cup of cool water. If it gets too spicy, you can drink it to ease the burn. The Jiang family picked up their chopsticks to taste the rabbit meat, which was fragrant, spicy, and uniquely delicious, far surpassing anything they had ever prepared themselves. Wow, this is delicious. Brother-in-law, your culinary skills are worthy of chef. I've never seen anyone prepare rabbit meat this way. It's truly delightful. One of the children took a bite, and as the spiciness hit, he stuck out his tongue. Wow, it's so spicy and so good, he exclaimed, his eyes watering from the heat, yet still eager for more. Jiang Dazhuang couldn't help but laugh. Oh, this is too funny. Look at them. They're suffering from the spice, yet still want to eat. This rabbit meat is truly addictive. Guze smiled gently, savoring his meal, completely oblivious to the neighbor's child who had been tempted to tears by the aroma of their feast. In the yard, the neighbor's wife was scolding loudly. Why are you crying? Just eat, eat, eat. Why are you so easily tempted? It drives me mad. Every day it's meat, deliberately making us crave. The young woman stepped outside, her heart aching as she looked at her son, who was crying from envy. Mother-in-law, the child is young. It's natural to crave. How about we buy a pound of meat when the butcher slaughters? The old woman shot her a disdainful look, beginning to berate her. Eat, eat, eat. You've learned this from your mother? Haven to you? Do you think we are people who can afford to buy meat? Do you not know how expensive it is? If you have the ability, go catch a wild chicken. Otherwise, don't eat. Eating meat once a month is already too much. You two are like starving ghosts reincarnated, only knowing how to spend my son's money. What did I even bring you back for? The young woman, her eyes reddened from the scolding, stood silently, feeling aggrieved. Only when her mother-in-law calmed down did she take her son inside. Guze arrived in the town's alley, seeking out the seamstress Wang Kaifeng. He was quite pleased with the green, high-waisted, pleated skirt, meticulously inspecting the seams. With a smile, he nodded and said, Sister, I am very satisfied with this skirt. Have you completed the headband? Let us settle the account. Certainly. Take a look at these color block headbands, Wang Kaifeng replied, having secretly made one for herself. It looked lovely woven into her hair, and she marveled at how handsome this young man was, and how skillfully he carried off a woman's headband. Guze nodded in approval. It looks delightful. Here is the final payment. Should I need anything in the future, I will return to you. Haha. Feel free to come by any time. I am eager to learn whatever you require, she added with a wink, as long as the payment is in order. The green pleated skirt cost 50 yuan, while the headband was inexpensive, merely a few yuan. The custom-made styles proved to be more fitting and cheaper than those available in stores. After carefully stowing away the clothing and headband, Guze proceeded to the supply cooperative to purchase some condiments, ensuring to include soy sauce and salt. In those times, soy sauce was often sold in bulk, allowing the villagers to buy as much as they desired, a favored method among the rural populace. Having finished his shopping, he prepared to walk back home. Donkey carts were not always available. At times, he had no choice but to walk back. The town was over an hour's walk from the brigade, while cycling typically took about half an hour. Guze pondered when he might acquire a bicycle, as walking was quite exhausting, and he longed for a more comfortable means of transport. An hour later, he arrived in the village, beads of perspiration dotting his forehead. He entered the courtyard and placed his belongings down, intending to rest in the main room, though he had little appetite. Lin Shufan, hearing the commotion, opened the door and called out, "You're back. I saved some food for you in the kitchen. Let me bring it out." Guze wiped his brow, feeling a bit lightheaded. "No need, Mom. It's too hot, and I lack an appetite. I only had a couple of peaches for lunch and plan to take a nap. I think I'll skip the meal." "Oh, how can that be? You must eat. Your body cannot withstand it," Lin Shufan replied, glancing at the blazing sun as she contemplated what to prepare. She softly suggested, "You go rest. I'll make you some cold noodles with chili oil. It will be soothing for your stomach." At the mention of cold noodles and chili oil, Guze felt a slight increase in appetite. "All right, thank you, Mom. You're so kind. Not a bother at all. Go take a nap," she insisted. In the kitchen, Lin Shufan retrieved a piece of cold noodles that had been steaming in water, cutting it into wide strips and arranging them on a plate. She drizzled some chili oil over it and garnished with chopped scallions and cilantro, creating a beautiful dish. Guze sat at the edge of the bed and opened the window. A wave of hot air rushed in, exacerbating his discomfort. While everything was quite pleasant, the absence of air conditioning and a refrigerator was rather inconvenient. With a creak, the door swung open, and Lin Shufan beckoned, "Come, try the cold noodles I made." It's the most refreshing dish for summer. Thank you, Mom, he replied gratefully. It's nothing, she said, seated on a small stool. He enjoyed the dish while she fanned herself beside him, her eyes filled with maternal love. After you finish, be sure to get a good rest. It's easy to suffer from heat stroke in this weather. Tasting the dish, Guzé found it delightful. He nodded appreciatively. All right, I will heed your advice, Mom. Your culinary skills are truly remarkable. This chili oil is fragrant and spicy, making it absolutely delicious. Haha, as long as you enjoy it, that's enough. Your elder brother seldom eats during summer. He only relishes this cool jelly. A few minutes after finishing, Guzé washed up and lay down on the bed, preparing for sleep. He felt slightly uneasy seeing someone sitting by the bedside, as his vigilance heightened when it came to sleeping. It is difficult for him to drift off with someone nearby. Lin Shufan spoke softly. It's hot outside, and the cicadas are noisy. Let me fan you. Perhaps you'll sleep better. Otherwise, you'll surely wake up from the heat later. Rest easy, Mother will watch over you. Upon hearing this, Guzé paused, gazing into her gentle eyes filled with maternal affection, and found it hard to refuse her kindness. He lay down, closed his eyes, and pondered how to fall asleep. A mildly cool breeze brushed against him, and before he knew it, he succumbed to slumber. When he awoke, the sun was setting, and he realized he had slept rather deeply. Looking around the room, he found no one there. The clothes in the basin had vanished, and a small fan rested on the stool. Guzé stepped into the courtyard, following the sound. Mother, sister-in-law, what are you doing? Oh, the younger brother has risen. We are preparing dried vegetables. These wild greens need to be blanched in boiling water and then dried for winter, which will save some money on vegetables, they replied. Seeing him in good spirits, Lin Shufan smiled and said, You should go sit in the shade. We can manage here. Dinner will be ready soon. Guzé nodded, recalling the clothes inside. Mother, where are my clothes? I'll wash them for you. You can fetch them inside. Chapter 28. The gift of a long skirt in the Su family courtyard. Su Ning returned early from the pig farm, wandering about the yard, her eyes occasionally glancing outside as if awaiting someone. Her parents, noticing her distracted demeanor, curiously inquired, Xiao Ning, what are you watching so intently? Who's coming to our house? No one, really. I'm just looking around, she replied, sitting on a stool, her gaze unfocused, lost in thought, while her hands kept reaching for the red berries to eat. Zhao Qianghua, seeing her daughter like this, walked over, took the basket away, and said with a hint of exasperation, Stop eating, no matter how delicious it is. You can't overindulge. Yesterday, your teeth were sensitive and you couldn't eat anything. Silly girl, why are you still gorging today? Su Ning merely hummed in response, continuing her daydreaming. All right, soon I'll make you a bowl of longevity noodles with a couple of poached eggs. It's your birthday, after all, and you must have noodles. As the mother and daughter chatted, a familiar voice echoed from the entrance. Aunt, is Su Ning home? Upon hearing this voice, Su Ning's eyes sparkled, and she hurriedly ran to open the door, anxiously asking, Guzé, do you need something from me? As promised, I have a surprise for you, and I'm here to deliver it, he replied. Surprise? Su Ning looked at the bundle wrapped in cloth, reaching out to receive it while stealing a glance at him, eager to unwrap it. Just then, Zhao Qianghua called from behind, Xiao Zhe is here. Come in and sit down. Guzé greeted with a smile, Hello, Aunt. I won't be staying. I just came to drop something off. Oh, why the rush to leave? Stay for dinner. Recalling the meals prepared by his aunt in the past, Guzé hastily concocted an excuse. There's some dried vegetables being processed at home, so I should return early to assist. I will visit you another day. Zhao Qianghua glanced at her dazed daughter and remarked with slight annoyance, Stop daydreaming and see Guzé off. Su Ning, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, nodded and cradled the wrapped item in her arms, feeling its softness as it seemed to be clothing. After escorting him a short distance, Guzé halted and turned to her, saying, Happy birthday. You needn't accompany me any further. All right, I actually have something for you as well. Guzé looked at the small box she presented, took it, and opened it to find a watch. What prompted you to give me a watch? Did you specifically go to town for this? Su Ning turned her face away, feigning indifference. Not exactly. I just happened to buy it while delivering pork to the restaurant in town. You can wear it to check the time. It's far more accurate than relying on the sun. If you dislike the style, it's no trouble. I can exchange it next time. No, I truly like it. Please let me put it on. Me? Help you wear it? Guze noticed her awkward demeanor and leaned closer, a playful smile gracing his lips. Yes. Could you assist me? Oh, if it's too much trouble, forget it. He teased. Perhaps my appearance is too intimidating, making it understandable if you're reluctant. Su Ning looked up, nearly bumping into his chin, and instinctively took a step back, flustered. No, you're not scary. I mean, I can help you put it on. Just don't lean in so suddenly. You might collide with someone. She handed him the cloth bag, opened the box, and took out the watch, observing his slender, pale hands, which seemed naturally adept at holding a pen. She couldn't help but compare them to her own. Her palms bore a thin layer of calluses, littered with fine scars. Juxtaposed with his, they appeared unappealingly unsightly. She felt a wave of self-doubt wash over her, though she concealed it well. Awkwardly fastening the watch on his wrist, her hands trembling. Guze noticed her discomfort and refrained from further teasing, wary of scaring her away. He moved his wrist, finding it a perfect fit, and smiled as he said, "Thank you, Su Ning. I truly appreciate this watch. I'm glad you like it," she replied softly, hugging the wrapped item close. "It's getting dark. You should head home to rest, and I need to return as well." Guze nodded. "All right, you go ahead. I will wait until you are out of sight before I leave." "Okay, goodbye." With that, she turned and jogged away, as if someone were chasing her, quickly disappearing from view. Guze chuckled softly to himself. Is she really that easily embarrassed? How amusing. Women in later times are far more liberated. This girl intrigues me even more. He rubbed his fingers together, his gaze deepening as he murmured, "Half a year until marriage. That's quite a while." Well, patience is a virtue. One cannot rush a delicate dish. Su Ning darted home, her heart racing, her face warm. Upon entering the living room, she met the gaze of her parents and felt a surge of shyness. "Mom and Dad, is it time to eat?" "Yes, come and sit down for longevity noodles. I prepared a fried egg for you. This time, Mom has improved. No more separating the yolk." Zhao Qionghua's voice brimmed with pride as she observed her daughter's culinary progress. Unlike the past, when her fried eggs resembled a chaotic separation of whites and yolks, they now appeared as a harmonious whole. What is Guze wrapped in your brioche? Let Mother have a look." "No." Su Ning shook her head in refusal, having yet to glimpse it herself. Zhao Qianghua, amused by her daughter's protective demeanor, extended her hand. "Come now, let me take a quick peek. I want to keep it. Why be so stingy? But if you look, you'll have to give it back to me." "Oh dear, I am your mother. Why are you guarding it so fiercely?" Seeing her daughter's stubbornness, she sighed. "All right, I shall merely glance at it and return it promptly. Perhaps your father could learn a thing or two. There's hardly any daily surprises around here." Su Tuho chuckled. "All right, I'll learn." Upon unveiling the garment, Zhao Qianghua discovered a delightful green floral pattern. She stood up, shaking the skirt, the pleated hem blossoming like a flower, the vibrant hue captivating the eye. "What a beautiful dress. I've never seen a style like this before. Where did Guze acquire it?" "No, it seems too exquisite to be store-bought. It appears crafted." She traced her fingers over the stitching, certain it was sewn by a machine. For a dress of such unique design, could the town-ass tailor truly create something so lovely? Su Ning gazed at the pleated hem and the fitted waist, instantly enamored. Despite her exterior toughness, she remained a girl at heart. How could a girl not cherish beauty? Rising to model the dress, she remarked in astonishment, "Mother, look, the size seems quite fitting, but how did he know my measurements?" Zhao Qianghua shook her head. "I'm not sure. A clever person might just gauge it at a glance. There's nothing odd about that. This child has truly put thought into it. I recall your wardrobe black skirts, and this one is perfectly suited for you." Chapter 29. The feast at Li family village. Su Tuho beamed with delight, knowing that his future son-in-law was so considerate towards their daughter. Their lives together would surely be harmonious, and they could rest easy knowing they had each other. Observing his goofy smile, Zhao Qianghua quipped, "What are you grinning about? You pale in comparison to our son-in-law. He hasn't even married yet. And look at the gold necklace and dress he has prepared. Now that's a surprise. Meanwhile, you haven't given me a single surprise in all these years. Oh dear wife, after so many years of marriage, why should we still be so formal? Just tell me what surprise you want. Shall we go buy a gold bracelet tomorrow?" "What kind of surprise is that if you simply state it?" Turning to her daughter, whose eyes sparkled with joy. She teased, "Do you like it?" Suning nodded, "I do." Zhao Qianghua retorted playfully, "I meant, do you like the dress or the person who gifted it?" "Both. I like both. I think you prefer the one who gifted it more. With such thoughtfulness, you must treat him well in return. Communicate openly. Don't make decisions solely on your own, understand?" A radiant smile illuminated Su Ning's face, growing even more enchanting with her laughter. "Understood. He is clever enough to speak, and I shall follow his lead when it comes to work." The butcher, observing the blissfully cheerful mother and daughter, urged them, "Hurry up and eat your longevity noodles. They will cool down soon. Tomorrow, we must attend a banquet in the neighboring village, and Xiao Ning, you will accompany us. Let those gossiping tongues see for themselves, lest they whisper behind your back about your unworthiness. It vexes me greatly to hear such things. It matters not. I pay no heed to their words," replied Zhao Qianghua, gazing at her earnest daughter with a touch of exasperation. "You may be indifferent, but Xiao Zhe will be coming to our home in the future. Rumors are spread by those who talk, while dispelling them requires the effort of many. Sometimes, a little display of pride can avert numerous issues and prevent idle chatter from harming those you wish to protect. It's all right if you don't understand now. Xiao Zhe is quite perceptive and will guide you. Just follow his lead and ponder the reasons in due time. If it becomes too perplexing, simply obey. Don't be obstinate, you know. Your stubbornness could drive your father to despair, while you remain blissfully unaware. But you never told me what I did wrong. I would certainly amend any missteps." Zhao Qianghua pointed to the dress, "Then wear it tomorrow along with the gold necklace, and accompany me to the banquet in the neighboring village." "All right, I understand." Though she did not fully grasp the reasoning behind it, she decided to heed her mother's words. In truth, she wished to impress Gu Zhe more than those gossips. They truly annoyed her. After dinner, she washed and dried her hair in the courtyard, waiting until it was dry before changing into the green floral dress. She descended the stairs and stood before her mother. "Mom, does it look nice?" "I think it fits well." Zhao Qianghua waved her hand. "Turn around so I can see." Su Ning twirled in the courtyard. "What do you think?" "The dress has this fabric strip. What is it for? Is it meant to tie around my neck?" "No, it resembles a headband. It looks quite lovely. Come here, and let me style your hair." "Ah, I see." Zhao Qianghua stood behind her daughter, taking the longest strip of fabric and expertly creating a side ponytail, draping it over one shoulder with the end tied in a bow. After surveying her handiwork, she lifted her daughter's chin to examine her closely. Beautiful indeed. Xiao Zhe has quite the thoughtful nature, even coordinating a headband for you. So this is how it's used? I thought it was meant to be tied around my neck. I nearly made a fool of myself." Su Ning touched the headband, feeling its smooth texture. Zhao Qianghua beamed at her transformed daughter, unable to suppress her delight. "You look stunning, truly stunning. You appear much more gentle and approachable than before." "Yes, I think it looks wonderful too. If you're satisfied, I shall go to bed now." "Don't rush. Let me admire you a bit longer." The butcher observed his daughter, who had never donned a dress before, always clad in work clothes for practicality due to her height. He sometimes forgot she was his third daughter, the most beautiful among the three sisters. Dressed thus, she resembled a city girl. He nodded repeatedly. Indeed, it looked splendid. Zhao Qianghua smiled. "Of course, our son-in-law is from the city. Perhaps city girls dress like this, far more elegantly than our country girls." Su Ning, "Mother, I too am a girl from the countryside. Please be quiet. Do not disturb the atmosphere." After half an hour, Zhao Qianghua finally spoke. "All right, go upstairs and change into something more suitable for sleep. This pure cotton dress wrinkles easily and is not appropriate for sleeping." Su Ning nodded in agreement, ascended the stairs to remove the dress and hung it up, then sat on the edge of her bed, tilting her head slightly as she gazed quietly at the garment. Thoughts swirled in her mind about how lovely she would appear wearing it and walking before him. Unbeknownst to her, she drifted into slumber. The following morning, Su Ning visited the pig farm and, upon returning, was promptly ushered by her mother to the bathroom. Zhao Qianghua urged her, "Quickly, go take a shower. Afterward, change into your dress. I will braid your hair. We must set off early to the neighboring village. It is not far, and walking will suffice." "All right, I understand," Su Ning replied. Soon, The mother and daughter ventured out, and along the way, many individuals stared at Suning with disbelief, wondering when she had become so beautiful. Qianduo accompanied her mother to the banquet, and upon seeing Suning, she initially thought she had mistaken her for someone else. She pointed and exclaimed, "Mother, look over there. Is that not Suning?" Li Guiying followed her gaze, unable to tear her eyes away. "That dress is truly stunning. Let us inquire where Suning purchased it. I shall buy one for you as well, to impress your future husband. Men are like that. If you are beautiful, they will be mesmerized. You should learn from her." Qianduo touched her face, feeling a twinge of insecurity. "But my face is so round. No matter what I wear, I look like a child, devoid of any femininity." Li Guiying retorted, "Listen to your mother. Our ancestors have said that people are adorned by their clothing. As long as the attire is exquisite and suits you, you will appear as a beauty. If you can capture your future husband's affection, he will cherish you during marriage, and life in your in-laws' home will be easier. Mother, you should not focus solely on the present. Hurry up and catch up with me." She called out loudly, "Sister Zhao, wait for us. We are also heading to the Li family village for the banquet. Shall we go together?" Zhao Qianhua turned to look, and, upon seeing the newcomers, smiled warmly. "Ah, it is Sister Li. Of course, let us go together. It is wonderful to have someone to converse with, as I was just lamenting the lack of company." Chapter 30. So Radiant One cannot look away. Li Guiying teased, "Sister Zhao, with your family being the only millionaire in 10 miles, who doesn't he know you? There are plenty of people eager to engage you in conversation. Today, Ning is truly captivating. Where did she acquire that dress?" "I was thinking of getting one for my duo as well." "I'm not sure. It was a gift from her fiancé," Zhao Qianhua replied. Qianduo was taken aback, exclaiming, "Did Aunt Zhao say it was from Guze? If you can afford to gift such beautiful dresses, he truly treats Ning well." Her tone was laced with envy. While she too was engaged, her fiancé had never gifted her anything, not even a silver bracelet, which she had to ask for herself. He claimed that men are straightforward and either do not know what to give or simply do not give at all, asserting that they're not beggars. Qianduo's gaze dimmed slightly. It was not that men were incapable of understanding these matters, but rather that some were simply unwilling. Quickly regaining her composure, she reminded herself not to be overly concerned or to compare herself with others, for it was she who would ultimately bear the discomfort. Her eyes fell upon her braid. The hairband was indeed lovely, a harmonious blend of green and white, reminiscent of the azure sky adorned with clouds. "Did you sew this yourself, Ning Ning?" Su Ning shook her head. "No, my hands are rather clumsy. I cannot manage such needlework. This hairband was a gift from Guze." Li Guiying teased. "Guze seems to be a thoughtful young man. He will surely treat Su Ning well, and a harmonious life is worth more than anything." Sometimes, fate truly appears to be orchestrated by the heavens. Were it not for Jiang Jie's departure, Guze might never have arrived. The intricacies of fate are indeed enigmatic. Often, what we strive to force may pale in comparison to what is divinely arranged. Zhao Qianhua nodded with a smile, deeply resonating with this sentiment. When she first moved from the city to the countryside, she had never imagined marrying old Su, nor did she foresee that life would improve as it did. Her sisters, who once opposed her, now wore expressions of envy. Among the 3 sisters who married into the city, 2, though not divorced, lived in considerable misery. Women, alas, should fear marrying the wrong man above all else. As they continued their conversation, they unknowingly arrived at Li family village, where many young men from neighboring villages gathered, staring vacantly in awe. Su Ning sensed the heavy gaze upon her, furrowing her brow with an air of intensity, her expression turning frigid as she regarded them. Li Guiying and the others found a table to sit at, and soon someone approached with eager inquiries. "Young lady, which family does this girl belong to? She is truly striking." Their eyes subtly lingered on her gold necklace. In the countryside, a girl adorned with such jewelry would not come from humble means. And who wouldn't he desire a wealthy bride? It is Su Ning, the 3rd daughter of the butcher Su. "Auntie, please refrain from inquiring further. Su Ning is already promised to another, with plans to wed by year-end." The necklace and dress were gifts, and the couple shared a strong bond. The woman appeared somewhat astonished, scrutinizing Su Ning from head to toe, recalling the rumors that painted Su's 3rd daughter as ugly and fierce. claiming that suitors had been driven away by her. I had not heard she was so beautiful. Such rumors can be misleading. She ventured cautiously, who is that young man? He is truly fortunate. Everyone knows that the Su butcher's family is affluent. Marrying Su Ning would ensure a life of comfort. Li Guiying shook her head. It is not a marriage. He is to be adopted into the family. The eldest son of the Jiang family. The one who lost his way for 20 years has now returned from the city, having passed his university entrance exams. Just recently, they've recognized their kinship, and their engagement with Su Ning is set for the end of the year. By next year, Sister Zhao will be able to hold her grandchild. Zhao, Qianghua smiled and nodded. Oh, there's no rush. As long as the two children share a good relationship, they can take their time regarding children. They can focus on building their careers, while old Su and I will take care of the little ones, allowing them to have peace of mind. My Ning Ning is rather reserved. I hope you won't mind. Not at all. A beautiful appearance naturally draws admiration. The surrounding individuals listened intently, and in an instant, their thoughts dispersed. It was inappropriate to act as a matchmaker now that the engagement was established. Alas, if only they had acted sooner. Had they known that Su Ning was so strikingly beautiful, proposals would have been made long ago, and they would not be left watching helplessly. Qian Duo'er whispered to her, Su Ning, you're also getting married by the end of the year, right? I should be around the same time. By the way, are you planning to renovate your wedding house? Do I need to renovate? I'm not sure, Su Ning replied honestly, unaware of any impropriety in the conversation. Of course. What size bed do you sleep on now? 3 meters, I suppose. Su Ning answered candidly, oblivious to the implications. Qian Duo'er stifled a laugh, leaning closer to whisper, once you're married, you'll have to share a bed. Do you think Gu Zhe can fit on a 3-meter bed? Given his height, wouldn't you need something longer and wider? Otherwise, how would both of you manage to sleep? And when you have children, they'll need to sleep with you too. How can a narrow bed accommodate a child? A flush crept across Su Ning's face. Indeed, it was a pressing issue she had not previously considered, her mind seemingly elsewhere. Duo'er, since you're so meticulous, could you advise me on what I should prepare? I've noted the bed, and will find a carpenter when I get back. Well, the walls need to be painted white. If you're getting married, everything should feel new. The interior should look refreshed, including the wardrobe and such, Qian Duo'er enumerated. Although men have fewer clothes, you can't leave him without a wardrobe, right? Or will you mix your clothes together? That would be impractical. Su Ning nodded vigorously, yes. I mustn't forget the wardrobe. The one upstairs is a bit small, so I'll make a note to have someone prepare a new one and deliver it as soon as I get home. Think about it for now. If you can't come up with anything, reach out to me. I can ask my mother, as she knows more about these things. Since you're welcoming a suitor, treat yourself as the man and prepare accordingly. It's better to over-prepare than to fall short and become a laughingstock. As they conversed in hushed tones, Su Ning occasionally chuckled, her radiant smile captivating those around her. However, a malicious gaze caught her attention. She turned to see a well-dressed man with a slick demeanor, grinning at her in a rather distasteful manner. She averted her gaze, choosing to ignore him. Otherwise, her fists itched to strike him. He was simply repugnant. Qian Duo'er glanced over as well and whispered, that man seems to be a relative of this household. He appears quite affluent, given his ostentatious appearance. Su Ning merely acknowledged it with a nonchalant showing little interest. Ning Ning, that necklace looks splendid on you. It suits you perfectly. Yes, he has good taste. Before long, the dishes began to arrive, and the oily-haired man slid into the seat opposite Su Ning, smiling vacantly without uttering a word. Chapter 31. Coveting Su Ning chose to ignore him completely as various dishes were served, and the group around them began to eat, the surrounding chatter creating a somewhat raucous atmosphere. The women at the table expressed curiosity. Sister Zhao, your daughter is already engaged. Has a wedding date been set? The specific date has yet to be determined. Once the busy farming season concludes, our two families will sit together to finalize the arrangements, likely before the new year, which would allow for a lively celebration together. Indeed, it seems that Ning is quite pleased this time. Although some are not from the same village, the Su family is affluent, naturally attracting attention. Any minor stir quickly spreads like wildfire. As for Su Ning's feelings towards Gu Zhe, it remains uncertain. But her disapproval of the previous suitor, Jiang Jia, is clear. Despite being unwell, it is noteworthy that he was beaten black and blue by his fiancée. This situation, however, is different. There are no reports of Su Ning striking him. It is universally acknowledged that when one is displeased, the impulse to act out can arise, whereas affection prompts one to boast incessantly. The conversation among the women meandered back to the gold necklace adorning her neck, their eyes shimmering with envy. Sister Zhao, your daughter is truly fortunate. Few would splurge on a gold necklace before marriage. Others nodded in agreement. Indeed, typically, such purchases are only made at the time of the wedding. Very few families would indulge beforehand. This must be fate. After a less-than-ideal match, a more suitable one has arrived. Zhao Qianghua smiled and nodded. Indeed, some matters cannot be forced. When the time is right, fate will naturally unfold. Someone noticed the well-groomed man and casually inquired, "Are you a relative of the bride's family or the groom's? You don't seem like one of our country folks." Lu Tiangue, finally being addressed, straightened his back slightly and feigned modesty. "I am Lu Ting, the son of the county magistrate, here on behalf of my parents to attend a banquet at my cousin's home." Gasps of surprise erupted. "What? You are the son of the county magistrate? How old are you? Have you married yet?" "Not yet. My aunt is planning to introduce someone." Laughter followed. Introducing a country girl might be challenging. Surely the son of the magistrate wouldn't lack for prospects. There must be plenty to choose from. Lu Tiangui's eyes sparkled momentarily, hinting, not necessarily. "I actually find country girls quite admirable, diligent, and enduring, making for a longer-lasting life together." As he spoke, his gaze subtly drifted towards Su Ning, his intentions unmistakable. Zhao Qianhua's smile faded. Observing his gaze, someone thought to themselves, Su Ning certainly attracts attention. Despite having a fiancé, she dresses so attractively. What is she trying to accomplish? A young girl, feeling a tinge of jealousy, remarked, "Comrade Lu, if you seek someone like Su Ning, you may find it quite difficult. It would be wiser to find a more virtuous girl. She's quite the fiery one. Not everyone can manage her." Another voice chimed in. "Besides, she already has a fiancé. It would be better for her to dress modestly to avoid drawing too much attention." Qian Duo interjected, displeased. "Chun Fong, what is it to you what she chooses to wear? If you have the means, go buy something for yourself. Why be so bitter about it? She hasn't spent your money." Upon hearing this, Chun Fong became irate, glaring. "Qian Duo, you are nothing but a sycophant, constantly ingratiating yourself with Su Ning. Yet she hasn't shown you any particular kindness. She was a cold-hearted individual, eternally unyielding, reminiscent of a piercing gaze that once swept through the school." Leaving Chun Fong frozen in place, her words abruptly silenced, as if haunted by a terrifying thought. Lowering her head, she began to eat, her mind flickering back to that frenzied figure from school. Who else but Su Ning? A madwoman, indeed, just a lunatic. Su Ning cast a disdainful glance her way. A fleeting trace of disgust in her eyes. She loathed engaging with such people, finding even swine more agreeable than them, their incessant chatter a nuisance. Qian Doer gently reassured her, "Ning Ning, don't take it to heart. She is merely small-minded and envious of you, which is why she speaks so. You look splendid in that outfit. It was a gift from your fiancé, after all. Wear it however you please. Why should you care what others think?" Upon hearing this, Lu Tiangui's smile deepened. So, her name was Su Ning, such a melodious name, though it felt oddly familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. A fleeting thought he couldn't grasp. To him, an engagement meant little. As long as marriage had not yet occurred, he still had a chance. He resolved to inform his parents upon returning home. Turning to Su Ning with a serious expression, Lu Tiangue introduced himself. "I am Lu Tiangue. Should you ever visit the county, do come find me at the Ronghua family building near the county government. I would like to treat you to a movie." Su Ning thought, if he is unwell, he should seek treatment. Why utter such nonsense to her? His mind must be muddled. With that much hair product, does he intend to scrape it off and cook? Who knows how much dust he has collected on the way, how filthy he is. Guze would never be like that. His hair is always impeccably clean. Lost in her own thoughts, she dismissed his words, her gaze drifting, curiosity piqued by his actions. Perhaps, Upon her return, she might sneak a glance. Just a furtive look would suffice. She certainly had no intention of letting him see her in a dress. Absolutely not. Lu Tianghe noticed the inadvertent smile she displayed, a spark of astonishment flickering in his eyes. Such radiant and grand beauty was unprecedented for him, devoid of any provincial pettiness. Her smile towards him suggested an underlying meaning, he mused. As for that so-called fiancé of hers, how could he compete with Lu's background and appearance? He was certain no young lady could resist his charm. Both were lost in their own thoughts, silently awaiting the end of the banquet to depart. Zhao Qianghua led her daughter away, occasionally glancing back to see that figure staring intently at her daughter. Furrowing her brow, she remarked, "Ning Ning, that oily hair man's gaze towards you is rather peculiar." So dazed. Surely he can't be a fool? His speech is odd, and he doesn't seem like an educated person. He resembles the village idiot we have at the entrance. Su Ning replied, "Yes, mother, I feel the same. But it's no longer our concern. Let us finish breakfast and head home. You need to rest more for your health." Zhao Qianghua nodded. "All right, I understand." Once, her health had been frail, worsened by rural labor, and after bearing 3 daughters, she felt depleted, never able to conceive a son. Yet, daughters were equally precious. A harmonious family was what truly mattered. With a gentle sigh, Chu A remarked, "During our marriage, we faced dire conditions, enduring natural disasters and famine. Surviving was a blessing, yet left our health in tatters. You must take care to nourish your body, for when you bear children, I hope you do not suffer as I have. At my age, every part aches." In Chapter 32, the young girl's conflicted thoughts, Su Ning's face flushed crimson as she softly protested, "Mother, I am in excellent health. You need not worry. I'm already 22. There is nothing amiss." She continued, "In your day, you married at 18 amidst hardship and scarcity, which naturally led to health issues after childbirth." Zhao Qianghua nodded in agreement. "Indeed, your circumstances are far better now. You are of an appropriate age, and with your daily labor, your health appears robust. I can rest easier." Upon returning home, Su Ning sought an excuse to venture to the back mountain to pick peaches, leaving with a basket brimming with fruit. Along the way, she greeted passing villagers, "Good day, Auntie, greetings, Aunt." At the entrance of the Jiang family's home, she peered through the crack in the door, but saw no one in the yard. She knocked gently. "Uncle Jiang, is Aunt Lena home?" 2 small children, hearing the commotion, dashed out to open the door, gazing up with bright eyes. The elder exclaimed, "Wow, what a beautiful sister. Who are you looking for?" The younger added, "This sister looks somewhat familiar. Are you from our village? What is your name?" A smile unconsciously graced Su Ning's lips as she patted their heads, replying, "I am not your sister. I am your little aunt." "Is your uncle home, little aunt? You look different." "I have not changed. I merely donned a dress." Hearing the noise, Gao Hongxiao approached, her eyes sparkling upon recognizing Su Ning. "Is it you, Su Ning? You look stunning. You must be looking for your uncle. He has gone hunting at the foot of the mountain. Come in and wait if you like." Feeling a bit uneasy, Su Ning tightened her grip on the basket and offered it. "These peaches are for the children. I shall check at the foot of the mountain and not impose further." "Very well, take your time. You should be at the foot of Turtleback Mountain." "Thank you, sister-in-law." With that, she turned and departed briskly. Gao Hongxia chuckled at the shy girl, glancing at the large peaches in the basket, while the 2 little ones drooled hungrily. "Come in, my little gluttons. Next time you see her, remember to call her little aunt. That was your uncle's wife." "Wife? Why don't they live together?" "It is not yet time. Once they are married, they will live together. Now, close the door and come help me gather some chives." Su Ning hastened to the mountain's base, her gaze scanning for a familiar figure. Upon not finding him, she felt a twinge of disappointment and murmured, "Is he not here? Perhaps I should search elsewhere." As she turned, she nearly collided with someone, instinctively raising her hand to strike, only to have her wrist caught. Guze regarded her with amusement, feigning injury. "Ning Ning, are you attempting to strike me?" "Alas, my frame cannot withstand your blows. Would it not sadden you to injure me?" "You, when did you arrive behind me?" "I did not hear a sound all day." "Perhaps your mind was elsewhere." His fingers grazed her soft wrist before retreating a step back, his gaze appraising her with evident admiration. "It seems my eye for selection is quite astute. This suits you splendidly." In truth, She was more befitting of a vibrant red. But the summer heat rendered such a choice impractical, and green appeared far more refreshing. Su Ning tucked her hand behind her back, acutely aware of an inexplicable warmth where his fingers had touched her, the air around her infused with the delightful scent of soapberry. Would embracing him amplify that fragrance? Realizing her wandering thoughts, she quickly shook her head and sought to change the subject. I really like the dress you chose. It's quite beautiful. But how did you know my size? Guzei's eyes flickered momentarily. Why? Naturally, it was a skill honed in a past life. There were mercenaries and assassins who had to assess a target's physique at a glance to facilitate their missions. Over time, they could swiftly gauge a person's basic attributes upon first sight. Leaning in closer, his warm breath brushed against her face. Ning Ning, Guis. Su Ning suddenly realized how close they were and stepped back slightly, nervously regarding him. I can't guess. I've never told you my size. Did you really figure it out? Guzei paused and nodded. Yes, I deduced it. Look, the waist has some elastic if it's a bit off. You can adjust it, and it will fit perfectly. This reasoning was convincing, and Su Ning found herself persuaded. My sister-in-law mentioned you were hunting at the foot of the mountain, but you have neither a bow nor a gun. How do you intend to hunt? He raised a slingshot, producing a small stone, and shot it in a particular direction. Ning Ning, come and see. Intrigued, Su Ning followed him, and upon spotting a wild chicken on the ground, her eyes widened in disbelief. You can hunt wild chickens with a slingshot? How is that possible? That's amazing. Haha, would you like to give it a try? I can teach you. With a slingshot in hand, you need to engage in close combat if trouble arises. Guzei led her into the woods, ensuring no one was around, before handing her the slingshot and stone, encouraging her to give it a shot. Filled with curiosity, Su Ning picked up the slingshot and placed the small stone within. The man stood closely behind her, and even without turning, she could sense their proximity. She felt the warmth radiating from him, her heartbeat suddenly out of rhythm, her hands trembling in uncertainty. In the next moment, his hand enveloped hers, as he drew her into his embrace, guiding her to properly aim and release the slingshot towards a specific target. With a sharp crack, a branch fell to the ground. Guzei lowered his head slightly, his chin resting atop her hair, his demeanor relaxed and languid. How was that? Quite simple. I senti it, so ning feltrikit. Enveloped in his presence, akin to a frightened rabbit ensnared by a predator, unable to escape. The scent of him filled her senses. As simple. I'll practice more when I get home. His soft laughter echoed above her, tantalizing her ears. Norus, I can teach you faster than you could learn on your own. Let us try for accuracy again, this time aiming for the third branch and bring it down. Su Ning swallowed hard, striving to reassure herself that everything was fine, urging herself to remain calm and composed. She drew the bow, aimed at a branch, and instinctively released her grip. With a sharp crack, the branch fell. Guzei raised his eyebrows in mild surprise. Achieving such accuracy on her first attempt was impressive. In a different era, she would undoubtedly be a sharpshooter, but in this age, such skills could not be fully realized. Without hesitation, he praised her. Ning Ning, you are truly remarkable. Su Ning crouched slightly, slipping out from under his arm, her cheeks flushed and her back straightened defiantly. Yes, I am quite impressive. Chapter 33. A slingshot for self-defense. Guzei observed her, reminiscent of a proud cat, his fingers itching to pinch her cheek. After a moment's thought, he decided against it, not wanting to provoke her into a playful bite. Clearing his throat, he handed her the slingshot. This is for you. Practice with it. It can serve as a means of self-defense, but remember not to aim for anyone's head or heart. This rubber band is quite resilient, if used with excessive force. Even a small stone can be lethal. If you must shoot, aim for the legs. Su Ning accepted it, curiously examining the slingshot. She nodded obediently. All right, I understand. Before she could react further, she felt a gentle pat on her head. She abruptly looked up at him. Why did you pat my head? Guzei feigned innocence. I didn't tea. I noticed a leaf on your head and simply removed it. See for yourself. Su Ning gazed at the leaf in his palm. Her expression momentarily bewildered before she nodded appreciatively. Ah, thank you. Not at all. Let's head back now. Okay, the hairband you gave me is lovely. But how do I tie my hair with that big bow? Guzei, carrying a wild chicken as he exited the forest, replied softly. You could tie it in a ponytail and secure the bow. It would look delightful. If it gets too warm, you could braid it and then tie the bow. Suning looked up at him, her gaze intent. How do you know so much? Is that how girls in the city wear it? Have you given hairbands to other girls? Ah, no, he chuckled. I've been too busy with school to be gifting skirts or hairbands to other girls. Ning ning. If I were to say I'd given gifts to other girls, would you feel jealous? Not at all, I was merely asking. Well, coincidentally, some peaches are ripe today, so I thought I'd bring some over. By the way, tomorrow at the pig farm, they will be slaughtering a batch of pigs to supply the town's restaurants. Suning's eyes sparkled with excitement. Didn't you mention needing pig offal? If you're free tomorrow, I can set some aside for you. If it doesn't taste good, you can discard it. After all, meat is far tastier. Guze smiled and nodded. All right, once I prepare it, you shall see for yourself that well-cooked pig offal can be even more delectable than meat. We could even take some to the town to promote it. If the restaurants are interested, not a bit of pig offal would go to waste, and it would be an excellent source of additional income. Suning had no objections. After all, the offal from previous slaughters had gone unwanted, and they had constantly sought ways to dispose of it. If they could sell it, all the proceeds would be his. All right, try it out. The pig farm often has more offal than anyone wants, and if we can sell it, the money is yours. Dividing responsibilities evenly. I shall take charge after our marriage, but before that, a fair split will suffice. I shall prepare the seasonings while he provides the technical expertise and the raw materials, which is quite reasonable. Suning nodded in agreement, saying, all right, I shall heed your words. An equitable arrangement it is. After all, the money she receives post-marriage will still be managed by him, with a monthly allowance for her, as she actually has little need for expenditure. Guze regarded this as a mere interlude, a way to repurpose unwanted pig offal into profit. True earnings, however, will stem from his artistic illustrations and writing. Yes, endeavors that yield income at home are indeed suitable for a slacker like him. In any case, striving hard seems implausible, yet it is essential to secure an income. A man without earnings is prone to suffer a blow to his self-esteem. As the two of them meandered toward the village, others greeted them. Ning girl, where are you headed? Suning replied earnestly, hunting. Haha, it must be that Jiang lad again using his slingshot. My boy returned home all excited, but he gave up after just 2 days. It's not easy to master. In truth, she believed it was quite manageable. However, people are different, and it is better not to undermine others. Indeed, it's challenging, she asserted. Guze, observing her serious demeanor, chuckled softly. No worries, Uncle Wong. Encourage her to practice more. It's merely a matter of gaining experience. Right, let us consider it a side endeavor. Farmers must rely on the land for sustenance. After all, upon reaching the doorstep of the Jiang family, Suning glanced at the sky and remarked, it's getting late. I must return. Come find me at the pig farm tomorrow morning around 8 or 9. All right, I understand. As she walked away, she could still feel a somewhat fervent gaze upon her. Instinctively, she turned her head, only to meet the man's smiling eyes, causing her heart to race. She quickly turned back and hurried off. Guze watched her retreating figure, disappearing into the distance, and shook his head helplessly. She truly possesses the nature of a timid little cat, both shy and proud. Quite amusing. Upon returning home, Suning treated the slingshot as a prized possession, fastening it to her waist with the hammer on one side and the slingshot on the other, creating a rather amusing sight. Zhao Qianghua emerged from the kitchen and noticed her daughter fiddling with something. Curiously, she leaned in for a closer look. Oh, where did you get that slingshot? It appears quite sturdy. It's for self-defense, Suning replied. Quickly regaining her composure, Zhao Qianghua inquired, is it from Guze? What prompted him to gift you a slingshot? While it is indeed unique, do you know how to use it? Suning picked up a small stone, aimed at a tree branch, and let it fly. As the branch fell, her eyes sparkled like stars. He uses the slingshot for hunting. I witnessed him shoot a wild chicken, and he even taught me how to control the force and angle. I can manage it. He mentioned it can be used for self-defense. Hunting with a slingshot? Zhao Qianghua had never heard of such a thing before. It was indeed enlightening. After all, he is a city boy, and his mind works differently in such pursuits. Suning spoke earnestly, Mom. He is remarkable. It seems he can do anything. I've never seen him lose his temper. He always smiles warmly, like the sun. Observing her daughter joyfully playing with a slingshot, Zhao Qianghua refrained from saying much, merely instructing her to avoid shooting at people before retreating to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Cooking proved to be quite a challenge for her. However, today she was tasked with making potato cakes, a seemingly simple endeavor that she was determined to master. Father and daughter gazed at the dark, unrecognizable item on the table, uncertain about what it was and how to consume it. Zhao Qianghua encouraged them. Come on, eat while it's hot. I just pan-fried these cakes. Can you guess what they're made of? Well, cakes are usually made from flour, right? Is it black flour? Ha! Surely my wife used black flour. Sutuho exclaimed, slapping his thigh in triumph. With an impassive expression, Zhao Qianghua replied, Black flour? If you can't guess, then you should eat them all. Is my cooking really that poor that you can't even identify the ingredients? Sutuho, his ears pinched, begged for mercy. No, dear wife. I just didn't recognize it at first. If you let me have a taste, I'm sure I can identify it. How could I possibly waste the fruits of your hard labor? He gave a knowing glance to his daughter. Su Ning stood up and announced, I'm going to the restroom. After leaving the main room and entering the kitchen, she discovered the potato peels, which confirmed her suspicions, and returned to the main room. Mom, is this a potato cake? It looks quite appetizing, but peeling potatoes must be a hassle. It's so easy to cut your fingers. It's rather dangerous. Can you promise not to make this again? Zhao Qianghua glanced at her fingers, noticing a few small cuts that stung slightly. Yes, I understand. I was just inspired by those golden, delicious-looking ones I saw someone make. She had attempted to replicate it upon returning home, but for some reason, despite using the same ingredients, the color turned out differently. Su Ning remained silent. She too had no answers. For those who lack culinary skills, daily meals become the greatest challenge, and over time, eating transforms into a form of torture. The taste hardly matters. The goal is merely to fill their stomachs. Mom, I think your congee is delicious. Why don't you just make congee from now on? You needn't trouble yourself with these labor-intensive dishes. Zhao Qianghua, pleased by her daughter's compliment, nodded with a smile. Yes, my little cotton-padded jacket. How considerate you are. You all enjoy your meal. Seeing that they had successfully diverted the topic, both father and daughter let out a sigh of relief. By 8 in the morning at the pig farm, the sounds of squealing pigs echoed continuously. Soon, 3 pigs were slaughtered, with their blood being collected, a valuable commodity sought after by restaurants. The pig entrails were carelessly cast aside. Had it not been for Ning's insistence on saving them, they would have been buried to enrich the fruit trees. Uncle Lao Jin wiped the sweat from his brow, perplexed. Ning, do you only need 1 pig's head? Yes, just 1 pig's head. I need to keep all 3 sets of entrails for my purposes. What use do you have for those? Su Ning fell silent, having never tasted pig entrails herself and unsure of their culinary merits. She decided to wait until Gu Zhe prepared them before forming an opinion, as she was currently at a loss for what to do. A series of knocks echoed at the door. Su Ning's eyes brightened, and she hurried over to open it. Who else could it be but Gu Zhe? You have arrived. Please wait a moment while I prepare the pig's head and entrails for you. Shortly after, a large bucket filled with an overwhelming odor caught my attention, its stench dizzying. I also carried the pig's head and 2 trotters. Gu Zhe shook his head upon seeing the abundance of items. You can forego the trotters. Do you have a refrigerator at home? If so, I can take them there once they are prepared, and you can enjoy them at your leisure. Su Ning nodded, yes. I have both a television and a refrigerator. Is 1 pig head sufficient? I prepared 3 sets of entrails. That should suffice. It is warm, and making too much food would lead to waste. Let us first ascertain whether you enjoy the taste. If you do, I can prepare more next time. Very well. Can you manage to carry it all? If not, I can take it back for you. Gu Zhe chuckled softly and shook his head. No worries, I can handle it. The heat makes this difficult to store, so I will take it to the riverside to process it. He had a fondness for such savory delicacies, finding their flavors far superior to that of mere meat, which often lacked variety in taste compared to the delightful richness of pig entrails. The liver would eventually be transformed into dried pig liver, as letting it sit longer would enhance its texture and flavor. Su Ning acknowledged with a sound, watching as he moved further away before returning home. Gu Zhe made his way to the riverbank, bringing along hay to create ash for cleaning. He had flour in his storage. The first wash would remove dirt. The second would utilize the ash and the third would employ flour for cleansing. The cleanliness of the entrails was paramount to their palatability. Neglecting this step would render even the finest ingredients unappetizing. The flowing, crystal-clear water carried away impurities. And to ensure a thorough cleansing of the intestines, he opted to cut them open, removing excess fat and grime. This meticulous process consumed 3 hours. The pig's head was comparatively easier to handle. Scalding it in boiling water made plucking the hair simpler, and a brief boiling would also aid in the process. He decided to handle the entrails while leaving the pig's head for his elder brother, who was not overly occupied that day. The fields would be ready for harvest in a couple of days, leaving him with little to attend to at present. Carrying the bucket of cleaned entrails back home, he placed the sizable pig's head before Jiang Dezhuang, who looked momentarily bewildered. Where did this pig's head come from, little brother? From Ning Ning. Brother, please scald it with boiling water to remove the hair. I need to marinate the entrails, and I currently lack the time. All right, I shall take care of it. The two little ones, no longer playing with pebbles, approached, squatting down to observe, wrinkling their noses at the smell. Uncle, this stinks. It has been cleaned. It only has a slight odor. Once it is prepared, you will understand how delicious it is. Eat, little Shirtu exclaimed. Dad, Uncle said we are having pig poop. Guze, Jiang Dazhuang. Cough, cough, do not speak nonsense. Uncle is preparing something delectable, not pig poop. You two should keep your distance to avoid getting burned. To facilitate the marination process, he set up an iron pot in the courtyard, adding some water and a handful of rock sugar to create a broth with an alluring amber hue. Indeed, he intended to prepare red braised dishes, known for their rich aroma, alongside salt and yellow braises, among others. The brothers divided their tasks, while Gao Hongxia busied herself in the kitchen preparing the meal. The broth in the pot had reached a perfect hue. Guze, using a piece of cloth to encase the seasoning, immersed it into the water, carefully adding the lighter flavors first for marinating the pork, saving the more robust flavors for the end. By midday, the fire in the courtyard continued to crackle. At 2 in the afternoon, an irresistible aroma wafted through the air, becoming increasingly tantalizing, soon permeating the entire village. The scent was meaty, yet distinctly more fragrant than the meat itself. Following the enticing fragrance, curious villagers approached the courtyard, inhaling deeply to confirm that the delightful aroma emanated from the pot. Dezhuang, what kind of meat are you preparing this time? One inquired. Indeed, it smells divine. It's driving me mad with desire. It's far more aromatic than boiled bone soup. How can it be so fragrant? Dezhuang had already prepared the pig's head and was currently weaving a fan. He casually remarked, it's just the pig-ass innards. I have no idea how it's made, but it certainly smells good. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Innards? Those are notoriously foul. Who would dare eat that? If you're craving meat, just buy some. You can't possibly eat that. I don't know, really. Whatever my younger brother cooks, I just follow along. If it smells this good, it must taste good. Poor families don't have the luxury of being picky, as long as it can be swallowed. It's fine by us. An elderly woman interjected. You all are wasting your efforts. I've tried making that before. It was so foul it nearly made me sick. You're just burning firewood for nothing. Chapter 35. The delicacy of pig innards. Guze emerged from the house, lifted the pot lid, and prodded the contents with chopsticks. If they pierced through easily, it indicated they were cooked just right. If too soft and mushy, they would lack texture, whether served hot or cold. The red braised dish was delectable, each way offering a different experience. Hot for a rich aroma, cold for a pleasing chewiness. As the lid was lifted, the potent fragrance surged forth, provoking salivation and drawing everyone's gaze. Even the previously vocal elderly woman fell silent. The sound of swallowed saliva echoed. Guze carefully extracted the ingredients, placing them onto a fan and arranging them on the courtyard table. He sliced some, as there was an abundance of innards. Even a small portion would suffice. Come, everyone, taste and see how it fares. Let us gauge the villagers' acceptance of this braised dish. If it is well received, perhaps I could persuade my parents to open a small braised meat shop in the village. After all, it is the 1980s, and a modest business venture might thrive. Making money through trade is far easier than through farming. Children gathered around, taking bites, their eyes lighting up in unison. Wow, this is delicious. Mommy, this meat is scrumptious. Even better than regular meat. With a smile, Guze replied, This is called braised dish. City folk typically purchase it as a side for their drinks. Though it is pig innards, when prepared well, it tastes quite splendid. I assure you, it is absolutely clean. I washed it thoroughly. A man approached with a grin. Young Zay, do you think you could sell some for me to take home for drinking? Huh, uncle, you're jesting. There's barely enough here to share. Selling would be futile. I have other uses for it, but perhaps I can make more another time. The man sighed, realizing the futility of his request, and did not press further. The fruits of one's labor, crafted with diligence, should be freely sold or withheld at one's discretion. Yet, how delightful this offering is! Should I be fortunate enough to procure some as a companion to my libations in the future, it would be splendid indeed. Guze produced a pair of pig hearts, deftly slicing them with his knife, wrapping a dozen portions in oil paper, and softly remarked, "As we are all from the same village, there shall be no charge. Yet I welcome a trade of goods. I have a penchant for dried vegetables. If anyone possesses some, let us barter. Here, I have a dozen portions of braised lung slices. First come, first served. Those who arrive late will find none left. Amongst our kin, money is a sensitive matter. Yet to refuse something entirely could offend. Giving everything away, however, might encourage exploitation. Thus, a system of exchange is far more fitting and preserves harmony." Upon hearing this, a man swiftly dashed out and soon returned with a basket brimming with dried vegetables, exclaiming with glee, "Look here, Zay. Do these dried vegetables please you? If so, I would like a portion in exchange for my drink accompaniments." Guze glanced over the basket, filled with a considerable quantity of dried vegetables, and decided to take only half, placing the oil paper wrapped portions within. Half was sufficient, as others might also wish for some. In less than 10 minutes, the dozen portions of braised lung slices vanished, leaving Jiang Dazhuang utterly astonished. Were they to prepare that heap of dried vegetables, it would require considerable effort. Yet, here was his younger brother, exchanging a small quantity of discarded pig offal for such a bounty. Truly the mark of an educated mind. How remarkable! The villagers departed contentedly. For them, dried vegetables are merely wild edibles, an endeavor of little consequence to procure. Thus trading for such delectable fare was indeed a bargain. They praised, "Zay is truly generous. He asked for naught but a trifling amount of dried vegetables, and we have profited immensely. Come, let us return home for a drink." They chuckled. The children received a morsel of meat, their mouths watering as they lingered at the doorway, peering inside, their eyes glimmering with innocent curiosity. Amused, Guze shared some with them, prompting the children to scatter joyfully to play. The pig's head was halved, the ears, snout, and tongue separated, and no meat on the bones was wasted. It was carefully removed to be fashioned into braised meat buns. Once cooled, a substantial portion was set aside in a basket, sufficient to last 2 days. Retaining more would be imprudent without refrigeration, as the heat could spoil it. Consuming spoiled food leads to food poisoning, and the Su family possesses a refrigerator. Thus, most would be sent there to keep fresh. Jiang Dazhuang, seizing a moment of distraction, indulged in a couple of bites, his expression one of pure bliss. Delicious, far superior to fatty meat. Guze filled a basket to the brim and announced, "Elder brother, I shall take some provisions to the Su family and return shortly. Once our parents are home, let them prepare this for our meal. Let us not waste the braised meat. It must be consumed within 2 days to avoid spoilage." "Very well. Fear not, little brother. We shall await your return for supper. And this meat we've set aside shall be made into braised meat buns." With a gulp, Jiang Dazhuang swallowed hard. "Understood, little brother." Upon hearing a knock at the door, Zhao Qianghua opened it to find him and warmly exclaimed, "Ah, Xiao Zhe, come in quickly. Xiao Ning is home as well." She called out, "Xiao Ning, come downstairs. Xiao Zhe has come to see you. Come in and have a seat. I will prepare dinner," Zhao Qianghua said. Guze entered with a smile, exclaiming, "Aunt, I have come to bring you some delicacies. This is the pork offal I have marinated. Do try it and see if it suits your palate. I have already added the seasonings, so you can simply slice it and serve it on the table, or salt it with some green peppers. However, do refrain from adding salt, as it might become overly salty." Zhao Qianghua had already caught a whiff of the enticing aroma and was growing restless at home, eager to discover the source of such delightful scents. To her surprise, it was her son-in-law who had prepared it so deliciously. Xiao Zhe, you truly possess culinary skills? Gu Zhe nodded, and she noticed the spark of excitement in her eyes, quickly realizing that perhaps it was due to her daughter's cooking not being very palatable, hence her enthusiasm upon discovering his talent. Zhao Qianhua exclaimed with joy, wonderful. Knowing how to cook is indeed a valuable skill. It allows one to earn a living no matter where they go. Come, hand me the basket. I will slice it while you enjoy your meal. Ha ha. With that, she cheerfully took the basket into the kitchen, selecting some pig ears and other entrails, their amber color appearing quite tempting. Su the butcher joined her in the kitchen, and the two quietly conspired. My dear wife, this aroma is truly delightful. Slice me a piece to taste, but let us keep it from the younger ones. Zhao Qianghua cut a piece of a large intestine and handed him some pig ears. They indulged in their secret tasting, their eyes widening with astonishment. The savory meat burst with flavor, possessing a delightful chewiness that was entirely different from what they were accustomed to at home. Exquisite, simply exquisite. With a deep breath, Su remarked, I believe our family may have found salvation. Perhaps we should offer to assist our in-laws during the busy harvest season, allowing them to finish their work sooner so that they may wed. I fear that if we delay, Xiao Zhe might be snatched away. Chapter 36. The Su family captivated by culinary delights. Su the butcher pondered and replied, what was that saying? A cooked duck can still fly away. How much more so a living person? Delaying the marriage may lead to unforeseen complications. If he truly ran off, where could they find another son-in-law as exceptional as him? The two wept with joy as they savored the delectable dish, carrying a plate out to the dining area. Zhao Qianghua emerged with the plate, placing it on the table with a beaming smile. Come, Xiaoning, you must try this. Is Gu Zhe's marinated pork, and I assure you, it tastes even better than that from a grand restaurant. Su Ning, curious, observed the plate and remarked, Mother, have you tasted it secretly? She scrutinized the slices, barely able to distinguish the pig ears and what appeared to be large intestines. The aroma was delightful, yet she wondered how it would taste. Taking her chopsticks, she picked up a piece and took a bite, her eyes lighting up. Wow, this is delicious. How did you achieve this color? By caramelizing sugar. Using rock sugar to saute gives it that amber hue, enhancing both color and flavor, Gu Zhe casually explained, gesturing for her to try the pig ears. After tasting, Soning noted vigorously, delicious. Who would have thought these once disregarded offal could be transformed into such a delightful dish? Gu Zhe, you are truly remarkable. Oh, it's nothing much. I simply enjoy experimenting with food. I had once considered studying to become a chef, but ended up pursuing mechanical engineering instead. Certain dishes can be enjoyed both cold in a salad or stir-fried with chili peppers. Any leftovers may be stored in the refrigerator, frozen for future consumption, thus ensuring they remain unspoiled. After offering a few words of advice, Gu Zhe took his leave. Su Ning escorted him out, and once he had departed, she returned to the courtyard, only to find the plate on the table utterly bare. The freshly prepared marinated meat had vanished. Mother, father, have you consumed everything on the plate? She inquired. Su the butcher, chewing on his marinated meat without a hint of guilt, replied, no, not at all. Hurry and place the marinated meat in the fridge. We must save some for later, for once it's gone, it's truly gone. Su Ning fixed her gaze upon him. Father, you are the one who has eaten it. Oh, that is of little consequence. What matters is that you should hasten to marry Xiao Zhe. I believe waiting until the end of the year feels rather prolonged. The nights are long and dreams many. Entering the household sooner would be preferable. Zhao Qianghua nodded in agreement, understanding the sentiment. It was not merely a craving for her son-in-law's culinary skills, but rather a genuine concern for her daughter's well-being, believing that marrying and bearing children sooner would aid in her recovery. Su Ning fell silent, realizing she had barely tasted anything before it disappeared. That night marked the Su family's most delightful meal. For the first time, dining felt devoid of burden, leaving them with a sense of comfort and tranquility, a truly enchanting experience. When Gu Zhe returned home, his family awaited him in the main room, calling out, Xiao Zhe, come for dinner. Yes, do hurry, after we eat. I shall steam marinated meat buns, perfect for taking to the fields for breakfast. Indeed. By the way, sister-in-law, Have you ever considered opening a marinated meat shop in the village? During busy farming seasons, every household is occupied, leaving little time for cooking. If you were to sell marinated dishes, would villagers not come to purchase? Relying solely on farming for profit proves arduous. Substantial gains often stem from business ventures. Jiang Dazhuang paused, somewhat hesitant. Growing up in the village, he had always been conditioned to believe that he was a farmer, destined either to hunt or cultivate the land. Business seemed the realm of the astute. Could someone as simple as he succeed? What if he could not keep the account straight? But I'm not well-versed in literacy. What if I were deceived in business dealings? Gu Zhe's lips curled into a subtle smile. In the food industry, as long as one acts with integrity and maintains quality, and keeps a careful eye on credit issues, all shall be well. Gao Hongxia observed her husband's uncertainty and then glanced at their two sons. Since the return of her brother-in-law, their family's circumstances had improved, and the children were thriving. However, her brother-in-law was destined to join the Su family, and it would be unreasonable for them to continually benefit from him. One must rely on oneself. She too wished for greater financial success, desiring a better life for her children, sparing them from the hardships they had endured. Reflecting on their past struggles sent shivers down her spine. With this in mind, she nudged her husband's leg and whispered, "Dear, I believe what my brother-in-law said holds merit. Look at the farmers. Who among them has truly prospered? They merely managed to stave off hunger. Given our current circumstances, do you wish for our children to experience the same hardships we have?" Jiang Dazhuang contemplated his two sons, recalling the days burdened by debt. Continuing to depend on farming as a means of saving seemed increasingly untenable. The heart harbors a certain trepidation towards untried ventures. However, the younger brother possesses a keen intellect and can always seek counsel from his elder. There is little cause for alarm. "Younger brother, what do you think we should do?" Gu Zhe observed their willingness to change, his features softening with a smile. Regardless of how impoverished one may be, as long as there is a resolute spirit willing to strive and take risks, hope for the future remains. The majority of impoverished are not merely those bereft of material wealth, but rather those whose thoughts are shackled by poverty. They summarily dismiss unattempted endeavors and perpetuate their outdated ideologies, thereby stifling the potential of future generations. Fear not, as long as you harbor this thought. I shall manage the rest. After the busy season, I will share my insights with you. Gao Hongxia expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, little brother." Gu Zhe replied gently, "It is no trouble. We are all family. I wish for your prosperity, for when the household flourishes, life becomes easier and the path for the children will be smoother. Indeed, we have come this far, and we must leave a glimmer of hope for the next generation." The Su family, who once struggled without success in pig farming, eventually prospered by establishing a pig-raising business and cultivating corn and coarse grains for feed. Once this enterprise took off, their fortunes transformed, and they became affluent. Gao Hongxia remarked earnestly, "I believe one must embrace challenges. Without them, life remains stagnant. A little upheaval can yield a new way of living." Lin Shufan nodded with a smile. "You are young. If you wish to strive, then do so. Leave household matters to us. We shall look after the children. Do take heed of Xiao Zhe's words. His mind is sharp, and you should learn diligently from him." "Yes, I understand, mother. Rest assured." With the family's future direction agreed upon, they felt invigorated. After dinner, they busily prepared meat buns until late into the evening. While other families retired with the setting sun, Gao Hongxia and Lin Shufan only went to sleep after steaming the buns. In his room, Gu Zhe entered the spiritual spring space, sowing seeds into the rich black soil and drinking copious amounts of the spring water, feeling the strength coursing through his body. After a period of nurturing, he would be ready to engage in physical training. He found his current frail appearance unappealing. Only through physical conditioning could he eventually relish a more languid existence. After watering the seeds, he reclined on the white gravel ground, closing his eyes to rest, as the sweltering heat outside rendered the space far more comfortable for slumber. With this thought, he spread a thick blanket and drifted into sleep. Chapter 37. The autumn harvest time flies swiftly, and the bustling autumn harvest has arrived. The family had delineated their tasks early on and was working in a well-organized manner. The elders of the Jiang family were in the fields harvesting, while the children remained at home under Gu Zei's care, with him also taking charge of meal preparation. Gao Hongxiao managed the laundry, refusing to allow her younger brother to wash clothes, for his hands were accustomed to wielding a pen, ill-suited for such chores. Indeed, the culinary skills of the younger brother were exceptional. After a restful slumber, Gu Zei awoke to find the water tank full, vegetables freshly gathered and placed in baskets, and a pot of rice porridge with an egg set aside for him. The Jiang family, having settled their debts, retained a frugal essence. Each day, he and the children were afforded eggs, while the others subsisted on porridge, bread, and pickled vegetables. Upon seeing him awake, the two little ones trailed after him like eager shadows. With a mouth full of milk, the little one exclaimed, "Uncle, it's time to eat. Mama says we must behave at home and not run outside causing mischief, and that we should help you with your work." "What work shall we do, Uncle? You tell us." Gu Zei looked at the two small children and thought to himself how early the children of the poor grow up. In his time, children of such an age were still in kindergarten, rolling around without a care, utterly unaware of such responsibilities. He sat down with a bowl, dividing the egg into 2 portions, and offered, "Here, you are still growing, so eat the egg. Once you finish, we should go to work." "No, we can't eat," they protested. "Mama says we must take care of Uncle and not steal his food. This egg belongs to you." One of them licked their lips, adding, "I already shared an egg with little Shirtu." Gu Zei pinched their cheeks, his expression turning serious. "Did I not say you should listen to me? If I tell you to eat, then eat quickly or Uncle will get angry." The two little ones exchanged uncertain glances, hesitating on whether to eat or not. Little Shirtu whispered, "Brother, Mama also said we must listen to Uncle. What should we do now? Should we eat the egg? Well, let us eat. Later, we can find some cicadas to bring back for Uncle. That would be just as good." "All right, then we shall eat." Gu Zei, observing their whispered conversation, felt a flicker of amusement in his eyes. After finishing their porridge and tidying up, he took the two little ones outside. The household supply of stewed meat had dwindled after 2 days. During the busy farming season, one cannot toil on an empty stomach, so he planned to procure some meat each day, occasionally bringing back fish as well. The two little ones carried their baskets and held small shovels. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, they squatted down, searching for holes to dig for cicadas, the ones without wings being edible. This was their favorite delicacy, albeit difficult to unearth. Gu Zei, accompanied by the children, dared not stray too far and began hunting within sight. When he stumbled upon some ripe berries, he dug them up and planted them in his spatial black soil. After half an hour, they returned with a rabbit. Unfortunately, at the foot of the mountain, one could only find birds, rabbits, or wild chickens. Larger prey was scarce. The two little ones had also uncovered a good number of cicadas. Upon hearing Uncle's call, they sprang up, giggling, "Uncle, look! There are so many cicadas here. They taste wonderful." Striding over, Gu Zei paused to observe the wriggling creatures. He recalled having tasted them before, fried and sprinkled with seasoning. They were simply delectable. "Let us gather more to take home. We can prepare some for Grandpa, Grandma, and Mama and Papa, shall we?" "Yes, yes." The two little ones chirped joyfully, bouncing on the spot. The trio continued digging, and before long, they had collected dozens to take back. Glancing at the time, Gu Zei noted it was already past 9. The rabbit still needed processing, and he had to deliver lunch by noon. After chopping the rabbit into pieces and setting it aside, he scooped 2 spoonfuls of lard into the pot, adding the cleaned rabbit to saute until fragrant, then pouring in some water to braise. In this era of scarcity, resources were limited, unlike in later times. Oil was not plentiful. The household would make do with a single jar of lard for an entire month, with each meal requiring just a spoonful for 2 dishes. Without sufficient fat, it was all too easy to go hungry. A large stone was tending to the fire, while a small stone busily pounded garlic and dried chili peppers nearby, exclaiming with enthusiasm, "Uncle, I'm all set." Gu Zei turned back with a smile, praising, "You're quite impressive, little stone. Go fetch a bowl. Have some cicadas to tide you over until the meal is ready." "We're not hungry, Uncle, really?" the small stone replied. Just as the words left his mouth, his stomach emitted a series of grumbles, prompting him to cover his belly and shrink his neck. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Gu Zei said nothing further, serving a small bowl of cicadas on the table. instructing them to share without fear of quarrels. As the two children were quite considerate. In another pot, rice was cooking. In those days, rural households used straw pots for cooking rice. Once boiling, the rice water needed to be ladled out, leaving just the right amount to cook the grains. Rice from straw pot was exceptionally delicious but could easily burn. Without sufficient experience, it was a challenge to prepare well, often resulting in scorched rice, which wasted the grains. In his previous life, he too had taken quite some time to master the technique. The two little ones took turns enjoying the cicadas, which were crisp and fragrant, with a meaty, chewy head that was delightful. This is delicious. Uncle cooks so well, even better than professional chefs at banquets. If Uncle were a chef, he would surely be more capable than them. Absolutely. But I wouldn't want Uncle to become a chef. What if someone else took him away? Our family would be without Uncle. The large stone nodded seriously, right? Uncle belongs to our family. He can't be a chef. It must be exhausting to prepare so many dishes. In 2 hours, a small basin of rabbit meat, a plate of vegetables, and a dish of pork lard stir-fried greens were ready. The broth was simply the rice water, the essence of cooking rice, which must not be wasted. In the countryside, meals were transported in baskets, covered with plates, making it easy to spill and cool down. Eating cooled pork lard stir-fried vegetables could lead to an upset stomach. Don't ask. It's just how the editor was in childhood, craving pork lard mixed with rice, which would cause stomach issues if eaten cold. Gouze had already purchased around 10 aluminum lunchboxes, each containing a portion of rice topped with meat and vegetables, while the broth was carried in a kettle. The summer heat was stifling. Preparing a meal felt like coming out of the water, with a military canteen hanging at his waist. He occasionally sipped cool water to feel somewhat refreshed. By 11:30, the dishes were ready, neatly placed in the backpack. Carrying the basket on his back and the kettle in hand, he called out, "Large stone, small stone, let us deliver the meal to the fields." "Yes, Uncle. We'll eat in the fields too." "Indeed, the whole family will eat together." Hooray! The two little ones were not idle either, each carrying a small backpack filled with apricots and peaches to take to the fields. Chapter 38. Delivering meals to the fields on the way. They encountered several young girls delivering meals. Generally, after marriage, women would work in the fields. Young girls, concerned about tanning and its impact on finding a suitable husband, were often spared from field work if their families were somewhat indulgent. However, household chores remained their responsibility, as having fairer skin would make it easier to find a match in the future. On the path where many young ladies gathered, a slender figure clad in white suddenly appeared, drawing the attention of the crowd. One bolder girl approached with curiosity and inquired, "Gouze, what are you bringing for Aunt Lynn and the others?" "Rabbit meat, crickets, and some greens," he replied. "Wow, that must be difficult to dig up. You're truly impressive." Gouze's face bore a gentle smile as he responded, "The two little ones did most of the digging, so I thought I'd prepare and deliver it as a token of generosity." Upon noticing the figure surrounded by other girls, Yu Hongmei pouted slightly. "It's a pity Su Ning isn't here to see this. She would surely feel quite upset. What a shame." She hurried over, her face adorned with a perpetual smile. "I'm in the same class as Su Ning. We used to be quite close. If you wish to know more about her, feel free to ask me anytime. We grew up together, so I know her well." Gouze turned to her, recognizing the malice in her eyes. After all, if one wanted to understand another, would they not seek to do so independently rather than rely on others? His smile faded somewhat. "Oh, no need. I will learn about her myself. I want to trouble you. By the way, that dress Su Ning has is simply beautiful. Where did you buy it? We'd love to get one as well." Thinking of the dress made Yu Hongmei's heart flutter, imagining how stunning she would look in it during a matchmaking event, easily attracting a wealthy suitor. Gouze's gaze remained indifferent. "It wasn't purchased. I had it custom-made according to a specific design. It isn't available in shops." The young ladies gasped in envy. "Ah, so you had a seamstress make it for her. You were so kind to Su Ning. Did you design it yourself, or is it from the city?" "It's from the city. Su Ning is tall, and a high-waisted pleated skirt suits her better." "Indeed, being tall makes anything look good." Yu Hongmei glanced down at herself, feeling inferior in stature compared to that wretched girl. If she were to wear such a dress, alterations would be necessary, especially if she had a design blueprint from him. With this thought, Her eyes twinkled mischievously as she leaned in closer. Guze, since I have such a good relationship with Suning, could you possibly share a design blueprint with me? Perhaps a shorter version? I'm afraid that particular pleated skirt is designed specifically for taller figures. The high waistline wouldn't suit someone of your height, he replied curtly. The other girls chuckled, amused by her audacity. How could she dare to ask for a blueprint meant for his fiancée? Truly shameless. Yu Hongmei's expression shifted, revealing her displeasure. I mentioned that I grew up with Su Ning. Is it too much to ask for such a small favor? You're being rather stingy. Guze regarded her with a contemplative gaze. Is that so? I shall inquire with Su Ning another day to ascertain the truth of your relationship. If you are indeed close, she will inform me. My family is waiting for dinner. I must take my leave now. You all enjoy your conversation. She stammered, hastily departing. Once she was out of earshot, one of the bolder girls spoke up. Guze, don't heed Yu Hongmei's words. Her relationship with Su Ning isn't good. She often bullied Su Ning back in school. If she seeks that blueprint, it's likely not merely for the dress. She might intend to stir trouble for Su Ning. She is quite devious. Guze responded earnestly. Thank you for the warning, young lady. May I ask your name? The young girl's face flushed with color as she stammered. I am Zhou Yinyan. My intention is not to speak ill of her. It is simply that she possesses a rather strong sense of jealousy. Just be cautious not to be deceived by her. Your fiancé, he is quite agreeable, she continued. Though she may appear somewhat aloof, when we go to buy meat, she generally provides a little extra, which is rather kind. I understand, came the reply. At that moment, the person delivering the meal arrived in the fields. Guze was unfamiliar with the land, yet the two little ones, who often ventured into the fields, were well acquainted with it. The Shirtu pointed, exclaiming, Uncle, look over there. That's where Grandma and Grandpa are. He yelled, Mom, we come to deliver the meal. Gao Hongxia straightened her back, her face flushed with warmth and her head slightly dizzy. Upon hearing the voice, she turned to look and immediately spotted her younger brother's tall figure. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she called out, Mom and Dad, let us go under the tree. Your uncle has brought us our meal. The elderly couple straightened up, exhaling a long sigh. All right, let's eat beneath the tree. This dreadful heat is truly unbearable. Indeed, one replied, but a bit of heat is beneficial for drying grain. Under the tree, other villagers had also settled in, each finding a spot to sit as they busily attended to their grain collection, leaving little room for idle chatter. Autumn harvests fear the onset of rain. The sooner they could gather the crops, the more they could reap. Guze squatted down, carefully extracting the meal boxes, which were still steaming as if freshly cooked. The aroma of meat wafted through the air, causing the others to twitch their noses and glance curiously at the aluminum boxes, recognizing them from the supply store as containers for food. Hey, Lao Jiang, this meal box is quite good. It retains heat well and prevents spills. How much does one cost? Jiang Jiangwo shook his head. I'm not sure. My son purchased them. Xiaozhe, how much is one of these boxes? Oh, this quality is about 3 yuan each. That's rather expensive. The villagers who had previously considered purchasing one shook their heads at the price. 1 yuan might have been reasonable, but 3 yuan for a single box seemed excessive. Furthermore, they seldom used them, only during harvest time to save a bit of time for meal delivery. Thus, they would not require many throughout the year. Gusha spoke gently. It is indeed a bit pricey, yet it is convenient and retains heat effectively. Although the weather is warm, consuming cold meals is not good for the stomach. Jiang Jiangwo, gazing at the meat and cicadas, inquired with surprise, where did this meat come from? Xiaozhe, have you been hunting at the foot of the mountain again? Yes. We must work swiftly, but without nourishment it is challenging to endure. My hunting does not take much time, and most of the cicadas were gathered by the two little ones. Indeed, there are plenty of cicadas at the mountain's base. They are quite delicious. Do try some of the food your uncle has prepared. After a morning of labor, the Jiang family was thoroughly exhausted, devouring their meal heartily. In no time, their hunger was alleviated, and they felt much more comfortable. They also poured some rice soup from the boxes to drink, which had a slightly salty flavor. Lin Shufan casually asked, Did you add salt to the rice soup? After finishing his meal, Guze tidied the boxes and placed them in his backpack. Nodding, he replied, Yes, when working and sweating, it's essential to replenish salt. Otherwise, dehydration can easily occur. Very well, we will take heat. It is too hot outside. You should return with the children. Chapter 39. The intentions of Lin Shangquan and others. There was no rush to prepare dinner. We intended to work a little longer into the night, returning home only after darkness had fallen. The grain needed to be harvested without delay, as leaving in the fields felt precarious. Guze responded affirmatively, inquiring what his parents desired for dinner. Oh, nothing too elaborate is necessary. A simple bowl of noodles will suffice. It will aid digestion, and if the moon shines bright, we can thresh the rice and dry it overnight. After tidying up the lunchboxes and placing them in the woven basket, he glanced at the two little ones and called out, "Let us go. Follow your uncle home." The children eagerly offered peaches and apricots, cheerfully insisting, "Grandpa and Grandma, keep these in your pockets. If you feel hungry, just eat them, and you won't feel hungry anymore." The elderly couple beamed with affection, patting their grandson's head. They waved goodbye, reminding, "Be good and listen to your uncle. Do not wander near the river, understood? No going into the water." After imparting a few more instructions and watching them walk farther away, Guze took a moment to rest before resuming his task of harvesting rice with the sickle. As Guze returned home with the children, he spotted several familiar figures standing at the entrance. It was unmistakably Lin Shangquan, the scar-faced man who had previously come to collect debts. Dashito, feeling apprehensive, pointed and said, "Uncle, there are bad people at home." They were the ones who took Uncle G to play cards, and Uncle G became increasingly fierce. "Do not worry. Your uncle knows how to handle this." Memories of his weary parents in the fields flashed through his mind, and despite their reluctance for him to toil, he felt a sense of obligation to repay their kindness. The sight of these ruffians before him did not seem particularly promising. Lin Shangquan noticed their arrival and hurried over, rubbing his hands together, his expression one of feigned goodwill. "Gugu, you have returned. We came today to apologize. You see, we embarrassed ourselves last time, losing face and all. Could we possibly let bygones be bygones?" He nudged the basket he was carrying, revealing a bounty of pork ribs and pig trotters. Guze did not accept the offering, instead unlocking the door and inviting, "Come in and sit. Let us discuss this inside. It's not proper to linger at the entrance where others might see." Lin Shengchuan's eyes lit up at the invitation, and he swiftly entered, placing the basket on the table and seating himself on a small stool. He signaled to his subordinates to close the door. "Here's the thing, Gugu. Recently, my friends and I have hit a rough patch. We've been losing at cards in town, and if this continues, we fear we might find ourselves without food." "And how does that concern me?" Guze replied, his tone laced with indifference. "It does concern you because we seek your guidance. We wish to know how to play cards effectively, to remember the hands and win." Guze cast a glance at the basket, his demeanor relaxed. "You think that by offering a little meat, you can learn from me how to win more money?" Lin Shangquan quickly shook his head. "No, it's not about winning. I simply wish to break even. I understand my limitations. How could I possibly learn your skills? Just teaching me the basics would suffice. I only wish to preserve my capital. As for winning or losing, that depends on luck." Once he finished speaking, a heavy silence enveloped the room, with no one daring to break it. Lin Shangquan grew increasingly anxious, pondering whether Guze would indeed impart his wisdom. If not, he might as well abandon gambling altogether. The mere thought of quitting gambling and dedicating himself to honest labor sends shivers down his spine. He is unwilling to concede. His spirit remains unyielding. Guze notices the tension in his demeanor, the madness of a gambler flickering in his eyes. A fleeting glimmer tells him that today's refusal will not be taken lightly. Resentment will surely be directed towards him. After all, a gambler is a hard nut to crack. They can only be utilized for their efforts, and the outcomes are rarely favorable. "You wish for me to teach you how to safeguard your capital? It is not impossible. Yet relying solely on this meager offering is insufficient." Upon hearing Guze's concession, Lin Shangquan feels as though he has grasped a lifeline, his eyes lighting up. "Brother Gu, I know you possess genuine skills. This little offering surely does not pique your interest. I do not seek wealth through gambling. I merely wish to preserve my capital. If you are willing to teach me, I will comply with any task you assign." Guze replies with a nonchalant, "Very well, but I am currently preoccupied with the autumn harvest. I truly lack the time to teach, unless what? Unless you, in your cohorts, come and work in my fields, gathering the harvest. Only then will I have the time to instruct you. While you may not become a gambling god, at least you shall fare better than relying on luck and losing. Lin Shengxuan's countenance falls, disbelief etched upon his face. Brother Gu, you mean for us to toil in the fields? But we are not suited for such labor. If we could work, our own fields would keep us busy. Gu Zhe, appearing languid, responds with a dismissive tone. Is that so? You all possess robust physiques, not ill-suited for labor. Is it a matter of inability or mere unwillingness? It is indeed unwillingness. Precisely. To acquire skills, one must pay the price. If you refuse to accept my conditions, I shall not press further. Take your leave with your belongings, and I bid you farewell. Frustrated, Lin Shangquan scratches his head, pondering before resolutely declaring, Fine, I will work. I will do it, and the others will join me in your fields. However, will you provide us with meals? We are quite short on funds, and do not wish to impose on your generosity. Gu Zhe assesses them, calculating their food requirements. Labor without wages, but with meals is still advantageous. The harvest will conclude in a matter of days. Very well, I shall provide meals. As long as you commit to working diligently. Let's commence today. This evening, we must thresh the rice. Who among you will take turns? It is not arduous, and it will conclude in no time. Once we finish, I shall teach you the skills you seek. However, how much you learn depends solely on your capabilities. The group nods eagerly, grinning in anticipation. Absolutely, Brother Gu, you can rest assured. We will work earnestly. I, Lin Xinquan, have no other passion but cards. If you teach me your skills, I would reach for the moon itself for you. A hint of a smile plays on Gu Zhe's lips, a knowing expression gracing his face. Very well, I hope you do not come to regret this. Now, take these sickles and join my parents in the fields to harvest the rice. I shall bring you sweet mung bean soup shortly, with rock sugar. Work hard, and you shall not be disappointed. I am not one to mistreat others. I am a good person. Lin Shangquan beamed with delight, exclaiming, Ah, indeed. Brother Gu must be a kind-hearted individual. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left us even a pair of undergarments last time. Running around naked would be truly embarrassing. Gu Zhe retorted, Foolish one. When labor is readily available, one should not hesitate to utilize it. Both parties were quite satisfied as they took their sickles to the fields. The villagers were startled by the arrival of these Inuduels, puzzled by their intentions with the sickles. Chapter 40. The arrival of free labor. Jiang Dezhuang, leaning on his cane, positioned himself protectively in front of them, his gaze sharp. What brings you here? Haven't we settled matters last time? Are you here to stir up trouble? Lin Shangquan flashed a friendly grin. Oh, don't misunderstand. We've come at Brother Gu's behest to lend a hand. Once your autumn harvest concludes, we will return home after learning a thing or two. The villagers exchanged bewildered glances. Each word was clear, yet the overall meaning eluded them. What skills were they referring to? The ability to harvest rice? Lin Shangquan dismissed their confusion, waving his hand and calling out, What are you all dawdling for? Hurry and assist Brother Gu with the tasks at hand. Show some initiative. The group of Inuduels nodded vigorously, each taking a position and bending to commence the rice cutting. Being country folk, they were certainly capable. They merely found it unprofitable and had little desire to toil. Exhausted and barely scraping by, they preferred to take their chances and revel in the thrill of sudden wealth. The Jiang family observed the diligent efforts of these newcomers, exchanging puzzled glances filled with uncertainty. Father, what on earth is happening? Have they lost their minds? Or have we? They whispered among themselves. This bunch of ne'er-do-wells never heeds anyone's advice. Not even their own fathers, showing complete disregard for kinship. Why have they suddenly come to our aid? Something felt amiss. It was illogical. Just previously, the younger brother had suffered humiliation at their hands. Why would they choose to work for us now? Jiang Jiangguo maintained a calm facade, though his mind was in turmoil. If you ask me, I can only wonder myself. Regardless, let us just proceed. They wouldn't dare set fire to the grain, would they? That would land them in prison. Stop dawdling. Quickly gather the harvest and return home. Once there, we'll inquire with Xiao Zhe to uncover the truth. Jiang Dezhuang nodded, rubbed his face, and resumed his work. The villagers began to murmur amongst themselves. What is going on? Why are those individuals working in Zhang's fields? Are they plotting some form of retaliation? Surely not. What could they possibly accomplish? That is hard to say. Previously, Lin Shengquan's father favored his stepmother, which infuriated him to the point of setting their house ablaze, nearly annihilating the entire family. Now, with their sudden appearance, I can't shake this uneasy feeling. We should stay vigilant. Let us not allow these ruffians to set fire to anything. Indeed, but surely they wouldn't dare. After all, this is food. Even with their audacity, they wouldn't risk imprisonment for such folly. The Jiang family remained wary, following their every move, afraid they might engage in malevolent acts. Around 3 o'clock, Guze arrived carrying a pot of mung bean soup, positioning himself beneath a tree, pouring it into bamboo tubes to cool, and gesturing for them to come and partake. Lin Shengquan and a few others followed along. After years of idleness, they found it somewhat challenging to engage in labor once more. However, the sensation of perspiring was not as unpleasant as anticipated. Parents, elder brother, sister-in-law, Lin Shengquan, come over for some mung bean soup. Upon hearing this, Jiang Jiangguo looked at him in confusion. He called his youngest son aside and, lowering his voice, asked Xiao Zhe, "What is going on with Lin Shengquan and the others?" Gu Zhe briefly explained the situation. It was a temporary measure. If they were to refuse directly, they would harbor resentment towards him, given that they had already lost a significant sum in the town and were currently in a frenzied state. If they were rejected, they might take out their frustrations on him, and it was likely they would seek revenge. However, when people are physically exhausted, they tend to forget their grievances. By controlling their emotions, he could help them forget their losses, especially with the busy autumn harvest underway. He intended to have them work, and once the work was completed, he would teach them how to gamble. Jiang Jiangguo felt a jolt of concern. Xiao Zhe, is this really feasible? What if they lose using the techniques you teach them? That would be inviting trouble. This is no trivial matter. Caution is paramount. Geuze replied affirmatively. I understand, Dad. I am fully aware of this situation. You need not worry. I will not act recklessly. If all goes well, I should be able to help them quit gambling. Quit gambling? Yes. The reason individuals become gamblers is due to the fantasy that they can win and achieve instant wealth. Once they are struck by the harsh reality to the point of developing a psychological aversion to cards, their addiction can be broken. Quitting is a positive step, and if it proves difficult, there are other methods to address it. Ultimately, I will not engage in actions that lead to my own detriment. Though Jiang Jiangguo struggled to comprehend this notion, he acknowledged his youngest son's cleverness. If he could not grasp the intricacies, he decided it best not to dwell on them, simply remaining vigilant around those individuals. Guze reassured him, "Dad, it's all right. Go enjoy the mung bean soup. The less you work, the more they will contribute, which will be beneficial in helping them overcome their gambling addiction. When people are too exhausted, they hardly think of gambling. All right, I shall give it a try." As the work continued until dusk, the group felt utterly fatigued and ravenous, dragging their weary bodies into the Jiang family courtyard, collapsing onto the ground without the energy to move. Guze boiled the pig trotters until tender, prepared a large pot of noodles, braised ribs, sautéed vegetables, and a plate of pickled vegetables. Standing at the kitchen door, he called out, "Dinner is ready. Come and serve yourselves. We can eat now." Lin Shengquan struggled to rise from the ground, his mind empty, devoid of the usual clamor, leaving only the overwhelming feeling of fatigue. He longed for sleep. Like a specter, he shuffled into the main room, cradling a large bowl of pig trotter noodles, the aroma wafting enticingly towards him. It was simply irresistible. Grabbing his chopsticks, he devoured the contents with great fervor. Before long, the entire bowl was emptied. Cautiously glancing at Guze and seeing no reaction, he felt reassured enough to approach and serve himself some noodles. They consumed half of the large pot. Lin Shengquan wiped his mouth, content after the meal. "Gugu, it's already dark. We should head home to rest." Guze replied nonchalantly, "What is the rush? The rice still needs to be harvested and threshed. There is plenty of work to be done. Why the urgency to return? We can bathe and sleep right here in the courtyard. I'll burn some mugwort to ward off mosquitoes. It will be more comfortable than sleeping at home. After a refreshing slumber, one can resume work at dawn." A notion that splendidly preserves time. The vigor of youth must be harnessed through diligent labor. Otherwise, such energy is squandered. Lin Shengquan remarked, Brother Gu, do you mean we must continue threshing and grinding here? Until what hour shall we toil? It is not that we are unwilling, but such exertion leaves us drained during the day. Guze glanced at the time and responded nonchalantly, no need to rush. You can work until 8 or 9, have a bath, and rest until 5 the next morning. That makes for a perfect 8 hours of sleep. As a university student, I have learned from our professors that an average person requires 8 hours of sleep daily. Too much rest can dull the mind. Look at me. I am quite astute because I know how to utilize time wisely and avoid waste. Trust me, I have no intention of leading you astray. Lin Shengquan pondered this and concluded that since they were already here for sustenance and shelter, they might as well work hard. Acquiring skills is not an effortless endeavor. Chapter 41. Rescuing a Drowning Child. Lin Shengquan convinced himself and turned to the others, asserting, let us heed Brother Gu's advice. Enduring some hardship now will undoubtedly pave the way for better days ahead. The others, including Houzi and Goshen, observed Lin with a hint of concern, noting his apparent obsession with Guze's words. Casting a glance at their companion, who was seated nearby, they hesitated to retort, for the depths of that person's gaze silenced them instantly, compelling them to lower their heads in submission. They nodded obediently. Very well, we shall follow Brother Gu's instructions. The Jiang family watched this scene in bewilderment. These rascals, known for their reckless ways, were surprisingly compliant at this moment. It seemed the youngest son possessed a remarkable influence over them, effortlessly persuading them with mere words. At the threshing ground, several men were engaged in various tasks, including hauling stones and assembling covers, their demeanor serious and industrious, a stark contrast to their usual carefree attitudes. The villagers were taken aback, exclaiming, my goodness, are those not Lin Shengquan and his companions? Have they not always loitered in the village like that scoundrel Jai? They've never engaged in honest work before. Yet now they assist the Jiang family. What could possibly explain this? Curiosity piqued. A middle-aged man cautiously approached, maintaining his distance. Lin Shengquan, are you truly helping the Jiang family? Why not return to your own home? Does your father have no objections? Lin Shengquan, with a long scar marking his face, appeared quite fearsome when stern, turning to glare at the man. I possess the strength to work wherever I choose. It's none of your concern. If I am well fed and have nothing to do, I am free to labor as I wish. Mind your own business. The middle-aged man, unable to extract further information, retreated in defeat. As the group labored, their bodies ached, and by the time they finished threshing the rice, it was nearly 9 o'clock. Their heads buzzed with exhaustion. Yet, thankfully, the Jiang family had prepared warm water for them. After a brief wash, they set up bamboo mats in the courtyard, covering themselves with thin sheets, ready to drift into slumber. Guze opened the door and began to burn mugwort in the yard. Lin Shengquan, weary yet hopeful, yawned and said, Brother Gu, you must fulfill your promise to us. We are dedicated to our work, and you will surely impart your knowledge to us. This is only natural. I am a well-read individual with a benevolent heart and would never deceive honest people, so you need not worry. The only condition is your honesty. Otherwise, it becomes quite exhausting. Several individuals quickly succumbed to slumber, their snores resonating like that of a dead pig. Guze approached them, crouching beside those who slept soundly, raising an eyebrow in amusement. It is rather intriguing. The villains of this era, compared to those of later generations, possess a certain moral compass and understand the value of obedience. After observing for a while, Guze slowly rose and returned to his room, locking the door behind him. He lay on the bed, shutting his eyes and drifting into a restless slumber, maintaining a modicum of vigilance over those in the courtyard. As dawn broke, the crowing of roosters filled the air. The group gradually awoke, partaking in breakfast before heading out to work. Lin Sheng and others followed closely, engrossed in their tasks, eager to finish quickly and rest while honing their skills. No one dared to slack off. For them, idleness equated to further losses, and a continuation of losses would lead to starvation in winter. With no one at home to look after them, they must rely on their own abilities to survive. Indeed, to endure the winter, one must accumulate wealth in autumn to ensure sustenance. The Jiang family observed their diligent efforts, gradually transitioning from initial trepidation to a slow adaptation. Su Ning delivered pig entrails, exchanging a few hurried words before racing back to the pig farm, where numerous tasks awaited her, including a sow about to give birth. As Gu Zhe watched her figure disappear, he began preparing lunch, intending to process the entrails in the afternoon for making marinated meats, as there were many mouths to feed at home without the fear of leftovers. With such gluttonous appetites, each person required over a pound of food daily, and he wished to substitute coarse grains for the fine ones, as the latter was daunting. The two little ones flitted around him, their eyes sparkling with excitement. "Uncle, did the beautiful aunt bring more meat? Is it the delicious kind from last time?" Guze smiled and nodded. "Indeed, we shall wash it by the river. You two stay in the courtyard and don't wander outside, understand? Only obedient children deserve sweets." After locking the door, the children would naturally be unable to escape. With summer's heat, many children played by the water, and an accidental fall could lead to calamity. He needed to focus on cleaning the entrails and felt it best to keep the children safely indoors. The two little ones nodded obediently. "All right, we will patiently wait for you at home. Is there any task we can assist with, Uncle?" Guze handed each child a small slingshot, even fully drawn. It lacked substantial force, making it perfect for practicing their aim. "Yes, you may practice your precision at home. Aim for the circles drawn on the wall, ensuring you hit them each time. Next time, we shall increase the difficulty level, understood?" Like chickens pecking at grains, they responded eagerly. "Got it, Uncle. Rest assured, we will practice diligently in the courtyard and not venture out." "Very well, I shall take my leave." Guze locked the door behind him, watching the two little ones practice with their slingshots before turning toward the river. He used scissors to open the entrails, meticulously cleansing them of blood, slime, and dirt. After rinsing with water, he employed wood ash and flour to scrub away any remaining slime and odors. This time, he worked with remarkable speed, completing the task in under an hour. As I rose to carry the wooden bucket back, a piercing cry for help pierced the air. "Help! Help! My child has fallen into the water." Responding to the commotion, Guze swiftly approached the source of the distressing sound. The villagers were preoccupied with the autumn harvest, bustling about, yet many hurried towards the scene upon hearing the cries. They found a young woman clutching a child of about 5 or 6 years old, her arms limp and her complexion alarmingly pale. An elderly man squatted down, feeling the child's chest, and sighed deeply. "It's too late. The child has no pulse and will not survive." Dujuan, clutching her son tightly, felt her heart shatter at his words. Despair consumed her as she cried out, "No, that cannot be. I only looked away for a moment. How could he be gone?" She sobbed, "Little tiger, please wake up. Mama promised to buy you candy. Don't frighten me." The villagers, witnessing her agony, felt a pang of sorrow. Each summer, as families busied themselves with the harvest, children often played in the water, leading to tragic drownings. Each incident left a lingering ache in their hearts, and the sight of the child's pale face only deepened their grief. When Guze arrived, he saw the villagers gathered around, with the young woman in the center, her cries echoing in madness, while the child's face remained obscured. Pushing through the crowd, he set the wooden bucket aside and knelt down, feeling for a pulse on the child's neck. Chapter 42. Rumors his fingertips detected a faint heartbeat, and his expression turned serious as he reached out to take the child for resuscitation. However, the young woman clutched him tightly, her tear-streaked face filled with desperation. "No, don't take my son from me." Guze's demeanor shifted from gentle to grave. "I can save your son. Give him to me now, or he will truly perish." Dujuan shook her head vehemently. "But they say little tiger is gone. You cannot bring him back. I am a university student. If I say I can, I can. Now, let go." Perhaps startled by his intensity, Dujuan instinctively loosened her grip, trembling, her gaze fixated on the child. Guze swiftly gathered the child into his arms, laying him flat on the ground, and called out to the villagers, "Step back a little. Don't crowd around. The air needs to circulate for the child's sake." Though many villagers were bewildered by his words, some instinctively moved aside. As he began to unbutton the child's clothing and applied pressure to his chest, he summoned someone to assist with ventilation, explaining that mouth-to-mouth resuscitation was vital, even if they didn't fully understand the term. Come, do as I say. 3, 2, 1. Breathe. A young man knelt beside him, following his instructions with uncertainty. Will this really work? The child has no pulse, and his body has changed color. Isn't he already dead? Guze continued his efforts, meticulously feeling the faint rhythm beneath his palms, which gradually strengthened. Keep going, do not stop. I want to allow you to cease. The villagers watched with a mixture of confusion and intrigue. What was this peculiar method? In their understanding, a child who fell into the water merely needed to be turned upside down to expel the water. They had never seen such elaborate steps before. Could this truly revive him? They were unsure, but they thought trying was certainly better than surrendering to despair. Alas, what a tumultuous experience this has been. If hope were to be offered to Duan only for it to be extinguished, I fear she would descend into madness. One individual, observing the child's complexion, appeared to discern something noteworthy. Look, has that child pallor not transformed somewhat? It seems to possess a touch more vitality, no longer so deathly pale. Indeed, it did appear so. Duan knelt nearby, her gaze fixed intently, afraid to miss a single moment. With a firm press from Hughes, accompanied by a sudden cry, the child turned his head and began to expel water, mouthful after mouthful. The onlookers, wide-eyed, stood in stunned silence, unable to process the miracle. He lives. He has returned to life. Duan's eyes sparkled with hope as she scrambled over to her son, who, after expelling the water, opened his eyes. She stared in disbelief until the child began to wail, at which point reality struck her. She embraced him tightly, and soon both mother and child were weeping. The villagers gradually coming to their senses, fixating on Hughes with expressions of incredulity. Young Zhe, you are nothing short of miraculous. You have brought a dead child back to life. Have you studied medicine in the city? If so, you should practice as a barefoot doctor in our village. Hughes, rising and waving his hand, offered a brief explanation. No, I am not a medical professional. I have merely witnessed a doctor perform such a rescue and thought to give it a try. The child appeared lifeless, yet he was not truly dead. With the right lung compressions and the introduction of air into the mouth, there remained a chance for revival. Time was of the essence. Had they delayed another 2 or 3 minutes, no one could have saved him. The villagers comprehended this revelation. The child had been in a state of apparent death, a misconception they had held, and without timely intervention, he would have succumbed for real. They had heard tales of individuals who, on the brink of burial, suddenly revived. Such occurrences were indeed possible. Hughes nodded, bucket in hand, and departed with a smile. Duan, returning from the brink of despair, looked around, only to find the remarkable man had vanished. Inquiring among the villagers, she learned his identity and resolved to inform her husband upon returning home. He had saved her son's life, and from now on, he would be regarded as their benefactor, deserving of their utmost gratitude. Little tiger, do you remember the uncle who saved your life? His name is Hughes. From now on, you must respectfully address him as Uncle Gu. The little boy, still shaken, blinked back tears. Yes, I will remember, mother. I promise I won't run off again. Hughes, blissfully unaware of the day's events, returned home with supplies for braised meat, while the tale of his miraculous revival spread far and wide, transforming from a simple act of resuscitation into legends of him being a divine healer, a miraculous doctor from the city capable of curing all ailments. However, such tales were yet to unfold. For now, he remained blissfully ignorant. As he opened the gate to his courtyard, 2 little ones rushed towards him. Little uncle, you're back. We've been very well behaved. Good. I shall bring you some candy, but remember, only 2 pieces a day. Too much can lead to cavities, you understand? The 2 children nodded eagerly in agreement. Yes, yes. We understand, little uncle. You need not worry. Gu spent the afternoon preparing the braised meat, its enticing aroma wafting across the fields. Jiang Dazhuang exclaimed joyfully, Mom and Dad, take a whiff. This aroma must be from my little brother's cooking. It is utterly irresistible. Lin Xinquan, you are in for a treat tonight. Can you smell the delectable scent of the braised meat? It is simply divine. What kind of meat is this? The fragrance is so enticing. It must be delicious. Of course it's delicious. If it weren't, why would I be telling you all this? Rest assured, your efforts here have not gone to waste. You're well-fed and well-rested at our home. So keep working hard, he added with a grin. Lin Shengquan twitched his mouth slightly. His previous life had been quite pleasant, though he often experienced nightmares and certainly did not sleep as soundly as he did at the Jiang family residence. He would never admit it, of course. He was merely exhausted and had fallen asleep. The monkey swallowed hard, his mouth watering and his nose twitching in anticipation. Brother Lin, that braised meat smells so heavenly. I'm nearly starving. When can we return for dinner? Let us get back to work. Once it gets dark, we'll be able to eat, Jiang replied. The sooner we finish, the sooner we gain our freedom, and we can enjoy life like before, strolling around town without the burden of hard labor. An old man in the nearby field shouted, Old Jiang, your son is impressive. This afternoon, he revived a child who had lost consciousness. So many witnessed it. Jiang Jiangwo looked at him in bewilderment. What do you mean by reviving someone who has lost breath? Exactly that. The little tiger from a Dujuan family fell into the water and was pulled out lifeless. Even the barefoot doctor said he was beyond saving. Yet your youngest son managed to bring him back. Lin Shengquan stared at him in disbelief. That fellow was notorious for his gambling. Could he possibly possess healing skills as well? Why did the old man favor him so? Is that so? I shall inquire with Xiao Zhe upon my return. Saving a life is indeed commendable. Chapter 43. A satisfied meal. The old man nodded repeatedly, his face brimming with envy. Indeed, you are fortunate, old Jiang. Your youngest son has not required your support for years, yet upon his return, you are all enjoying prosperity. You, my friend, are in for even more blessings. Jiang Jiangwo beamed with pride, believing wholeheartedly that his youngest son was their family's lucky star. Ever since his return, joy and fortune had graced their home, resolving issues that once felt insurmountable. What else could he be but a harbinger of good fortune? The old Taoist always said my youngest son is destined for greatness. Had we not lost him so early, our lives would surely be even better now. That child is truly blessed. The old man nodded in agreement, indeed. But I surmise it won't be long before your son joins the Su family, and thereafter, his fortune will belong to them as well. Jiang Jiangwo froze momentarily, discomfort washing over him. Realizing the direction of his thoughts, he hastily shook his head to dispel the errant notions. Even if his son were to join the Su family, he would always remain his son. The families lived close by. They would still see each other often. As twilight descended, the workers began to make their way home, the air thick with the lingering aroma of braised meat, which intensified as they approached the small courtyard. Guze awaited their arrival, smiling as he said, Welcome back. Wash your hands. Dinner is ready. Dishes were being served, and those fetching bowls and chopsticks were bustling about, creating a lively atmosphere. As the crowd picked up their chopsticks, they began to devour the food voraciously. The multi-grain pancakes paired with the delectable marinated dishes created an exquisite flavor that was unparalleled. Lin Shengquan and his companions were nearly flinging their chopsticks in delight. This is delicious. I have never tasted such exquisite meat before. What kind of meat is this? It's especially chewy. Pork intestines. Lin Shengquan was taken aback, glancing at the food on his chopsticks. Pork intestines? How can that be? Those things are notoriously foul-smelling and inedible, unlike this which is so delightful. Gu Zepping replied calmly, Yes, it is indeed pork intestines. With the right preparation, it can be quite delectable. If you enjoy it, indulge a bit more. I have prepared plenty for you all. Xiaoze, I heard that you saved a child today. Do you possess some medical knowledge? Just a little. I dabble in various skills, but I am not proficient in medicine. I merely tried my hand at it when the opportunity arose, and that child was fortunate to survive. Jiang Jiangwo, brimming with pride, interjected, You mustn't belittle yourself. Even barefoot doctors have their limitations, but your ability to save lives is indeed commendable. Saving a life is a noble act of virtue. Gusha merely nodded, not considering it a grand achievement. He had merely lent a hand. Chinese medicine is vast and profound, and he could not claim to know it all, just a fragment. In truth, his expertise lay more in the art of poisoning, particularly with neurotoxins, the poisons that interact with each other. Many targets did not require him to strike a lethal blow. Employing poison was often simpler. Naturally, a rudimentary understanding of medicine was advantageous in using such toxins. As the group continued to eat and converse, a sudden knock at the door interrupted them. Lin Shufan rose to answer, surprised to see a family of 3 standing outside. Dashin, Jueju, what brings you here? Is there something you need? Aunt Lin, we have come to seek your son Guze. He saved our child, and we wish to express our gratitude in person. This old hen and these ducks are a token of our appreciation. Of course, such gifts cannot possibly repay the debt of saving a life. If there is ever anything my husband and I can do for you, please do not hesitate to ask. Jueju spoke earnestly. For them, their little tiger was their lifeblood. After years of waiting, they finally had a son, and the thought of losing him was unfathomable. Guze had not only saved their son, but also preserved their family and their very lives. Lin Shufan ushered them inside and briefly explained the situation. Xiaoze, how should we handle this? It's fine, Mom. Since it's an expression of gratitude, we should accept it. There are still some marinated meats in the kitchen. Let them take some home for their child. Upon hearing her son's words, Lin Shufan understood. She wrapped some marinated meat in oil paper and handed it over. Jueju, take this marinated meat back for your child. It also makes for a delightful snack. Jueju glanced at her husband. They had come to express their gratitude, and it would be improper to accept gifts from their benefactor. If we do not accept your offering, then we cannot take the hen and ducks either. Please, do accept it, she insisted. This pigtail is for your little tiger. The little tiger looked at his parents, and upon seeing their nods of approval, he reached out eagerly, swallowing hard as he said, Thank you, Grandma Lin. I love eating pigtails. Lin Shufan smiled gently. As long as you enjoy it, that is what matters. As the hour grew late, Aunt Lin remarked, We shan't trouble you any further. Where shall I place the chickens and ducks? Allow me to take care of it, came the reply. After the family of 3 departed, little tiger took a bite and exclaimed with delight, Mom, this is delicious. You and Dad should try it. It's even better than fatty meat. Duan affectionately ruffled her son's hair and gently said, Enjoy it, dear. Grandma Lin has generously provided us with plenty of braised meat. We shall savor it slowly when we return home. Remember what Uncle Gu looks like, and be sure to greet him next time. Yes, I will, Mom. Lin Shangquan and his companions felt quite content after their hearty meal, patting their bellies in satisfaction. Though the work was somewhat strenuous, the food was truly delightful, and the simplicity of their routine brought peace of mind. They ate at mealtime, slept at the appointed hour, and commenced their labor at dawn, free from the cacophony of troubling thoughts. With their bellies full, they worked even harder that evening. The threshed rice had already been sun-dried, and with another 2 or 3 days of sunshine, it would be ready for storage. Jiang Jiangguo beamed with joy, reflecting on how hectic and exhausting past autumn harvest had been, where meals were often scarce. This year, however, was the most comfortable yet. Primarily, it was thanks to the diligent men who worked alongside them, making the tasks much more efficient, allowing everyone to catch their breath. Xiaoze, come sit for a moment. Jiang Jiangguo called. Yes, Dad, as long as Lin Shangquan and the others are at the threshing ground, you should rest early if you're tired. There is no need to worry about them playing tricks, Guze replied in a hushed tone. Jiang Jiangguo nodded with a smile, a look of contentment on his face. Indeed, I am well aware. This year, we owe much to you. Without your assistance, our family would have been utterly exhausted from the harvest. It's nothing. They came to us willingly. I merely went with the flow. Guze chuckled. Regardless, the outcome has been splendid. Our family will finish the harvest in less than 10 days, far more easily than other families in the village. Truly wonderful. This means we can devote more time to gathering firewood and prepare for winter. When the time comes for your marriage, we will require even more firewood. So we mustn't delay in our preparations, Guze remarked with a slight smile. There's no rush. We have several months until the end of the year. We can take our time, he replied. However, it's better to have it ready, so we won't be caught off guard later. The following morning, after everyone had finished breakfast and was ready to head out to the fields, an unexpected visitor arrived at their home. Chapter 44. The Su family comes to work. A series of knocks echoed at the door. Guze opened it, taken aback to see who stood there. Uncle Su, Aunt. Why are you dressed like this? Please come in. The butcher, clad in a coarse cloth shirt, carried a heavy bag in his left hand and wielded a sharpened sickle in his right, clearly ready for a day's labor. Ha! We've come to assist with your autumn harvest. Our families are soon to be in-laws. which makes us one family now. With your land, I surely must lend a hand. It brings peace of mind to gather the harvest early, Uncle Sue explained. Guze, puzzled, inquired, but Uncle Sue, doesn't your family also have land to tend during the harvest? How can you help us? Uncle Sue chuckled. It seems your parents have not informed you. Our family primarily runs a pig farm and has only planted a few acres of crop sufficient for our needs. The remaining fields are cultivated with alfalfa, corn, peanuts, and the like. Purchasing pig feed incurs considerable costs, hence we also supplement with our homemade feed. A few days ago, we finished working on those several acres. What remains are dry crops and alfalfa. Staggering the autumn harvest is feasible, and there is no rush. Upon hearing this, Guze understood. Thus, it was clear why Uncle Sue and the others were not hurriedly engaged in the autumn harvest. Dry crops are harvested slightly later than grains, perfectly aligning with the conclusion of the autumn harvest, allowing us to find someone to collect the dry crops at a staggered time, ensuring we can also gather feed for the pig farm. How astute! No wonder the pig farming venture is so lucrative. Guze invited them inside, quickly pouring 2 cups of water and politely saying, Uncle Sue, Annie, I appreciate your hard work. Please return for lunch. I will prepare some delightful dishes. There are merely 5 acres left for us to finish. There is no rush. How can that be so quick? In the past, you managed 20 acres, and it took no less than half a month to complete, Sue the butcher remarked, astonished. He calculated the number of Jiang family members, still only 4, and wondered how they could possibly work so swiftly, as autumn harvesting is quite a task. Guze smiled mysteriously. Uncle Sue, you will soon find out. As they conversed, a figure emerged from the house. It was none other than Lin Shenquan. The couple's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight of him. How did he end up here? Wait. Xiaoze, has your family finished the work so quickly? Could it be that Lin Shenquan and the others are assisting you? How did you manage to get them to work diligently? Guze lowered his voice. Deception. It all depends on deception. Zhao Qianghua chuckled softly. Is that so? If that is true, it is indeed a good thing. If those few can work honestly, it saves them from gambling every day. By the way, old Sue, quickly send the grain to the kitchen. We have finished our few acres of work, and since we have nothing to do at home, may we come over to your place for a meal? Haha, Annie, you jest. You're always welcome to dine with us. There is no need for you to bring grain. That would be quite inappropriate to mention. Sue the butcher waved his hand dismissively. No worries. We have enough grain at home. My appetite is considerable, so I would feel embarrassed to keep taking from you, as long as you can cook. If you refuse to accept it, we would feel embarrassed to dine at your home, Guze said, seeing his insistence. He sighed, all right, but next time, do not bring grain. We truly have enough at home. You're always welcome to join us for a meal. The couple, hearing this, did not take it seriously. Being elders, it was acceptable to take advantage of the autumn harvest for a meal, but coming over frequently would be quite inappropriate. However, they were truly tempted, as Guze's cooking was exquisite. Once he married their daughter, they would no longer need to find excuses to visit for meals. Upon learning they were there to work, Jiang Jiangguo felt somewhat embarrassed. Oh dear in-law, it is quite inappropriate for you to come and labor. After finishing, why not rest at home a little longer? Autumn harvesting is quite exhausting. I know that well. So the butcher replied cheerfully, not at all, Brother Jiang, please do not be so formal. I cannot remain idle. If I do not engage in some activity, I feel quite uncomfortable. Come, let us hasten to the fields and get to work. Finishing early allows for a more leisurely meal, and he gazed longingly at that first bite. A group of people, vibrant and enthusiastic, made their way to the fields. With so many hands, the work progressed swiftly, completing 2 acres in just one morning. With only 3 acres remaining, the autumn harvest was nearing its end. Jiang Jiangguo looked at the person beside him, his expression somewhat bewildered. My dear wife, why does this all feel like a dream? In the past, the autumn harvest was an exhausting ordeal, yet this year it seems to be concluding without any real effort. Lin Shufan nodded, observing those laboring diligently, feeling an overwhelming sense of unreality. Indeed, I find it hard to comprehend. Previously, the autumn harvest was so laborious that we dreaded the break of dawn and the unending tasks ahead. Now it's all happening too quickly. By tomorrow, it will all be wrapped up, and all that will remain is to watch the grains dry in the sun. It truly feels like a dream. While they toiled fervently, Gush was equally occupied. With many helping hands at home, the speed of work increased, but so did the demands for meals. The food had to be prepared in large quantities, or it would simply not suffice. He planned to go fishing, hoping to catch some fish for a pot of fish head soup and a couple of vegetable dishes. Steamed fish and grilled fish would complement the meal perfectly, ensuring there was enough for everyone. With a fishing rod in hand, fashioned with a bent hook made from an embroidery needle, he baited it with the earthworms he had dug up, hoping for a stroke of luck that day. After casting his line, he settled on a stone, glancing at his watch as 10 minutes passed, then 20, without a single nibble. Frowning slightly, Guze suddenly pondered a question. In this era of food scarcity, why were the villagers not catching the abundant fish in the river? Perhaps it was simply too difficult to catch them. With this thought, inspiration struck him. He reached into the river, drawing forth a bit of spiritual spring water from his mystical space. Soon, ripples disturbed the surface, and fish began to gather around his fingers, eagerly gulping at something unseen. Even when he reached out to grasp them, the fish showed no signs of fear, ensuring there were no onlookers. Guze swiftly lifted the fish from the water. With a large family, small bones were of no concern, and he caught 4 or 5 grass carp, each weighing 3 to 4 pounds, more than enough to feed everyone. The remaining 2 would be kept for dinner later. Guze ventured into the woods with a bucket. Though fortune was not entirely on his side that day, he failed to catch any wild chickens or rabbits. However, he did manage to snag 2 garden snakes, which would serve as an additional dish. Upon returning to the yard, he filled a large basin with water and placed the 2 grass carp inside to keep them alive while he cleaned the others. He scaled the fish and prepared them for frying, turning them into delightful snacks. 2 small children squatted by the basin, their eyes wide with curiosity, fixated on the fish. "Uncle, you caught so many fish." Guze, wielding a kitchen knife and attending to the fish, smiled at their enthusiasm. "Yes, little ones. Your uncle had good luck today and will make you something delicious. I want to watch you kill the fish." In Chapter 45, the joyous anticipation of a meal unfolds. Guze skillfully chopped off a fish head, reserving the other 2 for braising and grilling. It would look rather unappealing without the head. This particular head was set aside for a dish of poached fish slices, while the head was destined to be simmered in a clay pot for broth, paired with a fried egg and a piece of tofu, promising an exquisite flavor. Upon thinking of tofu, Guze beckoned. "Sure to, you 2 go to Grandma's house and buy a piece of tofu quickly. Your uncle will prepare fish head soup for you at noon." The 2 little ones nodded eagerly, clutching a dime and a nickel, scampering off until they disappeared from sight. In less than 10 minutes, they returned, proudly presenting the tofu, their faces lit with anticipation for praise. "Uncle, we're back with the tofu. Grandma even gave us an extra little piece. Did you remember to say thank you?" "Yes, we did." Guze spent half an hour preparing the fish, burying the entrails to prevent flies, and meticulously washing off the fish scales until everything was ready before heading to the kitchen. He lightly fried the fish head in a bit of lard, then placed it in a clay pot with water to begin simmering, adding an egg while reserving the delicate tofu until the broth was ready. Otherwise, it would disintegrate if added too early. The 2 little ones sat on a bench peeling garlic, occasionally glancing over to see their uncle stir-frying the fish scales, tilting their heads in curiosity. "Uncle, can you eat fish scales?" Guze turned to them, speaking gently. "Indeed, these fish scales are a treat for you. Diligent children deserve rewards." "Wow, we get to eat them." "Yes, you both finish peeling the garlic and place it on the table for later use. The fish scales will be ready soon. You can try them and see how delicious they are." Before long, the fish scales were perfectly sautéed, sprinkled with a touch of salt and a hint of chili powder, served hot on a plate, urging them to enjoy while still warm, as they lose their appeal when cold. "Dashitus need, swallowing in anticipation." Guze waved his hand. "All right, you 2 take the plate outside to eat in the cool air. It's too stifling in the kitchen. Go on. Uncle, have you eaten? I'll be busy cooking, so you enjoy while it's hot. I'll wait for everyone else to return before eating." After sending the 2 little ones off, Guze began preparing boiled fish slices, removing the large bones from the grass carp and cutting it into appropriately thick slices, coating them in a mixture of flour and egg. This method ensures the fish slices remain tender. The essence of boiled fish lies in the seasoning. It is a fragrant and spicy dish that pairs wonderfully with rice. 2 hours later, a large bowl of vibrant red boiled fish slices sat on the table, alongside a plate of braised grass carp, while the pot simmered with grilled fish resting on a bed of vegetables. The fish head soup in the clay pot was also ready, bubbling with steam, its milky broth looking enticing, requiring only a sprinkle of green onions upon serving. Once the meal was prepared, Guze took a moment to rest under the eaves, wiping the sweat from his brow, feeling somewhat daunted by the scorching sun. Life without air conditioning was indeed a challenge. The two little ones approached with a plate, their sweet voices chiming. "Uncle, look, we save half for you. Hurry and eat. They're crispy and delicious." Guze chuckled at the sight. "All right, how considerate. Let us eat together." After the three of them finished their meal, they sat under the eaves, waiting for the others to return. The villagers working in the fields glanced over, their faces filled with envy. Look at how many people are helping in the old Jiang family. They must have stored away all their grain while we're still cutting rice. The man sighed and said helplessly, "There's nothing we can do. Their son is quite capable. Isn't he? He can make Lin Shangquan and the others obediently work, and even the father-in-law comes eagerly. Guze's cooking is delectable. The aroma is simply irresistible. Even without working in the fields, he has the skills to thrive anywhere." Jiang Jangguo glanced towards the sun and called out, "It's nearly noon. Let's head back for lunch. We can finish what we haven't done this afternoon. No rush." Upon hearing this, the butcher Su raised his head, beads of sweat trickling down his face, and wiped it with a towel as he straightened up. "Wife, we are heading back for lunch." "All right then, let's have Xiao Ning bring some watermelons tomorrow. In this dreadful weather, if we don't eat some watermelon, it feels like we'll start smoking." "Okay, I'll tell her when we get back." The group quickly arrived home, their noses twitching with hunger. They placed their belongings in the corner, washed up briefly, and headed towards the kitchen, feeling a significant portion of their fatigue dissipate. As the dishes were served, the tantalizing aroma filled the air, which could not be masked. The vibrant red colors hinted at the deliciousness, and they swallowed hard, their stomachs growling audibly. Curious, the butcher Su asked, "Guze, did you catch all these fish?" Guze nodded. "Yes, today wasn't particularly lucky. I didn't come across any wild chickens or rabbits, so I thought I might try fishing instead. I didn't expect to catch such large fish. There were still 2 more in the basin. I'll cook them for you all tonight. Please sit down and enjoy them while they're hot. Here we have boiled fish slices, braised fish, and grilled fish. There's also fish head tofu soup. And for those who aren't fond of fish, there's minced meat with eggplant." The others gazed at the table brimming with dishes, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. Lin Shangquan waited for them to start before he began to devour the food ravenously, his expression revealing sheer satisfaction as he mumbled, "Delicious, truly exquisite. Brother, you could easily work as a chef in a restaurant. That's a certainty. I've had braised fish before, but I've never seen anyone prepare it like this. This grilled fish is delightful as well, with a slightly crispy skin. How did you make it? Did you fry it?" Guze shook his head. "No, I simply pan-fried it. Deep frying consumes too much oil. Even if I used all the oil at home, it wouldn't cook thoroughly. Tomorrow, I'll buy more oil from the town. Then I can prepare squirrel fish for you all, drizzled with tomato sauce, crispy, and completely devoid of any fishy taste. It's simply delicious." A soft gulp echoed, betraying someone unable to contain their appetite. The butcher Su's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Xiao Zhe, I just remembered we have some vegetable oil at home, gifted by someone whose name I can't recall. No one at home uses it anyway. How about this? I'll go fetch it for you, and you can make squirrel fish tonight. We can't keep those 2 fish alive. If they die, they won't taste good for dinner." Faced with several eager gazes, Guze couldn't help but smile. "All right, thank you, Uncle Su. Oh, no need for formality. I've never had squirrel fish before and would like to taste it. What does it have to do with squirrels?" "No, the fish needs to be shaped like a squirrel, which requires deep frying to set the shape, and it must be prepared while the fish is still alive. If it dies, the flavor diminishes significantly." Chapter 46. The daughter's resentful gaze. The butcher Su nodded repeatedly, and after satisfying his hunger, he hurried back home, bringing along a bucket of rapeseed oil. Cheerfully, he said, "Come, Xiaoze, take a look at this. It was given to me by someone claiming that rapeseed oil is superior to lard. I'm not quite sure why, but see if it can be of use." Guze picked it up and examined it. In this era, rapeseed oil was priced at over yuan per pound due to limited production, making it relatively expensive, unlike the plethora of oils available in later times. He nodded. "It can be used. It's excellent. I will prepare squirrel fish tonight, and will save a portion for Su Ning to take home. I do not know when I will next have the opportunity to cook." Seeing that he was mindful of his daughter, Su the butcher recognized him as a considerate and kind-hearted boy, assuring him that he could trust Guze with his daughter in the future. He patted Guze on the shoulder, beaming with joy. "Good lad, my little Ning will surely be overjoyed and spin around in delight." Guze pondered, I find it hard to imagine that rigid, stubborn, and proud girl twirling in joy. It seems out of character for her. An introverted person might only bounce a couple of times at most when extremely happy. The butcher was already brimming with enthusiasm at the thought of the squirrel fish for dinner, and he merrily headed to the fields to work. Guze went to pick tomatoes to prepare a sweet and sour sauce, making dinner preparation much simpler and allowing him to take his time. Meanwhile, Su Ning returned home, intending to prepare something to eat, only to discover that the rice and oil were mysteriously missing. She stood bewildered, gazing at the spot in the kitchen where the rice and oil were kept. Did a mouse steal them? But why would it steal oil? Unable to unravel the mystery, she decided not to burden herself with it. Instead, she found a piece of bread, sat on a stool, and ate it with pickles. There was little choice as the uncles at the pig farm were busy with the autumn harvest, and no one was available to cook. Disappointed that her parents were not home, she settled for some cold bread to satisfy her hunger. After a simple meal, Su Ning took a short nap before heading back to the pig farm. The piglets had already been born, and they required careful nurturing. Once they reached 7 or 8 days old, she would need to castrate the male piglets. Yes, castration, to ensure the meat would be delicious without any unpleasant odor. The male piglets must be castrated shortly after birth, as they heal quickly during this early stage of growth. With the uncles absent, the daily chores fell upon her shoulders: boiling pig feed, cleaning pig droppings, and supplementing with feed. The homemade feed from the storeroom had been depleted, forcing her to temporarily use purchased pig feed instead. The piglets were constantly squeaking, and in the sweltering summer heat, she had to regularly splash water on them to cool them down. Otherwise, they would struggle with the high temperatures, becoming susceptible to illness and potentially dying, resulting in financial loss as deceased pigs could not be sold and would have to be discarded. After a long day of toil, darkness fell, and she exhaled deeply, massaging her aching waist. She waited for the uncle who was to keep the night watch before making her way home. After boiling water for a bath and washing her hair, she sat in the yard gazing at the stars, waiting and waiting, but her parents still had not returned. Su Ning rested her chin in her hands, pondering, how strange. Where could my parents have gone? They could have at least informed me if they needed to take the rice and oil. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. She rose and approached, asking, "Who is it?" The butcher Su chuckled heartily. "It's me, Xiao Ning. Hurry up and open the door. Your mother and I are back." Su Ning opened the door, momentarily taken aback by their attire. "Have you been working in the fields? Our grains have already been harvested. What are you doing out there?" "No, we were helping at Xiaoze's house," they replied. "Oh, Xiao Ning, you have no idea. We work there for you. Now you know, Xiaoze is quite the cook. His skills surpass those of professional chefs." Su, brimming with compliments, continued, "We had boiled fish, braised fish, and grilled fish head soup for lunch. A delightful feast of fish." Su Ning recalled her own meager lunch at home, consisting of some cold and hard flatbreads, before rushing off to the pig farm. Meanwhile, they had indulged in such delicious fare without her. She pursed her lips, her gaze imbued with a hint of resentment, silently watching her father chatter away. Zhao Xiongwan noticed her daughter's demeanor and inquired with concern, "Xiao Ning, what did you have for lunch?" "Flatbreads and pickled vegetables," Su Ning replied. Upon hearing this, the butcher felt a twinge of guilt. "Well, you see, the cook at the pig farm. How could you be eating flatbreads and pickles?" Su Ning shot him a pointed look, her eyes filled with reproach. "Dad, have you forgotten? At this time of year, every household is busy harvesting. The men at the pig farm are preoccupied. Even the plump uncle responsible for cooking is swamped. No one is available to prepare a meal. Aren't you aware of this? Even if you weren't, could you at least leave me some rice and oil? Where did all that go? He chuckled awkwardly, feeling somewhat guilty. Well, Guze caught some fish and mentioned that making squirrel fish required a lot of oil, so I thought I'd take some vegetable oil. Xiao Ning, he continued, I simply didn't pay attention. I'll be mindful next time. Why don't you go to Xiao Zhe's house for dinner tomorrow? They should be nearly done with their chores. Su Ning paused before shaking her head. No, I can't just show up uninvited. It wouldn't be right. Zhao Qianghua suddenly remembered something and quickly retrieved an aluminum lunchbox from the basket. Inside was the squirrel fish, garnished with a tempting red sauce. Here, Xiao Ning. This is the squirrel fish made by Xiao Zhe. He specifically asked us to bring some back for you. That boy truly cares about you. With keen attention, Su Ning felt a surge of excitement as she accepted the aluminum box. Leaning in closer, she inhaled the sweet and tangy aroma. I happen to have missed dinner, so I'll eat this. Yes, eat up. This was meant for you from the start. You should visit Xiao Zhe more often. It would be best to strengthen your relationship sooner rather than later, and consider marrying him so he can move in. Dad, are you hoping for him to cook for you? Am I the one courting him, or are you? The butcher shot her an exasperated look and retorted, You silly girl. I'm only thinking of your best interests. It's better to secure him early. Oh, I mean to welcome him into our family. If other girls have their sights set on him, it could lead to complications. You wouldn't want to regret losing a good match, would you? Su Ning felt a flush of warmth spread across her cheeks as she sat on the stool, savoring the crispy and tender squirrel fish, enveloped in a tangy and sweet sauce that tantalized her palate. The mere thought of sharing a bed and living under the same roof with him made her heart race. I must prepare for this. Indeed, the wedding chamber requires a complete redesign. I have already discussed with the carpenter about the wardrobe and the large bed. Chapter 47. The fury of Yu Hongmei. The butcher nodded in agreement. A larger bed is essential. A small one is quite impractical. Once we have children, where will they sleep? How big do you intend to make it? 2 meters, she replied thoughtfully. Guze must be over 9 meters tall. If the bed were only 8 meters, his feet would hang off the edge. Thus, a 2-meter bed seems the most suitable. However, the carpenter's peculiar gaze made me uneasy, and he inquired about the number of people who would sleep on such a large bed. It was only after he learned about Guze that he refrained from further questioning. Su Ning answered earnestly, relishing each bite of the delectable squirrel fish, envisioning a future where she could enjoy his cooking daily. How blissful that would be! Yet, reflecting upon it, most families nowadays opt for wooden beds that are typically 5 meters wide. A sudden choice of 2 meters does seem quite extravagant. Nevertheless, a larger bed would be more comfortable, as being too close might induce unease. Zhao Qianghua observed her daughter's naive demeanor and couldn't help but chuckle. Leaning in to inquire, Has he ever held your hand? Su Ning looked up and shook her head. No, why would we hold hands? We live in a village bustling with people. It would be inappropriate to be seen hand in hand. While I am indifferent to gossip, he, being a scholar, should be more concerned. We have never held hands, although they may have embraced. No, it was more like he stood behind me with his arms around me, which hardly counts. I suppose it's safe to say we haven tea. Zhao Qianghua nodded with a smile. He is a well-mannered young man, but as an engaged couple, a little physical contact could indeed nurture your affection. For instance, holding hands is quite acceptable. You're yet to grasp this. Sometimes you must take the initiative. Don't hesitate to hold his hand. When your father pursued me, he declared his intentions to marry the very next day and held my hand without letting go. You should possess the same awareness. If he doesn't take the lead, then you should. Su Ning lowered her head, continuing to eat, shaking her head in silence. Embarrassment enveloped her. She simply could not bring herself to act so freely. Ahem, Mom and Dad. You should go take a shower. The hot water is ready. I'll finish eating, wash up, and then head to bed. Zhao Qianghua nodded, smiling. All right, take your time. Suddenly, the butcher remembered something and paused. Oh, by the way, please take a few watermelons tomorrow. This heat is unbearable without them. Understood, she replied. The following morning, Su Ning awoke to find the house empty. Save for the warm rice porridge simmering in the kitchen, accompanied by oddly shaped steamed buns and pickles, which she consumed heartily before heading to the pig farm. After a busy morning, around 10 o'clock, she hurried to the back mountain to pick watermelons to deliver. Knocking on the door yielded no response, so she walked straight in. There, she spotted a familiar red figure hastily emerging from the house. Their eyes met, and both froze momentarily before instinctively turning to flee. Guze followed closely behind, his expression as frigid as ice. "Stop!" Upon seeing Suning, she paused momentarily before swiftly striding forward to close the door. Leaning against it, she cast her gaze upon the crimson figure, which exuded a chilling aura of anger. "Tell me, why did you suddenly come to my home and utter such bizarre words? Are you unwell?" Yohong Miai adjusted her expression, tears glistening in her eyes as she looked over. "Suning, you see, he tried to take advantage of me. He even wanted to strip me of my clothes. My purity is lost. How am I to live from now on?" At her words, Guze's expression darkened further. He had risen early that day, preparing his meals for lunch, and merely intended to tidy up his room. Unexpectedly, this woman had barged in, spouting nonsensical declarations of affection towards him, behaving like a hysterical lunatic. Just as he was about to take action, a commotion arose from outside. The three stood there, the atmosphere suffocatingly silent. Suning regarded her, then turned her attention to the currently cold-faced individual, speaking directly. "Yohong Miai, do you mean to say that everything I possess is fair game for you?" Yohong Miai's eyes flickered, and with a pitiful tone, she replied, "No, I merely wish to inquire. Who knew he would attempt to take advantage of me? Do you take me for a fool? If he wished to exploit you, why would his attire remain so pristine? Perhaps it is you who, thwarted in your advances, is now lashing out in shame." Guze retorted coldly. "I conduct myself with integrity. Since this matter has arisen, it cannot be brushed aside lightly. Otherwise, one might think I have wronged you. Come, let us go to the commune and clarify this. If clarification cannot be achieved, we may involve the police to discern who is lying." Yohong Miai, upon hearing this, panicked and rushed over, pleading, "Suning, believe me. Your fiancé is merely posturing. Which man is not lustful? He is merely performing for your benefit. Look at that basket over there. I brought mushrooms, hoping to trade for some wild game. It is he who seeks to take advantage of me. Observe my collar. It is torn." Suning was entirely unconvinced by this woman's fabrications. Back in school, she was adept at twisting the truth, causing her to be isolated despite her innocence. Grabbing Yohong Miai's wrist firmly, she asserted, "Since you have said so, we must clarify this matter. Come, we're going to the commune to uncover the truth." Her eyes held a scornful glint. "To avoid wronging you, of course." Yohong Miai's gaze faltered as she opened her mouth to bite her arm. Suddenly, she found herself enveloped in a warm embrace, the heat radiating through the thin fabric. Suning's mind momentarily blurred. By the time she regained her senses, the crimson figure had fled. The two remained locked in an embrace, silence enveloping them until the sound of a door creaking open broke the stillness. Instinctively, Suning pushed the person away, but misjudged her strength, sending them crashing against the wall. Guze, his back colliding with the wall, could not help but emit a muffled groan. He raised his head to look at her, bewildered. "Ningning, are you attempting to murder your husband? Why push me so forcefully?" I did not mean to. Are you all right?" "I am not dead yet. Let me explain what transpired. It is not as you perceived. I am unfamiliar with that madwoman. How was I to know she would burst into the room, spouting nonsense?" Just then, two toddlers entered, tilting their heads in curiosity. "Uncle, Aunt, what are you two doing? Playing a game?" Guze pressed his waist, casting a resentful glance at Suning. His strength was indeed formidable, and his back ached slightly. Suning, with her head lowered, felt guilty. It was not her intention to hurt him, and she was uncertain about the extent of his injury. "If you're feeling unwell, perhaps we should retreat to a room where I can apply some herbal oil for you. Otherwise, the pain may worsen. I also brought some freshly picked watermelons for you to enjoy. I'll leave shortly after," she suggested. Guze closed the door and looked at her. "Aren't you coming in? You pushed me and caused this injury. Should you help me treat it inside?" Suning, without overthinking, obediently followed him inside. However, when he shut the door, an inexplicable tension began to rise within her. "No need to close the door. I can handle this quickly," she insisted. If I don't close it, those two little rascals will start talking nonsense, he replied. Chapter 48. A lonely man and woman in a room. Well then, roll up your shirt a bit so I can take a look. Where's the herbal oil? Or do you have medicinal liquor? Guze pointed toward a drawer. Su Ning walked over and opened it, discovering the medicinal oil inside. Her eyes swept across the room, which was simply and neatly arranged, filled with the familiar scent of wood. Her thoughts began to stray, and she shook her head to dispel the chaotic ideas flooding her mind. When she turned around, she found him already stripped to his upper body, seated on a stool, gazing at her. Why aren't you coming closer? Aren't you here to help me with my wound? Why are you undressed? You only need to roll your shirt up, she replied. Gu Zhe feigned innocence, but you pushed me with such force that I slammed into something. If I don't take off my shirt, how can I apply the oil properly? Su Ning looked into his eyes, contemplating, and realized he had a point. After all, she was the one at fault, and thus bore some responsibility. Okay, don't overthink it, she reassured herself, leaning closer from behind him. She noticed a large red mark on his back, making her feel even guiltier. I'm sorry, I overreacted. I'll be more careful in the future. It's fine, he replied. You're quite familiar with Yu Hongmei, right? She mentioned your classmates. Yes, but we have no relationship whatsoever. She warmed the herbal oil in her palm and began to apply it to his back, gently kneading the area. Thoughts of Yu Hongmei's previous schemes, her relentless pursuit of goals, crossed her mind, leaving Su Ning feeling uneasy. Was she now fixated on Gu Zhe? Would she try to take him away in the future? Seeing her silence, Gu Zhe spoke up. I can explain what happened today. I was just tidying up in my room when she unexpectedly barged in and said some strange things. What things? She claimed to like me and insisted that I didn't need to marry in her family, that she would marry me instead. What nonsense. I hardly know her. She must be out of her mind. That collar has nothing to do with me. I never touched her. She is the one who pulled it, clearly unhinged, he continued. Su Ning understood he would not act on such advances, yet she was aware that Yu Hongmei would not easily relent. If she truly stripped down and began shouting, it would be impossible to explain. Taking a deep breath as she applied the oil, she mustered her courage and asked, Gu Zhe, what do you think about marrying early? Gu Zhe was taken aback for a moment, then quickly regained his composure and replied cheerfully, no problem at all. Whether we marry sooner or later is fine. I just want to know what preparations need to be made so that I can get ready in advance. Seeing him agree so readily, Su Ning's eyes sparkled with delight. There's no need for you to worry about that. Since you will be living at my home, I shall prepare everything. Feel free to express any preferences you may have. I've arranged for a 2-meter bed in the upstairs room and have ordered a wardrobe for you as well. Once the busy farming season is over, we can go ring shopping and take wedding photos. By the way, our family should sit down together to set a date. How does October sound to you? It's pleasantly mild, not too hot or cold, while late in the year might be a bit chilly. Gu Zhe nodded with a smile. All right, let's wait until the farming season concludes, and then we can sit down with both families to finalize the date. We should also begin preparing for the wedding. How about I assist you in designing the attire for the wedding toast? We could have someone tailor it to fit you perfectly. Su Ning's eyes sparkled with joy, and a smile of delight graced her lips. She inadvertently tightened her grip, eliciting a sharp intake of breath from Gu Zhe, which made her realize her mistake. Oh, soda. I must have been a bit too strong. He chuckled lightly. It's all right. I suppose I should also engage in more exercise. Otherwise, it would be me who finds himself under pressure in the marriage bed. While I can accept a soft life outside the bed, I still wish to maintain some dignity as a man. After exchanging a few more words, Su Ning finished applying the medicinal ointment and gestured for him to get dressed. You can have watermelon for lunch. I must head back now. Gu Zhe quickly put on his shirt and glanced at the time, realizing it was already past 10. He gently inquired, Is there something urgent for you to return to? If not, why not stay and have lunch with me? Su Ning replied softly, It's not too urgent. But the piglets are over 7 days old now. It's time for castration. Castration? Gu Zhe's expression turned slightly bewildered. Are you referring to what I think you are? Yes. If male pigs are not castrated, the meat will have an unpleasant odor and taste. It's essential to perform the procedure within the first 7 to 8 days after birth, as the piglets recover quickly during this time. Clearing his throat, Gu Zhe asked, Do you need my assistance? I have no plans this afternoon and could accompany you to the pig farm. Su Ning recalled her father's words from last night and felt that spending more time together would be beneficial, but she wondered when it would be appropriate to hold hands. Ultimately, she decided to let things unfold naturally. Oblivious to the peculiarity of bringing her fiancé to witness the castration of piglets, she continued her preparations. At noon, Guze prepared the meal while Su Ning assisted, with the two little ones bustling around them. Auntie, that's not how you peel garlic. It's easier if you start from the other end. If you begin from the tail, it becomes quite difficult. Alricht, ise, soning grepliet. The Shurtu demonstrated the proper technique, and upon seeing her successfully mimic it, he raised his thumb in praise, exclaiming, Auntie, you're so clever and amazing. Su Ning felt a bit bashful from the compliments. Well, it's because you all taught me well. As long as you don't think I'm clumsy, I'm fine. How could we ever think that? We would never disdain our Auntie, especially since she brings us delicious treats and meat. They chimed, knowing that flattery would only endear them further. As the family gradually returned home for lunch, Su Tahut, seeing his daughter present, expressed his surprise, Xiao Ning. What brings you here? I have brought a watermelon. And then Guze stood behind her, softly saying, it was I who asked her to stay for dinner. After we finish, I will accompany Su Ning to the pig farm. She mentioned that the piglets need to be castrated. The Su couple exchanged a glance, their eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. Xiao Ning, you plan to take Xiao Zhe to witness the castration of the piglets? No, surely not. Is their daughter truly so oblivious? To bring her fiancé along for such a task, does she intend to demonstrate her skills in castration? One cannot help but draw parallels to their own situation. This is hardly a matter of assistance. It borders on intimidation. Su Tuhua observed the two, seemingly unfazed. His lips moved, but the words faltered at the threshold of his mouth. Never mind. It is perhaps best for elders to refrain from meddling. As lunch was served, Lin Sheng and the others sat beneath the eaves with their bowls, as the dining table was too crowded for them. Their presence occupied far too much space. This spicy rabbit dish is truly delectable. Su Ning blinked curiously at the spread before her, and with each glance, another dish appeared in her bowl. Turning to meet the man's affectionate gaze, she inquired, why aren't you eating? Do sample it, and see if it pleases your palate. Did you enjoy the squirrel fish last night? Yes, I did. It was delicious. As long as you enjoy it. When we have time, catching some freshwater snails and frying little fish coated in flour will be even more delightful, and they have no bones. Chapter 49. The Fiancé and the Castration of Piglets. Su Ning swallowed, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. All right, you speak of delightful dishes, so I'm sure they will not disappoint. Mom and Dad, I have discussed with Guze that once the autumn harvest concludes, the two families should convene to set a date for the wedding. It will be beneficial to prepare in advance, as we need to head to town for photographs and clothing. The house also requires a fresh coat of white paint, and time is of the essence. Moreover, let us finalize the dowry. Uncles and aunts, feel free to state your expectations. I will arrange it in town and ensure the dowry is delivered to you ahead of time. The gathering was taken aback, exclaiming simultaneously. They had merely toiled in the fields for half a day, yet it felt as if the pace had accelerated drastically. Why the sudden urgency for marriage when it was still year-end? Su Tuhua, however, was quite pleased. Casting an appreciative glance at his daughter, this silent girl had finally undertaken something of significance. Laughing heartily, he remarked, Indeed, Brother Jiang, what are your thoughts? Choosing a date for marriage cannot be deferred. Why wait until year-end when the weather will be so cold? It is far better to arrange it sooner when the climate is agreeable. What has prompted this sudden eagerness? De Shurtu raised his hand, speaking in a childish tone. I know. Little uncle and little aunt enter the house, and I saw little uncle undressing. If they're getting married, there'll be sweets for everyone. At this, Guze's expression froze instantly. He cast a chilling glance at the little one, then surveyed the peculiar looks from the elders, hastily gesturing for clarification. No, it is not as you think. I sustained an injury on my back and could not reach to apply the medicine. Su Ning interjected swiftly, right? Today I inadvertently exerted too much strength and caused him to crash against the wall, necessitating the application of ointment. It is truly not as you imagine. Zhao Qionghua's lips twitched. She wished for the girl to be more proactive, but not in this manner. Nevertheless, one could understand the impetuousness of youth. Ahem, since your relationship is so harmonious, marrying sooner rather than later seems a favorable idea. I noticed that October would be an excellent choice for the wedding. The weather is neither too hot nor too cold, and the harvest season is relatively calm. I believe it is quite feasible, once the grains are stored in the granary. Our families can come together to select an auspicious date. The elders from both families nodded in agreement, smiling. No problem. Gu Zixin and Ning exchanged a glance. A silent communication that carried a hint of helplessness, as if they had been misunderstood. The outcome appeared to be smoother than they had anticipated. Jiang Jiangguo felt a twinge of reluctance in his heart. However, his son, being a man, should not take undue advantage of the young lady. Therefore, an early marriage would indeed be a good thing. Otherwise, an unforeseen circumstance might lead to an awkward situation. After finishing their meal, the two made their way to the pig farm. Along the way, silence enveloped them, with half a year ahead of them now reduced to a mere few months. The prospect of their wedding drew nearer day by day, making it impossible for them not to feel a hint of anxiety. Suning, glancing around to ensure no one was in sight, boldly took his hand, turning her face away, her ears flushed with embarrassment. Gu Zhe felt the softness of her hand and turned to see her crimson ears, prompting him to grasp her hand a bit tighter. Hand in hand, they walked toward the pig farm, their hearts drawing closer even amidst their silence, which alleviated any awkwardness. With newfound courage, her fingers playfully brushed against his palm. Noticing his silence, Su Ning grew bolder, her hands exploring his, squeezing his fingers, caressing his knuckles, and running her fingers along his hand. Gu shikofed lightly, his voice slightly hoarse. Is it to your liking? Yes, your hand are quite beautiful. She raised her gaze to meet his, almost scorched by the intensity in his eyes. Swiftly releasing his hand and creating distance between them, feigning innocence and confusion. Is it not permissible to merely touch hands? Deciding to change the subject, Su Ning inquired. What books do you enjoy? I have ordered a bookshelf, and once you acquire books, we can place them there to prevent dust accumulation. Gu Zhe suppressed the turmoil within him and replied calmly, any book will suffice. I generally read a variety of genres. All right, I understand. Then we shall both go and purchase some. As they conversed, they arrived at the pig farm, where a large courtyard was enclosed by earthen walls. In the corners outside the walls, thorny plants bloomed with fragrant pink flowers, their prickly nature serving to deter thieves from the pigs. The leaves also bore thorns, contributing to the aesthetic as well as the scent. Scattered shards of broken tiles were embedded in the earthen walls, clearly placed there by human hands. Su Ning produced a set of keys, unlocking the 3 doors, first the left, then the right, before pushing them all open and stepping inside. Upon entering the courtyard, the sounds of pigs grunting filled the air. The pig farm was organized into separate pens, with a central passage for feeding and cleaning the troughs. Reminiscent of modern pig farms, Gu Zhe observed the lively pigs with interest. Su Ning moved to the innermost section, opening a small door to reveal a dozen piglets, their soft grunts echoing. Equipped with a small knife and a sprayer, she deftly lifted a piglet by its hind legs, skillfully disinfecting it before proceeding with the castration. Completing the task in under a minute with remarkable speed and proficiency. Gu Zhe observed her deft movements, inexplicably feeling a chill in his legs. Such proficiency is remarkable. How could one become so efficient? Resolving to remain calm, he shook his head, casting aside his wandering thoughts. Ahem, how may I assist you? No need for that. Just watch me, Su Ning replied, but please keep an eye on the other piglets that have been castrated. It's crucial to monitor them closely post-surgery to ensure proper hygiene. Otherwise, they risk infection, which could be fatal. In less than half an hour, Su Ning had completed the castration of over a dozen piglets. She clapped her hands and washed them with soap before leading him to the yard. There, several long benches were positioned for slaughtering pigs, with bloodstains on the ground, a grim testament to past activities. As Gu Zhe followed her, he noticed her entering the storage room, emerging with a sack filled with purchased pig feed. After feeding the pigs and replenishing their water, Su Ning remained tirelessly occupied, scarcely pausing to converse. She soon entered a small room, where a sow lay on a bed of hay, her body marked with red spots resembling mosquito bites, her demeanor lethargic. "What ails this sow?" Guze inquired. Su Ning shook her head, a frown creasing her brow. She crouched down to examine the animal closely, but found no apparent issues. "I don't know. Recently, she's inexplicably lost her appetite and refuses to eat. These red spots are concerning. I consulted a veterinarian, yet no diagnosis was offered." Guze stepped closer, observing the inert sow. If this continued, she would likely not survive much longer. Chapter 50. The wounded bite. Su Ning gently stroked the sow, sorrow flickering in her eyes. The helplessness of watching a cherished animal succumb to illness was profoundly distressing. Guze, standing nearby, noted that when her hand brushed against the red spots, the sow involuntarily twitched, a reflexive response to pain. "Did the veterinarian mention what those red spots could be?" he asked. "No," Su Ning replied honestly. "He suggested they might be from mosquito bites and applied an anti-itch ointment, but her appetite has only dwindled further. It's disheartening. If this persists, she likely won't last more than a few days." Guze shook his head, sensing something peculiar but unable to pinpoint the source of his unease. "It seems strange. Her condition has deteriorated since arriving here. Indeed, the red spots have increased since her arrival. Initially, I assumed they were merely insect bites. But when her condition failed to improve, I sought the veterinarian's opinion. Let us take this sow outside, clear away the straw, and conduct a thorough inspection of the area for any potential clues," Guze suggested. Though Su Ning did not fully grasp the rationale behind his proposal, Guze had always possessed his own reasoning. She complied, willing to explore any possible leads. Together, they carefully transported the ailing sow outside and began to sift through the straw with rakes. Just as they had cleared half the area, a startled exclamation pierced the air. Guze hurriedly approached, and the two men gazed at the slender, wriggling creature before them. Certainly not a centipede, but rather a millipede. How could such a creature be present here? They carefully captured it and discarded it into a saline solution, resuming their task of tidying up. After clearing away the straw, they gradually uncovered a dozen more, which was decidedly alarming. Su Ning's demeanor turned serious. It was not unusual to find millipedes in the countryside, but the sheer number was troubling. How could these creatures be hidden among the straw? Guze whispered, "Do you have a magnifying glass? I might discern why the sow is behaving this way. A closer look would provide clarity." "All right, I shall fetch one immediately." "Please wait a moment," Su Ning replied. Once inside the house, Guze raised his head and scanned the surroundings, ensuring no one was nearby, then discreetly dripped a few drops of spring water into the sow's mouth. When Su Ning returned with a magnifying glass, Guze stealthily withdrew his hand. The two examined the red spots on the sow's body under magnification, and indeed, the marks were not from mosquito bites, but rather the wounds inflicted by a millipede, with the injury faintly darkening at the edges. Mosquitoes lack venom, but millipedes do possess toxicity. "Guze, I believe I have identified the cause of the sow's condition. It has been bitten by a millipede, and the resulting pain has led to a loss of appetite. I shall fetch a veterinarian to prescribe some medication to treat the millipede bites. Perhaps this will save the sow, which I have nurtured myself," Su Ning declared. Guze shook his head, his tone grave. "The most pressing issue is not the sow, but rather uncovering the source of these millipedes. We must ascertain whether more are lurking in the shadows. These creatures are venomous. If they were to bite a person, the consequences would be dire. If we can find over a dozen so easily, one can only imagine how many more are hidden away." Su Ning felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing this. Indeed, at the pig farm, there are often workers who, at times, might doze off on the ground. If bitten by a millipede, the ramifications could be catastrophic. Being bitten is one concern. I dread the thought of one crawling into a person's ear while they sleep, as I have encountered such a scenario in the city before. Fortunately, that individual had a strong body odor, and the millipede became ensnared in the thick earwax, ultimately perishing. Otherwise, it could have burrowed into the brain. Guze's words instilled considerable fear in Su Ning. With a hint of terror in his gaze, he remarked, "Is that truly possible? Even the boldest of women would fear such insects. With so many legs, had Guze not been by his side, he might have leaped to great heights in fright." That possibility exists. Therefore, before we summon the veterinarian, we should first search for their nest, preparing ourselves for a comprehensive eradication to prevent any future proliferation, he suggested. Without hesitation, they commenced their search in the vicinity. Fortunately, the ground was muddy. If millipedes had traversed the area, they would have left traces behind, making it not too difficult to locate them with a magnifying glass. Guzay knelt down, following the trails left by the creatures. He discovered several tracks leading in different directions, all converging toward one location, the bench where the pigs were slaughtered. The dark red soil was stained with pig's blood. Su Ning squatted beside him and pointed. Guzay, look over there. There are many crevices beneath that bench. Could they have emerged from those gaps? But don't millipedes typically feed on insects? They are carnivorous, consuming insects and small creatures, and they also feed on blood. When pigs are slaughtered, it is inevitable that some blood will spill onto the ground, nourishing them if it trickles down through the crevices. How terrifying it is to ponder how many lie beneath. Guzay shook his head and reached out to pull the person up. Now that we have identified these areas as potential nests, we shall encircle them with white chalk and prepare to gather more people. He continued, if many of them emerge, relying solely on human capture will prove difficult, as they can easily escape. Once we have sufficient manpower, we can boil water, dig up the soil, and pour it down to incapacitate them. All right, I will follow your lead. I will go find the veterinarian and the uncles to come over. Su Ning jogged away, and Guzay wandered around the courtyard, using chalk to draw on the ground. Before long, Su Ning returned with others. The veterinarian, a middle-aged man, arrived in a state of confusion upon seeing the sows on the ground. He asked, Ning girl, are you certain that was a centipede bite? Yes, Uncle Li. Look at the centipedes in the saltwater jar. We found them all in the sow's room. Li Hua examined the contents of the glass jar, his brow furrowing. Such a situation is quite rare. Centipedes are not common in the countryside, yet you found so many so easily. Other men gathered closer, regarding the writhing insects with a look of revulsion. This is truly disgusting. A few days ago, my arm felt sore. Could I have also been bitten? As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeve, revealing red spots similar to those on the sow. It appears to be the same type of injury, Li Hua said solemnly. Girl, what do you intend for us to do? Su Ning pointed to the bench and briefly explained. We traced the marks and discovered that the crevices beneath the bench likely house the centipede nest, though we cannot determine the exact number. To catch them all, we must excavate the soil and pour boiling water in, then use chopsticks to extract them into the glass jar. Ah, that is a clever idea. You have a sharp mind. And you know to use boiling water to immobilize these creatures. Su Ning felt a bit embarrassed. No, Uncle Li, it was my fiancé's idea. I had no notion of using boiling water. Chapter 51. A terrifying scene. Li Hua followed her gaze and met the clear, bright eyes of her fiancé. Observing him with interest, Ning girl, is this your new fiancé? The young man looks quite spirited. Su Ning blushed, feeling shy. Uncle Li, please do not tease him. Let us figure out how to catch the centipedes quickly. With so many pigs in the pen, if these creatures bite them, it could be fatal. All right, let us block the pig pen and gather vines to craft a fence, enclosing the area to prevent those creatures from running amok and biting anyone. Understood, she replied. Guzay murmured, I'll go boil more water. The other men were not idle either. They chopped plenty of vines and began weaving them while seated on the bench. Soon, they fashioned a makeshift fence about half a person's height without a top. A person could easily step in, and in case of danger, they could jump out. Over an hour passed, and all preparations were complete. The long bench typically used for slaughtering pigs has been removed, and the dark red ground is now cordoned off. A pot of boiling water sits ready in the kitchen, while several men wielding shovels begin to dig. After excavating approximately 30 centimeters, they notice an emptiness in the earth, and upon revealing the interior, a chill runs down their spines. Inside lies a cavern teeming with what can only be described as centipedes, dozens of them writhing about. Though the full extent of the cave remains unknown. Startled by the commotion, the centipedes begin to scurry outward. Guzay, carrying a bucket of scalding water, steps forward and pours it inside, causing the centipedes to instinctively curl their bodies upon contact with the boiling liquid. The men, equipped with long chopsticks, begin to deftly capture the centipedes, filling a large glass jar halfway in no time. Goodness gracious! Who would have expected centipedes to be lurking here? They are nearly the thickness of a finger. Indeed, a bite from one of these could prove fatal. This is the first time Li Hua has encountered centipedes of such girth. It must have taken years for them to grow so large. Likely nourished by a diet of fresh pig's blood. After toiling for quite some time, they finally managed to collect all the centipedes, leaving behind a series of holes scattered across the yard. Once they are certain everything is in order, they proceed to level the ground. Su Ning gazes into the large glass jar, filled with a dark mass, feeling an involuntary shiver run through her. Uncle Li, can these centipedes be used as medicine? She inquires. Indeed, they are quite valuable as a medicinal resource. Once I prepare them, I shall sell them in the town. We will share the profits then. Li Hua replies with a cheerful smile, clearly in good spirits. The men, hearing this, chuckle heartily. Haha. Thank you, Uncle Li. By the way, can that sow be saved? It has so many bites all over. I'll apply some ointment, but whether it survives depends on fate. The sow appears to be in decent spirits. It should not perish, he reassures them. That's good to hear. We raised this so ourselves. It would be hard to part with if it were to die. Having settled their immediate concerns, the men turn their attention to the two individuals standing nearby, teasingly saying, Ning girl, why don't you introduce us? Su Ning straightens her back and replies earnestly, This is my fiancé, Gu Zhe. He helped me find the centipedes. Otherwise, I would never have discovered them. Gu Zhe, these are the uncles who work at the pig farm. Uncle Lao Jin, Uncle Sanshui, Uncle K, and the cook, Uncle Pang. Uncle Pang couldn't come today due to other commitments. Gu Zhe greets each of them warmly, his demeanor gracious and composed, which pleases the men immensely. Ah, what a fine fellow he is. They think to themselves, contrasting him with the previous worker, Jiang Jie, who could never meet their gaze and always appeared guilty of some misdeed. Well then, now that we are acquainted, do come by the pig farm often. Uncle Lao Jin encourages with a wink and a jest. By the way, I heard that you possess medical skills, and quite impressive ones at that. Was it not you who revived little Tiger after he nearly drowned? Gu Zhe nods. Yes, he was without breath, but he was not yet dead. With prompt intervention, he could still be saved. Remarkable. Each summer, many children fall into the water, yet only a few are rescued. Would you be willing to teach us? Indeed, should we encounter such a situation, saving a single life could alleviate some of the pain for a family. It is certainly feasible, but requires the cooperation of two individuals. Uncle Lao Jin and San Shui stepped forward. All right, the two of us will assist. You instruct us on what to do, and we shall learn. Acquiring more skills is always beneficial. Gu Zhe spoke earnestly. To ascertain whether we can save someone, the first step is to check for breathing. However, the absence of a pulse is more definitive, so one must feel the neck in that area. Hey, San Shui, pay attention. Simply feel the neck, no unnecessary groping. The others couldn't help but chuckle. Ahem, then the individual who fell into the water should lie on the ground. We must avoid crowding around, as stagnant air is detrimental to the patient. Place your hands as I demonstrate, applying pressure to the patient's lungs. Maintain a consistent rhythm. Simultaneously, another person should kneel at the patient's head and perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Hearing this, Uncle Lao Jin abruptly sat up, perplexed. But why mouth-to-mouth, Gu family lad? Well, it's a bit complex, but just know that this method saves lives. The theoretical knowledge is not easily comprehensible. All right then, have you all grasped it? The group replied in unison. We understand. Thank you, Gu Zhe. Gu Zhe smiled and shook his head. No need for thanks. It is merely a small effort. In truth, if one learns a method, regardless of whether a person can swim, they need not perish if they fall into the water. However, maintaining composure is essential, which can be quite challenging. The instinctive reaction to falling into water is fear. Once a hand breaks the surface, one will quickly sink. If one cries for help, water will fill the ears within minutes, leading to a state of unconsciousness, thus endangering one's life. On this note, Gu Zhe imparted further knowledge on how to keep the body afloat, emphasizing that arms must not leave the water surface, and it is safest to call for help only after achieving buoyancy. The others nodded in agreement. Understood. City dwellers certainly possess more knowledge. No one here has ever mentioned this. Every year, the focus is on keeping children safe and preventing them from entering the water. Yet families are often too busy to supervise their children, and not every child is obedient. Rather than constantly watching over them, it is more pragmatic to devise solutions for emergencies and learn life-saving techniques. Suning gazed at him, admiration evident in her eyes. How impressive! He seems to know everything. After this brief interlude, the men hurried back to their tasks. The veterinarian applied ointment to the sow, and whether it would be effective remained to be seen as he returned with a sack. The small courtyard was left with only 2 people. Suning felt somewhat anxious. You seem to be skilled in everything. Is there anything you cannot do? Chapter 52. Cantor Guzay pondered seriously for a moment, then replied earnestly, Indeed, there is. I cannot sew. My fingers are too stiff to manipulate a needle, perhaps due to the rigidity common in men's hands. Suning remarked, Actually, I cannot either. Their eyes met, and they couldn't help but laugh. Well then, what shall we do now? Is there anything left to attend to at the pig farm? I would like to assist you. No need, I can manage alone. The pig manure is quite odorous and must be cleaned daily. My family's pig farm thrives because of proper feeding and hygiene. This way, the pigs are less prone to illness. Though it may be laborious, it is far more efficient than treating them once they fall ill. After toiling until 3 or 4 o'clock, Suning locked the door and led the person directly to the alfalfa field. Gazing upon the boundless expanse of green, he murmured, You see, all this alfalfa is cultivated by my family. This, combined with corn and tofu dregs, among other ingredients, is crafted into feed that the pigs thrive on, considerably reducing the cost of feed. Guzay listened intently, remarking, I had no idea that pig farming involved so many intricacies. It's no wonder your family's pig farm is so large. Without substantial experience, it would be unmanageable. Did your family purchase this hillside? Why didn't you consider building the pig farm in the village, given the distance from home? Suning pondered for a moment, his gaze drifting towards the village, imbued with a hint of significance. That is precisely because we suffered a significant loss, which is why we chose to avoid establishing the pig farm in the village on the hillside. 5 years ago, when the policies had just relaxed, my father, being quite audacious, commenced pig farming. He made a sum of approximately 2,000 or 3,000. But upon the villagers discovering this, the formerly amicable community turned hostile. The piglets frequently fell ill, and by the time it was discovered who had tampered with them, that batch of piglets had already perished. Guzay spoke softly. The villagers likely felt envious that you were the first to reap the rewards of this venture. Did they not follow suit later on? Suning settled onto the grass, patting the space beside him, enjoying the breeze which lightened his mood as their conversation unfolded. Yes, they did follow suit, but they neglected proper hygiene and care, often feeding the pigs leftover food, leading to illnesses and deaths among the pigs, which they then sold. Over time, once the community became aware, their reputation deteriorated, and no one was willing to purchase their pigs. Thus their business fell apart. Guzay surveyed the pig farm with its towering earthen walls and speculated. The walls must not have existed initially. They were likely built after someone stole pigs. Suning smirked slightly, his voice barely above a whisper. You've guessed correctly again. It has been like this for years. We resolve issues as they arise, and gradually it has stabilized. Once stability was achieved, my father maintained a certain distance from the villagers, refraining from disclosing the family's earnings, allowing them to speculate as they wished. The villagers only learned of our wealth when the county discovered it and insisted on displaying banners. They became envious and sought to imitate the pig farming. Yet my father feigned ignorance. Guzay nodded in understanding. To be the pioneer in such an era requires not only courage and insight, but also a wise father-in-law. Suning relished the moment, lightly closing his eyes against the gentle breeze. You have yet to meet my elder sister. She is gentle and an excellent cook. A few years ago, when our parents were busy with the pig farm, it was my elder sister who took care of us. As for my second sister, well, I feel I should be candid with you. As we are to be husband and wife, there should be no secrets. Guzay turned to her. Go on. I'm listening. Suning slowly opened her eyes, carefully organizing her thoughts before speaking. Last time my second sister and her husband visited, you must have sensed something amiss. Among the three sisters, my relationship with her is the most strained. She believes our parents favor me the most, which is why they have kept me at home to carry on the family line. Furthermore, my second sister's husband was initially arranged for me by a matchmaker. Upon their initial encounter, it became apparent that he had certain issues. Ultimately, my second sister ended up marrying him. After their marriage, she frequently returned, often to boast in my presence. Guze listened intently, understanding the underlying currents. Su Ning then remarked, concerning my sister and brother-in-law, you need not be overly courteous. If they provoke you, simply inform me, and I shall handle it. Of course, if you feel inclined to address it yourself, that is also acceptable. With a light-hearted tone, Guze responded, I was not cast out by my adoptive parents. Rather, I severed ties on my own accord. The job was transferred, sold to them for a sum. As for that position, I trust Jiang Jie will lament the loss. Su Ning, observing the mischievous glint in his eyes, tilted her head and inquired, was there an issue with that job? He replied, the job itself was fine. It was the master who posed the problem, being irascible and prone to violence. Once one becomes a disciple, changing positions becomes nearly impossible due to the master's stubborn nature. Since they desired the job, I sold it to them at a fair price, with a signed severance agreement. Seeking me in the future would be futile. Rising, Guze plucked willow branches, removing their leaves, and gathered a handful of wildflowers. As he spoke, he began to weave a floral crown, and before long, he had fashioned one adorned with wildflowers. He gently placed it upon her head, gazing into her inky eyes, and smiled. It looks lovely. It suits you well. Su Ning reached up to touch it, her heart racing uncontrollably as warmth spread across her cheeks. She averted her gaze and quietly asked, do you have a crush on anyone at school? This is what they refer to as a loaded question, he thought, then resolutely answered, no, as a poor student, who would be interested in me? My time is consumed with finding ways to earn money. I hardly have the leisure to ponder such matters. Noticing her joyful laughter, Guze leaned in playfully. What is the matter, Ning Ning? Are you feeling a twinge of jealousy? What if I were to say I do? Su Ning turned to look at him, realizing too late how close they had become. When their lips brushed against each other, both were momentarily stunned. And no, it's nothing. Perhaps we should head back, she stammered, springing to her feet, her mind in disarray. It's getting late. We should return for lunch. No, I meant dinner. Guze chuckled at her flustered state, only to suppress his laughter when she shot him a glare. All right, let us return for lunch, he corrected. No, I misspoke. I meant dinner. Yes, I heard you, she replied. You're being deliberately mischievous. The two began to playfully chase each other, their laughter echoing far and wide. Meanwhile, Yu Hongmei, who was gathering firewood, watched them with envy, her eyes burning with jealousy. Laugh all you want. Let us see how well you fare. After escorting her home, Guze turned to head back to his own abode. Chapter 53. The game of strategy on September 15th. It was Guze's birthday. That evening, Lin Shufan prepared a sumptuous feast, and the family gathered around the table, sharing conversation and laughter in a warm, inviting atmosphere. Little Zay, she said, I've made longevity noodles with eggs for you. Be sure to eat them, as it ensures safety and good fortune. It's customary to enjoy longevity noodles on your birthday. Indeed, every year for so many years on this very day, your mother would prepare a bowl of longevity noodles. Back then, Jia would often complain, accusing us of favoritism. Upon hearing this, Gu Zuin felt a warmth in his heart and smiled as he nodded. All right, thank you, Mom. I will make sure to finish it all. Now that the harvest is in, as long as it is stored in the granary, everything will be fine. Yes, we owe a great deal to Lin Shangquan and his family for their assistance. Otherwise, we wouldn't have completed our tasks so swiftly. Upon hearing his name mentioned, Lin Shengquan's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Gu, now that the work is done, when will you teach us that skill? We came here specifically to learn. Rest assured, once the grain is stored, I will begin teaching you. The process may be somewhat arduous, but you all must persevere, understand? Gu Zhe said earnestly. Learning a skill naturally requires some effort. Once mastered, life will become much more agreeable. By the way, Lin Shengquan, don't you need to help with the harvest at home? I do, but I will not go. Lin Shengquan replied with a bitter smile. Gugu, You may not be aware of my family situation. My father remarried and had a younger brother. I have long since lost my place in that household. I can only return to sleep in a room. They do not call me for meals, treating me as if I do not exist. I have severed ties with them. I have no share in the family land. So why should I toil there? It's meaningless to work for nothing. I might as well wander about. The monkey nodded and whispered, Indeed, Gugu, do not be deceived by Lin Gu's seemingly fierce demeanor. Compared to his stepmother, he is nothing. When Lin Gu set the fire, it was all due to their relentless pressure. They withheld food and water, forcing him to work in the lake every day. Any person would feel driven to despair. Lin Shengquan tugged at the corners of his mouth, managing a smile. It's all right, those matters are in the past. I can live well without relying on them. It's just that my means of earning a living is somewhat shameful. Guze observed them thoughtfully, remaining silent for a while. Gugu, do you also believe that I was wrong to set the fire? Had I not been driven to desperation, I would not have acted that way, and they wouldn't have severed ties with me. I would have been treated like a beast of burden. No, the desire for revenge is not the issue. It is the choice to resort to arson that is foolish. You should have employed subtler methods to undermine them gradually. This way, the inheritance of property, house, and land would have been yours. Once the fire escalated, you alone would bear the blame, with no tangible benefit to you. Is this not foolish? Upon hearing these words, the others stared at him in bewilderment, questioning whether they had misheard. Could such ruthless sentiments truly emanate from a junior? Guze looked at them with a gentle smile. What's wrong? Where did I err? When others inflict harm upon you, you are entitled to retaliate. Yet the method must be chosen wisely, considering the benefits. Inflicting harm upon an enemy while simultaneously suffering losses yourself. What wisdom lies in that? Why engage in actions that yield no advantage for you? With a thunderous realization, Lin Shengquan felt as if his mind had been struck by a hammer, and suddenly, the path ahead became clear. He slapped his thigh, his face etched with regret. I truly am foolish. Severing ties brought me no benefit, and I gained a reputation for fratricide. Regrettably, those ties have already been severed. It is now too late to reconsider. Guze's lips curled slightly, his voice laced with a hint of seduction. Who says it's useless? It's merely a piece of torn paper. If you are unconcerned about the infamy of arson and patricide, why would you care about a scrap of paper? Rules are merely constructs for the honest. Those who are unscrupulous break them. Break the rules, you say? Lin Shengquan stroked his chin, deep in thought, and soon burst into hearty laughter, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Ha, Brother Gu, you are absolutely right. Why should I take responsibility for a loss? If it were a gain, I would acknowledge it, but after a loss, even the king himself would be of no consequence. If this works out, I can exorcise this ill will from my heart. Henceforth, you will be my true brother, without a doubt. Guze shook his head, calmly responding. Enough of this. Do not take advantage of me. I am younger than you. Why should I be your elder? Besides, with your second-rate reputation, it would be shameful for me to be your brother. Lin Shengquan wore a woeful expression. My reputation is indeed a problem. I plan to find a way to redeem myself. Brother, please guide me on how to achieve this. Simple, Guge replied. Maintain a facade in public while concealing your true self. Life is but a play, reliant entirely on performance. You must treat them well and preserve your image before others. But once you return behind closed doors, you can do as you please. Do not wear your scars openly. Keep them hidden and make an effort to assist the villagers, praising them generously. In less than a year, your good reputation will be restored. Upon hearing Guze's words, everyone remained in a daze. Indeed, the intricacies of city life were far beyond the comprehension of rural folk. If Lin Shengquan were to become an adversary, it would be truly terrifying. Lin Shengquan, with a fervent gaze, declared, Understood, I now know how to proceed. Thank you, Brother Gu. I shall return to the village with my brothers tomorrow and come back to work when the grain warehouse requires it. Yes, upon your return, be more astute in your endeavors. Avoid tasks that offer no benefit, and do not allow yourself to be easily provoked. Instead, find ways to provoke others. Understood. Thank you for your guidance, Brother Gu. I raise a toast to you. The monkey chimed in, eager to please. Brother Gu, my situation is somewhat different. My parents favor my younger siblings. I am a neglected second child. Guze glanced at him. The child who cries receives the milk. If you cannot tread the path of likability, then tread the path that causes headaches for others. Make them wary of provoking you. Consider this. If one child cries at the slightest misfortune while another remains silent, which would you choose to comfort first? A flicker of realization crossed the monkey's eyes as he smacked his forehead in understanding. He respectfully said, "Brother Gu, I will follow your advice upon my return. Thank you for your guidance. One day, I shall treat you to a fine meal in town." Guze nodded, maintaining a composed demeanor, eager to send them off to prevent them from consuming all the food at home too quickly. These few simpletons ought to return home and cause a ruckus instead. The group chuckled foolishly, as if they had already avenged themselves, and at the break of dawn the next day, they departed. Jiang Jiangwo, witnessing their departure, felt a twinge of discomfort. Having grown accustomed to their presence, the sudden emptiness felt rather unsettling. Xiaoze, were your words last night truly sincere? Those few one T cause trouble upon their return, will they? Chapter 54. Unperturbed thoughts. Guze, with a composed smile, reassured, "Father, rest assured, they are merely ruffians. Nothing serious will occur. Even if trouble arises, it will only be minor scuffles without loss of life. If they were truly dangerous, they would not be laboring under my watch. Their ferocity is but a fade." Jiang Jiangwo nodded, his expression easing somewhat. Meanwhile, Lin Shangquan and his companions whispered among themselves, "Lin, do you think it wise to return alone? Your stepmother is quite sharp-tongued and adept at feigning innocence. Your father might side with her. Can you handle them by yourself? Do not let them provoke you into losing your temper." Indeed, I concur with Gu. The key to dealing with them is to remain indifferent. That is their true torment, Lin Shangquan replied, a cold smile dancing in his eyes. "Yes, Yu. I will not act impulsively. It has been far too long since my last visit. I must bring home a few companions to share a meal. Join me for dinner." He continued, "Remember, eat whatever is available. If something is missing, seek it out. Do not let others take advantage. Half of what is there belongs to me." The group immediately grasped his intent, chuckling incessantly. "So, you mean we eat and drink irk them? If they seek trouble, they can go to our parents. Let the adults handle their own affairs," they mused. Lin Shengchuan's eyes gleamed with anticipation. "Precisely. I intend to torment them. Arguments are meaningless. They lack the necessary sting. They must feel pain, and we shall incite them to turn against one another. Our parents have always favored one over the other. Were we not neglected, we would not find ourselves in this predicament." The others chimed in, "Yes, we shall heed Lin's counsel." Upon returning to the village, Lin Shangquan and his companions were met with disdain from the villagers, who recoiled as if from venomous serpents. "The good-for-nothing has returned. Hurry home and tend to your poultry." They spat, filled with contempt. "Damn it, why have these fools come back? They bring shame upon our Lin family village." Ignoring the disdain, they marched straight to Lin Shengchuan's home, barging in without hesitation and taking their seats at the dining table, diving into the meal without a word. "Father, stepmother, it has been so long since I last returned. Did you miss me? I have brought a few brothers along to see you," Lin Shangquan announced cheerfully. Lin's father and stepmother were taken aback, the atmosphere thick with tension. His younger brother's expression darkened instantly as he retorted coldly, "What are you doing here? Who invited you? Our ties have been severed. You should remember your place." Before he could finish, a shadow loomed over him, and a forceful slap sent his head spinning, filling his mouth with a metallic taste of blood. The disbelief in his eyes mirrored the turmoil in his mind. What was this coward doing? He had always been pitifully submissive. Now, was he attempting to stir up chaos? Lin Shengquan signaled to his companions, "Monkeys, hurry and shut the door. After such a long absence, I must reconnect with my family." His words only served to nauseate the Lin family further. Lin's father, his expression stern, slammed his chopsticks onto the table with a resounding crack, admonishing, "The terms of our severed relationship were made abundantly clear. We have no connection from this point onward. In this household, only the woodshed belongs to you. Everything else is of no concern to you. Are you truly considering a change of heart now?" This son, who is particularly proud, would never go back on his word. After all, he has already signed the severance agreement. Lin Shengquan grinned mischievously. "Indeed, I certainly must reconsider. Others may sever ties or divide property, but they have something to divide. Why should I leave with nothing? I have already been wronged. Why should I acknowledge that wretched piece of paper? If you were at a loss, would you accept it? Lin's father widened his eyes and pointed at him. You ungrateful wretch, get out at once, or I shall summon the village chief to drive you away. Oh, go ahead. I happen to need to find a village chief as well. I might as well bring up your past with his daughter-in-law and see if anyone cares about your disgraceful deeds. Who knows? The village chief might just put an end to you. Lin Shangquan laughed heartily. Old man, if you were to die, do you think that wretched woman could keep the household together? Everything would belong to me then. Hush, do be quiet. Serve me well, and your peace will follow. If you truly wish to avoid seeing me, then let us divide everything in this house equally. This is my home, and I shall stay as long as I please. These few are my brothers. Their parents are known to you. Count up what you owe them for the food, and simply go to their home to settle it. If you have the ability, take whatever you desire. The stepmother smiled somewhat forcefully, her feeble demeanor evoking sympathy, yet only Lin Shangquan knew of her venomous nature, two-faced. She acted kindly in public while being abusive at home. He was too young back then to resist, but now that he has grown, to remain passive would mean waiting for an untimely demise. Lin's father raised his hand, intending to strike as before, but paused at the sight of that fierce gaze. In the next moment, his wrist was gripped tightly, as if it would be crushed. The pain twisted his expression. What do you think you are doing? Let go. You ungrateful son. Lin Shangquan regarded him as a stranger. I have stated that this is also my home. I shall come and go as I please. If you are displeased, then bear it, or you may choose to die. If it comes to that, then divide everything equally with me. Only then will we be even. Do not mention the severance agreement, for I refuse to acknowledge it. Lin's father, seeing his shameless demeanor, was nearly driven to laughter by his rage. Let go. I command you to release me. With a forceful shake, Lin Shangquan let go, watching as his father fell to the ground. He called out cheerfully, Come, eat while it's hot. The stepmother may have her faults, but her culinary skills are quite commendable. Eat, eat, do not be shy. From now on, consider this your home. The group devoted themselves to their meal, soon clearing the table. Rising, Lin Shangquan exited the main hall and returned to his former room, tossing out the clutter and organizing it. This would be his dwelling from now on. With a resounding slam, he closed the door, and the group climbed onto the bed to sleep, fully sated, ready to exert their torment upon their adversaries afterward. The stepmother helped the man to his feet. Stammering, Head of the household, what shall we do now? Lin Shangquan is utterly reckless. How shall we live? A flicker of ruthlessness flashed through the man's eyes. That little wretch must not be allowed to remain at home. We must devise a way to make him leave on his own. Will this work? Surely he won't go mad. No, I know my son well. He is nothing but a paper tiger. Despite his fierce appearance, he is fundamentally timid. This time, he is merely putting on an act. Chapter 55. An eye for an eye. Let's see who suffers. The stepmother, Mei Lan, revealed a glimmer of malice in her eyes, masking it with a facade of kindness and generosity. Oh, I pity that child, having lost his mother at such a young age. I never expected him to harbor such deep-seated hatred for me. Lin Sheng, covering his face, impatiently interjected, Mother, please stop talking. Just tend to my wounds. My face is in excruciating pain. If I had known, I would have locked him outside. How ruthless. He dares to strike me. I will not let him off easily. He is merely a second-rate scoundrel, thinking he can hold sway in this household. Father, mother, one son is sufficient for this family. My elder brother only brings disgrace upon you. What do you think? Isn't it enough to have him as a burden? Before long, after applying the medicine, Lin Sheng felt a bit of relief from the pain on his face. With a sullen expression, he ventured to the back mountain to catch snakes. As he returned with his basket, he noticed Lin Shengquan's room was tightly shut. He approached the window, squinted, and quietly opened it to let a snake slither inside. A cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he gazed at the slumbering figure. After executing his plan, Lin Sheng strode away. Once Lin Sheng departed, Lin Shangquan finally opened his eyes, glancing at the snake that had crawled in through the window. It was a familiar, non-venomous rat snake, perfect for a meal. Monkey. A DUI, prepare to catch more snakes. We shall feast on snake soup tonight. And, Guosheng, do fetch some more chili peppers. Brother Gua had mentioned that an eye for an eye would inflict greater pain on the adversary, ensuring they would think twice before engaging in mischief again, rather than provoking as they did now. Upon hearing about the chili peppers, Guosheng chuckled with delight. I understand, Brother Lin. Are we to place them on their beds or elsewhere? Inside their clothes. Tomorrow, let them take the chili peppers to work. We shall deliver food to them later. Since they enjoy playing the benevolent role, I shall indulge in a bit of mischief to irk them. At dawn, Lin's father awoke and surveyed the people in the courtyard, his anger boiling. Now that the eldest has returned, he should not linger at home, idly consuming our resources. Go work in the fields, bringing outsiders to eat? Truly foolish of you, he chastised. Lin Shangquan stretched his limbs, maintaining a calm demeanor. Understood. Soon, I will join you in the fields. For lunch, let Monkey come. They shall not dine for free. Lin's father queried. You aren't plotting anything, are you? How could I, father? I was merely jesting yesterday. I promise to work diligently from now on. After all, this is my home. No, only the firewood shed belongs to you. Everything else is not yours. We agreed upon this beforehand. Oh, I do not acknowledge that. Lin's father felt a twitch of irritation, eyeing his carefree eldest son, torn between the desire to reprimand him and the realization that he was powerless to do so. What in the world has changed? You seem like a different person. Has someone been stirring trouble before you? Lin Shangquan glanced back at him, his eyes brimming with innocence. How could that be? I merely missed you all. The severance of our ties was merely said in a fit of anger and should not be taken to heart. Father, look at my strength. Isn't it more useful for working at home than my frail brother? In the future, you might even rely on me for your old age. After this nonsensical chatter, he urged, All right, father, stepmother, and brother, it's getting late. You ought to head out to work. The monkeys idled about the home, while Lin Shangquan took the sickle to the fields, greeting everyone along the way, unfazed by their expressions. As Gugu always said, one should not strike a smiling face. As long as he was unashamed, no one could humiliate him, for he would first embarrass himself, ignoring the villagers' incessant chatter. The Lin family immersed themselves in harvesting rice. It wasn't long before Lin's father sensed something amiss, feeling as if something were writhing against his skin. Suddenly, a sharp sting coursed through him, and his face contorted in alarm as he hurriedly stripped off his clothes, shouting, Wife, please help me. Is there something on me? Mylan also sensed something was not right, squirming her body until she felt somewhat better. Upon seeing the strange object on her husband's back, her pupils dilated in shock, stammering, It's a chili pepper. The three members of the Lin family wriggled about, appearing to the villagers as if they had suddenly gone mad, a rather comical sight. What is wrong with the third son of Lin? He looks as if he is possessed. One wondered. Who knew? Their family had always been a bit eccentric, and now that person had brought several more back, there would surely be more unrest. Who could fathom the village chief's thoughts? It would have been better to simply expel them. Oh, how worrisome. I fear for my daughter Chunhua being noticed by him. Others chimed in. Your Chunhua is as dark as coal. Lin Xinquan only has scars on his face. Surely, he wouldn't be so picky. One retorted, How can you speak like that? My Chunhua is perfectly fine. And what about your son tied in, who limps? While the two were embroiled in their squabble, Lin Shangquan watched them joyfully, thoroughly amused by the scene unfolding before him. The shrieks that reached his ears were nothing short of delightful. He chuckled. Gugu is truly remarkable. This torment is far more enjoyable than the previous frustrations. Mylan, feeling the dreadful sensation on her back, rolled her eyes, nearly fainting. Trembling, she hurried back to change clothes. She could not simply strip like her husband. Lin's father endured the fiery pain coursing through him. The chili pepper was not poisonous, but only those who had encountered it could comprehend the excruciating sensation. He glared fiercely at the people seated on the ridge, gritting his teeth. Was it you who did this? Speak up. Father, I cannot understand what you are saying. Since you don't wish to work, I shall return to sleep and bring you lunch later, Lin Shangquan replied, quickly joining in the commotion of the Lin household. Chaos erupted within the Lin family, with the monkeys in the kitchen preparing snake soup. Since they dared to release snakes, it would be a shame to let it go to waste. It would be fitting to prepare it for them to enjoy. Despite the pain coursing through his body, Lin's father forced himself to work in the fields. Sweat mingled with the areas where the chili pepper had crawled, and the agony felt like an endless torment each passing minute. But he persevered until noon. From a distance, the wayward son approached with a meal, the aroma of meat wafting through the air as he passed by the villagers. One villager, intrigued, remarked, "Ah, that smells delightful. What delicious food are you delivering?" "It's meat," Lin Shengquan replied. "My father works so hard to harvest grain. He deserves a nourishing meal, as does my stepmother." He sighed, his eyes filled with guilt and sorrow. "In the past, I was thoughtless, but I will honor them well from now on. I brought them food so we can all live together happily." The villagers nodded in agreement, smiling. "It's good that you think this way. Just remember, don't gamble anymore. It's a losing game. A family living steadily is far more valuable." Lin's father observed him serving the food, his furrowed brow easing slightly, though he was puzzled by the peculiar appearance of the meat. "What kind of meat is this? It looks a bit strange." Chapter 56. The neighbor's chaos. Lin Shengquan smiled, his expression sincere. "It's meat. How could I possibly harm you? I could never commit such a malicious act." "Father, you've worked hard. Please eat more." Lin's father scrutinized him, but detected nothing unusual. His hunger soon took precedence, and he began to eat heartily. Just as he was nearing the end of his meal, a shrill scream pierced the air. "Ah, a snake! A snake!" Turning to see his younger son clutching a snake's head, terror etched on his face. Lin's father's understanding dawned, and he raised his bowl, ready to hurl it at his eldest. Quick-witted, Lin Shengquan seized his father's wrist, smiling innocently. "Father, I came with good intentions to bring you food. Is this how you treat me? That seems rather excessive. What is wrong with a snake? It was merely something my brother left in my room. I thought it would be a shame to waste it, so I prepared it for you. Even if you are ungrateful, you shouldn't be so hurtful." The mother and son, upon realizing it was a snake, were instantly covered in goosebumps, their stomachs churning, and they rushed aside to vomit. Concerned villagers approached, asking, "What's wrong? Are you suffering from heat stroke? You must return home to rest. Don't overexert yourselves." The two could only retch in response. Lin Shengquan tidied up, smiling as he said, "Father, it's sweltering. I fear I might succumb to heat stroke. So I'll head back now. Don't tire yourselves with work. Come home to rest early." Lin's father, seeing his indifference, felt a wave of dizziness. "You, stop right there. You wretched boy, can't you see? There is so much work left at home, and you're off to sleep. Have you no sense? Are you hoping we'll starve this winter due to your negligence?" Lin Shengquan shrugged nonchalantly. "So what? You want to share any grain with me? It's a blessing I can even help out. Don't expect too much." He added, "Oh, this sun is blistering. I feel faint, probably from the heat. I must return to rest. Goodbye." With that, he turned and left briskly, unconcerned with his father's expression behind him. Lin's father, seething, stomped his foot and cursed while continuing his work with the sickle. The reckless son may not care, but he could not afford to disregard the grain. A wretched spawn. Nothing but a wretched spawn. After a grueling day of labor, the family of three returned home, utterly exhausted, gazing at the empty kitchen, devoid of energy to prepare a meal. Mylan glanced at her youngest son and signaled discreetly, "Xiaocheng, could you call your elder brother to prepare dinner? We are utterly exhausted and lack the strength. Surely he can manage to cook a little while resting at home." Lin Cheng, dragging his weary and aching body, knocked on the door but received no response. He then pounded the door and shouted, "Lin Shengquan, are you still not going to make dinner? Are you just lounging around at home?" Seeing the lack of response from within, Lin Cheng, in a fit of anger, kicked the door. Inside, a few individuals were blissfully enjoying chicken, remarking, "Well, how about that? The chicken raised by my stepmother is truly delicious." Despite her somewhat malicious nature, she did indeed excel at raising chickens. The aroma was simply irresistible. They contemplated further tormenting Lin Cheng and the others before returning to the Jiang family. The monkey, puzzled, asked, "Are we going back to learn gambling?" "Of course," came the reply. "All the hard work we do at the Jiang family is for the sake of learning some skills. Once we tidy up the house, we can go and acquire knowledge, achieving two objectives at once. But from what I've seen, Guze doesn't seem particularly keen on teaching us the art of gambling. If we go, Will he truly teach us? Lin Shengquan shot him a glare, exasperated. Naturally, Gu Shi is exceedingly intelligent. Just by being around him, we can learn enough to make a profit. Regardless of the circumstances, Lin Shengquan felt a sense of dissatisfaction over his previous losses. He needed to devise a way to learn something and recover his funds. After all, how would they survive otherwise? They could return home for meals, but without money. It would be futile. Learning from capable individuals would prevent them from incurring losses. The monkey smacked his lips. Brother Lin, even if I'm not interested in learning skills, I still wish to go to the Jiang family. Their food is simply exquisite. I'm starting to feel spoiled. I crave the braised meat. You know, if Brother Gu cooks so well, why doesn't he open a restaurant to earn some money? We could help out and earn together. No sooner had he spoken than he received a light slap on the forehead. Lin Shengquan, irritated, retorted, "Have you lost your mind? Brother Gu is about to marry Yin. Does he need the hassle of running a restaurant? The Su family has no sons, and the pig farm will eventually belong to Brother Gu. Why would he tire himself out with a restaurant? However, we could open one, but I fear Brother Gu may not wish to teach us." Lin Shengquan was acutely aware that relying solely on gambling was not sustainable. Yet an ingrained habit led him to instinctively cling to it. Without gambling, what other means of earning could he pursue? Lost in thought, a hint of confusion clouded his gaze. First, they would tidy up the Lin family household, and then they could seek to apprentice under Brother Gu. If he was willing to teach them the art of braising, they could share the profits thereafter. The group murmured in agreement, finding merit in this plan. 3 days felt like an eternity for the Lin family, each day fraught with chaos and noise. Their heads buzzing incessantly, they visibly deteriorated, and each time Lin Shengquan witnessed his father in such a state, a twisted sense of satisfaction washed over him. It brought him joy to see them struggle. Standing before his father, he extended his hand. "Father, could you spare me a little money? I wish to spend some time in town." Lin's father instinctively began to refuse, but was halted by a companion beside him, who whispered, "Head of the family, if he asks for money, just give him a little to send him on his way. If he stays here, we shall all be tormented to death." In a household where bitter bean is used for cooking, the laborers find themselves entangled in quarrels, unable to enjoy a moment's respite. The incessant clamor drives her to the brink of madness. In the past, Lin Shengquan would simply leave after a bout of anger, but now he clings stubbornly, impervious to reproach or punishment. It is the family who endures the torment. Mylan, on the verge of tears, implores, "Please provide us with some money so we can live in peace. Let him stay away." Lin father, glancing at his eldest son with veins throbbing on his forehead, replies, "Very well, I can give you money, but you must promise not to trouble us for a month or 2. "Agreed, as long as you provide the funds. Everything is negotiable. Just give me 50 yuan. It will suffice for a while. If you miss me, you can come find me in town." The Lin family is taken aback. Lin father closes his eyes, retrieves 50 yuan, hands it over, and waves them away. "Go, and do not return unless necessary." Lin Shengquan snatches the money, grinning impudently. "All right, father, we shall take our leave, and if you think of us, do visit me in town for a meal." Their shameless demeanor disgusts the Lin family. Once they depart, Lin Chung spits in disdain. Finally, they are gone. Now we can live a bit more peacefully. I was nearly driven to despair these past few days. Let them never return. Who in this household desires their presence? Chapter 57. 2 families gather in the courtyard of the Jiang family. Both families sit face to face. The butcher Su chuckles, "Brother Jiang, aside from the customary dowry of 2,000, is there anything else you wish to discuss?" Upon hearing the sum, the Jiang family is momentarily stunned. This amount is exceedingly extravagant, far beyond what is customary for a daughter's marriage. Jiang Jingguo hesitates before speaking. "Brother Su, this 2,000 dowry is rather excessive. According to village customs, the highest dowry for a daughter is merely 500. This is too much. Our family is not in a position to reciprocate to such an extent." At these words, Su cannot help but laugh heartily. "No, Brother Jiang, this is merely our heartfelt gesture. It has no bearing on what you might offer in return. You need not feel pressured. I genuinely hold affection for Gu Zhe, and everything in our household will eventually belong to them. This is simply our goodwill, and the amount is of no consequence." Jiang Jiangguo and his wife exchange knowing glances, silently communicating. The exact sum of the dowry is indeed inconsequential. They will ensure their son brings something back, and how he chooses to spend it is entirely his decision. With no objections from them, Gu Zhe observes with keen interest, having previously witnessed disputes over dowries from the female side. Now, experiencing it from his own perspective is quite novel. Su Ning steals furtive glances at him, fearful of being noticed, quickly averting her gaze whenever he might catch her looking. Her ears flush crimson, remaining silent to avoid embarrassment. Uncertain of his thoughts, she refrains from speaking. Once everything is confirmed today, they can plan to purchase rings in the near future. She has heard that people in the city favor wearing them. She finds this agreeable, for it requires no further words. Simply extending her hand would convey everything. Gu Zhe stealthily reached over and gently scratched the back of her hand. Su Ning trembled slightly, a tingling sensation spreading from the spot he touched. Turning to look at him, their eyes met, and they couldn't help but smile. A flirtatious bubble of pink floating between them. The adults observed with deepening smiles. Very well, then, Brother Jiang, let's settle on this. We shall hold the wedding on the 8th day of the 12th lunar month, and after the celebration, we can host a few tables. It suits perfectly to marry before the new year, allowing both families to celebrate together, bringing warmth and joy to the occasion. Jiang Jiangguo beamed with delight. Agreed. We shall follow Su's suggestion and finalize it. With the autumn harvest nearing completion, there was little left to attend to at home, making it a perfect opportunity for the young couple to explore the town together and nurture their relationship, with hopes of welcoming a healthy child in the coming year. It was said that photography was quite popular in the city now. The two of them should try it, as they both had the charm that would surely translate well into pictures. So the butcher chuckled heartily. Indeed, that is my thought as well. Nink nink. Do not spend all your time tending to the pig farm. You must also devote attention to your own affairs. You should go to the town to watch movies, buy some clothes, and stroll around. Young people ought to spend more time together, which will help prevent quarrels in the future. My daughter is rather reserved. I hope you, Gu Zhe, can be more understanding of her. If she does something wrong, please tell her directly. She cannot read between the lines. Upon hearing this, Gu Zhe chuckled, appearing increasingly warm and reassuring. Rest assured, Uncle Su, I am thick-skinned and not afraid of her coldness. What is there to fear? If she is aloof, I will simply engage her further. Su Ning's contradictory nature was clear to him. He would not be angered by it. On the contrary, he found it amusing to tease her. Su Ning felt his gaze was somewhat intense, causing her cheeks to warm as she averted her eyes, which, in the elder's view, seemed as if she were sulking and refusing to engage. Su the butcher sighed in exasperation, observing his daughter's stubbornness. He wondered how long any man could endure such behavior. Alas, he could do little about it. Su Ning focused on the serious expression of the person beside her, his hand still scratching the back of her hand, sending shivers to her heart, causing her to tighten her grip and shoot him a furtive glare. Gusha, noticing her impending frustration, resembled a worried kitten, concerned that he might truly irritate her. He quietly withdrew his hand and sat obediently. After the families made their arrangements, they enjoyed a meal at Zhang's house, although the meat and vegetables were provided by Su's family. While drinking, they inadvertently indulged a bit too much. After the meal, Gu Zhe led her to the foot of the mountain and handed her a slingshot. Let's see how accurate you are. Have you practiced recently? Su Ning replied with a soft hum, her expression cool as she accepted the slingshot, placed a small stone in it, aimed at a branch, and with a swift motion, the stone flew, causing the branch to fall. Turning to him, her large eyes sparkled, resembling a kitten seeking praise. Cough, that was impressive accuracy. She replied, well, I just practiced casually. Thank you for the slingshot. Gu Zhe, observing her earnest demeanor, smiled broadly and said sincerely, you've been busy with the pig farm during the day. Where would you find time to practice with the slingshot? Su Ning lowered her head slightly and replied softly, in the evenings, I can practice at night. So is this acceptable? Certainly. Let's take a stroll over there. The mulberry trees are delightful, and I shall accompany you to pick some and savor their sweetness. Su Ning discreetly observed him, perplexed by his reluctance to hold her hand, especially when he had been so unreserved in his own home. An indescribable sensation enveloped her. The two meandered to the stream by the hills, where Guze fashioned a small basket and began to gather some ripe black mulberries, as well as a few unripe green ones, which would later serve to cleanse their hands of the stubborn berry stains. This green one is unripe and inedible. I am aware. Extend your hand. Su Ning obediently offered her hand as she watched him crush the black mulberries, their juice dripping onto her skin. The deep purple stains were notoriously difficult to wash off, and a flicker of confusion crossed her eyes as she gazed at him. What is the purpose of this? It's hard to wash. Guze chuckled and nodded, presenting her with the green fruit. Crush this green one and then wash your hands to see for yourself. All right, though she did not fully comprehend. She trusted his intentions and resolved to give it a try. As Su Ning kneaded the green fruit, she observed the purple stains gradually fading away. After rinsing her hands in the stream, they emerged spotless, a marvelous transformation. Raising her hands to the sun, her eyes sparkled with clarity. So this is how it works. No wonder I could never wash it off before. I simply did not employ the right method. Indeed, you will know what to do next time. Let us sit over there and converse for a while. The two settled on a stone, their arms brushing against one another, the thin fabric of their clothes allowing them to feel each other's warmth. Guze spoke softly. I have sketched the dress I will wear on our wedding day. Once completed, I would like you to review it. Should you disapprove of the design, please inform me. There is no need to stifle your emotions in my presence. Su Ning murmured an acknowledgement, enveloped in silence, unsure of what to say. Chapter 58. A kiss. Feeling the atmosphere grow somewhat oppressive, Su Ning's heart raced with urgency. Yet her countenance betrayed none of her inner turmoil. She unconsciously clutched the hem of her garment. Thank you. What will you wear on our wedding day? If you have the designs, please share them with me. I will seek someone in town to create it. As we embark on this shared life, should I falter in any way, I implore you to speak directly to me. If left to guess, I may very well miss the mark. I can be somewhat slow and not particularly eloquent, but rest assured, I will earnestly address any concerns you raise, hoping our married life will be smooth and harmonious. Guze teased her, sweet-tongued? Which aspect do you refer to, flattering words or the literal sweetness of your lips? Su Ning looked up at him, bewildered, not grasping his meaning. In the next moment, comprehension dawned upon her as she felt the cool, soft sensation of his lips upon hers. Her heart skipped a beat, wide-eyed with disbelief as she realized he was kissing her. Observing her astonishment, Guze gently covered her eyes with his hand, deepening the kiss with tenderness. Careful not to frighten this startled little cat. The world around Su Ning faded to darkness. Her lashes fluttered as her body stiffened, frozen in place. Yet the jubilant flutter in her heart betrayed her true feelings. She reveled in his touch. Lost in her thoughts, her lips were tenderly nipped, provoking her to raise a hand in an attempt to push him away. However, as her palm rested against his chest, she realized her body had surrendered its strength, collapsing softly into his embrace, breathing lightly. A muted voice whispered in her ear, a sound that tickled her senses. Silly little thing, you can't even breathe properly. Su Ning wished to retort, but the words that escaped her lips were soft and feeble, reminiscent of a mewling kitten. Embarrassment washed over her, compelling her to instinctively bury her face in his embrace, her heart pounding louder with each passing moment. Your heart races with fervor. Guze coughed lightly, choosing silence over words. His intention had been to tease the little girl, yet he found himself stirred, a rather embarrassing predicament. He gently cradled her, whispering, "Do not move or speak. Allow me a moment to regain my composure." Regain what composure? After an undetermined span of time, Su Ning shifted slightly. Can I move now? Guze loosened his grip, intertwining their fingers, and softly said, "Let us depart. It is time to return. When you are free, we shall venture to the town to watch a film. All right, I will find you once I finish at the pig farm. I shall await your arrival." Hand in hand, they descended the mountain. Upon spotting villagers nearby, Su Ning instinctively withdrew her hand, pretending as if nothing had transpired, akin to a rabbit spotting a cat. Biting her lip, she could still sense his lingering, refreshing scent, causing her heart to flutter uncontrollably. Guze found her flustered demeanor amusing. "What troubles you? We are, after all, an engaged couple. We have not committed any indiscretions. Why are you so easily embarrassed, Ning? Well, if you're so easily flustered, how shall you manage on our wedding night? Su Ning's face flushed crimson, her indignation prompting her to glare at him. Her watery eyes held no menace. Instead, they only fueled his desire to tease her further. You mustn't speak so recklessly. If you continue, I shall ignore you. With that, she quickened her pace, nearly sprinting away. Guze chuckled at her retreating figure. After escorting her home, he turned to leave. Watching him depart from behind the door, Su Ning peered through the crack, biting her lip, her emotions still tumultuous. She knew sleep would elude her once more this night. So vexing, utterly vexing. Zhao Qianghua, noticing her daughter's furtive behavior, approached with a bemused expression. What is the matter? If you miss him, you should boldly step out and say so. Why sneak around like a thief? Guze is to be your husband. If you wish to look, do so openly. Who could possibly criticize you? Nervously clenching her hands, Su Ning retorted, No, I wasn't spying on him. I was merely glancing. Is that so? Where did you two wander this afternoon? We just strolled at the foot of the mountain. Zhao Qianghua observed her daughter's evasive gaze, instantly recognizing her guilt. This girl had never mastered the art of deception. The moment she lied, her discomfort was palpable. Her gaze fell upon Su Ning's lips, prompting a casual inquiry. What s with your lips? They appear somewhat red. Startled, Su Ning widened her eyes like a frightened rabbit, her voice involuntarily rising. No, it's nothing. I was just bitten by mosquitoes at the foot of the mountain. As she spoke, her fingers brushed her lips, her heart racing chaotically. Mother, I feel rather fatigued. I shall retire for a bit. Zhao Qianghua raised an eyebrow at her daughter's retreating figure, musing, my daughter has grown and harbors her little secrets. As night deepened, Su Ning lay restless in bed, tossing and turning, her mind consumed by the day's memories, envisioning the cool touch of his lips brushing against hers, covering her face. Her heart raced uncontrollably as she murmured to herself, Calm down, calm down. Just sleep. Tomorrow there's work to be done. She reassured herself that all of this was normal and urged herself not to overthink. As she turned over and closed her eyes, she forced herself to avoid wandering thoughts, reminding herself that in 2 months she would be married. What could she possibly be overthinking at this moment? Unbeknownst to her, she was not the only one struggling to find solace that night. Guze awoke in the dead of night, sensing an unusual tension in his body, and let out a rueful chuckle. Truly a self-inflicted torment. Why did I go and provoke that girl? Now, I shall have to endure. He rose from the bed, changed into clean trousers, and quietly stepped outside to fetch water for washing. As he recalled the reckless and wild scenes from his dreams, a hint of discomfort flickered across his face. In his past life, he had encountered countless women who had sought his affection, yet he had never felt the slightest interest. Who would have imagined that he would find himself so unable to control his desires over a mere girl? Guze murmured to himself, just over 2 months left. I should have anticipated this sooner. Enduring another 2 months feels interminable. After hanging his trousers to dry, he found sleep elusive and decided to run in the courtyard, only returning to bed once exhaustion overcame him, as the pent-up energy left him restless. The following morning, the Jiang family arrived at the drying yard to pack the sun-dried grains and store them in the granary. After paying their taxes, what remained would be theirs to keep. Jiang Jiangguo observed the bountiful harvest with a broad smile. This year, we are the first to finish. Now, we could take a well-deserved break and go foraging in the mountains. Wife, you love chestnuts, don't you? Let's finish our work today and head to the mountains tomorrow. We can gather some to share with our in-laws. Lin Shufan nodded in agreement. Yes, let's go searching tomorrow. I remember a few chestnut trees on the west side of the back mountain. I wonder if the birds have stolen any this year. We'll find out tomorrow. By the way, Xiao Zhe, have you spoken with Ning about when the two of you might visit the town? If you don't find suitable clothes there, you could also check out Wanqing. I hear they have a better selection of wholesale clothing. Chapter 59. The fiancé e-gifts a fountain pen. Guze paused his tasks, responding, All right, I understand, father. I will wait to see what time works for her. I don't have much on my plate. Good. You young ones should manage your own affairs. In the future, remember to be considerate of each other. Do not heed the idle gossip of others. Ning is not very eloquent, but she's indeed a good girl. As the Jiang family busied themselves with the grains, they noticed a figure approaching on a bicycle. Dismounting, Su Ning produced 2 skewers of candied hawthorn from seemingly nowhere and offered them. Not daring to look at Guzei, she approached the 2 little ones and squatted down to hand them the treats. These are for you. Enjoy. The twins instinctively glanced at their mother, pleadingly asking, Mom, can we eat the beautiful auntie's candied hawthorn? Gao Hongxiao laughed and replied, of course. From now on, you should call her Auntie. Don't forget to thank her. Yes, thank you. Beautiful Auntie. Feeling a bit shy, Su Ning shook her head. It's nothing. I just went to the town to deliver some meat and picked these up along the way. This is for your little uncle. Please give it to him as I take my leave. As she spoke, she glanced at the others, greeting them one by one, and, not daring to look back at Guzei, she swiftly mounted her bicycle and rode away. The Jiang family observed her retreating figure with a touch of bewilderment. Lin Shufan turned to her youngest son, perplexed, and inquired, Xiao Zhe, did you two have a quarrel? Why is Ning girl avoiding you? No, if you had argued, she wouldn't have brought you a gift. Could it be that she's merely shy? You haven't done anything inappropriate, have you? Guzei's eyes flickered momentarily, and he replied earnestly, No, how could I? I merely held her hand. Perhaps she was just too bashful and ran off. Oh, that is nothing to worry about then. The 2 little ones licked their candied hawthorns, sweetness warming their hearts, and they grinned widely, delighted by the pretty aunt. Uncle, this is a gift from the beautiful aunt for you. Guzei reached out to accept it, opening the package to reveal a brand new fountain pen, clearly of fine quality. Uncle, can you share what the aunt gave you? Perhaps we could trade it for our candied hawthorns? Chuckling, he replied, It's not something edible, but rather a writing instrument. What kind of instrument? Little ones, you wouldn't understand a fountain pen. Now, go sit under that tree and enjoy your treats. But don't run off or wander near the river, understood? The twins exchanged glances and chimed. All right, we're off now, Uncle. Yes, go on. Lin Shufan smiled and remarked, Ning girl went to town, but didn't T forget to bring you a gift, which shows she truly cares. You should also think of her and bring her gifts in return. Women don't care about the value of the gift. It's the thought that counts. Even a wildflower would bring her joy. Understood, Mom. Don't worry, I know she is a good girl, and we will find happiness together. Guzei carefully stored the fountain pen and began his work with the grains. As the day passed in a flurry of activity, Guzei penned a letter with his new fountain pen and, under the cover of night, delivered it to the Su family. One stood inside the door while the other stood outside. Su Ning accepted the letter through the crack in the door, her shyness dissipating. You used a fountain pen. How does it feel? If it doesn't suit you, you can always exchange it. It's good. I used that pen to write this letter for you. It's getting late. I should head back now. I'll visit you another day. Goodbye. Guzei waved and turned to leave. Su Ning gazed at the letter in her hand, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips. Speaking without direct eye contact felt more comfortable, and writing a letter seemed less constrained. As she turned, she was startled to meet the glimmering eyes of her parents. Mom, Dad, what are you doing here? How long have you been here? Oh, not long. Just passing by for a stroll. Was that Guzei who came by? What did he write to you? Recalling his occasional reckless behavior, Su Ning's gaze wandered. Fearful that they might glimpse something revealing in the letter, she instinctively hid her hands behind her back. Oh, nothing much. I'm just not very talkative in front of him, so I gifted him a fountain pen. Her father, the butcher, suddenly understood. Ah, I see. You young folks are communicating through letters now, aren't you? The youth of today certainly know how to engage in romance, far beyond our time. In that era, your mother was a sent-down youth, yet she was the most charming among her peers across 10 miles and 8 villages, capturing the attention of many. I, being quite astute, would always find an opportunity to lend a hand, and as time elapsed, who could outshine me? Zhao Qianghua, observing his smug demeanor, rolled her eyes and playfully kicked his calf, exclaiming with irritation, At your age, what nonsense are you spouting in front of your daughter? All right, Ning Ning, you should return to your room and rest. It's getting late. Then I shall take my leave. Su Ning swiftly departed, clutching the letter. The butcher, watching with longing, lamented, Hey, you're being ridiculous. I merely wish to see what Guzei wrote to our daughter. Why must you obstruct me? You. The youth have their own thoughts. Must you incessantly meddle? Leave them be and grant them their own time. And with that, he retreated. Su Ning closed the door and sat at the edge of her bed, opening the letter. At first, it was filled with caring words. Some of his musings pleased her. But soon her cheeks flushed. She shut the letter and sat at her desk, hesitating with paper and pen, unsure of what to write. After penning a few formal sentences, she felt it was too stiff, resembling a superior addressing a subordinate rather than an engaged couple, which was inappropriate. Unsure of how others communicated, she decided to wait until she could inquire with duo. Having come to a resolution, Su Ning set down her pen, lay on her bed, and tucked the letter beneath her pillow, closing her eyes and soon drifting into slumber. Guze returned home and sat in the courtyard to enjoy the cool evening air. Xiaoze, can you check if there are any mosquitoes? All right, I'll take a look. The family gathered in the yard, as the weather was oppressively warm at night, making sleep elusive. Thus, they chose to chat instead. In the countryside, time was gauged by darkness. When night fell, it was time to sleep. They conversed for an indeterminate duration, only retreating indoors when fatigue set in. In the middle of the night, the sound of rain began to patter, waking those in slumber. Jiang Jiangguo opened the door to gaze at the rain outside, his brow furrowed before relaxing slightly. Fortunately, the grain was harvested early. Otherwise, this rain would have been disastrous. Lin Shufan peered out the window and sighed. This rain is quite heavy. I wonder how many families will suffer, as much grain will be ruined. Indeed, cultivating the land is arduous. A rainy spell can render an entire season's labor futile. Sigh, you should rest early, dear. I'll check on the granary. Chapter 60. The beginning of suffering. Jiang Jiangguo, feeling unsettled without a first-hand look, donned a raincoat and cloth shoes, hastily departing. The rest of the Jiang family was also roused. During the autumn harvest, rain was the greatest fear. The slightest noise made sleep impossible. They opened the door, listening to the incessant dripping, their hearts uneasy. Mother, our granary has been inspected. It should be fine, right? It should be. Do not worry. Your father will check. At the threshing ground, numerous villagers emerged with tarps, covering the mounds of grain to prevent rainwater from soaking through. Even if some was washed away, the losses would not be excessive. They called out to one another, lending a hand to secure the tarps, exclaiming loudly, "The heavens provide no respite. It rains by day and pours by night, ruining our grain." Indeed, one cannot ascertain how long the rain will persist. The wind lashes the raindrops against his face painfully as Jiang Jiangguo hastens towards his granary, where he spots several familiar figures. Approaching them with a sense of surprise, he exclaims, "Lin Shangquan, what brings you all here?" Lin Shangquan, drenched from the rain and appearing somewhat disheveled, stands atop a tarpaulin, preventing the wind from exposing the grains to the downpour. Upon hearing John's query, he calls out, "Uncle, we initially planned to visit you during the day, but upon returning from the town this evening, we found ourselves sheltering here. We did not anticipate this rain. The tarpaulin was already secured, and we, the brothers, have been vigilant. Rest assured, the grains remain dry." We also called out to others. Everyone has risen to cover the tarpaulin, so the losses should be minimal. You need not worry. Jiang Jiangguo's expression becomes somewhat complex at these words. He finds himself at a loss for words. These youngsters, once perceived as reckless, seem not to embody the ill reputations that preceded them. Their initiative to alert others, to safeguard the grains reveals their commendable character. Very well. Let us find some stones to weigh down the tarpaulin. You must accompany me back home to enjoy some ginger tea and take a warm bath. It is unwise to remain drenched in the rain, as it can lead to illness, he insists. Lin Shangquan feels a warmth in his heart. The concern from another is a delightful sensation. He chuckles. All right, we shall return shortly to assist others. Protecting the grains is of utmost importance. I am young and resilient, so I am not overly concerned. The group procures stones to secure the tarpaulin and, once assured that it will not be blown away by the wind, they assist others nearby. Fortunately, the villagers' grains are all stored at the drying ground, requiring no lengthy transport. After a flurry of activity, dawn breaks, and Lin Shangquan and his companions find themselves thoroughly exhausted. The villagers urge, "Come, You must all take a warm bath at my house. Noticing that the rain has lessened considerably, Jiang Jingwo exhales slowly, beckoning Lin Shengquan, "Follow me." "Certainly, uncle. We are on our way," they reply cheerfully. "Thank you. But we shall head to Uncle Zhang's house instead. We do not wish to trouble you." The group follows eagerly, jesting. "Uncle, is Brother Gu at home? We have matters to discuss with him." "Heh, our luck was quite favorable in town this time." Jiang Jingwo furrows his brow, harboring a poor impression of gamblers. Yet he finds himself concerned for these youngsters. "Have you all been gambling again?" "Well, one hesitates. It was merely a moment of temptation. But this time we did not lose. We even won a little over 100 yuan. To gamble is to lose 9 out of 10 times. It is not a sustainable endeavor. Over time, it leads to addiction, and one's life could be ruined. You still have the chance to amend your ways. Why persist in gambling?" Lin Shengquan whispers, "Uncle, your son appears refined, yet gamblers are not inherently gifted. If he excels, it must be from frequent practice." Jiang Jingwo shoots him a glare and retorts, "That is not the case. My son simply possesses a good memory and can count cards. He has no interest in gambling whatsoever. If you lead him astray, I shall not forgive you." The group sheepishly touches their noses. Although they have their faults, they have encountered enough people over the years to discern that Brother Gu, while appearing innocent, possesses a gaze that can be quite intimidating. Upon returning home, Jiang Jingwo succinctly relays the events that transpired. Lin Shufan nodded. "I understand. You all sit tight while I go boil some water. Hongxia, you prepare some ginger tea for them to drink, adding a bit of brown sugar." "All right, I got it, Mom." Lin Sheng stood at the door, dripping wet and feeling awkward to sit, so he gazed out. Upon hearing the door open, he exclaimed, "Gu, what a coincidence. You're awake." Guze replied, "What are you doing here?" "Oh, I went to town yesterday and won some money, so I thought I'd come see you. I noticed you were all asleep and didn't want to disturb you. I figured I could just hang around by the drying yard. It's not cold at night, just a bit troublesome with the mosquitoes." Hearing this, Guze raised an eyebrow, eager to learn about gambling. "Huh?" Lin Sheng chuckled. "Yes, I had good luck this time. But who knows about next time? Winter isn't far off, and we thought we should save up a bit for the season." "Save for winter? First, let us take a shower to ward off the chill. I'll start teaching you today, as long as you can endure it." Upon hearing this, Lin Sheng and the others beamed with joy, completely oblivious to the deeper meaning in his words. Guze noticed their cheerful expressions and deepened his gaze as he turned to wash up at the sink. After breakfast, the sky brightened. In the main room, the group sat around the table. Guze pulled out a deck of cards, shuffling them with a skillful flourish that left the others dumbfounded. "How can he do that?" The two little ones clapped their hands. "Uncle, show us some magic." What they called gambling techniques were merely tricks, reliant on one's quickness or the swiftness of the opponent's hands. Guze drew a hand of cards, all of the worst ones, and when they looked puzzled, he merely waved them slightly. When revealed, they were all excellent cards. Lin Sheng's eyes widened in disbelief as his heart raced. "No, this is impossible. How did you do that? I didn't see you switch the cards." "Well, if you could see it, it wouldn't be a skill, would it? Do you want to learn?" The group chorused, "Yes." Guze smirked. In his past life, he had trained under numerous masters for this skill. These fools thought they could learn it, but it would take them at least a decade. However, one must hit a wall to know the pain. "All right, let us see. If you wish to master gambling techniques, you must start with quick reflexes. From today, you'll be catching flies." Each person was to use a pair of chopsticks, needing to see a fly and catch it with a swift motion the next second. Once mastered, they could move on to catching mosquitoes. The group looked bewildered. "Huh? Aren't we supposed to practice cards? Why catching flies and mosquitoes?" "Guga, didn't you do this before? Can't you be a bit more straightforward?" Guze nodded. "Sure, I can toss the cards, and you must see them clearly before they fall and remember their positions. One by one, guess where they are." Chapter 61. Mental strain. Upon hearing this, the group's faces fell and their spirits drooped. "Ah, this seems too difficult. We only have a few seconds to see and remember the positions. This is simply impossible for a human to achieve." Guze didn't elaborate further, merely handing the cards over. "Is that so? Then you try tossing them, and I'll show you how it can be done." Lin Shengquan's eyes lit up. "Really? Well, I shall not hold back then." With that, He shed his previous despondent demeanor, sporting a mischievous grin as he tossed his cards aside, interrupting the thoughts of his opponent. Gugu, have you taken a good look yet? The others murmured quietly amongst themselves. Lin Gu is so provocative. It's quite a feat that he hasn't been met with retribution. Indeed, he dared to disrupt Gugu. Perhaps we should keep our distance. It's rather disheartening. Once all the cards had settled, Lin Shangquan smiled cheekily. Gugu, shall we begin? What's this card? It was revealed to be the old card. Upon seeing it, Lin Shangquan's smile faltered, his mind racing with disbelief. This was impossible, absolutely impossible. How could anyone achieve such a feat? As he continued to guess and unveil the cards, his expression shifted to one of horror. After all the cards were revealed, he looked at Gugu and said, Gugu, I'm truly impressed, utterly in awe. How did you manage this? Did you start by catching flies and mosquitoes? How long did it take you to master this? Guze, seated calmly, replied with a serene expression. For me, it takes 2 years. As for you, a decade at the very least. You might grasp the basics. But learning a skill is just that. If you fear hardship, then perhaps this is not for you. Think about it. There are myriad ways to earn money. Lin Shangquan, with a woeful countenance, lamented. Gugu, this seems quite simple to observe, yet why is it so arduous to learn? Is there no simpler method? There is. Guze replied. His eyes brightened. What method do you speak of? Guze, with a smirk that danced on the edge of smile, looked at him. Simply remove my brain and affix it to yours. Then you need not learn at all. Would you like this quick fix solution? Lin Shangquan felt an inexplicable chill and hastily waved his hands. No, no. I shall practice slowly instead. Gugu, may I try for a while? Yes. Go ahead and practice with chopsticks. On rainy days, there are plenty of flies, making it less discouraging to catch them. As they watched the others leave, Jiang Jiangguo lowered his voice and asked, Xiaozhe, why is the method you teach them so peculiar? Can it truly be learned? Guze nodded. If they do not succumb to despair or madness, there remains a chance for them to learn. However, judging by their temperaments, even the basics will be a challenge. It's better this way. The more they practice, the more overwhelmed they become, and they will naturally shy away from gambling. That'll be splendid. Jiang Jiangguo observed the figures hunched over, wielding chopsticks to catch flies. The sight was nothing short of comical. He then gazed at his composed and steady son, softly inquiring, Xiaozhe, if you are not addicted to this, why do you play it so skillfully? Guze chuckled. I find it purely tedious, which prompts me to ponder and understand the allure that captivates so many. Upon grasping the essence, it turns out to be rather mundane. Gambling with unfaltering cards is devoid of excitement. Gradually, I've come to avoid it, as it holds little allure. Indeed, one must steer clear of such pursuits. In the past, no matter how virtuous a child, once entangled with this vice, they lose all sense of morality. Jiang Jiangguo stated solemnly, a man need only avoid the temptations of other women and gambling. As long as he lives well, there is no reason for misfortune. The fear lies in indulging in that which should not be touched. Those few appear somewhat addicted. I fear it may prove difficult to change. Guze tugged at the corner of his mouth, smiling nonchalantly. It's nothing. Addiction arises only from a lack of despair. Within a year, they will forget about gambling if they continue practicing like this. Let things come as they may. There's no need to overly concern ourselves with these matters. Now, father, what shall we do? There are tasks to attend to at the granary. No, they have all finished their work. Everything is quite well. Well, that counts for something. The group felt somewhat embarrassed to enjoy a free meal, so they contributed a bit of money and settled down comfortably at the Jiang family residence. Each day was spent either chasing flies or mosquitoes, and in the beginning, they couldn't catch a single one. But now, with the use of chopsticks, they managed to succeed once out of 3 attempts, which they regarded as progress, and a glimmer of hope began to emerge. Lin Shangquan leaned in, exuding pride. Gugu, look, haven't I made great strides? Guze replied, indeed, commendable progress. Keep up the good work. Hee, Gugu, you are truly kind. Let us hope you maintain this sentiment. In the future, your time spent catching flies and mosquitoes should not be less than 10 hours a day. It is essential to cultivate muscle memory. Do you understand? 10 hours? Very well, I shall practice. Lin Shangquan gritted his teeth. wielding his chopsticks and busily scurrying around the yard. After finishing with the flies and mosquitoes in the yard, he ventured out to catch more, placing his captures into a bottle to feed the chickens and ducks. The villagers observed this scene with bewilderment. What on earth are they doing? Surely they haven't gone mad. Who knows? What could they possibly be doing in broad daylight? Curiosity prompted some to approach, but upon seeing what they were catching, they felt a wave of revulsion. What are you doing? Lin Shengquan. That is utterly disgusting. Without looking up, Lin Shengquan bent down to search for flies. You wouldn't understand. Before mastering any skill, one must endure a period of neglect. Huh, how ridiculous. Catching flies is hardly a skill. It's merely a way to save on insecticide. Leave? Don't be a nuisance here. The onlooker shook his head and hastily departed, dismissing the spectacle as a joke. Eventually, after tiring from the pursuit of flies, he went off to play cards, his vision blurring as he struggled to remember more than 10 cards at a time. Guze had no time to manage their antics. He merely assigned them tasks and planned to search for chicken mushrooms at the foot of the mountain when the rain ceased, a rare delicacy indeed. Before long, he returned with a basket on his back, carrying a wild chicken in hand. That evening, they would prepare a delightful dish of chicken stew with chicken mushrooms. At noon, the group gathered to share a meal, and the sound of rustling filled the air. Lin Shengquan and the others instinctively reached out to catch, but upon realizing, they chuckled awkwardly and went to wash their chopsticks. I couldn't help myself. I'll go wash them now. Google, I tried it today, and it truly aids in memorizing the cards. I can now remember about 10 of them. I believe that within a year, I will master it. Guze remained impassive, responding with a simple, then strive for it. If you have nothing else to do, practicing cards with each other is also beneficial. You must keep the cards fresh in your mind. I understand, Guga. Rest assured, we will strive diligently and not disappoint your guidance. Guidance? Huh. After a month of persistence, you will comprehend that kind of pain. Chapter 62. Honey on the hillside at the back of the mountain. The Zhang family gazed at the spiky balls hanging from the trees, organizing themselves for one person to shake the tree while the others awaited below to gather the fallen fruits, which would later be transported back to the foot of the mountain on a cart. Guze wielded a stick, striking down the falling green, spiny balls, feeling indifferent towards the chestnuts, which he believed girls might enjoy. After gathering a considerable amount, he called out, "Father, Mother, I'm going to wander over there to see if I can find any wild chickens or rabbits." "All right, be safe and don't stray too far." "Understood." Armed with a slingshot and small stones, Guze set off nearby, while the buzzing sound of bees caught his attention. Bees? Surely there mustn't be a beehive here. Honey is a precious commodity, especially in this era, being purely natural and lacking the technological alterations of later times. Following the direction of the buzzing, he discovered a massive beehive hanging from a tree, its translucent surface glistening with honey. Inspired by the spiritual spring water in his space, he decided to sprinkle some on the leaves. Concealed behind a tree, he observed as the bees soon flocked to the leaves drenched in the spring water, leaving the hive noticeably less populated. Ensuring the area was clear of onlookers, he focused his intent, and a woodcutter's knife appeared in his hand. With a wooden bucket in tow, he dashed towards the hive, swiftly chopping off several pieces before making a hasty retreat. In just over a minute, his speed proved effective. Though he suffered a few stings, fortunately, they were from honeybees rather than hornets, merely causing a slight pain. He ran a considerable distance, collected some leaves adorned with honey, fashioned a small basket to hold them, and stored the woodcutter's knife and bucket in his spirit space. Glancing at his hand, he noticed several small welts from the stings, and his face bore a slight ache. Just then, Jiang Jiangguo, concerned by Guze's prolonged absence, decided to search for him and spotted a figure approaching. "Xiao Ze, where have you been for so long?" As he drew closer, he raised the basket to show Guze. This is honey. Where did you manage to gather so much?" "I stumbled upon it in the east and thought I'd bring some back for the children to enjoy. It's quite sweet. You should try it too." The two children, still collecting chestnut balls, hurried over, gazing eagerly at the honey in the basket, swallowing their saliva but hesitating to ask for a taste. Guze promptly broke off 2 pieces and offered them. "Here, take these and see how sweet and fragrant they are." Thank you, uncle. No problem. Enjoy. Jiang Jiangguo refrained from indulging himself, realizing how rare honey was. He gently advised, Xiaoze, when you get home, pour it into a jar. Drinking it with water daily is beneficial for your health. You are still somewhat frail. We must not be careless. Gu Ze's eyes flickered. He merely appeared thin, but with the nourishing spring water, even a weak constitution was manageable. He smiled and nodded. All right, I understand, father. The family returned with a bounty of chestnut balls, settling in the courtyard to crack them open, extracting the brown chestnuts to place on a rack, preventing them from being devoured by ground insects. Lin Shufan, with a full basket of chestnuts, called out, Xiaoze, please take some chestnuts to Ning Yadu and tell her they are ready to eat once cooked. No worries. I shall take care of it and deliver it. The Su family is not particularly skilled in the kitchen. If I were to send raw chestnuts to her with a hope that she would cook them, it might very well result in a disaster. That being said, do as you see fit. Guze grasped a knife and scored the clean chestnuts with a cross. This would facilitate peeling them. The two little ones perched at the edge of the table, watching intently. Uncle, why are you making cuts? Because the chestnuts do not have a natural opening, biting them open with your teeth would be rather inconvenient. By making these cuts, the shell will be much easier to peel off. Wow, uncle, you know so much. Indeed, as you grow, you must read extensively. Only through knowledge can your minds become sharp, making every endeavor more manageable. Got it. Well, remember. Gao Hongxia, meanwhile, was busy preparing honey, filling 2 small jars. She ensured not to waste the remnants of the honeycomb, which provided a delightful treat for the children. Little brother, this jar is for you to enjoy at your leisure, while the other is for Ning. Take it along with the chestnuts. Guze replied, all right, thank you, elder sister-in-law. It's nothing. It's what family does. Little Stone and Big Stone, stop fixating on your uncle. He has matters to attend to. Come over here to your mother. The 2 little ones shook their heads. No. Mother, we want to stay with uncle. We promise we will be good and silent. Uncle, is that all right? Haha, very well. Once it's ready, you can have some chestnuts. Yay. Gao Hongxia smiled in exasperation. You two are such gluttons, always chasing after your uncle for treats. Have you memorized a rhyme I gave you? Big Stone shook his head. He memorized it. 1 times 1 is 1. 2 times 2 is 2. An hour later, Guze took out the steamed chestnuts and stir-fried them briefly to reduce moisture, making them easier to shell. He lined a basket with oiled paper and filled it with half a basket of chestnuts, setting aside a bowl for the 2 little ones, instructing them to wait until they had cooled before eating. Lin Shengquan leaned against the kitchen doorframe, eagerly observing inside, smiling as he asked, Gugu, is there anything you need me to do? I've finished my tasks over there. Well then, you can help peel the chestnuts. Don't discard the prickly shells. They can be dried and used as firewood. Come over and grab some taste, see how they fare. That was precisely what he had been waiting for. Lin Shengquan dashed in, grabbed a handful, and began peeling. The texture was soft and not overly sweet, far superior in flavor to boiled chestnuts. Delicious. If these were sold in the town, many would surely purchase them. Soft and tender, children would adore them. Guze glanced at him and casually remarked, You're quite perceptive. Do you know where there are chestnut trees? Would you be interested in venturing into the business of candied chestnuts and earning some money before the year ends? Lin Shengquan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Absolutely, Gugu. Tell me more. I know of a vast expanse of chestnut trees beyond the 2 hills to the west of the back mountain. However, that area is somewhat remote, and it is rumored to be inhabited by bears, which deters many from going there. I have been a few times, and it is relatively safe to gather. Guze nodded. Then you shall go and collect them. Once you return, I will teach you how to prepare candied chestnuts, and then you can sell them in town. You gather and sell chestnuts, while also providing the sugar. I shall supply the technique, and in the end, we shall divide the profits as 4 to 6. I shall take 4, and you will take 6. Do you agree? Chapter 63. The frenzied harvest of chestnuts. Lin Shengquan readily acquiesced, stating, No problem, Brother Gu. Since you are willing to impart your knowledge, you should indeed take 6. We are quite satisfied with 4. Guze regarded him with a discerning glance and replied gently, You are quite astute. However, I maintain that 4 is fair, considering it is you who exert the labor. To claim 6 would be excessive. Discuss among yourselves when to harvest the chestnuts. Do not wait until the harvest season is over, for then there will be no share for you. It is best to gather them promptly, and I will teach you how to prepare candied chestnuts. You can then sell them at the factory entrance in the evening. The female workers will surely relish them. Upon hearing this, Lin Shinquan could hardly contain his excitement. If Brother Gu suggested a venture, it was bound to succeed. Gambling, he shuddered at the thought of that word. He hurriedly dashed out to share the idea with the others. Brother Lin, really? We can sell this? Truly, Brother Gu's mind is exceptional. But what exactly are candied chestnuts? If you ask me, who should I inquire? Perhaps it is simply a matter of stir-frying sugar with chestnuts until they are delicious. Let us taste this delightful flavor. The group squatted on the ground, enjoying the taste and briefly discussing their plans. They resolved to act without delay and set off to gather chestnuts after lunch. Taking advantage of the dry weather while the villagers were busy with the autumn harvest, they quickly collected the chestnuts. If it did not gather them, they would fall to the ground and be consumed by pests, resulting in waste. One of them whispered, Brother Lin, Brother Gu is truly our benefactor. These chestnuts come at no cost. We can set our own price. The profit will be substantial. With 60%, we shall earn quite a bit. This way, we need not rush to gamble. It feels much safer to earn this money. With sufficient fund for the new year, we need not worry about food. The group enthusiastically agreed, and, after finishing their meal, set off. Guze carried a basket and a jar of honey to the pig farm. Upon arriving, he knocked on the door, which was soon opened by a stranger. The two exchanged glances, and the man frowned slightly. Who are you looking for? Gusha. I am here to see Aining. Aining is not here. You might consider coming back a bit later. Guze observed the man, sensing his hostility. He remained silent, unwilling to leave. Just then, a voice called from behind the man. Guze, are you here for me? Su Ning called out, Uncle Kong, this is my fiancé. Guze, the youngest son of the Jiang family, here to see me. I will step out for a moment. Kong Deli's eyes flickered with discontent as he scrutinized Guze. He could not fathom how this pretty boy could be engaged in Ning. He was clearly inferior to his own son. With a non-committal grunt, he turned away to continue his work. Su Ning, noticing the tension, explained, Uncle Kong has a reserved temperament and does not often engage with others. Please do not take it personally. Is there something you wish to discuss? Guze extended the basket towards her. This is for you. Our family gathered chestnuts today. You may enjoy them as they are. Keep the honey for when you wish to have some. How do you know I enjoy eating chestnuts? I was thinking of finding some time to pick a few myself. Thank you, Guze. Su Ning held a peeled chestnut, relishing its soft and glutinous texture, nodding in approval. Delicious. The incision makes it much easier to peel. If you like it, that's wonderful. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. However, if you need any assistance. No, it's just a bit smelly while cleaning the pigsty. We can manage it ourselves. You should head back and rest. Guze nodded, preparing to leave. But she called out to him, Wait, I'll get you some sweet watermelon. Su Ning returned, cradling 2 large watermelons, a smile illuminating her face. They ripen on the back mountain. Take them home to enjoy with your uncle and aunt. We could go watch a movie the day after tomorrow. All right, I shall return now. We will go to the movies in 2 days. Yes, take your time on the way back. Once she saw him walk away, Su Ning closed the door and resumed tidying the pigsty. A voice echoed from above. Ning girl, how did you suddenly get engaged? Uncle Kong, perhaps it is fate. Jiang Jai left and Guze came. I believe we are quite compatible. An engagement is only natural. Kong Deli's expression darkened momentarily before returning to normal. Is that so? When do you plan to marry? We'll wed on the 8th day of the 12th month. You all must come to celebrate. Understood. Ning girl, be honest with me. Why didn't you choose my son, Kong Shi? You grew up together. Is my son not as good as that Jiang Jai? Su Ning fell silent for a moment, unsure how to respond. Uncle Kong, having worked alongside her father at the pig farm for many years, she wished to avoid involving his son in any discomfort. Actually, Kong Shi is quite good. He just doesn't suit me. We are too familiar. I see him merely as an older brother. Kong Deli fell silent at her words, his dissatisfaction growing. An older brother, huh? That foolish Jiang Jai has won her over. She wouldn't even consider my son. The Su family is truly foolish. Wondering if this newcomer from the city can genuinely settle down, fearing they might also be a burden. Indeed, I've heard city folk can be quite cunning, especially when it comes to taking advantage of young women. Be vigilant and discerning. Don't place your trust in the wrong people. Su Ning furrowed her brow, looking at him earnestly. I won't. Gu Zhe is not that kind of person. Please refrain from speaking such words in the future, Uncle Kong. Kong Deli replied nonchalantly, all right. I won't mention it again. If you encounter any difficulties, seek my son's help. After all, you two have grown up together. Understood. Thank you, Uncle Kong. Meanwhile, Lin Shengquan was busily gathering chestnuts, working until dark before returning. The cart was already piled high with prickly chestnut husks. Hey, Brother Lin, we've peeled over 100 pounds here. This should keep us going for a while. Let us see how well it sells. If it sells well, we can clear out the entire forest. Lin Shengquan smiled. Certainly. I trust Brother Gu's judgment. If he believes it's a viable business, it must be so. A group of individuals huffed and puffed as they pushed a large pile of chestnuts into the corner of the yard. Jiang Jiangguo, noticing the substantial amount they had gathered, expressed his surprise, asking if they could possibly consume all of it. It's not for us to eat. We need to prepare it to sell in town, came the reply. Sell? Can these chestnuts even be sold? Lin Shengquan replied earnestly. Yes, if Brother Gu says we can, then we can. We'll wait for him to teach us how to prepare them, and then we'll share the profits. Gu Zhe emerged from the house, taken aback by the towering mound of spiky shells. You all have done quite well. You've brought back a considerable amount. This can fetch a decent price. Upon hearing about the potential earnings, Lin Shengquan couldn't contain his joy. Yes, we'll follow Brother Gu's lead. Tonight, we'll crack open the chestnuts, and tomorrow, you can show us how to prepare them. Noticing their enthusiasm, Gu Zhe couldn't resist teasing. What's this? No plans to practice gambling today? Did you catch any flies, or are you still thinking of learning how to gamble? At the mention of gambling, Lin Shengquan clutched his mouth in disgust. His mind flooded with gruesome images of the fly's demise, which he found utterly revolting. Please, Brother Gu, don't bring that up again. I truly can't bear it. I've had enough torment these past few days. Catching flies is far less enjoyable than this. I prefer doing this instead. Gu Zhe felt content with their response. After all, it was everyone's duty to steer clear of gambling. He thought to himself that he had saved a few souls, which was indeed a commendable act. With these individuals by his side, he could devise schemes and share in the profits. It was quite satisfactory. A slacker need not toil. Merely directing others to work would suffice, and earning money this way was truly gratifying. After finishing their meal, Lin Shengquan and the others busied themselves with wooden sticks, knocking and tapping to fill baskets with the chestnuts. They continued this labor until fatigue overtook them, and they finally took a rest. The next morning, they resumed their work early, which roused Gu Zhe from his slumber. He glared at the overly cheerful group, suppressing his annoyance. What are you all doing up so early? Oh, Brother Gu, you're awake. We thought we'd get our work done early, so we could sell candied chestnuts sooner. The earlier we start, the more money we can make, they explained. Their sudden eagerness was rather out of character. Lin Shengquan sheepishly scratched his head and muttered, as long as we don't have to catch flies again, I'm fine with anything. I truly don't want to catch them anymore. It makes me want to throw up. Observing their enthusiasm, Gu Zhe decided against further admonishment and, while washing up, remarked, hurry and finish. The sooner you complete it, the sooner you can stop. It's so noisy that I can't even sleep in. Understood, Brother Gu, they replied cheerfully. In the yard, a cast iron pot was set up. Gu Zhe instructed someone to bring in a considerable amount of small stones, adding oil and sugar before tossing in the steamed chestnuts to begin frying. The group gathered around the pot, eagerly learning. Brother Gu, why do we have to steam them before frying? Can't we just fry them directly? Foolishness. Frying them directly while they're still raw leads to uneven cooking and a dry, tough texture. What I desire is a crispy exterior with a soft and tender interior. Do you understand? Steaming the chestnuts allows them to absorb moisture, and then frying them again helps to reduce the moisture content, resulting in a slightly brown exterior that extends their shelf life and enhances the flavor. A flicker of realization passed through Lin Shengquan's eyes. I understand now, Brother Gu. You are indeed the most remarkable. I had no idea there were such intricacies involved. After imparting his knowledge, Gu Zhe observed them as they cooked, believing that if it could be avoided, one should refrain from laboring unnecessarily, as it could be quite exhausting. Yes, stir with vigor and do not cease. Just a dozen minutes will suffice. They are already roasted chestnuts, so they do not require much time. Overcooking will render them hard. Understood, Brother Gu, rest assured. I will manage this. Once he had taught them all, he instructed them to procure a large iron pot and a metal bucket to be filled with wood for burning. While charcoal would yield better results, it was costlier. Therefore, they opted for the readily available firewood, minimizing expenses to enhance profits. After ensuring they had learned the process, Guze sent them on their way. That very evening, the group arrived at the town, positioning themselves by the roadside in front of the textile factory. Having calculated the optimal time to begin cooking, the alluring aroma they created would undoubtedly attract passers-by, and they could offer samples. Whatever Brother Gu suggested, they would follow. As the clock struck 7, female workers from the factory emerged, engaged in light-hearted banter, when a shout accompanied by a faintly sweet fragrance wafted through the air. Fatigued from their labor, they felt a pang of hunger, which intensified upon catching a whiff of the enticing scent. Xiaomei, I'm feeling a bit hungry. Shall we see what they're selling over there? It smells delightful. All right, let us go take a look. The three women strolled over, only to find a tall man busily stir-frying something, his face marked by a prominent scar that appeared somewhat intimidating, causing them to instinctively step back in trepidation. Observing this, Lin Shangquan signaled to the monkey, whose amiability was more disarming. He would be better suited to engage with the potential customers. With a warm smile, the monkey addressed the trio. Ladies, we have delicious candied chestnut for you to try. If they do not please your palate, there is no obligation to purchase. Sampling is free. Come, allow us to share a taste. Upon hearing they could sample the product, their interest piqued. The cooperative store had a notoriously poor attitude, rarely allowing customers to try before buying, leaving them to wonder if their purchase would be worthwhile. As they held the warm chestnuts in their hands, they slowly peeled one and took a bite. The uniquely soft and sticky texture of the chestnut burst upon their tongues, and their eyes brightened instantaneously. Delicious. This is truly delightful. The monkey beamed and replied, how about that? These are pure wild chestnuts, painstakingly harvested by my friends and me from the mountains. Look at my hands, each punctured by thorns from the prickly shells. They arrive as spiny balls, requiring effort to crack open, steam, and then sought. We added sugar for an exquisite flavor. It's 1 yuan per jean, or 50 cents for half a jean. That seems a bit pricey with the shells still on. Unfortunately, that's the way it is. The harvesting is no small feat once we finish this batch. We may not have any left for you later. With each woman earning a modest 50 yuan a month, indulging in chestnuts occasionally was not a significant burden. A little extra expense was acceptable, as they were earning their own money. Then we'll each take half a jean. But do ensure you give us a fair weight. If it's good, we'll spread the word and help you attract more business. The monkey nodded vigorously. Rest assured, we will weigh generously. You may check for yourselves. After weighing the items, they were neatly wrapped in oiled paper and handed over with a cheerful shout. If you find it delicious, do come again. We're only selling for this short while, and once it's gone, it won't be available anymore. The three female workers nodded, clutching the warm chestnuts as they departed. The monkey raised his voice, calling out, hot, sweet roasted chestnuts. They are delectable and sticky. Don't miss out as you pass by. Before long, other female workers were drawn in, and those who tasted them usually purchased half a pound. Some even bought half a pound together, as smaller amounts were difficult to weigh. In just over an hour, over 30 pounds were sold, and Lin Shengquan couldn't contain his smile, reveling in the joy of profitable business. Far more enjoyable than gambling. Linga, this business is truly thriving. But it's also because our product is tasty and reasonably priced that it sells so well. The 100+ pounds we brought will last us 3 days. Indeed, no worries. Adai and the others are at home cracking chestnuts. After we return, we'll head up the mountain together to gather more, as any that fall to the ground will be consumed by pests. The monkey nodded vigorously, acknowledging, absolutely. It's like giving away free money. A bit of effort is worth it. Chapter 65. The county head's son suffers from lovesickness in the backyard of county head Lu Furen's residence. A woman stood at the door, knocking anxiously. My son, what is the matter? You haven't eaten or come out? Is there something troubling you? Please tell your mother. Inside, Lu Tianghua sat on the bed, devouring a chicken leg, responding with constant exclamations. Mother, don't concern yourself. If my father doesn't approve, I might as well starve to death. You can just have another child to carry on the family line. Hearing her son's words, Sun Fengyi nearly fainted, retorting sharply. What nonsense are you saying? I'm almost 50. How can I bear another child? If you have any troubles, tell your mother. I will surely help you. You are my only child. If I don't care for you, who else will I care for? After finishing his meal, Lu Tianghua wiped his hands and leaned against the door, hesitating. Oh, mother, I am lovesick. If I cannot fulfill my desires, life holds little meaning. Lovesick? Tianghua, have you fallen for a girl? I could go propose on your behalf. Sun Fengyi glanced at the man standing at the door and reproached softly. Ada, you've been following my son around. Who has he taken a liking to? Ada hesitated, unsure whether to speak. After receiving a nudge, he quickly replied, It seems to be the daughter of a pig farmer from the countryside. Ever since the young master returned from the countryside, he has been lovesick, losing his appetite, and has grown noticeably thinner. If this continues, I fear. Sun Fengyi felt a pang of anxiety upon hearing this, glaring fiercely. Silence. If you can't articulate properly, don't speak at all. Come here and explain more about this girl from the countryside. Ada cautiously stated, I don't know much. Only that the young master saw her at a wedding in the countryside, and she truly is beautiful. She is even more attractive than city girls and quite tall. If she marries the young master, their children will surely be tall as well. Is it truly the case? In the countryside, there are only common folk. How could there be any beautiful maidens? Surely you jest. I wouldn't dare. I possess no such audacity. Sun Fengyi pondered for a moment, feeling a twinge of conflict. Their family was not tall. Her son stood at merely 170. In the future, finding a daughter-in-law would certainly necessitate a taller one. What if her grandson were to be short? While it was fortunate that her son had taken a liking to someone, she worried about the future. What if her son began to heed his wife's words over hers? After all, he was her lone sprout. The thought of being usurped by a daughter-in-law caused her discomfort. Upon reaching the door, she knocked and said, Tianghua, dear, I might consider it. However, you must promise me that even when your wife enters our home, I shall remain your foremost priority. Sun Fengyi dabbed at the corners of her eyes and continued, I nearly lost my life giving birth to you. Should you marry, you must never side with her against me. Lu Tianghua hastily replied, Mother, what are you saying? You shall forever be my one and only mother. A wife can be replaced, but a mother is singular. Ah, precisely. It is not in vain that I have cherished you since childhood. Now, hurry and open the door for dinner. I shall inquire about the young lady's family situation with the matchmaker. If all is well, I shall speak to your father about proposing soon. Upon hearing this, Lu Tianghua felt a surge of excitement and opened the door, feigning weakness. Mother, is that truly the case? You must act swiftly. If that young lady is indeed beautiful, what if someone else claims her first? Sun Fengyi shot him a glance and retorted, Look at your lack of ambition. If you are fated, it will not be a matter of mere words. She is just a country girl. If she enters our home, it will be a blessing accrued over several lifetimes. Focus on your meal. Leave the arrangements to me. With that, she placed a bowl in his hands and set off to find the matchmaker. Upon hearing their purpose, the matchmaker Jean displayed a rather peculiar expression. Sun Fengyi, noticing this, felt a hint of displeasure. What is it? Do you believe our family unworthy of a country girl? Or are you dissatisfied with my son? Speak plainly. No. I assure you, that is far from my intention. The county magistrate's wife is merely jesting. Your family's circumstances are undoubtedly commendable. Your son is quite cultured. However, the matchmaker hesitated, unsure of how to express her thoughts. The family is indeed somewhat complicated. There are numerous events tied to them, and their reputation is not particularly favorable. Sun Fengyi, exasperated with the matchmaker's circumspection, urged, Speak plainly, do not mince words. Very well, I will detail it for you. The young lady you inquired about is the third daughter of the butcher Su. They have only 3 daughters and no sons. Their pig farm has made them affluent, reaching the status of a 10,000 yuan household 2 years ago. The county magistrate even once came to celebrate their success. They are quite renowned for their wealth and daring spirit. Upon hearing this, Sun Fengyi's expression brightened considerably. She had always believed that having raised her son with such care, his judgment would undoubtedly be astute. A smile graced her face as she remarked, "This girl seems promising. But how does she fare in terms of beauty? And what of her height? Is she at least 170? My primary criterion for a future daughter-in-law is height. Of course, beauty is also paramount. Otherwise, how can my grandson possess good looks? My son is quite handsome after all." The matchmaker, Jean, chuckled awkwardly, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. "Please allow me to finish my thoughts before you make a decision, Madam County Magistrate." Firstly, the young lady in question had previously been promised to the third daughter. Rumors suggest that the third daughter and the second daughter were in competition for him. This situation does not bode well for her reputation, as it involves vying for her brother-in-law. Subsequently, she was betrothed to a family with the surname Jiang, but tragically, that engagement fell apart a month ago when her fiancé absconded. Sun Fengyi appeared somewhat taken aback. Processing the implications of this revelation, are you implying that this girl attempted to steal a man from her own sister, only to become engaged again, only for that engagement to dissolve? So, what is her current status? The matchmaker sighed in resignation. She is now engaged once more, but to the biological son of the family. The one who fled was an adopted son, and this new engagement is with the third daughter. Upon hearing this, a profound silence enveloped the room. Sun Fengyi felt her head spinning, and once she grasped the situation, she spoke. "So, what you mean to say is that this young lady already has a fiancé, correct?" The matchmaker nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, which is why I mentioned the complexities involved. It may not be suitable for your family. You only have one son, while the butcher's family has 3 daughters. The third daughter, in particular, is quite fiery in temperament. The previous fiancé often found himself on the receiving end of her wrath. This is something outsiders are unaware of, but I felt it necessary to mention to you. It truly is not a good match." Chapter 66. A firm opposition. Sun Fengyi furrowed her brow in distress, resolutely dismissing this union. Setting aside other considerations, the chaotic reputation alone is enough to warrant rejection. Moreover, the notion of physical violence raises concerns about how severe it must have been for the fiancé to flee. With these troubling thoughts weighing on her, she stood and declared, "I understand the situation now. Please do not speak of this to anyone else, or I shall not hold back. I merely inquired out of curiosity, nothing more." The matchmaker quickly nodded, eager to avoid entanglement in such matters. Should this situation escalate poorly, it could offend the butcher's family and, by extension, the magistrate's family as well. She was not foolish enough to invite trouble upon herself. Sun Fengyi excused herself, taking the remaining fruit from the table, a rather frugal gesture. As she walked along the path, she sighed, reflecting on her son's behavior. However, that girl truly does not seem suitable. Marrying her would be akin to inviting a tigress into the household. And what would become of her son? Upon her return home, Lu Tiangui rushed over, his voice tinged with urgency. "Mother, did you inquire? What is the situation with that young lady? Has she spoken of it to anyone?" Sun Fengyi, with a stern demeanor, replied, "My dear son, you must abandon this notion. It is simply not a match. That young lady is already engaged to the Jiang family. They are set to marry in less than 2 months. If fate has decreed that you are not meant to be together, let it be. I shall find you a more suitable partner. Given our family's standing, we have no shortage of options." Lu Tiangui's expression dimmed. Just because she's engaged doesn't mean she cannot run off again, just like the last one. When that happens, mother, you can propose on my behalf. Wait, you knew she was engaged, yet you didn't inform me? Had I known, I would not have made this trip. Sun Fengyi was rather incensed, saying, "Let me tell you, this matter is simply unacceptable. Our family cannot possibly accept a fierce woman. If she enters our home, will we still have a peaceful life? Can you not ease your mother's worries and find a gentler, more suitable girl for us? Only then can we hope for a tranquil existence. Do you believe a woman who would covet her own brother-in-law will ever be obedient? I dread the thought of marrying in a potential tyrant." Lu Tiangui retorted, "Mother, that is not the case. She truly is a good girl. Please discuss it with father and consider proposing to her family. Given our circumstances, they should know how to choose wisely. Furthermore, An engagement is not a marriage. If it doesn't work out, we can simply withdraw. Marrying into our family means she would become the county magistrate's daughter-in-law, which is far superior to marrying some peasant. What makes me inferior to that peasant? At worst, we can name our future children after her family. Sun Fengyi glared at him. What are you saying? Have you lost your mind? Now you're even starting to turn against your own family, utterly bewitched by that vixen. I will never agree to such a marriage. Forget about it. And tomorrow you will go visit the daughter of your Aunt Wang. Otherwise, you can find somewhere else to stay. Lu Tiangui was equally frustrated. Mother, marrying her is for the benefit of our family. They have no sons, and we would inherit their pig farm and other assets. What good does it do to marry someone docile without any advantages? The wealth from the estate could elevate Father S' position even further. But this girl is difficult to manage. Sun Fengyi wavered slightly. Although the reputation of marrying into a wealthy family was not favorable, the financial benefits were undeniable. Besides, the girl was attractive and tall. Opportunities like this are rare. It would be hard to find another so suitable. Do not rush me. I will think this over carefully and discuss it with your father. You must not mention a word of this. Lu Tiangui smiled and nodded. All right, mother. You're truly wonderful. Sun Fengyi forced a smile, somewhat strained. That night, as the couple lay in bed, she hesitated before speaking. Old Lu, there is something I wish to ask you. Are you familiar with the Butcher Sue's family? Yes, I know them. They are quite renowned in our county, a wealthy family. When the policies were implemented, many were fearful, but they bravely opened a pig farm. Why do you suddenly inquire about them? Lu Furen asked, puzzled. Sun Fengyi sat up. Contemplating before she spoke, I was merely asking casually. Please do not take it seriously. You see, our son's marriage is still unresolved. Perhaps we could consult a matchmaker about the Butcher Sue's family? No sooner had she finished than Lu Furen flatly refused. No, absolutely not. Their family is out of the question. The Sue family has daughters, but only the third daughter is unmarried. I have seen that girl. She works hard at the pig farm, is strong, and has a fiery temper. She speaks little, but takes action decisively. Lu Furen furrowed his brow. Consider our son's temperament. He is rather gentle, which may lead to trouble if they clash. Besides, that girl is already engaged. Proposing to her would be quite inappropriate. If word got out, what would become of my reputation as the county magistrate? Sun Fengyi snapped. Why are you so irritable? I am thinking of our son's future. He has been dissatisfied with every girl we've seen. It is rare to find one he actually likes. You are perpetually occupied, utterly oblivious to your son's affliction of lovesickness. If this incessant neglect leads to any misfortune, I shall not survive it. Lovesickness, what a nonsensical term. How could he possibly know the daughter of the Sue family? Why was I not informed of this matter? Why did no one take the time to tell me? Lu Furen rose from his seat, his expression clouded with displeasure. Sun Fengyi let out a scoff. I have just informed you, did I not? It is never too late to speak now. Look at the situation. Our son is resolute in his desire to marry the girl from the Sue family. I cannot consent to this. It is out of the question. The Sue family is notoriously stubborn, and should we provoke them, we may find ourselves in a dire predicament. I cannot endure that kind of life. This is a matter you need not concern yourself with. As for this lovesickness, I believe it is merely a result of your indulgence. Let him go hungry. I doubt he will starve. Lu Furen waved his hand in irritation. Enough. It is late. You should rest. Quickly find him another match. Perhaps a stroll through the streets will foster some affection. This matter cannot be dictated by our son's whims. He knows nothing of the complexities involved. That girl is not easy to deal with. I have heard that the previous suitor, Jiang Jie, was nearly met with disaster at her hands. Do you truly believe such a fierce girl could embody the qualities of a virtuous wife and mother? Sun Fengyi fell silent, recognizing the gravity of the situation. In a comparison of strength, our son would not stand a chance against a girl accustomed to labor at a pig farm. Very well. We shall seek out a matchmaker tomorrow to consider other young ladies. If he could find an instant attraction to the daughter of the Sue family, it surely means he can find another equally appealing girl. He simply has not encountered one of her beauty yet. Let us rest. I will inquire further tomorrow and select a suitable match for our son. The sooner he marries, the sooner his heart will be at ease. Chapter 67. A chance encounter at the cinema entrance. Guze secured his bicycle. Aning, Please wait for me here. I shall fetch popcorn and soda and return shortly. Su Ning nodded shyly. It was her first visit to a cinema, and she felt a mix of novelty and nervousness as she watched his retreating figure. Numerous young couples entered the cinema, their demeanor indicating romantic connections. Some bolder ones even holding hands. The sight of young ladies laughing joyously created a delightful atmosphere. As her initial anxiety began to dissipate, she was startled by a voice from behind, instinctively turning to see a man gazing at her with surprise. Su Ning could not recall who he was. Assuming he was calling to someone else, she slightly shifted aside, pretending not to hear. Lu Tianhua, noticing her indifference, approached with eager eyes, captivated by her gentle demeanor enhanced by her pale green floral dress. It seemed fate had intertwined their paths unexpectedly at the cinema. Misu, are you here to watch a movie as well? Do you know me? Of course. We met previously at a banquet in the countryside. You must have forgotten. I am Lu Tianhua, the son of the county magistrate. Su Ning furrowed her brow, her expression still somewhat bewildered. She recognized the title of the county magistrate, but had no clear recollection of him. Lu Tianhua, undeterred by her confusion, continued enthusiastically. Since we have crossed paths, how about I treat you to a movie? Would you care for some popcorn? No, thank you. My fiancé has gone to buy some. Did you come here with your fiancé? Su Ning furrowed her brow, reluctant to engage in conversation. The question was rather foolish. After all, who would stand at the cinema entrance without watching a film? It was implausible that she had come alone. Lu Tiangue, receiving no response, felt his spirits dampen. Just as he was about to speak again, a woman's voice interjected. Tiangue, who is she? Are you two acquainted? The woman glared with hostility. She was supposed to be Tiangue's date, and witnessing him fawning over another woman was intolerable. Damn it, how could I forget she was here? Lu Tiangue turned to face her, his gaze laced with impatience. Linhe, we have already met, and I believe we are not a suitable match. You should return. There is no need to watch any movie today. Hearing this, Linhe was nearly driven to laughter from anger, staring at him in disbelief. She noted how the kind demeanor he had just exhibited had transformed entirely. Was he treating her like a fool? Gritting her teeth, she retorted, Lu Tiangue, what do you take me for? Today is our date, and you invited me to watch this film. Now you wish to dismiss me. Are you toying with me? Lu Tiangue, having been coddled throughout his upbringing, found it impossible to indulge a woman he did not fancy. His expression hardened. Miss Lin, I trust one need not repeat myself. After you return, you may state that we simply do not match, and there is no need for us to continue this arrangement. Linhe had never endured such indignity. He had already chosen another woman, yet continued to mock her. Was this not akin to slapping her in public? Her stubbornness flared up, and she shot back defiantly. The cinema is not your property. I am free to come or go as I please. On what grounds do you command me to leave? Ha! The ticket was purchased by me, he retorted. The two engaged in a heated argument, oblivious to their surroundings. Su Ning furrowed her brow deeper, instinctively stepping back to distance herself, not wishing to be entangled in their quarrel. How tiresome they were. She wished fervently for them to cease their bickering. Passers-by glanced over, whispering among themselves. Are they arguing? Probably about the soda. Ever since they started selling it across the way, there have been frequent disputes. Indeed, at such exorbitant prices, purchasing a soda felt like a waste of money. To be called stingy for not buying, yet painful to buy and regret it afterward. Lu Tiangue, regaining his composure, noted the onlookers' pointed stares and scowled. What are you looking at? Do you take me for a monkey? Taking a deep breath, Linhe grew weary of the argument. She was determined to see this film today. When she returned home, she would surely inform her parents that Lu Tiangue was not a suitable match. If he could treat her this way now, who knew what would come in the future? You return. I no longer invite you to the movie, he declared. Huh, who needs your invitation? You lack any semblance of grace. I have my own money. I will purchase my own ticket. I am determined to watch this film. Guze, returning with popcorn and soda, cast a glance at the quarrelsome duo before shifting his gaze. Ning, we can go in now, he called gently. Upon hearing his voice, Su Ning's expression softened considerably. Yes, let us enter. After the two entered together, Lu Tiangue followed closely behind, his eyes fixed intently on the tall, slender figure. filled with an unmistakable resentment. The woman beside him let out a disdainful huff. I thought it was something significant, but it turns out to be just someone's unrequited feelings. If I were that girl in the green dress, I wouldn't choose you either. Anyone with eyes can see that the man is handsome and refined, a scholar, while you barely reach his neck. Choosing you would impact the next generation. At her words, Lu Tiangui's face darkened, an uncontainable anger surging within him. He despised being called short, and this woman was insufferable. Their animosity was evident, and they cared little for pretense. Seated behind Su Ning, Lenny crossed her arms and spoke imperiously. Unrequited feelings usually lead to a dismal outcome. You should reconsider your position. I am the only child, and my father is the county magistrate. I am not inferior to anyone else, so you should keep your mouth shut. Why should I be silent? Your father may be the magistrate, but mine is the factory director. Does your father earn more than mine? How dare you? Lenny glared. What of it? Everyone is a cherished darling in their family. I have 3 older brothers who dote on me. I am here out of respect for the adults. Do you think you hold any significance? You short-gourd. Lu Tiangui was nearly driven to despair. When had he ever been insulted as a short-gourd? This crazy woman was utterly unacceptable. He resolved to tell his mother that he must break off any connection. His affections lay with Su Ning, and if he could not marry her in this lifetime, he would choose to remain childless. The film soon began to play, and the two, having ceased their bickering, gradually quieted down. Lenny lifted her gaze to the screen, occasionally glancing at Gu Zhe in front of her, observing his gentle demeanor as he offered soda and spoke softly. Then she glanced at the person beside her, her eyes filled with disdain. Bah! To be seen with such a creature is utterly embarrassing. Thus unfolded an evening of cinema, one couple delightfully engrossed, while another exchanged furious glares. After the film concluded and they queued to exit, Su Ning felt a lingering satisfaction, remarking, I didn't expect watching a movie to be so enjoyable. I could come here often. Lu Tiangue squeezed closer, attempting to ingratiate himself. Miss Su, my father is the county magistrate. It was my father who hung the banners when your family celebrated. We even met last time, don't you remember? Su Ning found his persistence annoying. She certainly knew of the magistrate, as their family had once been affluent, but had sought to keep a low profile. It was the magistrate who insisted on public displays of celebration, leading to their family's downfall. Initially, relatives borrowed money, which they eventually managed to settle. Later, villagers demanded to raise pigs, causing considerable offense before they could extricate themselves. Now this fool had the audacity to bring it up, making her want to throttle him. Lin could not tolerate his sycophantic behavior, unable to suppress a derisive laugh. Enough. Can't you see she is not interested in you? You lack any sense of awareness. It's time to stop. Don't pretend I'm not here. It's genuinely infuriating. Lu Tiangue turned to glare. What is it to you, shrew? Short gourd, bah. Shrew. Short gourd. As the argument between the two escalated, their voices grew louder, prompting those around them to instinctively distance themselves, wary of being drawn into the fray. It was truly embarrassing to raise such a ruckus in public. Gu Zhe cast a glance at the pair, raised an eyebrow, and, taking Su Ning's hand, slipped into the crowd, swiftly disappearing from sight. Lu Tianguai, unable to hold his ground in the argument, turned away, wishing to ignore the situation. When he glanced back, he could no longer see the fleeting flash of green, and a sense of panic washed over him as he surveyed the area, finding no trace of her. Cursed be this woman. It was her fault. They had managed to meet in town after such a long time, yet before he could utter a few words, she had already left. Ah, how frustrating. Lenny, this is all you're doing. Where's she? Lenny scoffed. What does it have to do with me? You pursued someone who already has a partner, and now you're embarrassed that she has gone? How absurd. Ugh, it's truly humiliating to even look at you. Step aside and stop blocking my way. Pushing past him, she vanished from sight, her absence leaving Lu Tianguai seething with irritation. What sort of woman is she, devoid of any semblance of decorum? Whoever marries her will surely suffer a lifetime of misfortune. The two, fuming, made their way homeward. Gu Zhe led Su Ning out of the cinema. Glancing at the time, still a little past 10, too early for dinner. How about we take a stroll? He suggested. Are you hungry? No, Su Ning deep life. feeling the warmth of his hand enveloping hers, the heat creeping to her ears, leaving little room for any other sensation, particularly hunger. When would he ever let go? Her gaze flitted around, tinged with embarrassment. Guzé chuckled softly. All right then, let's wander a bit. There's a place nearby with an abundance of blooming chrysanthemums. Let us go have a look. Okay. Their hands remained intertwined as they strolled, and after an hour of admiring the blossoms, they chose a pot of golden flowers to purchase. Since roses were nowhere to be found, chrysanthemums would suffice as a gift. Su Ning found it delightful. Planting these chrysanthemums at home would mean a future filled with golden blooms. The couple meandered through the town all day, returning as the sun dipped below the horizon. As they walked home beneath the warm orange glow of sunset, a gentle breeze caressed their faces, imparting a sense of ease and tranquility. Su Ning couldn't help but lean against Guzé's back, closing her eyes in contentment. Guzé felt her weight shift against him and quickly relaxed his posture. What's wrong? Are you tired? If so, you can lean on me and rest for a bit. I'll wake you when we arrive home. Okay. Suddenly, Su Ning recalled the earlier incident in town. Although she had no connection to the son of the county chief, she felt the need to clarify things. She did not want misunderstandings to arise over trivial matters. That man you saw today. I recognized him from a previous occasion when I visited the neighboring village for a banquet. He introduced himself as the county chief's son, but I have no recollection of him. The cinema was only the second time I encountered him, and I didn't recognize him. Please, don't think too much of it. Guzé chuckled warmly, feeling her head resting against his back, the vibrations of his laughter reverberating through him. I understand. I'm glad you're willing to explain, Su Ning. In the future, please communicate anything directly with me. Trust and communication are paramount in a marriage. If there is something you wish to know, just ask. Don't keep it bottled up inside. Upon hearing the word marriage, Su Ning's face flushed crimson. Yes, I understand. As the two engaged in a casual conversation, nearing the village, Su Ning straightened her posture, refraining from leaning against him to avoid any gossip from the villagers, which would be quite embarrassing. Guzé, riding his bicycle, soon arrived at the entrance of a small building, parked his bike, and carried his belongings inside. Let's go. I'll greet Uncle Su and Annie, he said. Su Ning responded affirmatively, obediently following at his side. Upon entering the yard, Zhao Qianghua, hearing the door open, turned to see the resplendent golden chrysanthemums and momentarily lost her train of thought before approaching them. Xiaozhe has come. Let us have dinner together tonight, she said. Ning Ning, you keep Xiaozhe company while I prepare the meal. Su Ning, recalling her mother's culinary skills, quickly interjected, No, it's not necessary, Mom. He has some matters to attend to. He can come again another day. Guzé concurred, Yes, Auntie, I'll head back now. I just brought some food to say hello. Why the hurry to leave? Zhao Qianghua asked, escorting him to the door. Once he was a distance away, she turned and glared at her daughter. He took you out for the day, and you sent him away like that. Su Ning sighed. I'm looking out for him. Our family isn't known for its cooking. What if he ends up with an upset stomach? Is my cooking really that dreadful? Zhao Qianghua retorted. Yes, it is quite unpalatable. You little brat, if my cooking is so terrible, then tonight's meal is entirely your responsibility with your father. If it turns out well, then it shall be your duty from now on, she huffed, turning on her heel. Su Ning felt relieved. If the meal didn't turn out well, it wouldn't be your fault. Su Ning planted the golden chrysanthemums in the corner of the yard, perfectly aligned with the window of her second-floor room, ensuring that she could admire the flowers from her window, a splendid placement indeed. That evening, Su Ning took charge of dinner, which remained at a barely edible level. See, your cooking isn't much better than mine. You, who criticized my skills, tell me about your day in town. Did you enjoy yourself? Yes, it was delightful. We watched a movie, wandered through the chrysanthemum garden, and had a delicious hot pot. Though it was a bit pricey, it was worth it. Who paid for it? Guzé did. He insisted that when out, a gentleman should never let a lady pay. Su Ning's voice softened. If he were to become part of the family, perhaps she should have covered the expenses. But she didn't know what he liked, so sending him a gift seemed appropriate. Just as she pondered this, she was met with a stern look. Guzé currently has no source of income. Is it appropriate for you to expect him to pay? Sonin Biblaïv, insistif. I wanted to pay myself. Next time, allow him to take care of it, Zhao Qianghua advised. Understood. How did you come to buy chrysanthemums? Chapter 69. Seeking Trouble. Su Ning, without much thought, recounted the only flowers available in town were chrysanthemums. I wanted to buy something else, but there was nothing, so I decided to purchase the golden ones to plant. Look how large those flowers are. The golden hue is truly beautiful. Many people have bought them to plant as well, she added. They both agreed. Indeed, those golden flowers are quite attractive. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Lu Tiangui and Lin He ignited a stir, as Lin's three brothers, seeing their weeping sister, were eager to confront the situation and defend her honor. Lin Dejia's expression darkened like water. What does the Lu family mean by this? If they look down on our family, they can simply choose not to interact with us. What they are doing now is nothing short of humiliation. Lin urged narrowed his eyes with a smile that held no warmth. Why not find someone to put a sack over them tonight and give them a good beating? Those who are so lacking in tact deserve it. Lin Fu, his face stern, turned to the person sitting beside him. Speak a few words. Is this what you call a good family? Would the son of a good family be so bold as to openly curry favor with another girl? Lin Mu felt a twinge of guilt. How could she have known the Lu family son was like this? She timidly objected. I didn't know. Isn't he a university student? Cultured? How could he behave this way? Only an only child could have been so spoiled, growing up without a trace of gentlemanly demeanor. Look at how furious our little sister is. Mother, we absolutely cannot agree to this marriage with the Lu family. How can a mother who raises such an uncultured son be good herself? If our little sister goes to the Lu family, won't she be tormented by her mother-in-law? If there are no suitable matches, we should not hastily marry her off to suffer. Lin He gazed at her brothers with gratitude. She knew that the people who cared for her most in this world were her brothers. That Lu Tianguai is nothing. What is he chasing after? I met that girl today, and indeed, she is quite beautiful, but she already has a partner. They are well matched. Only Lu Tianguai, with no sense of shame, relentlessly pursues her, and I see that the girl is on the verge of striking him. Yet he still believes his father, the county magistrate, is something to boast about. Lin Dage scoffed. A mere county magistrate at that. In terms of wealth, our family surpasses his. Why should he be so arrogant here? Mother, let this marriage be dismissed. Do not mention it again. We shall find a better match for our sister. Lin Mu nodded repeatedly. All right, I'll remember. Just then, the phone rang. The maid answered and called out, Madam, it is Madam Lu seeking you. Everyone was taken aback. Lin Mu furrowed her brow and, upon answering, was met with a cacophony of chatter from the other end. She soon realized that Sun Fengyi was rather talkative. Qin, did your little he say anything when she returned? I genuinely like her. If our families were to unite, I would treat her as my own daughter. You know, I only have one child, and I have always wished for a daughter. Alas, fate has denied me one. If your he comes to my house, that would be splendid. Lin Mu took a deep breath and replied, Did your Qingguai not say anything when he returned? Oh no, he didn't. That is why I'm calling to ask you. Isn't at the adults who decide on matters of marriage? What do the young ones know? Is that so? Since you like my he so much, why not simply adopt her as your goddaughter? This way, you'll have a daughter, one you. Upon hearing this, Sun Fengyi clearly caught on, sensing something amiss. Qin, what do you mean by that? Literally what I said. Go ask your son what good deeds he has done. My daughter has been cherished and pampered. She is not someone to be bullied. They went to watch a movie, and as a result, your son was eagerly seeking the company of another girl, right in front of my daughter. What does this imply? It is an affront to her dignity. Marriage is about two individuals sharing a life together, if both are unwilling. What purpose does it serve for us adults to meddle? My daughter must not endure such humiliation. Your young master has someone in his heart, and we cannot force matters. Let us cease discussing this from now on. Sun Fengyi, listening to the busy tone on the phone, felt a surge of anger rising within her. She hung up and hurried to the backyard, standing before her son's door and knocking. The sound of her knocking echoed. Tiangui, come out at once. Lu Tiangui lay in bed, turning over and covering his head with the blanket, pretending not to hear. He was feeling miserable about today's events and wished to avoid everyone. Seeing that he did not answer, Sun Fengyi's temper flared. She lifted her foot and kicked the door repeatedly until the wooden frame could no longer withstand the force and gave way. Their eyes locked, both filled with fury. She approached, twisting her son's ear, and demanded, "Speak the truth to me. What on earth happened today? How did you treat Xiaohe? How dare you, you scoundrel?" Lu Tiangue, displaying an air of indifference, retorted with resentment. "What's wrong? Did she go home and slander me? How dare she?" I haven't said a word against her. He continued, "You don't know. She is nothing but a shrew. What good is a woman like that to marry? She even insulted me, calling me a short winter melon. It infuriates me. She compares me to Su Ning's fiancé, claiming he is superior in every way. A short winter melon, cannot compete with him." Listening to her son's grievances, Sun Fengyi felt discomfort as well. Did she truly say such things? That shows a lack of understanding. Perhaps she has been spoiled at home. If we were to marry her, she would likely be incapable of managing household matters. How would she care for you and our future grandchildren? Her 3 brothers would also be a nuisance. If you two quarrel, they might come looking for a fight. Truly, it seems inappropriate. How did I not realize this earlier? Seeing his mother siding with him, Lu Tiangue felt increasingly aggrieved. Yes, mother, even if we do not marry, one should not seek a partner like her. Marriage with her would be utterly disastrous. I do not wish to live in fear every day. Sun Fengyi released her grip, her tone tinged with discontent. Even if she is unsuitable, you should not have publicly argued with her. It shows a complete lack of decorum. How will we face each other as families in the future? They may be wealthy, but that doesn't justify their arrogance. Perhaps I should find you another girl. Lu Tiangue stubbornly replied, "No, I will marry no one but Su Ning. If I cannot have her, then I shall remain single for life. What do I care about lineage?" Sun Fengyi urged, "My dear son, do not hang all your hopes on one tree. She already has a fiancé. It is inappropriate to pursue her. She simply has not yet recognized my worth. Once she does, she will undoubtedly choose me. My family is well off, and I am an only child. Why would she not choose me?" Chapter 70. The matchmaker's visit. Upon observing her son's obstinate demeanor, Sun Fengyi felt a sudden pang of anxiety. "My dear boy," she thought, "marriage is a matter of fate, not something that can be forcibly demanded. You must clear your mind." Lu Tiangue's expression was somewhat frenzied. Throughout his life, he had always acquired whatever he desired. If it was not willingly given, he would seize it for himself. "I do not care. If I cannot marry Su Ning, then what meaning does my existence hold? They are merely engaged at present. Why can we not also propose? Many people regret their marriages before the vows are exchanged. It is not as though they're the only family that matters. If you assist me this once, I shall heed your every word henceforth." Sun Fengyi replied ambiguously, "Very well, I shall ponder this matter further. Do not rush or act recklessly, understand?" Upon hearing her acquiescence, Lu Tiangue's countenance brightened. "I knew it. No one in this world cares for me like my mother." Days passed, and Lu Tiangue continued to press for news, yet none arrived. His patience was waning, prompting him to hasten to discuss the matter with his father. Upon overhearing their conversation at the door, he was momentarily stunned. "Father, are you certain this ruse can deceive my son? He seems somewhat unhinged. He wouldn't do anything foolish, would he?" Lu Feng waved his hand dismissively, his expression relaxed. "It is of no consequence. She is merely a girl. We can find someone far more beautiful. Once he is married and has children, Tiangue will settle down." "Very well, let us expedite this matter. Our 2 families shall exchange gifts directly, and we will promptly arrange the wedding." A shadow crossed Lu Tiangue's eyes at the thought of witnessing Su Ning wed another. He felt an overwhelming urge to scream. For so many years, she had been the only girl to capture his heart. Should he let this opportunity slip away, regret would haunt him eternally. He turned and dashed outside, only to plunge into the water with a splash, prompting a chorus of frantic cries. "Help! The young master has fallen into the water. Someone come save him." Inside, the 2 heard the uproar and rushed to the lotus pond. Lu Tiangue was dragged ashore, gasping and spluttering, slowly opening his eyes and defiantly declaring, "Father, mother, if you do not permit me to propose to the Su family, I shall show you what desperation looks like." Lu Feng trembled with rage upon hearing this. "Infidèles, how dare you? Calm yourself. the head of the household urged. Do not let your anger harm your health. Tiangue, what do you intend to do? Is it worth forsaking your parents for a mere girl? Have you lost your senses? Lu Tiangue laughed maniacally. Indeed, I have gone mad. Throughout my life, this is the one thing I have sought from you, yet you persist in your refusal. To appease you, I even went to meet potential brides, only to discover they were nothing but shrews. You do not consider my feelings. I care not for your opinions. If I perish, so be it. Lu family lineage shall cease to exist. Lu Furang felt darkness encroach upon his vision, nearly fainting from the shock of his son's words. How could this ungrateful child dare to utter such sentiments? Yet, he had only this one son. What would become of him if something were to happen? No matter how vast a family fortune, it would be meaningless without a successor. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Lu Tiangue contemplated the matter. I shall consider this further. Even if I were to propose, there is no guarantee that the young lady would accept. What then shall I do if she declines? With his neck craned, water dripped from his hair, rendering him somewhat disheveled. Regardless, you are the county magistrate. Devise a plan. If she refuses, resort to coercion or persuasion, for I am resolute in my intention to marry. Should I fail, I would rather spend my life in solitude. If despair overtakes me, I might as well end it all, be it by hanging or drowning. The couple, witnessing their son's distress, felt a throbbing headache. Sun Fengyi relented, saying, Very well, I shall seek someone to propose on your behalf. If we are met with refusal, you must cease these morbid thoughts. It was exhausting. Raising a son seemed to demand an inordinate amount of effort. Within a couple of days, the matchmaking lady arrived in the village, bearing gifts and heading straight for the butcher Sue's home. Her eyes glimmered with envy at the sight of the two-story house. Indeed, they were affluent. No wonder the Lu family was so intent. If only their family were of the county magistrate's stature, they too would wish to attempt such a union. The villagers recognized the matchmaker, and upon seeing her arrive with gifts, they presumed she was there to propose for someone's daughter. They were astounded to learn she was visiting the Su family. Could I have misjudged? They wondered, for the butcher had 3 daughters, 2 were already married, and the youngest was engaged. Why would a matchmaker go to their home? Surely, the items she carried were meant for a marriage proposal. Come, let us join the fray, they decided, gathering at the door of the Su household, hesitant to enter but straining to listen through the door. Inside, the butcher and his wife listened to the matchmaker's words with expressions that transitioned from bewilderment to confusion to disbelief. You just said what? You are proposing on behalf of whom? With a smile, the matchmaker replied, I come on behalf of the county magistrate's only son, Lu Tiangue. He has taken a liking to your youngest daughter, Su Ning. If your family agrees, the bride price is negotiable. Wait a moment. Let us clarify, the butcher said. You mean to say the magistrate wishes to propose to our family, to marry my daughter, rather than to have her marry into his family? Apologies, but on that point alone, we must refuse. You may return, dear matchmaker. Zhao Qianghua nodded in agreement, stating solemnly, indeed. My youngest daughter is already engaged to the Jiang family, and they are to marry in the 12th month. It is rather untimely for a proposal. Wouldn't you agree? The butcher nodded, his expression stern. Yes, our son-in-law is Guze. We cannot promise our daughter to another, regardless of your terms. This is non-negotiable. Allow me to explain the situation, the matchmaker interjected. The magistrate's son is quite stubborn. If I do not convey this proposal, he may resort to desperate measures. Just days ago, he was rescued from a river, and the magistrate, out of options, sent me here. The matchmaker chuckled awkwardly. She had come to fulfill her duty. But how could she compel anyone to accept? The magistrate's family was being utterly unreasonable. The butcher and his wife exchanged glances, their lips twitching. They had never encountered such a situation. Marriage should not be a matter of enmity. Their daughter's engagement was set, and there was no reason to retract it. Furthermore, she had a strong affection for Guze, and they found him to be quite admirable as well. Marrying off a daughter? Had they lost their minds? Naturally. The son-in-law must come to reside with us. What does it matter about the county magistrate? This union is not one we desire. The butcher Su spoke plainly. This marriage is impossible. Do not come here again. We will never consent. What does the son of the county magistrate lack in terms of potential brides? You may as well seek another match for them. Our family will not entertain this notion. We shall never renege on our commitment. Only a madman would consider backing out. And how heartbroken my youngest daughter would be if she were to miss out on Guzet. It is evident that the magistrate's family is quite deranged. Chapter 71. Refusal. The matchmaker understood the underlying message and rose to her feet, saying, "You may keep the items we brought, but we shall take our leave. As for this marriage, take your time to ponder it. Should you have any thoughts, do not hesitate to call." Observing their displeasure, the matchmaker mustered her composure and hurriedly departed with her companions. This was her first experience with such a forceful matchmaking endeavor. If she lingered any longer, she feared for her safety. Without a second thought, the butcher Sue grabbed the items and pursued them, irrespective of the circumstances. He thrust the items into their hands and fled. How could one accept such things? What would he say to the magistrate's son regarding life and death? This was sheer folly, coercing someone into reneging on a marriage. The villagers, witnessing this scene, were eager to inquire about the unfolding drama. Once the butcher had left, they quickly gathered around. What on earth happened? Who were you matchmaking for? Why did it turn sour? Surely, it cannot be for Su Ning, for she is already betrothed to the youngest son of the Jiang family, and their wedding date has been set. Who would dare propose at this juncture? That would be a blatant affront. The matchmaker felt somewhat embarrassed. She had no desire to become embroiled in such matters. However, the magistrate had pressured her into attending. Without her compliance, how could she continue her work? She awkwardly replied, "It is quite normal, is it not? There's an old saying, a good woman is sought after by many families. Before marriage, matchmaking is not unusual. It is merely a matter of how the Su family chooses to respond. Besides, the Jiang family merely tends to their fields. I am here on behalf of the county magistrate's only son. After all, should Su Ning marry him, their future would be assured." The villagers erupted in a cacophony of chatter. What? You are proposing for the son of the county magistrate? Does that mean he wishes to take Su Ning home? The butcher Su would never consent. Indeed, they had 3 daughters, and the youngest was to remain at home to attract a son-in-law. They had no intention of marrying her off. The matchmaker interjected, "That is of little concern. The magistrate's family has stated that if the Su family agrees, they will offer a bride price of 2,000 yuan, and in addition, they shall retain a son who will carry the Su family name." The villagers erupted into an uproar. To them, this so-called betrothal was merely about legacy, ensuring a grandson to carry on the family name. They were astonished that the magistrate's family had indeed agreed to such terms. In comparison, the Jiang family simply could not measure up. An only son, henceforth, all that the county magistrate possessed would belong to them. The child born into this union would surely enjoy a prosperous life, filled with wealth and power. Hearing their remarks, the matchmaker felt less discomfort. Indeed, this arrangement would benefit the Su family as well as both parties involved. As for the Jiang family, it is merely a matter of compensating a bit more. After all, there was no marriage, just an engagement, and many have called off engagements without much concern. The time is getting late, so I shall take my leave. Upon hearing these words, Qian Duo rubbed her face in disbelief, as if caught in a dream. How could such an absurdity occur? It was utterly outrageous. No, she must go speak with Su Ning immediately. Turning towards the pig farm, she rushed, breathless, and knocked on the door. Su Ning, open the door quickly. I have something to tell you." Hearing someone call her, Su Ning set aside her work to open the door, surprised to see her visitor. "Duo, what brings you here?" Qian Duo nodded vigorously, panting as she exclaimed, "There's been a huge problem. You must come with me, so I can explain." Once she had pulled Su Ning outside, ensuring no one else was around, she recounted the entire situation in detail, her urgency palpable. "I sense from that matchmaker's demeanor that she won't rest until your family gives their consent. Are you jesting? How could that possibly be? I have only met the county magistrate's son twice, barely exchanged words. How could he send someone to propose? And even threaten to take drastic measures? Is he out of his mind?" Qian Duo shared her sentiment, believing the matchmaker to be deranged. Yet the fact remained that he was the son of the county magistrate, which complicated matters. Su Ning felt as though she were in a surreal nightmare. The two fell into a heavy silence before she finally spoke. "What did my parents do? Did they not return the items?" "They did return them. Uncle Su handed them back. However, from the matchmaker's tone, it seems she will not easily relent. With a sigh, Qian Duoer continued. You might as well consider hastening your wedding. Getting married sooner would prevent any lingering troubles. Some individuals are unpredictable, and who knows what they might do. As she spoke, Qian Duoer furtively glanced around, covering her mouth in fear. Su Ning responded affirmatively. As long as her family did not agree, no one could force her into marriage. As for that man who threatened to harm himself, he could do as he pleased. Why should she sacrifice her happiness for someone so mentally unstable? Duoer, thank you for informing me. I now know how to proceed. Just be cautious. I have heard from the older women that if other villages have their eyes on a girl, they may resort to unscrupulous tactics to force a marriage. In any case, try not to walk alone at night. Just hang in there until the wedding. After all, he is the county magistrate's son. He wouldn't dare abduct someone else's wife. Would he? Qian Duoer spoke earnestly. Perhaps he is still fixated on you because you are not yet married, leading him to act irrationally in an attempt to secure an engagement. A flash of anger crossed Su Ning's eyes. She cared little for his fate. Such self-absorbed men were indeed unwell. Watching Duoer walk away, Su Ning resumed her tasks at the pig farm, returning home early that afternoon. In the main room, the family of 3 sat together. Ning, we have declined that proposal. Rest assured, we would never engage in such a disgraceful act of reneging on an engagement. Yes, I understand, but I wonder what the county magistrate thinks of us and whether he might create trouble for us. Some officials resort to all sorts of underhanded tactics. Su the butcher furrowed his brow and shook his head. Surely not. It is already ludicrous for a county magistrate to propose. He cannot possibly stoop to more disgraceful behavior. No worries. Let fate take its course. In any case, I shall observe the unfolding events quietly. You should interact with Gu Zhe as you see fit, and disregard the idle gossip from the villagers. Once the wedding is over, all will be well. Understood. Su Ning pondered for a moment and decided it was best to speak with Gu Zhe directly. It was preferable to clarify matters rather than allow rumors to reach his ears. What situation this is? Gu Zhe took a leisurely stroll to the foot of the mountain before returning home, sensing an unusual atmosphere within. Without inquiring further, he began to prepare the rabbits he had caught. Lin Shufen approached him hesitantly and spoke up. Xiao Zhe, have you heard about today's events? Heard what? Just speak plainly. Mother. Well, it's about the matchmaker from the county who came to propose for the county magistrate's only son to Su's family. The villagers are abuzz with the news, claiming that the magistrate's son is utterly infatuated with Su Ning, to the point of threatening to end his own life if he cannot marry her. Upon hearing this, Gu Zhe raised an eyebrow, feeling utterly speechless. Others might be coerced in a marriage, but the magistrate's family was attempting an outright abduction, coupled with theatrics of desperation. Reality, it seemed, was even more absurd than fiction. Lin Shufen sighed, recognizing the tumultuous nature of this marriage proposal. They had come so far, merely waiting for the wedding date. And now this chaos had erupted. I worry about what the magistrate might do. He might pressure the Su family into breaking off the engagement. What then for you two? Gu Zhe chuckled lightly, confident in his stance. Mother, fret not. Such things will not happen. I am not one to be taken advantage of, and this marriage will proceed as planned. A knock on the door interrupted their conversation. Su Ning entered, standing at the kitchen entrance. Aunt, I need to speak with Gu Zhe about a few matters. Lin Shufen was taken aback by her arrival, but nodded in understanding. All right, you young ones take your time. Xiao Zhe, speak candidly, and do not let misunderstandings arise. Yes, I understand, Mother. It's nothing to worry about. The two descended towards the foot of the mountain, and Su Ning turned to him thoughtfully. Have you heard about today's incident? I can explain. I truly have no connection with him. I cannot fathom why the magistrate's family would come to propose. Perhaps they are simply mad. Gu Zhe smiled at her words, his lips curling slightly. No matter. I know you are not that kind of person. The magistrate's family cannot force someone into agreement. However, if they insist on pursuing you, they might resort to underhanded tactics. If anything arises, you must inform me. Understood. Su Ning considered their rural background, knowing they had no ties to the magistrate's family. Even if they attempted something, what could they truly accomplish? Her only concern was Gu Zhe misunderstanding the situation. Everything else was secondary. As long as they addressed any issues together, there would be no conflict. Just trust me. When shall we go ring shopping and take wedding photos? Let us complete these preparations early to avoid a frenzy before the wedding. Guze nodded and gently patted her head. Indeed, let us disregard the villagers' chatter. We should focus on our plans. The more we explain, the more they will revel in gossip. It is wiser to remain calm and unresponsive. Suning let out a sound of agreement, feeling that this was the best way to handle the situation. Those individuals thrived on chaos. She could not possibly explain to each one that she had no connection to the county chief's son. Surely, she would marry Guzeshuan smoothly. They only needed to perform their respective duties. The opinions of others were of little consequence, and she was indifferent to whatever they chose to say. In the courtyard of the county chief's residence, the matchmaker hastily returned the items and departed, eager to avoid witnessing anything inappropriate that might later incite resentment. Lu Tingue's expression twisted momentarily, his eyes reflecting a deeper obsession. What did this mean? Was he being rejected? Why? What made him inferior to Guze? He sought answers from his parents, demanding to know where he fell short compared to him. They were already engaged, a matter set in stone. Why did he feel the need to intrude? There were countless young women in the world. Why fixate on just one? I don't care, he insisted. The moment I saw her, I couldn't look away. You don't understand that feeling. It's like the thought of not marrying her would be unbearable. Lu Tingue's gaze became distant, as if lost in a reverie, revealing a hint of sweetness. The first time I saw her, I was awestruck, and the second time was in the cinema. Among the crowd, she stood out to me. I couldn't take my eyes off her. Even just watching her in silence was enough. Observing his son in such a state, County Chief Lu Furring felt a pulse of frustration at his temples. It was as if the sky were collapsing. His son's behavior resembled that of a madman. Raking his fingers through his hair in despair, he said, I have done my best. If she is unwilling, there is nothing more I can do. You need to come to terms with this. If it becomes unbearable, we can seek help at the hospital. Tiangue, is there truly no issue with your mind? Lu Furring pointed at his own head, clearly suspecting his son's sanity, causing Lu Tiangue's countenance to darken. I am fine. What is wrong with having feelings for a girl? Lu Furring inhaled deeply. It is indeed a grave error. She is already engaged, and you're trying to take her away. Do you understand the implications? Reflect on this matter calmly. I have other responsibilities to attend to. Do not act recklessly. With that, he exited, rubbing his aching head in exasperation. Had he known, he would have ensured he had 2 sons. At least one would have been a competent heir. That day, Lu Tingue was considerably quieter, alleviating some of Lu Furring's anxiety. However, in the dead of night, he was abruptly awoken by a loud knocking at the door. He sprang from his bed, opening the door with irritation. What is it? Why are you making such a racket at this hour? Sir, there has been a fire at the young master's place. Lu Furring's pupils dilated as his expression darkened. What did you say? Was anyone rescued? Where's my son? Yes, he was saved, but he is unconscious. We must hurry to the hospital. Without hesitation, he donned a coat and slipped on his slippers, rushing to the hospital. Once there, he paced anxiously in the corridor, overwhelmed with worry about his son's condition. Sun Fengyi covered her face, weeping uncontrollably. He is my only son. If anything were to happen to him, I would have no reason to live. Lu Furring muttered under his breath. What a delusion. She's merely a woman. How stunning could she possibly be to ensnare my son so completely? What should I do? If he cannot marry her, it would be dreadful. Both parents were engulfed in anguish. When the doctor finally emerged, they hurried forward, anxiety etched across their faces. Doctor, how is our son? Is he all right? Everything is fine. He was brought in just in time. He only needs to be on in 4 for a couple of days. He inhaled a bit of smoke. Good. As long as he's safe. A wave of relief washed over Lu Furring. Had anything happened to his son, how could he continue living? Yet, the current safety felt fleeting. The boy had become so fixated. What could they do? They stood vigil by the bedside, watching their pallid son, hearts heavy with concern. Dear, what shall we do next? When he awakens, will he not cause a ruckus again? I don't know. For now, we must take it one step at a time. If things truly become untenable, we will devise another plan. He was reluctant to confront Su Tahutu, but in the face of his son's safety, some decisions were unavoidable. It was indeed a difficult situation. If only he had another son, perhaps it would not be so dire. Certain thoughts, once stirred, were challenging to suppress. Sun Fengyi remained in tears, utterly at a loss regarding her son. She could neither scold him nor strike him. It was truly disheartening. It was all that wretched girl's fault. Previously, her son had been stubborn, but never to the extent of life and death, behaving as if possessed. He was a completely different person now. Chapter 73. Termination of the restaurant partnership. Lu Tiangue woke in a daze, confronted by two pairs of concerned eyes. Before he could grasp the situation, he was interrupted by the sound of wailing. Sun Fengyi, filled with a mix of heartache and frustration, struck his side in a manner that conveyed her disappointment. "What are you doing? Are you trying to drive us to despair? We have pampered you since childhood, ensuring you faced no hardships, and this is how you repay us? You would risk your life over a woman? Do you not realize that had someone not intervened, you could have perished in flames?" "Oh, my son." Lu Tiangue, bewildered, could not comprehend. Aside from that instance of jumping into the lotus pond to frighten them, he had never contemplated death. He had yet to fully enjoy the life of a young master. How could he possibly want to die? He had merely leapt into the pond, aware that the water was shallow. He wouldn't drown, or else he would not have jumped. Fire? When had he ever set a fire? Seeing his son's vacant gaze, Lu Furuin assumed it was due to his emotional turmoil and sighed. "Well, since you were so enamored with Su Ning, I will find a way for you. Regardless of the circumstances, you are my only son. I could never bear to watch you perish. I will devise a plan regarding the Su family. But you must promise not to entertain any dark thoughts." He glanced at the window, having deliberately chosen a ground floor room. Should his son act impulsively and leap, he would not meet a fatal end. Lu Tiangue had initially wanted to inquire how he had arrived at the hospital, but upon hearing this, he refrained, thinking it sufficient that his father was willing to negotiate with the Su family. It appeared his ploy had succeeded. Lowering his head in silence, he endeavored to suppress the smile, threatening to break forth, acquiescing to the situation. Lu Furuin patted his shoulder and, after offering a few words of advice, turned to leave. Since he had promised his son, there were certain matters, however unscrupulous, that he felt compelled to undertake. Lu Tiangue and the others departed, and he sat up, his mind racing. What has happened to me? Why am I in the hospital? Ah, you don't remember? Last night, you attempted to take your own life by setting a fire, and it was only thanks to the housekeeper that you were carried out. Otherwise, you might not have survived. Attempted suicide by fire? Sun Fengyi was taken aback by his reaction, fearing her son might have lost his mind, unable to recall the events of the previous night. She hurriedly rushed out, calling, "Doctor, doctor, please come quickly." Lu Tiangue slowly began to piece together the fragments of his memory. He had experienced insomnia and, after being awakened by the cold, decided to burn some paper for warmth. Eventually, he had succumbed to sleep. It seemed as if a spark had ignited somewhere, leading to the fire. His parents assumed he was troubled by matters of the heart, which was indeed a misunderstanding, but he had no intention of revealing the truth. As long as his father had a goal in mind, he was certain it could be achieved. He desired Su Ning, and regardless of the means, he would obtain her. Having never lacked for anything in his life, he absolutely would not allow himself to be denied the woman he desired. The doctor arrived promptly, examined him closely, and found no apparent issues. Hesitantly, he inquired, "Has your son experienced some kind of trauma? This emotional distress requires a remedy for the heart." He noted that while there were no significant physical ailments, it would be beneficial for the parents to spend more time with him, offering comfort and guidance. Should the situation prove too severe, it might be prudent to seek help in a larger city, where specialists in such matters could be found. Unfortunately, there were limited options locally for treating emotional issues. Upon hearing this, Sun Fengyi nearly broke down in tears. Her poor son had changed so drastically in such a short time. How would they manage moving forward? "Oh, my child, you must not despair. It is merely a matter of wanting to marry Su Ning. Your father will find a way. You must remain hopeful and not consider such drastic actions." Lu Tiangue, noticing her distress, nodded in agreement. "All right, I will try my best." Meanwhile, at the state-run hotel, two figures emerged, one following the other. The plump man wore a somewhat forced smile. "County head, do we truly need to proceed in this manner?" You mentioned that pig farm is reliable, correct? I require a substantial quantity each month, and we absolutely cannot afford to have any diseased pigs tarnish our reputation. I trust you understand my concerns. Lu Fruin's expression turned serious. Rest assured, should any issues arise, I will take full responsibility. While the pork from the butcher's family is of high quality, you are well aware that it comes at a steep price. If you choose the farm I suggested, the savings of 2 dimes per pound will go directly into your pocket. After all, meat is meat, wouldn't you agree? Zhao Gang's eyes gleamed with understanding. He realized the logic behind this arrangement. Currently, working as a chef netted him a modest monthly income, but the desire for more was ever present. If the quality of meat were comparable, then the extra savings would benefit him, allowing him to work even harder for the restaurant's success. Moreover, with the county head's endorsement, should any complications arise, he could easily shift the blame onto him, and as long as he kept his dealings discreet, no one would be the wiser. After a brief moment of hesitation, he readily agreed. Understood. I shall ensure this matter is handled with utmost care. Coincidentally, our contract with the Su family is set to expire in a couple of days, and we shall not be renewing the meat supply agreement for the following year. Zhao Gang asserted with conviction. Though I feel a tinge of regret for the Su family, it cannot be denied that they were inflexible in negotiations. In business, we cannot merely rely on personal sentiments. Lu Fruin nodded with a smile. You grasp my intent well. This situation will yield only benefits for you, none of detriment. However, discretion is paramount. We must not let anyone catch wind of this. Understood. You may rest easy, Zhao Gang replied. I must take my leave now. As Lu Fruin exited the Fortune restaurant, his mind was busy calculating the ramifications of severing ties with the Su family. Presently, every restaurant and canteen has designated suppliers, and with the cessation of the Su family's provisions, they would undoubtedly struggle to find new clients in the short term. Even if they sought other establishments, they would inevitably need to come to him for introductions. A slight pushback would surely bring them to their knees. In doing so, the initiative would rest firmly with them, making it simpler to extricate the Su family from the impending marriage arrangement with the Jiang family. Furthermore, outsiders would be less inclined to gossip, as the dissolution of the engagement would be initiated by the Su family, with the marriage of his son seemingly secured. The next step would be to urge them to hasten the arrival of grandchildren. Despite any premarital apprehensions, the presence of children would surely soften hearts. Lu Fruin, having contemplated these matters, proceeded directly to the hospital to visit his son. Upon seeing him, Lu Tiangui's eyes gleamed with anticipation. When Lu Fruin nodded, a wave of relief washed over him, prompting him to inquire, "Father, what have you done? Please, share the details with me." "Why the barrage of questions?" Lu Fruin retorted. "I merely facilitated circumstances. When the Su family comes seeking our assistance, we will broach the subject of marriage then. They are to wed in 2 months' time, and we must resolve this before that. You must cease any further mischief, do you hear? Stay alive and well until the wedding, and ensure there are a couple of children thereafter. Only then will I feel assured." "Father, I understand, and you may rest assured." On the last day of the month, the butcher from the Su family arrived with 3 pigs, cheerfully proclaiming, "Brother Zhao, I have brought the meat for you. Please inspect it. I assure you it is the freshest available. I had it slaughtered and delivered immediately, so it will not hinder your business." Zhao Gang responded with a somewhat perfunctory smile. "Brother Su, rest assured I can settle the payment. Let us visit the bank to withdraw the funds. I will clear this month's pork bill in full. Conveniently, there will be no need for deliveries next month." Initially taken aback, the butcher nodded in agreement, but upon grasping the implications of Zhao Gang's words, he paused in disbelief. "Wait, what did you just say? No deliveries next month? What do you mean by that?" "In the most literal sense, our contract is indeed signed annually. This contract is set to expire at the end of this month. I am prepared to settle the payment now, and we shall not be collaborating further." Once uttered, this declaration was understood by all those accompanying the butcher, indicating an unwillingness to continue their partnership. Having entered into a 3-year agreement, the sudden termination was unexpected. The butcher pressed his lips together and spoke. "Brother Zhao, are you dissatisfied with the pricing? If that is the case, we can certainly negotiate." Zhao Gang waved his hands dismissively. his resolve unwavering. No need, Brother Su. In our previous discussions, you were adamant, insisting that the costs of pig farming were prohibitive. Business often unfolds in such a manner. If compatibility is lacking, then so be it. Your pork is indeed delectable, yet there are others who offer the same. Shogun, are you jesting with me? This year, it was you who insisted on increasing the supply of pork. I acquiesced to your suggestion. Now that I have invested money, your sudden withdrawal is utterly excessive. Su the butcher could not suppress his ire. If you no longer wish to collaborate, you should have communicated that sooner. To halt supply today and expect me to find clients by tomorrow is unreasonable. We have been partners for 3 years. Should you choose to forego the goods, that is acceptable, but a timely warning would allow us to seek alternatives. It is not fair to play with people's livelihoods in this manner. Zhao Gang remained silent, his expression stern. He discerned the county chief's dissatisfaction with the Su family, and since he had aligned himself with the chief, he deemed it unnecessary to extend further consideration. Well, old Su, do you require payment for this month or not? If you do not, then so be it. Starting next month, you need not deliver meat, as others will take your place. Su the butcher, contemplating the payment for this month's meat, stifled his anger, though his countenance betrayed his displeasure. Let us go to the bank and settle this month's payment. Engaging in disputes now would prove futile. Securing the money was paramount. Within an hour, the transaction was completed. And as Su the butcher departed with his men, Zhao Gang spat in disdain. Bah, merely a swineherd, reeking of filth. What does he put on before me? He does not even realize he has offended me. Let him deal with his own troubles. I shall no longer entertain him. The atmosphere on the journey back was heavy. Su the butcher furrowed his brow, troubled by thoughts of the pigs ready for market. Each additional day they remained would consume precious feed. Yet, neglecting their care would render them lean and less valuable. A true dilemma. Uncle Lao Jin cursed under his breath. Zhao Gang always seeks to exploit. Our pork is of high quality, and we have generously provided him with free samples, allowing him to benefit significantly. He is nothing but greedy, wanting to profit from the price difference. This meat is already reasonably priced. If we reduce it further, how shall we sustain our farm? San Shui concurred. Indeed, every time I see that scoundrel, it irks me. However, he does pay promptly. If we cease our collaboration, what shall become of the pigs ready for market? Keeping them incurs costs, and our farm's expenses are already higher than others. It would be a significant loss if we cannot find clients swiftly. That wretched Zhao should have informed us earlier. Su the butcher contemplated Zhao Gang's inconsistent demeanor, sensing something amiss. If he truly wished to sever ties, why had he been so enthusiastic previously? Perhaps some unforeseen circumstance had transpired, or perhaps another party offered a lower price, enticing Zhao Gang to seek greater profits. In the face of self-interest, anything is conceivable. Fear not. If this one fails, we shall seek another. I will visit the county chief tomorrow to inquire about any restaurants in need of pork supplies, Su the butcher declared solemnly. The county chief holds information on all eateries, and he would undoubtedly have leads on those seeking to procure pork. With a little incentive, connections could be forged. The county magistrate is quite efficient in his dealings. It should proceed smoothly. After instructing them to keep matters confidential, the butcher, Su, returned home to discuss with his daughter, Ning Ning. Tomorrow, I plan to visit the county magistrate and bring some gifts as a gesture of goodwill. Su Ning expressed her concerns. Father, why has our benefactor suddenly ceased cooperation? There were no prior indications. None at all, he replied. Last time, he was very enthusiastic. This change seems abrupt. I suspect someone has offered them significantly lower prices for supplies, and Zhao Gang stands to gain more benefits, hence his reluctance to partner with us. Supander, if this is indeed the case, the county magistrate must be aware. The uncertainty lies in whether he will disclose it. With a slow exhale, Su reassured. It matters not if the magistrate chooses silence. Business relies on one's own capabilities. If we refuse to lower our prices, someone else will. As long as the quality remains high, we need not worry about sales. We can simply invest more effort to find another supplier. Su Ning responded. Then I will accompany you tomorrow. No need for that. Given our previous refusal of the magistrate's proposal for marriage, I fear he may already harbor displeasure. Your presence could complicate matters. Instead, go with Gu Zhe to procure wedding items. Until the marriage occurs, I find it difficult to feel at ease. Understood, father. What Su did not voice was his concern regarding the connection to the magistrate. Having had prior interactions, he doubted the magistrate would engage in such actions unless it concerned his son. Even the most rational individuals, when faced with matters of their offspring, often find it challenging to remain entirely impartial. The following morning, Su rode his bicycle to town, purchasing tobacco and liquor to present to the magistrate. He anticipated a meeting but was met with disappointment, facing a cold reception. He waited from morning until afternoon, only to be told to wait again. This was an unprecedented occurrence, causing a heaviness in his heart. As dusk approached without a sight of the magistrate, he reluctantly returned home in the dark. Upon his return, Zhao Qianghua felt a sense of relief. After learning of the situation, she instinctively remarked, "Why do I feel that the magistrate is deliberately avoiding you? Did you not sense it?" "Yes, and that is why I mentioned it could be troublesome," he replied. Chapter 75. Matters heard in the hospital ward. Lu Tianghua, upon hearing the conversation, grew anxious. "Father, why do you refuse to meet him? This is the perfect opportunity to negotiate terms. If we miss this chance, who knows when the next will arise?" Lu Foreign retorted sharply, "Fool, the Su family lost a client and immediately sought me out. If I present conditions now, do you think they want to suspect me? We are to become in-laws, not adversaries, do you understand?" Deliberately keeping him in suspense serves two purposes: to absolve me of suspicion and to compel him. The more desperate he becomes, the more he will appreciate timely assistance. Such gratitude is never forgotten. Remember, he continued, one should not engage in acts that merely enhance an already favorable situation. Rather, one should wait until others find themselves at a dead end, then offer assistance. Such favors are owed for a lifetime. Lu Tinghua's eyes brightened at this wisdom, and he smiled. "Father, your cunning knows no bounds. By doing this, the Su family will owe us a debt of gratitude, ensuring that Su Ning, once married, will always feel indebted to me. I do not wish to be regarded as her adversary, for we must coexist peacefully. Being seen as a benefactor is undoubtedly more gratifying." The father and son exchanged glances, sharing a smile. Lu Foreign, seated comfortably, exuded an air of strategic foresight. "Rest assured, the Su family cannot evade us. If they seek clients, they must come through me for assurance. Otherwise, who would trust their pork?" He advised, "Be patient and do not let your mind wander aimlessly. Impatience will not yield the desired results. You understand?" "Indeed, I comprehend. I will heed my father's counsel." In the hospital lobby, Su Qingqing was collecting medication. Her mother-in-law required a considerable amount of medicine each month, yet her son, who was hospitalized, was forbidden from fetching it himself. It was truly exasperating for her to have to run around. While standing in line, someone tapped her shoulder from behind. Irritated, Su Qingqing turned and exclaimed, "Who is it? What is the point of tapping? It's bothersome." Upon seeing the person's face, her expression softened, and she quickly adjusted her demeanor to greet warmly. "Oh, it's Aunt Pang. You're here for medicine as well?" "Indeed, Qingqing. Are you unwell?" "It's not for me. It's for my mother-in-law, who is in poor health and requires medication monthly. Winley is too busy with work, so it falls to me to fetch the medicine and prepare the herbal concoction." Aunt Pang smiled and praised, "Qingqing, you are truly filial. Any family would be fortunate to have you as a daughter-in-law. It's a pity your sister seems oblivious to her good fortune." Perplexed, Su Qingqing asked, "Aunt Pang, what do you mean by that? Surely you are aware that the county magistrate has sent a matchmaker to propose to your sister? He is the county magistrate, after all, with a well-educated only son." Aunt Pang added with a hint of envy, "What a shame your parents have their sights set on Gu Zhe as a prospective son-in-law, turning down the magistrate as proposal. Your sister really ought to think more clearly. What family wouldn't desire an alliance with the county magistrate? Marrying into such a family, as long as she bears a son, wouldn't everything in the household ultimately belong to her? Why settle for a rural bumpkin? True, Gu Zhe is handsome, but a man's looks alone cannot sustain a household. Without the ability to earn a living, disputes are bound to arise over time." Su Qingqing's expression fluctuated between contemplation and dismay. "Well, She merely married out. She wasn't sold. Now, when there are matters at home, they don't even bother to inform her. They're not afraid of offending the magistrate by rejecting his only son as proposal. What kind of spell has she cast on Guzé? Forcing a smile, she replied, I understand now. Thank you, Aunt Pang, for bringing this to my attention. Indeed, the magistrate's son would be a splendid match, but my sister, well, you know her, stubborn and peculiar. Having never been married, she doesn't grasp the advantages of marrying into a family of good standing. With an only son, as long as she bears a boy, her status would be secure. Aunt Pang nodded in agreement. Precisely. It's unfortunate your parents are unwilling, for this might well offend the magistrate. Who knows if they will face repercussions in the future? Upon hearing this, Su Qingqing felt a twinge of anxiety. I understand. I will call home to inquire further. Thank you, Aunt Pang, for sharing this with me. Not at all. However, please do not mention this to your parents. I would want them to think I'm meddling. You understand my intent, don't you? Rest assured, I will keep it to myself. Annie laughed even more radiantly, leaving one to wonder if the Su and Jiang families would successfully unite in marriage, or if there would be lingering grievances. After returning with the medication, Su Qingqing made a phone call. It was quickly answered on the other end. Hello, who is this? Second daughter, what brings you to call? Mother, I have a question. Did the county magistrate's family send a matchmaker to propose? Why would you reject such a fine match? Have you lost your senses? Zhao Qionghua's expression darkened upon hearing this, her tone turning frosty. Silence. If you cannot speak wisely, then keep your mouth shut. What do you mean by a fine match? Your sister is already engaged. Are you blind? To back out halfway is sheer folly. Who told you this? You, a married daughter, should mind your own affairs. Just focus on your own life. I'll warn you, should you meddle. Do not blame me for taking matters into my own hands. Su Qingqing scoffed, her face brimming with defiance. Mother, it appears this matter is indeed true. I do not understand. Why would you dismiss a better son-in-law in favor of a peasant? What are you truly thinking? The Jiang family can afford to lose a bit of money. It is the man who would suffer, but my sister would bear the brunt of the loss. Simply paying to annul the engagement would be much simpler. Do you not realize how advantageous it would be to have the son of a county magistrate as a son-in-law? The family business would flourish with just a few clients introduced. You could expand the pig farm and see profits rolling in. Zhao Qianghua rolled her eyes, recognizing that her second daughter had always been the most self-serving. She would do anything that benefited her, devoid of any sense of decency. Now, her singular focus was on ingratiating herself with the in-laws, yet they treated her with indifference, using her as a pawn without her awareness. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Qianghua stated, Are you finished? This matter does not concern you. Stay out of your sister's affairs. She is not going to marry. It is imperative to have a son-in-law enter the family. I do not care how favorable the county magistrate's conditions are. That holds no relevance for us. As long as there is enough money to live comfortably, your sister's marriage will suffice. Refrain from meddling. Enough. Go tend to your ailing mother-in-law. Spare me your calls. I did not raise you to be so ungrateful. With that, she hung up the phone with a sharp click, feeling a pang of irritation in her chest. This second daughter always vanished to the first sign of trouble, yet clung tenaciously to any potential benefit. Who was spreading such rumors? She patted her slightly aching chest and slumped into a chair, feeling drained. Chapter 76. The second daughter arrives with scent. Su Qingqing gazed at the disconnected phone, not allowing it to trouble her heart. The process mattered little to her. What was paramount was the outcome, which was successfully extracting information. She did not genuinely wish for her sister to find a good match. Rather, she believed that if the Su family could ally with the county magistrate's family, their business prospects would improve, leading to wealth. With all three daughters married off, the family assets would be divided equally, ensuring no one could monopolize the family's fortune. However, if her younger sister were to invite a son-in-law into the family, the inheritance would solely belong to her. This was something she could not tolerate. Furthermore, as long as my younger sister can be married off, the matter of continuing the Su family's lineage can be disregarded. The county magistrate's family would never allow their grandson to take the Su surname. In this way, I would also benefit financially, and my son would have the means to purchase a house in the future, which would elevate my standing in my in-laws' eyes. In short, my sister's marriage brings far more advantages to me, her elder sister, than her remaining at home to attract suitors. People often die for wealth, and birds perish for food. Such a splendid opportunity must not be missed. During dinner that evening, Su Qingqing shared this matter, observing her husband's eyes light up with excitement. She proudly proclaimed, "What do you think? My sister truly possesses remarkable talent. Even in engagement, she has managed to captivate the county magistrate's son, ensuring that our Su family forms a bond with the county magistrate, which will undoubtedly enhance our financial prospects." Upon hearing this, her mother-in-law, unusually devoid of her usual sarcasm, momentarily revealed an inkling of calculation in her gaze before smiling and saying, "Indeed, that is wonderful news. However, what about the one your sister was previously engaged to?" "Simple." Su Qingqing replied confidently, "I will handle it. If the other party has any sense of pride, they will not hinder my sister's chance to marry into a good family." Su Qingqing narrowed her eyes and stated earnestly, "I shall return home tomorrow to speak with my parents. If they fail to comprehend the situation, I will approach Guzay. I refuse to believe that after such upheaval, the Jiang family will not harbor grievances against the Su family. With grievances, this marriage cannot come to fruition." The mother and son exchanged a glance, communicating silently. He complimented her. "Indeed, Qingqing is impressive. Tomorrow, you should bring some gifts for your family. We cannot return empty-handed, lest they accuse us of lacking manners." Understood, Su Qingyin replied. Early the next morning, she purchased some peach crisps and sugar before riding back home. She inquired about fruit prices, but, deeming them too expensive, decided against buying any, reserving her funds to buy snacks for her son instead. Upon arriving home, she pushed the door open and called out, "Father, Mother, I have returned to see you. Where is everyone?" Zhao Qianghua emerged from the house, her brow furrowed upon seeing her second daughter. "What brings you here?" "Mother, how can you say that? I am your biological daughter. Am I not allowed to come and see you? Where is father? I have brought you some peach crisps." "No need for that. Take them back for the children." She replied, "Now, what is it that you want?" Su Qingqing smiled brightly. "Nothing significant, just thought I would come and chat with you. By the way, where is uncle? Has he gone to the pig farm?" Zhao Qianghua shook her head. "No, he is out on business." "Oh, what business? Do not ask so many questions. Go fetch me a glass of water." "Certainly, I shall do that." Su Qingqing was very attentive, pouring the water and returning to stand behind her mother, gently massaging her shoulders as she tentatively broached the subject. "Mother, have you truly not considered my sister's situation?" Zhao Qianghua scoffed. "Not at all. This matter does not concern you. Do not meddle." "How can it not concern me? I am my sister's elder sister. I wish for her happiness. You too have been in her position. Do you not know that marrying into a respectable family leads to a comfortable life? What does Guzay have to offer? Choosing the county magistrate's only son brings countless benefits. At the very least, it could help father gain more clients, thereby increasing our family's earnings. There is no need. As long as the money is sufficient, what is the point of earning more?" Su Qingqing rolled her eyes, questioning how anyone could dislike money. It seemed utterly foolish to her. "Mother, we currently have only one client, Heo Yunlai. What will happen if something goes awry and we lose this client? Have you not considered how we would manage the pig farm?" Zhao Qianghua turned to her and asked, "How do you know there will be a problem? Who told you this?" "Mother, are you suggesting that Heo Yunlai is in trouble and will no longer require our deliveries?" "I knew something would happen. My suspicion was correct." "You guessed it. Even with your limited intellect, you were able to deduce that?" Su Qingyin poté, slightly annoyed. "Mother, why do you always underestimate me? My mind is quite sharp, and I always make accurate predictions. Father is likely out seeking the county magistrate. I advise you against seeking him. It would be futile. He would relish any trouble we encounter. Right now, he would only take the opportunity to vent his frustrations and would not assist your father. Our pig farm is in dire straits." Zhao Qianghua felt a tightening in her chest and stood up, pushing her away. "Once you finish speaking, you should leave. I've been unwell these past few days and have no time for your bickering. Go back to your in-laws." "Mother, I have just returned. On what grounds do you send me away?" Su Qingqing, unfazed, defiantly declared, "I shall not leave. If you doubt me, wait until father returns. The truth will be evident." "Refusing to leave, are you? Then you shall be responsible for cooking lunch. Go and kill a chicken for soup." Why we eat chicken at noon? That sounds like more trouble. Zhao Qianghua picked up a feather duster, her expression stern. Will you go or not? If not, then you may leave. Su Qingqing felt a twinge of fear at the sight of the feather duster and quickly sprang up. All right, fine, I will go. Mother, you truly need to temper your temper. Being ill and still angry. Who can endure your temperament? No wonder your grandparents have distanced themselves from you. If you continue to chatter, I will throw you out. Zhao Qianghua placed a hand over her heart, watching her second daughter leave, taking deep breaths to calm herself. It was a torment to have given birth to such a troublesome child. When Su Tuhu returned at noon, he was surprised to see his second daughter, but chose not to comment. He turned to his wife and said, Wife, I am back. How do things go? I still have not seen anyone. They say the county magistrate's son's residence caught fire, and the magistrate is at the hospital tending to his son. I plan to buy some expensive supplements tomorrow and visit the hospital. Leaning against the kitchen doorframe, Su Qingqing interjected, Father, do you not think this is merely an excuse? They just do not wish to see you. Even if I seek them out at the hospital, if they do not want to meet, it will only offend them further. It will be better to go directly to the government building. Su Tuhu glanced at her. Do you think I have not already been there? I went to the government building, but still did not meet anyone. Do you understand now why you are home today? I came to see you. Once the meal is ready, we can sit down and chat. At noon, Su Ning was not home, leaving only the three of them to sit down for dinner. Chapter 77. Kneeling is a shortened life. Su Qingqing served them chicken soup and said slowly, Father and Mother, I believe that this matter with Heo Yunlai will be of no use, even if you seek out the county magistrate. The county magistrate merely acts as a connector. If Luck refuses to accept our family's pork, then the magistrate's words are of no consequence. We must seek other clients, but what are the offense caused? They have already sent a matchmaker to propose, and you have shown them no respect by refusing. Now, to seek their favor again, does that not amount to slapping oneself in the face? Su Butcher slammed his chopsticks down heavily, expressing his dissatisfaction. What do you mean by this? Speak plainly. Su Qingqing smiled and replied, My meaning is quite evident. Since the magistrate's son insists on marrying no one but my sister, it would serve us better for her to visit him in person rather than make repeated attempts ourselves. Regardless of the circumstances, this matter originated with my sister. If she conducted herself with propriety, she would not have attracted male attention. What I propose is simple. Let my sister bring some nourishing supplements to the hospital and see the magistrate's son. I will have only find out which ward he is in. A direct visit would yield far better results, and a few kind words could resolve this issue. As for Guze, it is merely a matter of compensating his family. What loss could he possibly sustain? Su Butcher suppressed his rising anger. Taking a deep breath, are you suggesting that your sister humble herself and plead? Is that not akin to selling her off? You truly are a remarkable sister. Do not harbor such malicious intentions. I am well aware of your schemes. Silence yourself. Speak another word, and I shall have you thrown out. He was nearly driven to madness. This wretched girl could not stand to see Ning Ning remain at home, and was intent on stirring trouble to divide the Su family's wealth for her own in-laws. How could he have fathered such a daughter? Su Qingqing, unperturbed, smiled cheekily. Father, do not be angry. I am merely conversing with you. If you are unwilling, then so be it. I am not forcing you. As long as you can bear the losses, it suffices. Each day, the pigs remain unsold translates to a loss of resources. It is wise to account for such losses. With that, she clapped her hands, rose gracefully, and departed. Intended to speak with Guze. It mattered not if her parents disapproved. Their favoritism towards her sister, wanting to keep her at home to carry on the family line, would not deter her. How rare an opportunity this was. She could not possibly relinquish it so easily. By the river, Guze sat on a stone, fishing. A voice approached. How fortuitous, my prospective brother-in-law. Are you here fishing? Have you caught anything? Guze glanced back briefly before dismissing her entirely. Su Qingqing felt a surge of indignation. What? Upon seeing your second sister, you cannot even muster a greeting? Is this the behavior expected of an educated man? Speak. What is it you wish to discuss? I am kind-hearted, and since we have crossed paths, I shall inform you. I hope you will take heed and not bring disgrace upon yourself. You are aware that the magistrate's son was rejected in his proposal to my sister, correct? Consequently, Our pig farm is suffering losses. My father is currently seeking clients from the magistrate. Guze's eyes flickered as he quickly grasped her implication. Sukinin continued. Her tone somber. Because of you, my parents have turned down the magistrate's family, and now, when they seek them, they are met with refusal. Our pigs cannot be sold. Do you comprehend the daily consumption of food? All these losses are attributed to you. If it weren't for our engagement, my family would not be in such a passive state. If you had any sense of propriety, you ought to inform my sister and cancel the marriage, allowing us to settle for some compensation and part ways amicably. Guze, with a leisurely demeanor, replied, Of course not. The matter of breaking off the engagement is not solely for an outsider like you to decide. Even if we were to dissolve the engagement, it should be Su Ning who addresses it with me. As for me, being the one entering your family, I will not take the initiative to propose a cancellation. Regarding your remarks about the clients, I am perplexed as to how you, an outsider, are so well informed. With every utterance of outsider, Su Qingqing's expression darkened. Indeed, those who are not of the same family do not enter the same door. This man is as detestable as Su Ning, with a tongue as venomous and a propensity for violence. I'm a member of the Su family and possess greater insight than you. What are you? A mere peasant? No. If you do not annul the engagement, are you aware of the consequences of the county magistrate's continuous targeting of my family? Gouche contemplated briefly, formulating several ideas. After all, he was merely a county magistrate, not someone to be overly wary of. Seeing him fall silent, Su Qingqing's temper flared. You're not mute. Why do you not speak? Sister, have you brushed your teeth? Do refrain from getting too close. Has no one ever mentioned your bad breath? The moment those words escaped her lips, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence for a few seconds. Su Qingqing's face transformed from pale to crimson, akin to a color palette, for she had never encountered anyone who dared to speak to her in such a manner. This wretched man, She raised her hand to strike, but Guze subtly shifted, sending a small stone flying towards her knee. Su Qingqing felt a sudden ache in her leg, and uncontrollably, she knelt down, the discomfort radiating from her knee known solely to her. She pressed her hand against the stone, unable to utter a word due to the pain. Guze turned his gaze towards her, his eyes glinting with amusement. Second sister, by lineage, you are technically my elder. Such a habit of kneeling upon our first meeting is rather unbecoming. I am uncertain whether I should assist you. For what if you were to accuse me falsely? Never mind. A man must maintain his integrity. Even if you're my second sister-in-law, it is prudent to keep a distance. You should rise on your own. There are many stones by the river, so tread carefully. Fury clouded Su Qingqing's vision, her mental restraint snapping. She wished for nothing more than to eliminate this man. His words were excessively caustic, even more so than that wretched girl Su Ning. May you perish, with a decisive flick of his wrist. Guze successfully caught a fish. Pleased, he tossed it into the wooden barrel, looking down at her. Second sister, it is getting late. You should return to rest soon. Do not kneel any longer. I have acknowledged your intentions, but such grand gestures are beyond my capacity to bear. Be off now. It is a considerable distance to the foot of the mountain. Should a wild beast descend and consume you, it would be quite unfortunate. Su Qingqing abruptly lifted her head, a chill coursing through her body. She disregarded everything else, scrambling to her feet and staggering away. Guze met her resentful gaze, maintaining a gentle smile as if he had not noticed, and waved her off. Sister, walk slowly and be cautious on your bicycle. Do not fall, or it may affect my wedding date with a Ning. You wait for me. Guze, I shall not permit you to marry my sister, for you are unworthy to be compared with the son of the county magistrate. Filled with indignation, Su Qingqing stormed off. Chapter 78. Sister's scheme and the water incident. The more Su Qingqing pondered, the angrier she became. A momentary distraction nearly caused her to tumble into the roadside ditch. She had never suffered losses at the hands of a man in succession. It was infuriating. Unable to contain her frustration, she cried out, This is maddening. She vented her rage by kicking the roadside, and after releasing her emotions, she stood up, mounted her bicycle, and rode off, her mind racing with thoughts of revenge against Guze upon her return. Su Qingqing headed straight to the hospital, seeking her husband's office. Just as she was about to push the door open, she discovered it was locked. Raising her hand, she knocked and called, "Wenli, it's me. Are you inside?" Glancing at the lock, she was unsure whether it had been secured from the inside or from the keyhole. Suddenly, she heard a clattering sound from within, as if something had fallen to the ground. The door then swung open, revealing Shun Wenli blocking the entrance, gazing at her. "Qingqing, what brings you here?" "Oh, I came to inquire about which ward the county magistrate's son is in. I wish to have a word with him, since he had previously come to our home to propose to my younger sister." Su Qingqing detected a strange odor and sniffed the air. "Wenli, what is that peculiar smell in your office? Is there spoiled clothing?" A flicker of guilt crossed Shun Wenli's eyes as he hastily obstructed the doorway. "No, it's likely due to the overcast weather these past few days. The office hasn't been ventilated properly. My dear, you mentioned the county magistrate's son earlier. He is in room 101. If you intend to visit, do so quickly, as they are to be discharged tomorrow, and it may not be convenient to find him then." "Wenli, how do you know this? Did you check beforehand?" The woman behind him fidgeted nervously, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. She wished to hastily dismiss him, replying, "Yes, I remembered you mentioned it last night, so I looked it up today. Please hurry, and if time permits, let us return home together after work. I shall buy you some red yarn then." Su Qingqing beamed with happiness. "Wenli, you are so kind to me. I will go find the county magistrate's son now. I will see you after work. Should you have any clothes to change into, remember to bring them back. I will wash them for you tonight." Shun Wenli nodded, and, once she had walked away, he swiftly locked the door. He turned his attention to the woman who had caused the disruption, pushing her against the wall and indulging in his desires. The woman whimpered, "What? Are you so afraid of your wife knowing? I am not seeking any title from you. Why are you so fearful? Enough of her. How about we indulge ourselves?" "Oh, how vexing. Just remember to use protection. I do not wish to become a mother at a young age. Maintaining our relationship this way is quite delightful." Shun Wenli caressed the woman's face, nodding in satisfaction. "I too find this arrangement to be quite agreeable." The office curtains drawn, the two surrendered themselves to their desires, and once they had calmed, the nurse emerged, straightening her attire as she left. Su Qingqing entered room 101, casting a furtive glance at the occupant before stepping inside and shutting the door behind her. She sat beside the bed, her face alight with a smile as she addressed him. "You must be Lu Tiange, the son of the county magistrate." "Greetings, I am Su Yingjing, the second sister of Su Ning." Lu Tiange, initially poised to express his indignation, visibly softened upon hearing her words, his demeanor warming. "What brings you here? Or is it that your sister seeks me for something?" "Huh. As her elder sister, my intentions align with hers. I wish to discuss a matter with you." Su Qingqing lowered her voice and swiftly articulated her thoughts. "I concur that you and my younger sister are well suited. However, my parents are staunchly committed to their promises and believe that breaking off the engagement with the Jiang family is not an option. Given the current circumstances, we must devise a plan to navigate this predicament. I have a splendid idea. If it succeeds, your union will be realized without worry from the Jiang family. What do you think of the notion of a heroic rescue? We stage an incident where you save me, and then, upon hearing her proposal, Lu Tiangue hesitated. You are Su Ning's elder sister. How could you possibly wish to tarnish her reputation to facilitate our union? If I were to do such a thing, it would cast a shadow on your sister's name." Su Qingqing chuckled and waved her hand dismissively. "Oh, what matters reputation? When my sister once took my man, her own reputation was hardly pristine. It is of no consequence, as long as your happiness is secured." "What is your condition?" he inquired, knowing that no one would offer such assistance without expecting something in return. "Naturally, there are conditions. If you marry my sister and have children, not a single one shall bear the surname Su. This ensures that the Su family's fortune will be equally divided among the three sisters." Su Qingqing stated matter-of-factly, "I do not believe my request is unreasonable. Our parents have always favored my younger sister, intending to bequeath her the entire inheritance. If it pertains to marriage, I have no objections. However, if it is not through marriage, then as a married woman myself, the inheritance cannot solely belong to her. It must be shared. Do you have any objections to our children not carrying the Su surname?" Lu Tiangue couldn't help but chuckle, if the matter of inheritance was at stake. Her actions became more comprehensible. Of course, my children will bear the Liu surname, never the Su. Besides, even if we share the inheritance, our family will not suffer. Why not agree to this? They reached an understanding and arranged to meet the day after tomorrow in the woods near the pig farm, where a river awaited. Perfect for their plans. Su Qingqing left the hospital room with a smile. By the riverbank, the two sisters stood facing each other. Why did you call me here? If you do not speak, I shall leave. I have no time to waste. Su Qingqing, with a thud, knelt before her, gazing up with tear-filled eyes. Sister, do you still refuse to forgive me? That was so long ago. We are sisters. Let us put this behind us. What nonsense are you up to now? Do you enjoy kneeling? You may remain there if you wish. It is nearly dark, and I must return home. As Su Ning turned to leave, Su Qingqing grasped her clothing. With tears in her eyes, she choked out, I know you resent me. But I was young and foolish then, merely envious of our parents' favoritism. I promise I shall not behave this way again. A crisis has unfolded at home, prompting my concern for you, which is why I rushed to check on your well-being. Knowing you are safe brings me solace. But alas, your visit appears to be nothing more than idle chatter, utterly tiresome. Just as Su Ning turned away, she felt a sudden force at her waist, and her body uncontrollably toppled backward, a splash resonating in the air. The icy, biting chill began to seep through her, and Su Qingqing rose to her feet. Coldly observing the floundering figure in the water, a disdainful smile gracing her lips. Dear sister, I am merely looking out for your best interests. Do not fear. I am your beloved sister and would never harm you. Assistance shall arrive. You shall not come to any harm. Be a good girl. Su Qingqing called out into the woods. Lu Tiange, why are you not hastening to rescue her? Chapter 79. A humiliating predicament. A figure emerged from the thicket. None other than Lu Tiangue. Struggling in the water, Su Ning realized the treachery she had fallen victim to. Her second sister had conspired with outsiders against her own sibling. Despair and terror engulfed her, the light in her eyes dimming with each passing moment. She understood that if she were rescued today, her innocence would be lost, and any possibility with Gu Zhe would vanish. Gradually relinquishing her struggle, she allowed herself to sink. Seeing this, Lu Tiangue's expression turned frantic. Just as he was about to leap in, a gust of wind swept past, followed by the sound of another splash. Instinctively, he turned to look. Upon recognizing the figure that had plunged into the water, both he and Su Qingqing felt a tightening in their chests. Su Wing gritted her teeth. Cursing, incompetent fool, why did you not jump in earlier? How could that wretched Gu Zhe appear now when there was no one around moments ago? You dare to call me incompetent? You have quite the audacity. After falling into the water, Gu Zhe began searching for someone. Upon spotting a familiar silhouette, he grasped her arm and pulled upward, but Su Ning, in her confusion, believed he was Lu Tiangue and resisted being lifted. Unable to communicate underwater, Gu Zhe had no choice but to encircle her in his embrace, attempting to share air through their lips. As Su Ning felt the cool softness enveloping her, a refreshing scent of cedar wafted over, strikingly familiar, reminiscent of memories long held. When she opened her eyes to see the figure before her, shock filled her gaze as she reached out to touch his face. You. Not pausing for further words, Gu Zhe pulled her upwards. The sound of splashing water filled the air as they emerged, gasping for the fresh air of survival. Grateful to be alive, Su Ning clung to him tightly, her voice choked with emotion. You came. Thank goodness it was you. Gu Zhe gently patted her head, guiding her to the shore. Both drenched, they shivered in the cool autumn night as a chilly breeze swept past. Wait for me over there. I must attend to some matters. I shall return to escort you home shortly. Su Ning bit her lip, still able to sense his presence, gazing at him with utter dependence. All right, I will await your return. As they observed Gu Zhe approaching, they instinctively recoiled, exclaiming, Do not act recklessly. Murder is a crime. You wouldn't want to face dire consequences. Would you? How could that be? I have always believed in tit for tat, eye for an eye. You are unworthy of tainting my hands. Since you enjoy the game of drowning, I shall ensure you play it well. Gu Zhe observed the two attempting to flee, entirely unperturbed. He grasped his slingshot and aimed small stones at their knees, watching as they tumbled to the ground. He approached them deliberately, crouching down to survey them from a superior vantage point. Why the haste? I never intended to let you go. If you enjoy games so much, surely you must play them well before departing, he remarked. Ah, there are too few people here. You must feel quite discontented. Allow me to gather the entire village. A larger crowd will surely bring more excitement. Su Qingqing attempted to rise, but the pain in her legs rendered her immobile. Panic filled her eyes. No, you cannot do this. If they see us, my reputation will be ruined. The whispers and rumors will drive me to despair. I am your sister-in-law. We are family now, and you cannot treat me this way. Without hesitation, Gu Zhe delivered 2 sharp slaps, his expression cold. When you conspired with outsiders to tarnish my fiancée's reputation, did you ever consider the consequences for her? Remembering the scene I just witnessed, the look of resignation on Su Ning's face caused my heart to twist in agony. I have encountered many vile individuals, but never have I seen such malevolence from a sister against her own sibling. Very well, I shall grant her this. Let them experience the destruction of their own reputation. He bound the 2 and discarded them to the side. As he departed, they exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to comprehend his sudden exit. However, leaving was preferable. If they could escape, that would suffice. Su Qingqing feigned a pitiful demeanor, pleading, "Sister, please come and untie us. Gu Zhe is a madman. If he returns, he will surely seek revenge. If you let me go, I promise to change and never engage in such actions again." Su Ning regarded them with an impassive expression, her body trembling from the cold, choosing to ignore their pleas. The jarring sound of a gong resonated, prompting the 2 to turn towards the source. Indeed, it emanated from the direction of the village. Gu Zhe was making his way towards the river, striking the gong, his pace quickening as the villagers emerged from their homes, drawn by the noise. The 2 glared at him in fury. Are you insane? Why would you summon the villagers? You dare to treat me this way? My father is the county magistrate. He will not let this go unpunished. What are you shouting about? I have no intention of killing you. Come, let me help you cool off. Perhaps this will awaken your foolish and wicked minds. No need to thank me. Off you go. Gu Zhe untied their hands and, with a swift kick, sent one of them into the river, followed by the other. Clutching the gong, he took Su Ning's hand and ventured into the woods toward home. Su Ning glanced back at the 2 struggling in the river. Would they drown? No. The villagers were arriving, and besides, Lu Tige could swim. He would not perish, but their reputations would undoubtedly be shattered. Ning, do you blame me? How could I? I'm grateful that you came to my rescue. Otherwise, I had no intention of living through today. As for them, they brought this upon themselves. Those who plot against others must be prepared for retaliation. A smile tugged at Gu Zhe's lips. Indeed, in this aspect, you and I are well matched. After our marriage, we shall lead a blissful life together. Do not let the troubles of others weigh heavily on your heart. Above all, life itself is paramount. So, a woman's purity is of utmost importance. If her body is violated by others, then death would be a preferable resolution. Achoo, achoo. Have you caught a chill? Cool me. Let's return home for a warm bath to dispel the cold. The 2, glancing around to ensure no one was watching, emerged from the thicket and hastened towards home. Upon entering the yard, Su Ning continued to sneeze incessantly. Zhao Qianghua observed their drenched appearance, perplexed, and asked, "What has happened to you 2? Did you fall into the river?" Gu Zhe replied softly, "Aunt, please boil some hot water for Ning to bathe, and let her drink some ginger tea while we discuss matters slowly. There may be significant trouble at home shortly." Trouble? Su Ning rushed to fetch her father's clothes, urging Gu Zhe to change quickly lest he catch a cold. Before long, they sat in the main room sipping ginger tea, facing the couple, the Su butchers who, after hearing their account, struck the table with a loud bang. Su Butcher gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Wretched girl! She is nothing but a wretched girl, conspiring with outsiders against her own sister and severing ties. She must be cut off completely." Their faces were dark with fury, hearts aching with indignation. Gu Zhe turned towards the door and said, "Uncle Su, and the most pressing matter isn't this incident, but rather how to handle what follows." Su Ning refuses to admit to returning from the river. As for the affair between second sister and Lu Tige, too many villagers witnessed it. It cannot be concealed. This is my doing, and I apologize to you both. Chapter 80. Finding a channel. Su Butcher waved his hand, sighed. This matter is not your fault. On the contrary, we are grateful that you protected Ning Ning. If there is blame, it lies with us for failing to guide our second daughter properly. Now that she has suffered, she can only reap what she has sown. I shall speak to my son-in-law. Let them create a ruckus as they please. When Ning Ning goes upstairs, let her act as if nothing has happened. Guze, you should return home as well and pretend to be unaware of this incident. Should anyone inquire, do not speak of it. I will handle the villagers. I shall call my son-in-law now to have this disgrace taken away, while the matter concerning the county chief's son will be dealt with by the village head. Guze nodded, mentally calculating the time. The villagers would soon return, and lingering any longer might lead to complications. He rose and said, Uncle Su, Aunt, I shall take my leave. Please look after Ning. Ensure she has a warm bath to ward off any chill. Su Ning gazed at him with concern. You too, be cautious on your way back, and do not catch a cold. Hurry home. Very well, I shall take my leave. Su Butcher entered the room to make a phone call, and upon emerging, he heard a knock at the door. Knowing that people had arrived, he composed himself and opened the door to find a throng of villagers, including two drenched individuals who resembled drowned rats, his own second daughter and the county chief's son, their faces appearing as if they had been struck. Feigning confusion, he asked, What is the meaning of this? The village head, his expression grim, instructed the other villagers to disperse before turning to the two drenched figures. Closing his eyes momentarily before speaking, Old Su, your second daughter, and this lad fell into the water. Ahem, please take her back. I will contact his family to see about retrieving him. Thank you for your assistance, village head. Su Butcher did not even glance at his daughter, coldly commanding, Get inside. Your husband will come to collect you shortly. Consider how you will explain this to him. Su Qingqing raised her head, gazing at him in disbelief. Father, you spoke of this matter to Wen Li? Why on earth would you do that? He will find out about Lu Tiangui's actions. He will divorce me. Have you lost your mind? Huh. If you fear divorce, why engage in such behavior? Do you believe tonight's events can remain concealed? The entire village will soon be abuzz with gossip. There is no escaping it. Su Tuis's words fell on deaf ears. Su Qingying's shouted defiantly. I don't care what others do. You are my father. How dare you instigate discord between my husband and me? Who permitted you to divulge this matter? With two swift slaps, Zhao Xianghua, unable to contain her frustration at Su Qingqing's refusal to accept her mistakes, struck her. With a face full of disappointment, she said, Have you calmed down? If not, I shall continue. How could I have given birth to such a foolish child? I have yet to settle the score regarding your scheming against your sister, and you still have the audacity to raise your voice here. Grasping her chin, she lifted Su Qingqing's face. I have told you repeatedly, the Su family cannot become allied with the Lu family. Why did you seek out Lu Tiangui and conspire against your sister? With a stubborn expression, Su Qingqing replied, I did nothing wrong. I acted in the interests of the Su family and for my younger sister's benefit. What is so unsuitable about Lu Tiangui? Why can't she marry him? Zhao Xianghua trembled with rage. Incurable ignorance. When Shun Wenli arrives to take you back, you are never to return. Our family does not need an ungrateful wretch. You may plot as you wish, but scheming against your sister is absolutely intolerable. Am I to blame? Had you not shown favoritism, would I have needed to consider my own interests at every turn? Why am I not allowed to remain at home, to inherit the family business and attract suitors? Su father interjected sternly, You complain now, but when the time came to consult the eldest, you did not. It was your inability to endure the labor at the pig farm that has placed this burden upon your sister. Why do you have to cast blame? You only wish to take without giving anything in return, believing us to be fools, dreaming of prosperity. Su Qingyin ritorti defiantly. I believe you are deliberately making things difficult for me and my elder sister. There is no shortage of money in this household. We could hire someone to work at the pig farm, couldn't we? Why must we women toil in such a foul-smelling place? Su father closed his eyes, feeling weary from conversing with his second daughter. It was impossible to reason with her. She always perceived herself as the victim, believing herself wronged by anything unfavorable to her. Such individuals are inherently selfish, Allowing her to remain at home would only lead to the swift demise of the pig farm. Enough. I tire of this pointless discussion. You, my foolish and wicked daughter, I shall pretend I have never borne you. When you return with your husband, you are not to come back here. With a haughty snort, Su Qingqing declared, "This is my home, and it will always be my home. Why should I not come here?" 2 hours later, Shun Winley arrived, his face a dark shade of anger. Without uttering a word, he seized her and began to drag her away. "Ouch! Winley, be gentler." Silence. Shun Winley glared at her, his expression twisted with rage, wishing he could rid himself of this wretched fool. She was nothing but a simpleton, failing to scheme against Su Ning and only ensnaring herself in the process. He could easily envision the derision he would face later. The thought of his woman being touched by another man igniting a fiery rage within him. Zhao Qianghua watched them depart, letting out a deep sigh. In that moment, she felt as though she had aged several years, murmuring, "Children are but a burden. If we had a son, would it ease the worries of our second child?" Su Fu shook his head. "No, she's inherently this way. Whether she has a younger brother or not, her nature remains unchanged, foolish and wicked beyond remedy. What has transpired is entirely of her own making. Let them handle their affairs. At our age, we cannot concern ourselves too deeply. One day at a time is sufficient." It seemed the path to the county magistrate was no longer viable. "Zhao," Qianghua replied, "I will inquire with my parents to see if they have any connections. Regardless, the pigs at the pig farm must be dealt with swiftly. We will raise fewer in the future, ensuring our finances are stable. Raising too many increases the risk." "Understood. My dear wife, you have borne much. It's nothing. Let's explore various avenues and see which path proves fruitful." On the way back, Shun Winley dragged the person with him and, once they were alone, unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, exclaiming, "You brainless fool! You've tarnished my reputation." Su Qingqing cried out, "I didn't mean to. Who knew Gu Zhe would come and ruin things? Otherwise, we would have succeeded. My younger sister marrying the county magistrate's son would benefit us immensely." Silence. If you lack the wit to avoid such scheming, refrain from engaging in them altogether. "Keep this from my mother. You know the consequences should she find out." Yes, I understand. "Winley, I know you're the best person for me in this world." Shun Winley's eyes darkened. Chapter 81. Conditions for repairing the machines. A crowd had gathered in front of the notice board at the steel factory, chattering animatedly about the announcement. "Did you see that? Whoever can repair the boring machine will be offered a stable position. Indeed, that position is like a solid gold ticket. I've heard that working at the steel factory involves heavy labor, but the cafeteria serves meat daily. How enviable." "Absolutely. My cousin works there. The pay and benefits are exceptional, and I can't help but envy him." Gu Zhe was among them, initially wandering through the town, seeking avenues to sell pork. If successful, it would benefit his father-in-law's pig farm as well. Ah, how delightful it is to be carefree. If the pig farm falters, wouldn't I have to worry about making money? Just the thought of it is exhausting. He had been aimlessly wandering when the conversation drew him in. After reading the announcement, his eyes flickered. He was indeed skilled at repairing boring machines. In his previous life, the organization never regarded them as human beings, thus training them in various skills. Repairing was among those skills, so he decided to sign up and see if he could succeed. If so, he would negotiate terms later. With purpose, Gu Zhe approached the gatekeeper to register. "Sir, I wish to sign up to repair the boring machine." The gatekeeper lifted his eyelids, sizing him up with a derisive laugh. Expressing disdain, "Young man, are you a skilled worker? Repairing a boring machine is no simple task. I am aware that I previously worked in a machine factory, and I possess some knowledge in this area." The notice clearly stated that one could apply for a trial, did it not? However, that was merely for your perusal. It does not imply that you can indiscriminately attempt repairs. What if you were to damage the boring machine? You certainly would not be able to compensate for that. Upon hearing this, Guzin narrowed his eyes, meeting a rather perilous gaze. The elder's body trembled slightly, and a surge of fear rose within him. He feigned composure and said, "Why are you looking at me like that? The factory's decisions are beyond my concern. We require skilled technicians to repair the boring machine, not an inexperienced youth like yourself. We know at such a tender age. Do not jeopardize our equipment." He impatiently urged, "Enough, hurry along. I still await the master craftsman to sign up. You are too young for this. Do not compel me to escort you out." Guze remained calm, observing a middle-aged man approaching from behind. Zhao Shouwa halted and inquired, "Young man, is there something you need?" "I am here to apply for the boring machine repair position." "You can repair boring machines?" "Indeed." The gatekeeper, hearing the voice behind him, stiffly turned his head, an air of guilt evident in his eyes. "Director Zhou, what brings you here?" Zhou Shouwa furrowed his brow in displeasure, saying, "Old Zhang, what is the meaning of this? Did I not instruct you to allow anyone who applies to enter for a trial? You are not preventing people from entering, are you?" I did not." "What is your name, young man? Where have you worked prior? If you truly possess the skills to repair a boring machine, come with me for a trial." Guze recounted his experiences in detail. Zhou Shouwa expressed surprise. "You have worked at a machinery factory in the metropolis? A university graduate, no less. It is no wonder you possess such an air about you. What brings you to our humble town?" "Personal reasons, which are best left unmentioned." "Haha, splendid. Come along and let us see. Those from the big city are surely not to be underestimated." Guze followed the man into the factory, and as they approached the workshop, the deafening roar grew increasingly overwhelming, with a cacophony buzzing in his ears. Zhou Shouwa spoke softly, "This is a steel mill, the only one in town. If you can successfully repair the boring machine, we can offer you a secure position." "A secure position? Where's the allure in that? Furthermore, in a few years, how many of those secure jobs will remain? When layoffs occur, they too will vanish without a trace." Shortly thereafter, they arrived at a machine, modestly sized and resembling a sewing machine, primarily utilized for high-precision processing. Workers bustling about the factory, upon seeing the director enter with a newcomer, whispered among themselves, "Isn't this the 10th applicant? The previous master craftsman could not repair it. Do you think the director is grasping at straws? That inexperienced fellow, does he even know what a boring machine looks like? We cannot afford to have it irreparably damaged. Otherwise, we will have to seek assistance from foreign experts, which would surely cost us dearly. Who knows? This batch of boring machines has been malfunctioning. I'm beginning to suspect some foul play from abroad." "Hush! Do not speak unsubstantiated claims. If overheard, we shall bear the consequences." Zhou Shogo gazed at the boring machine with a hint of helplessness, murmuring, "This is it. It hasn't even been a year since we purchased it, and it's not entirely broken. The precision has merely faltered, resulting in the production of substandard components." Guze extended his hand, signaling, "I need tools to disassemble it." "Disassemble? You can take it apart and put it back together, right?" Zhou inquired. "Indeed, I can." Gu replied, "Someone, bring me the tools." Shortly thereafter, a toolbox was delivered. Guze opened it, selecting the necessary instruments, and began to deftly disassemble the machine, his movements as agile as someone accustomed to handling machinery. Zhou Shogo's eyes brightened at the sight. This individual possessed genuine skill. If he were merely an amateur, he wouldn't be able to disassemble it with such finesse. There is hope, immense hope. Casting a glance at a nearby colleague, he subtly gestured and whispered, "Go summon the factory director. We may have encountered someone truly capable today. If he truly possesses the expertise to repair this boring machine, he likely excels in other areas as well. Such talent must be retained, and without the director present to advocate for it. Some conditions are beyond the authority of a mere workshop director." Before long, Director Zhang hurried over, his footsteps brisk. He was met with a clutter of components on the table, and a young man was inspecting them, a look of puzzlement crossing his face. This individual is remarkably young. Can he truly repair a boring machine? Upon noticing the director's arrival, Zhou Shogo approached and whispered, "Director, look, that person is the one who volunteered today. I observed him operating the machine earlier. He is indeed quite skilled." "Is that so? But he is so young. Can he really fix things?" "I have a strong intuition that he can." Guze produced a deformed iron piece and two ground-down components, placing them on the table before them. The precision issue has been identified. Upon hearing this, the eyes of those present widened with anticipation. The director, his gaze intense, asked, "Comrade, what seems to be the problem?" "This iron piece is extraneous. It does not need to be installed within a machine. When not in operation, it may seem harmless, but once in motion, it It will wear down the ball screw assembly. If used daily, the wear will be significant, rendering it ineffective in less than 6 months. The repair is straightforward, merely a matter of replacing a component. This iron piece must be removed. Chapter 82. Generosity in Teaching. Noticing their silence, Guze casually inquired, "What is the matter? Is there an issue? If you doubt my assessment, hand me these 2 components. I will replace them, and you may test it again." The director observed the man's earnest demeanor, realizing he spoke the truth. His confidence suggested that the problem had indeed been identified. This implied that they had been deceived by the bears from the north. The schematics clearly indicated the inclusion of this iron piece, leading them to believe it was necessary. They had unwittingly been misled. Those scoundrels from the north, selling their machines at exorbitant prices and charging high maintenance fees while forbidding them from inspecting the machinery, only to covertly exploit them. Zhou Shogo clenched his teeth, his eyes reddening with fury, and called out, "Go fetch the components requested by Engineer Gu. Let us see if his solution works." "Yes, Director." Once Gu Zhe received the components, he deftly began reassembling the machine, leaving only one iron piece uninstalled, with all other components perfectly in place. The onlookers gasped in admiration, exclaiming how impressive it was that such a complex machine could be assembled correctly. They lamented that whenever they attempted disassembly, they invariably ended up with extra parts. "Oh, please," one retorted, "it's not that you have extra parts. It's quite evident that you simply failed to install some components. No wonder the director is hesitant to let you near the machinery." "Well, it's not that I can't remember all those components," came the reply. Guze glanced at the black grease staining his hands, feeling a twinge of his cleanliness obsession, and spoke up. "All right, the machine is fixed. You all should check its accuracy. I'll go wash my hands." The machine had no significant issues, merely an extra iron plate that needed removal. Zhou Shogo smiled politely, his demeanor softened. "All right, Xiao Ding, accompany Engineer Gu to wash his hands while we test the precision." "Understood, Director." "Engineer Gu, please follow me to the backyard. There's a wash basin there." Once the 2 had departed, Zhou Shogo promptly began testing, and, after a short while, he scrutinized the drilled holes, measuring their dimensions, his expression shifting between contemplation and uncertainty. Director Zhang approached, inquiring, "What's wrong, Lao Zhou? Is the accuracy off?" The crowd began to stir, voicing their skepticism. "I knew it wouldn't work. That kid seemed so confident, but it turns out it was all just for show. A complete waste of our time." "Indeed, a mere pretender." Zhou Shogo shot them a fierce glare, responding curtly, "What are you all clamoring about? I assure you, there's absolutely no issue with the precision. He truly possesses the skills to repair it." Upon hearing this, the director was filled with delight. "Really? Let me see." After inspecting, he exclaimed, "Ah, this precision is just right. Haha, Lao Zhou, you've done well. We must ensure we keep this talented individual with us. We should have him inspect the other machines too. If he can handle it, I'll double his salary. If not, it's no matter. He is young and can learn at his own pace." When Guze returned, he was met with eager gazes from the crowd, and with a calm demeanor, he asked, "What is the matter? Is there a problem with the machine?" The director rushed over, grasping his hand excitedly. "No problems at all. In fact, could you assist us with the other machines as well?" "Of course. Where are the other machines? Could you please fetch me some gloves? The grease is rather difficult to wash off." Throughout the morning, Guze remained diligently occupied, accompanied by an increasing number of onlookers. For such opportunities to witness repairs were rare, especially from someone as knowledgeable as this young man. Unlike those from the Bear Country, who discreetly repair machinery for fear of being outshone, Guze was openly sharing his expertise. This chance was indeed a treasure. Anyone who learned from him would be fortunate. As the number of repaired machines grew, the director's gaze towards Guze was akin to that of someone beholding gold, knowing he could not afford to let this opportunity slip away. Glancing at the time, he suggested, "Engineer Gu, the hour is getting late. Shall we take a break for lunch and resume the remaining tasks in the afternoon? I appreciate your willingness to teach them how to repair." "It's no trouble at all, just a small effort on my part," Guze replied. After washing his hands, Guze followed the director to the second floor of the cafeteria, an area reserved for leaders, where the fare was naturally superior to that of the first floor. A few individuals settled down as the braised pork and braised fish were served, accompanied by a delightful dish of minced eggplant. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, there lingered an odd taste in the air. After taking a careful sniff, I glanced at the plate of meat, pursing my lips. Having grown accustomed to fresh meat after my time in the countryside, I could immediately discern that this was not fresh. The factory director warmly urged, "Come, Gugong. You must try our cafeteria's signature braised pork. It's always a delight. Give it a taste." Nodding slightly, Guze picked up a piece and took a bite, only to furrow his brow and ultimately spit it out, rushing to rinse his mouth. Upon returning, he faced their puzzled gazes and said, "I apologize, but my palate is quite sensitive. This meat, being less than fresh, is simply inedible for me. I think I shall stick to the vegetables." The factory director felt a buzzing in his head. "No, not fresh? How could that be? It was delivered just the day before and stored in the freezer. It cannot be stale." He turned to old Joe. "You should try this meat and see if something seems amiss." Zhou Shouguo sampled the meat and, having never noticed it before, now detected an oddity upon being prompted. "Director, there's indeed a slight odor, albeit masked by the spices, making it difficult to identify. Let us head to the kitchen and investigate," the two men stated as they rose. Guze leisurely continued to eat his vegetables, which were quite acceptable, though the meat left much to be desired. Shortly after, they returned, their faces ashen, and sat down, instructing someone to clear away the meat, their demeanor somewhat troubled. "I apologize, Gugong. This oversight is ours, and it was not our intention to neglect you. I have dismissed the chef responsible, and I will ensure we source our meat from a reputable supplier." Recognizing an opportunity, Guze casually inquired, "How much meat does your factory consume in a month?" "Well, according to the report, it amounts to 3,000 jin," came the reply. Previously, Ning had mentioned that the pig farm supplied the restaurant with a standard monthly delivery of 1,500 jin, with occasional increases during special circumstances. "I see. Have you located a supplier for the meat?" Zhou Shouguo looked at him, saying, "Gugong, feel free to speak your mind. We will do everything within our power, provided you oversee the factory's equipment maintenance moving forward." "Ah, I merely wish to recommend myself. My father-in-law owns a pig farm and is currently seeking avenues for distribution. If you are interested, I could take you to see it. It is not far from the town, allowing for same-day delivery of freshly slaughtered pigs. The quality is unquestionable, and the price is approximately 70 cents per jin, subject to negotiation for larger quantities." Chapter 83. Securing the pork order. The director looked at him in astonishment. "Your father-in-law owns a pig farm? What is its name? I am acquainted with several farms and might know your father-in-law." "Qingshan Brigade XXX. I know the Sioux Butcher. I had previously sent our procurement team to inquire there, but when your father-in-law indicated he would supply the restaurant, I opted for another pig farm." His face showed signs of anger. "I never anticipated that this farm would play tricks, delivering quality meat only to subtly replace it afterward, treating me as a fool." The factory director, with a stern expression, resolutely stated, "We must change. At a price of over 70 cents, it is quite reasonable. As long as you, Gugong, are willing to come to work, we will secure the pork from your father-in-law's family. By the way, are they still not supplying the restaurant?" Guze replied calmly, "Yes. They mentioned they have found another buyer. They informed us a day in advance that they no longer needed the supply, which left the pig farm with sellable pigs that consumed feed daily. This matter could be easily verified. There was no need to conceal it and jeopardize goodwill. Cooperation thrives on honesty." Upon hearing this, the director's face brightened with a smile. "No problem. We will repair the machinery this afternoon, and I will accompany you to your brigade to speak with your father-in-law. If everything aligns, we can sign a contract right away. And it would be best to receive the meat sooner rather than later. I have no desire to consume subpar meat." Guze nodded and added, "That sounds good. But there is an issue regarding the job. I cannot come here to work, but if there are problems, feel free to reach out to me. I can come by to guide them whenever needed." The director, initially anxious, felt reassured upon hearing Guze's willingness to teach. This was indeed excellent news. If Guze were to come to work, the other employees would struggle with repairs. However, if he were to act as a mentor, it would undoubtedly bring greater benefits to the factory. Guze's perspective was straightforward. Teaching others posed no issue, but he had no intention of working full-time. He wasn't mad enough to toil daily like a beast of burden. Both parties found this arrangement agreeable, and their conversation became more pleasant. The director recognized that they would require skilled personnel in the future and thus could not allow someone to work for free. He smiled and said, "Gugong, please accompany me to handle the paperwork. You only need to come a few times a month. No need for daily attendance. I will provide you with 100 yuan as a guidance fee each month. What do you think? If that does not suffice, we can negotiate further." The salary for high-level technicians was substantial, and attendance was essential. However, considering Gu Zhe's willingness to instruct others, the price could certainly be discussed. Gu Zhe was taken aback that they were willing to offer 100 yuan for occasional guidance. It felt like a windfall, since he usually visited town every few days. This arrangement would allow him to earn some money without any inconvenience. He readily agreed. "All right, if there are any machine issues, call me. Otherwise, I want to come by. Rest assured, I will impart everything I know to them." The director, pleased with his prompt acceptance, increasingly believed in Gu Zhe's capabilities and his apparent indifference to money. Only those truly skilled do not obsess over financial matters. He felt a growing desire to retain Gu Zhe, as his presence would provide a great sense of security. After their meal, Gu Zhe went to the workshop and began his repairs. He worked diligently until around 2 or 3 o'clock when the director and Zhou Shogua approached him, holding the prepared contract, ready to head to the countryside for signing if everything was in order. They arrived by bicycle, but would return in a car, as the director would personally drive. As they reached the village entrance, numerous villagers gathered around, their expressions filled with astonishment. "Wow, is that a car? Is some high-ranking official visiting our village?" Uncertain, they decided to follow and see for themselves. As the small car made its way to the Su family home, the expressions of the onlookers shifted dramatically. It was unusual for a vehicle bound for the Su residence, as there were no known connections to any prominent leaders. Curiosity piqued. The crowd followed closely, eager to uncover the truth behind this unexpected visit. Upon arriving at the Su household, the factory director alighted from the vehicle and surveyed the surroundings. Noting the absence of the usual sound from a pig pen, he speculated that the pig farm might not be located here. Inside, Su's father was deep in thought when he heard a series of knocks at the door. Opening it, he was taken aback to see a familiar face. "Xiao Zhe, what brings you here?" he inquired. "Uncle Su, this is Director Zhang from the steel factory, along with Accountant Liu and Director Zhou. They are here to discuss the supply of pork. Shall we step inside to discuss this further?" "Pork? Are you suggesting they wish to purchase pork from our family?" Su's heart raced uncontrollably with excitement. "Yes, indeed," he exclaimed, ushering them in with enthusiasm. Come in, let's talk inside." With a resounding thud, the door closed behind them, leaving the villagers outside murmuring in hushed tones. "Did you hear that? The leaders themselves have come to negotiate the purchase of meat." "Indeed, I never knew Gu Zhe was acquainted with the factory director. It seems the Su family's pork will no longer lack buyers. After all, it is a large steel factory." Another replied, "Certainly, the demand for pork will far exceed that of a restaurant. It appears the Su family is poised for greater prosperity." Inside the main room, the discussions unfolded smoothly, as both parties were keen to reach an agreement. In less than half an hour, they concluded their negotiations, each party retaining a copy of the contract. The factory director glanced at the clock. It was nearing 4 o'clock, and they needed to leave before darkness fell, as driving at night could be perilous. "Brother Su, we have reached an agreement. Please ensure you prepare the pigs for slaughter tomorrow, and I will arrange for procurement to collect the meat. Finalize the list, sign it, and you can collect your payment from the finance department at the end of the month. Accountant Liu, I entrust this matter to you. If all the data checks out by the end of the month, take the team to the bank to withdraw the funds. Rest assured, Director." As Su and Gu Zhe escorted their guests to the door, they watched the vehicle recede into the distance, unable to contain their elation. Su's smile widened. Reaching from ear to ear, he playfully slapped Gu Zhe's arm, laughter echoing far and wide. "Haha, you sly fellow. You've been quietly achieving great things. The factory director himself speaks highly of you. I had no idea you were so skilled with machinery." Gu Zhe coughed lightly from the playful slap and humbly replied, "It's nothing really. I used to work in a machinery factory, so I developed an interest in these machines. With time, I simply learned more. Ah, clever mind indeed. You're not even working full-time, yet the steel factory is willing to pay you a monthly salary of 100. That's unprecedented. I've never heard of such a thing. Well, I suppose I'm a technical consultant. I only need to assess the machines when issues arise. Otherwise, I stay home. The villagers, overhearing this exchange, widened their eyes in astonishment. Someone approached with curiosity, asking, "Guze, you only went to the town once, and you've already secured a job?" "Yes, I'm a technical consultant for the steel factory. I only need to visit the town a few times a month, and the salary is about 100 a month. That totals to 1,200 a year. That's from the steel factory, a place where everyone scrambles for a position. How is it that you earn money without having to go to work every day?" Chapter 84. The wedding ring. Some listeners reacted with a hint of envy, questioning the existence of the position of technical consultant, a role they had never heard of before. The salary for such a position was indeed substantial, rivaling that of senior skilled workers. While they were oblivious to the specifics of the consultancy role, the senior technicians were well aware that it was a more respectable position within the factory, offering better benefits than those of regular workers. This only served to underscore the notion that Guze was indeed more capable than they were. The crowd's emotions were a tumultuous mix. Previously, they had envied Guze for marrying into the Sioux family and living a comfortable life. Yet now they found themselves envying the Sioux family for having such a competent son-in-law. Despite the familial troubles, Guze had not shied away, but had instead resolved significant issues quietly, directly addressing the concerns of his father-in-law's household. Such is the nature of marrying into a family. Life is certainly different for those who possess such remarkable abilities. How fortunate the Sioux butcher is. Why had they not encountered a similarly skilled son-in-law? The Sioux butcher, listening to their insincere praises, felt a smile blooming on his face, as if he had struck gold. He reassured his daughter that there was no rush regarding her marriage. The previous hurdles were merely signs of incompatibility. It was evident that fate had delivered a suitable match, someone capable, skilled, yet modest. When Su Ning returned home at noon, she was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Guze seated in the main hall. "Guze, what brings you here?" The butcher gestured for his daughter to approach, revealing a contract and summarizing the situation. The previous worries had vanished from his face, replaced by a radiant glow of happiness. "Look at this, all thanks to Guze. Our family owes him a great debt of gratitude." Indeed, Guze was extraordinarily capable. The leaders of the steel mill treated him with utmost respect. Now, he no longer needed to report to work daily, yet he secured a stable monthly income of 100. The amount of information was overwhelming, leaving Su Ning momentarily dazed. It felt as though she had been away for half a month during her brief visit to the pig farm. With the family's order issues resolved and Guze's job secured, she stammered, "Father, give me a moment to process this." After a while, Su Ning finally spoke. "Guze, how did you manage to resolve the order issues at home? What conditions did you offer the steel mill?" The smile on Guze's face deepened. "You're quite astute. It's really not much of a sacrifice on my part. I simply need to visit the factory a few times each month to offer guidance on equipment repairs. As a technical consultant, I only go in when there are issues. It's quite a fair deal for a monthly stipend of 100. "Really? They didn't impose any other requirements?" Su Ning inquired. "No, I merely facilitated a connection. The pig farm supplying their meat had encountered problems, resulting in poor quality pork. Even without my involvement, they would have sought a new supplier. I merely suggested your farm, which ensured quality and a mutually beneficial arrangement." Su Ning gazed at him in silence for an extended moment, her emotions swirling within her. Eventually, she said, "Thank you." "Gusha," he replied, "it's nothing. From now on, we are family. When the pig farm faces challenges, we will tackle them together, as long as the quality remains high. There will be no fear of unsold products. The premise must be adequately promoted. Otherwise, in this era, who would casually replace their supplier? It is inconceivable that procurement has not received any kickbacks. However, there he is as a technical consultant. Procurement must take some action, but they must also weigh their options carefully." Guze pondered this matter, his expression growing more serious. Uncle Sue, I discovered an issue with the meat in the cafeteria today. It is impossible that procurement is unaware of this, which implies that they have some culpability. Su Tahut's smile faded. I understand your implication. You are concerned he may deceive us. Indeed, the procurement department could not possibly overlook the spoiled meat. The fact that it has reached the cafeteria only indicates that they have profited from it. Now that their benefits have vanished, how could they not harbor resentment? Moving forward, we must ensure that someone accompanies every delivery to the steel mill. We cannot trust procurement unless that individual is replaced someday. Guze felt compelled to offer a warning. The procurement personnel have not been replaced for a reason. There are significant interests at stake. They either need to gather evidence to eliminate their adversary or gauge whether their opponent is perceptive. If they are perceptive, this matter should be discreetly resolved. If not, it is only a matter of time before they are deceived. The family convened to discuss their strategy and decided that two people would rotate in monitoring the pork deliveries to avoid being duped or taking the blame without knowledge. Once the necessary discussions were concluded, Guze stood to leave. Seeing this, Su Ning also rose and called out, "Wait a moment. I'll go upstairs to fetch something and we'll be right down." After finishing her words, she hurried up the stairs, opened a drawer, and retrieved a box containing a pair of gleaming golden rings she had secretly collected earlier. Since Guze had come, it was the perfect opportunity to wear them, preventing the village girls from constantly fixating on him. Without waiting for him to speak, she took his hand and led him outside. Su Ning, feeling a bit shy, said, "You, give me your hand." He extended his hand toward her, feeling a chill as he looked down to see the golden rings. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. "You want to get the rings? Why didn't you inform me? I would have accompanied you." After Su Ning placed the ring on him, she whispered, "I went to the town to handle some matters and took the opportunity to retrieve them. Could you please help me wear it?" Of course. They helped each other put on the rings, establishing a deeper bond between them. Su Ning touched the ring on her finger, her heart melting like water. "Thank you for today. Thanking me is sufficient. Is there no other form of gratitude?" Su Ning lifted her gaze, her eyes clear yet bewildered. What kind of gesture do you desire?" "I can." Before she could finish her sentence, he suddenly pulled her tightly into his embrace. Their bodies pressed closely together. In the next moment, their lips met softly, transcending a mere kiss. As night fell, obscuring their surroundings, no one was present to witness their interaction. Still, Su Ning felt a twinge of fear, clutching his shirt tightly, her eyes misty. She resembled an adorable kitten that had been wronged. After a deep kiss, Guze felt his breath falter. Realizing his body's reaction, he hastily released her and brushed his fingers gently along her lips, which glistened with moisture, his gaze burning with intensity. "I will claim my own reward. Next time, you should take the initiative." Suddenly, Su Ning's face flushed crimson as she reached out to push someone away, her eyes wide with tears threatening to spill over. Utterly devoid of any intimidation, the melodious laughter of a man reached her ears, causing her cheeks to redden further, making her resemble a perfectly cooked shrimp. Her voice, tinged with hoarseness, stammered, You are bullying me." "Oh, this is not bullying, it's merely affection," he replied. Su Ning turned and dashed back into the courtyard, slamming the door behind her. Once she saw the person outside depart, she touched her lips, which felt tender and swollen, evidently bruised from the kiss. How could it be that kissing with tongues felt like that? It was utterly embarrassing. Chapter 85. Sneaking into the county chief's residence at midnight the following day. A small meat delivery truck arrived, from which emerged a middle-aged man with a protruding belly. He promptly approached the person at the door, producing a cigarette to offer. With a broad grin, he exclaimed, "You must be Sugo, right? I am Jia Siyuan from the steel factory's procurement department. You can call me Xiao Jia. I am responsible for your family's pork." Despite his words, his gaze was not discreet, scanning the surroundings, clearly a man of cunning and guile. Jia Siyuan glanced back, making a subtle gesture. Truly lacking in perception, why are you not hastening to bring goods? The driver hurriedly retrieved a gift box. Jia Siyuan handed over the box, lowering his voice as he patted Su Ning's shoulder. "Suge, this is a fine product I procured from the south. It is excellent for your health. Please take your time enjoying it." "No, thank you. I appreciate your kindness, but you should take this back. It would be inappropriate for me to accept it. The gift box appeared extravagant, likely containing either ginseng or bird's nest, and accepting it would be akin to holding a hot potato, leaving her vulnerable to future leverage. Jia Siyuan, initially testing the waters, felt a slight unease upon Su Ning's insistence to decline. This individual seemed challenging to deal with in the future. He probed, Su Leoj, would you enlighten me about your relationship with the factory manager? Are you perhaps relatives? I have never seen the manager treat anyone with such favor. Su the butcher, recalling the words of his son-in-law, merely waved his hand and smiled enigmatically, leaving Jia Siyuan to speculate. The mysterious smile sparked caution within Jia Siyuan. This person appeared to possess depth, and it would be unwise to provoke him, as it could jeopardize his own position. His demeanor grew increasingly courteous. All right, Su Leoj, I see that I have been inconsiderate. When I next visit the town, I will treat you to a meal. You must honor me with your presence. Su the butcher nodded with a smile. Certainly, I will come. After exchanging pleasantries, they proceeded to weigh and sign off, and Su the butcher signaled to Uncle Laojian, who brought someone to the vehicle, cheerfully suggesting, Jia, why don't we help you load the meat? Would this be too much trouble for you? Not at all. How could it be a bother? It is our duty to deliver to your doorstep, and having you assist with the pickup saves us considerable effort. Jia Siyuan forced a smile, feeling an increasing wariness towards this pig farm. Clearly a meticulous operation, perhaps wary of any potential tampering with the meat. This is quite complicated. Indeed, very complicated. Not long after the small truck departed, news of the Su family's pig farm securing a new client spread like wildfire, eliciting a mixture of admiration and envy among the villagers. Gu Zhe became the focal point of conversation, with the older women huddled together, whispering, how is it that their son is so capable, while mine still only knows how to farm? They lamented that Gu Zhe, having been raised in the city, possessed skills that far surpassed their own. I must say, Gu Zhe is rather ruthless. He abandoned his biological and adoptive parents to come to the countryside. After all, there is still a debt of gratitude for his upbringing. Hush, don't speak so carelessly. I still wish to ask Gu Zhe if he could help my son secure a job at the factory. The director listens to him, so his word would surely carry weight. In no time, many began to entertain similar thoughts. When the Zhang family caught wind of this, they merely smiled, choosing not to comment, which only fueled the villagers' curiosity. Jiangua, you truly have a talented son. Life at home will surely improve. He casually befriends a factory director. How many can boast of such a connection? They gossiped about how Gu Zhe could earn 100 yuan a month without the need to work every day, lamenting that such a fortunate match would be squandered if he were to marry into the family. The Zhang family was once impoverished and sought a son-in-law. Now that they have prospered, they still seek one. It seems they are not entirely rational. Jiang Jiangua grimaced slightly, feeling a twinge of discomfort, but outwardly remained composed, muttering, these matters are for the young to decide. Once back in the courtyard, he sighed. Wife, I know I shouldn't harbor other thoughts, but the idea of our son marrying into another family still troubles me. Lin Shufan responded softly, it's only natural. However, we must not act with dishonor. The Su family has never looked down upon us for our poverty. We cannot let our pride cloud our judgment. Besides, Xiao Zhe has a debt of gratitude towards the Su family. His future with them will not be bleak. We should simply wish for the happiness of the young couple. The village was rife with gossip, eager to stir trouble and revel in the spectacle. We must not be swayed by their malice. Jiang Jiangwa nodded, suppressing the emotions that threatened to surface. Meanwhile, Gu Zhe was not idle. He found an excuse to remain in town for 3 days. Having already gathered information about the county magistrate's household, he intended to resolve that matter swiftly, wishing to avoid any complications before the wedding. As dusk fell, a shadow swiftly scaled the wall, infiltrating the backyard and stealthily shattering a window pane, tossing something inside before using a metal shard to pry open the door latch. Gu Zhe pushed the door open and quietly shut it behind him, observing the two individuals peacefully slumbering on the bed. He promptly dragged the unconscious man down, producing a sharp object to pierce his fingertip. The county magistrate, Lu Furuin, awoke in agony, his mouth agape to scream, but was silenced by a hand over his mouth, leaving him only able to emit muffled sounds. Soon, he was met with a ghastly visage that nearly sent him into shock, as a voice, low and sinister, commanded, "Look into my eyes and listen closely. You're County Magistrate Lou Furwin, correct? From this day forward, you will experience a nightmare, one in which your son is the pursuer. Merely seeing him will trigger a visceral reaction within you. From this moment onward, you shall firmly oppose your son marrying Su Ning. If he disobeys, do not hesitate to strike or scold him. A son must learn obedience through discipline." Lou Furwin's gaze gradually became vacant, staring blankly into the void, as though he had lost his soul, only able to perceive a circular object swaying before him. Behind the disc, a ghostly visage flickered in and out of focus, and he instinctively nodded, murmuring, "My nightmare is my son. If he disobeys and marries Su Ning, I shall strike him until he complies." Guze smirked and snapped his fingers, proclaiming, "Indeed, from this moment, forget everything. What you see now is merely a dream, an illusory realm. Obediently go to bed, and remember who your nightmare is. He must not marry a country girl. Understood?" "Yes, I understand," Lou Furwin replied, rising stiffly to lie on the bed, his hollow eyes fixed on the ceiling. Soon, he closed his eyes and sank into a deep slumber. Yet, throughout the night, nightmares plagued him, a shadow relentlessly pursuing him with a blade. At the break of dawn, he finally discerned the menacing face of his pursuer. It was none other than his son, Lu Ting, startling him into a sitting position, his gaze frantically scanning the surroundings. Chapter 86. Psychological Suggestion and Nightmare. The commotion roused the person beside him, Sun Fengyi, who rubbed her eyes and sat up, yawning and muttering, "What's wrong? Did you have a nightmare?" Lou Furwin remained dazed, clearly still ensnared in the terror of his dreams, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. The horrifying images etched vividly in his mind. His son's ghastly visage, his daughter-in-law wielding a cleaver, expressionless as she hacked at his arms and legs, were all too clear. Gradually regaining his senses upon hearing her voice, he looked over with a terrified expression, leaping from the bed and, barefoot, opening the door to peer outside, trembling uncontrollably. Sun Fengyi, noticing his distress, sensed that something was amiss. She slipped on her shoes and approached the door, her eyes filled with concern. "Dear, are you feeling unwell? Put on your shoes. Let us go to the hospital." The moment her hand brushed against his arm, he violently shook her off. His body betrayed him. Stumbling backward and crashing to the floor, pain shooting through his backside, causing him to grimace in agony and fury. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, "Lou Furwin, what madness is this? How dare you push me? Do you wish to invite disaster?" Sun Fengyi, struggling to rise from the floor, charged at him without a second thought, her hands clawing at his face, clearly consumed by rage. The two grappled at the doorway, leaving the servants bewildered, unable to comprehend why such a commotion had erupted so early in the morning. Once the servants managed to separate them, Lou Furwin's face was a pitiful sight, marred with bloodied scratches, evidence of the merciless scuffle. His face throbbed with pain, his expression dark. "You venomous woman, how dare you scratch my face? Have you lost your mind? I haven't even settled the score with you." Sun Fengyi, infuriated by his words, pointed an accusatory finger at him, shouting, "I have every right to question you. Why are you acting so irrationally early in the morning? I showed concern for your health, and you push me away. I urge you, yet it is merely a fleeting thought, reminiscent of dreamlike scenes that elude articulation. After all, they are but dreams, and voicing them would be sheer folly." With an impatient wave of his hand, he dismissed her words, stating, "Such sentimentalities are beneath me. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Lou Furwin turned abruptly, his steps betraying a hint of trepidation. As he departed, Sun Fengyi felt a surge of grievance well up within her, and she could not help but cover her face, weeping softly and murmuring, "Does he disdain me now? He has never behaved this way before. Surely, it must be the influence of some vixen from outside. No, I must confront this seductress. After over 20 years by his side, he shall not cast me aside so easily." Onlookers, witnessing her blend of laughter and tears, soon rose and hurried away, bewildered by the peculiarities of the county head and his wife. Who could fathom the dynamics of this family? Alas, it seems that within this trio, there is no semblance of normalcy. We ought to focus on our own tasks to avoid incurring their ire and risking penalties. The county head's wife has orchestrated such scenes on numerous occasions. Lufer N tended to his wounds at the hospital, with bandages adorning his face. He appeared rather comical. Faced with the curious gazes of those around him, he hurriedly concealed his visage and entered the government office building. Observers exchanged glances, torn between laughter and restraint, for his injuries were clearly the result of a domestic altercation. In the office, Lufer N scrutinized his reflection, his furrowed brow capable of crushing a fly. When his assistant entered, he paused momentarily before quickly averting his gaze, speaking softly. "County head, that butcher Sue paid us a visit 2 days ago and is likely to return soon. Shall we continue to bar his entry? Having endured this for long enough, it was time to quell whatever temper the Sue family harbored." Lufer N replied, "No need. If he returns, allow him entry. Should he inquire about my whereabouts, you know what to say." "Understood. You have been preoccupied with family matters and away on business for a few days," the assistant affirmed. Lufer N waved him away and resumed his work, the throbbing pain in his face intensifying and his anger simmering. "That wretched shrew, always clawing at my face, embodies none of the grace expected of a county head's wife." Time passed, and a soft knock interrupted his thoughts. "Enter." A waft of fragrance filled the air as an elegant figure approached, her voice sultry. "Good day, county head. I am the new secretary, Xiaoqing." Lufer N turned towards the voice, momentarily dazzled by her fair complexion, and his mind became a whirlwind. "You're new here?" "Indeed, I am. From now on, you may entrust me with any tasks, county head." "Oh, what has happened to your face?" His expression hardened. "It's nothing." Straightening herself, she replied, "Very well. If there are any documents you require me to organize, please do not hesitate to instruct me." Lufer N hastily withdrew his gaze and gestured toward the bookshelf, instructing, "Please assist me in organizing the books, categorizing them by their utility, so I can easily find what I need when the time comes." "Certainly, I'll attend to that right away," she replied, her movements deliberate as she swayed her hips while walking over, intentionally bending to reveal her alluring figure. Casting a glance back at him with a playful smile, noticing his undivided attention, the presence of a woman made the morning pass swiftly. By noon, after finishing his tasks and locking away the documents, Lufer N stood and remarked, "Have the books been organized? It's time for lunch." The enchanting woman nodded. "All right. I shall proceed." They walked together towards the cafeteria, with her bypassing the first floor and ascending directly to the second, taking a seat opposite him. Lufer N furrowed his brow, puzzled by her choice. "You see, the regular employees are on the first floor. The second floor is designated for the leadership. It would be best if you dined on the first floor in the future." Upon hearing this, she looked at him with a sorrowful expression, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, as though she might burst into tears at any moment. "Oh dear, I understand now. I won't come up again. I was unaware it was not permitted. Thank you for the reminder, County Chief." Lufer N replied, "It's permissible to come up occasionally for a meal." Her face brightened with joy. "Really?" "Yes, let us eat. Since you helped me organize the bookshelf today, I shall treat you to lunch. However, unless something arises, it would be better for you to eat on the first floor." The alluring woman nodded repeatedly, understood. After a day of waiting, no one from a Sioux family had arrived, leaving Lufer N somewhat bewildered. Logically, with no orders for the pig farm, they should be anxious. Why had they not come these past 2 days? "Well, let us remain patient and wait a bit longer," he thought to himself. As he glanced outside, he noticed the dusk settling in, prompting him to rise and head home. From a distance, he spotted someone standing at the entrance, his expression darkening immediately. "What? Realizing your mistake?" Sun Fengyi huffed dismissively and strode toward him, pulling the person inside without regard for their stumbling steps. Lufer N, unable to contain his frustration, exclaimed, "What are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Let go. I've had a tiring day at work, and you're creating a scene." Her silence left only his furious voice echoing. The pair continued their tugging and pulling until they reached the back courtyard, where Lu Tiange, upon seeing them, hurried to greet them. Upon noticing the injuries on his father's face, he gasped, "Father, what happened? Who dared to lay hands on you? I will go find them and teach them a lesson." Hearing that familiar voice, Lu Foran's mind involuntarily conjured images from his nightmares, the dread of death lingering ominously within. He lifted his gaze to Tiangue, his eyes reflecting profound apprehension. "Tiangue, what brings you home?" "Oh, I'm nearly recovered and just returned from the hospital to check on you." "Father, who did this to you?" Lu Tiangue speculated it might be the butcher Su, considering Su Ning's temperament, but he questioned whether they had the audacity to treat his father in such a manner. With a face full of fury, he exclaimed, "Father, tell me, was it the Su family that assaulted you? Have they lost their minds?" Lu Foran, witnessing his son's reaction, quickly raised a hand to intervene. "No, do not act impulsively. Calm down. This mark on my face was made by your mother, as if she were some shrew, scratching my face for no reason. Do you have any idea how I was perceived at work today? Everyone looked at me as if I were a joke. How can I manage my subordinates in such a state? There is simply no decorum." Upon hearing this, Sun Fengyi felt a twinge of guilt and unconsciously loosened her grip. If I had been truly enraged, what could you expect after you inexplicably pushed me this morning? Enough. Tiangue, you should return to rest and not worry about me. I recall there are matters I have yet to attend to. I must head to the study. You all can enjoy your breakfast and do not wait for me." After speaking, Lu Foran turned and left, his silhouette resembling that of a man fleeing. Lu Tiangue furrowed his brow. "Mother, Father's behavior seems rather peculiar. Has something happened? His gaze towards me feels unsettling." "Perhaps not. Your father had a nightmare this morning. He is likely a bit disoriented." Understood." After finishing their meal, the mother and son returned to their room. Lu Tiangue felt apprehensive about the situation with the Su family, uncertain when it would stabilize. What if further complications arose? Contemplating, he decided to purchase some sweet potatoes to bring to his father, hoping to inquire about the Su family, as they should be in a rush to seek him out given their lack of business. Raising his hand, he knocked on the door. "Father, I've brought you something." Lu Foran lifted his head from the book, terror flickering in his eyes. "What are you doing here? Quickly leave. Whatever it is can wait until daytime. I am very busy this evening." Lu Tiangue frowned, striding boldly forward, craning his neck to see. "Father, what on earth are you reading?" Within the same study, upon seeing his son's face, Lu Foran's mind was consumed by images of his brutal demise in a nightmare, accompanied by that familiar, chilling laughter. The more he pondered, the more he trembled with fear. Lu Foran, noticing his son approaching, barked, "Get out. Did you not hear what I said? You are not permitted to enter while I am working." "Father, why are you behaving so strangely? Have you gone mad?" The two began to argue within the confines of the room. Soon, Lu Foran found himself enveloped by that sinister voice, his eyes gradually turning a shade of crimson. His heart filled with violent dread. Grabbing a nearby feather duster, he struck at the one still jabbering away. Lu Tiangue was silenced by the blow, his expression twisting in pain. You hit me?" Lu Foran growled fiercely. "I will rid myself of this malevolent spirit. I'll strike you down, and then we shall see how you cling to me." The two engaged in a fierce struggle within the study, their commotion drawing the attention of those in the courtyard. Upon witnessing the scene, they fell silent, pondering if the Lu family had indeed been afflicted by some malevolent force. The morning had seen a quarrel between the couple, and now the father and son were at each other's throats. When Sun Fengyi arrived, she beheld the two grappling, seemingly kicking at one another. Overwhelmed, she exclaimed, "What is the meaning of this? Have you both lost your minds? Is it possible that you, the head of the household, have been possessed? How else could you behave so oddly this morning and now resort to fighting your own son? Have you encountered some strange individual?" Lu Foran's body stiffened, a vague, ghostly visage flashing through his mind, elusive and impossible to grasp. It seemed that last night he had encountered a specter. A shiver ran through the others present. Lu Tiangue, regaining his composure, observed his father, clearly not in his right mind, and sensed something was amiss. This was not the father he knew. Even in anger, he would never resort to violence against him. The family of three sat together, closing the door, exchanging glances, when Lu Foran quietly spoke. "Last night, after I fell asleep, I vaguely saw someone open the door. The figure was extraordinarily tall, not resembling a human at all, and later I caught sight of that ghostly mask. A voice uttered something, but I could not hear it clearly. It filled me with dread. I dreamt of many things, and upon seeing you, I could not contain my inner turmoil. Sun Fengyi, he slapped her thigh decisively. It's a ghost. You've surely been possessed. No wonder I sensed something was off with you this morning. Let us go find the ghostly old woman. Lu Furong waved his hand. No, I am the county chief. How could I go? If someone sees me, they will spread rumors. He pondered that it might just be a nightmare. I will sleep alone for a few days. Once I recover, everything will be fine. You all should return to rest. But will you be all right on your own? The family exchanged many words. And as they watched the mother and son leave, Lu Furong slowly exhaled, feeling the weight lift considerably. However, seeing them only intensified his agitation. Something was indeed amiss. When he had the chance, he would investigate. If the Su family did not seek him out by tomorrow, it would surely indicate a problem. It was inconceivable that they would remain absent for 3 days. Such a duration without contact would certainly signify trouble. The night passed in the study, and the following morning, he went to work with dark circles under his eyes. Not a single person came to visit until the end of the workday. Before leaving, Lu Furong placed a call to the village. Upon hearing the voice on the other end, he stood frozen, as if struck dumb. County Chief, are you still listening? Here's the situation. Just a few days ago, the Su family secured a client and has begun supplying pork to the steel mill. They're flourishing. Chapter 88. Astonishing and unbelievable. They must be making quite a fortune. The tone was tinged with unspoken bitterness. They were all from the same village. Yet the disparity was stark. Their lives were truly prosperous. Meanwhile, he toiled endlessly in the fields, merely scraping by. Lu Furong's heart raced wildly. He responded dismissively, Oh, is that so? That's wonderful news. I've been quite busy these past few days and haven't been able to check in with the Su family. Now that the issue has been resolved, it couldn't be better. I can rest easy. Thank you for being willing to inform me. Oh, it's nothing. Just a small favor. The county chief is a good man, concerned about the butcher Su's affairs. Do you have any more questions? You mentioned that the Su family is supplying the steel mill because of Guze. He truly is capable, having connections with the factory manager. Indeed, the old Jiang family is now thriving, and their city-returned son is quite competent. He is working as a consultant at the steel mill, earning $100 a month. A person only needs to go a few times a month. They don't even have to work every day to receive payment. This is something I have never heard of before. Lu Furong narrowed his eyes and tentatively inquired, You mean the kind of technical advisor, right? The one who comes to check our machines when they break down? That must be it. I, a simple country person, am not very knowledgeable, replied the other party. After hanging up the phone, Lu Furong sat alone for quite some time, only regaining his senses when the house called. Upon connecting the call, he murmured a response and rose to return home. Sun Fengyi and her son awaited him at the door, and upon seeing his return, they hurriedly approached with warmth. Father, how are you feeling today? Is your headache still troubling you? No, I'm much better today, he replied. Tiangue, come with me. I have something to discuss with you. Sure thing, father. Lu Tiangue, thinking it might be about Su Ning, broke into a broad smile, completely oblivious to his father's somewhat grim expression, and obediently followed him into the study. Before long, a furious roar echoed from within the study. Impossible. I refuse to believe it. There must be some issue here. Lu Furong quietly observed his son's breakdown and calmly stated, Since I promised you I would handle this matter, I would not resort to any underhanded tactics. The Su family has indeed found their own channels. That Guze is quite capable. He managed to deal directly with the factory director. Clearly, he possesses formidable skills. This is beyond what I can rectify. My son, you two are fated to be apart. Let this matter rest. Do not stir up further trouble. Lu Tiangue covered his face, murmuring, and soon lowered his hands, his gaze turning fierce. It shouldn't be like this. Father, this is all your fault. If you had agreed sooner, things would have been different. You insisted on exerting pressure on their family, and look where it has led us. They found their own channels and have no need for you as the county magistrate. You are truly failing in this leadership role. Lu Fur-in pressed his lips into a straight line, disappointment evident in his eyes. Have you said enough? You are my son, and is this how you speak to me? It's merely a woman, and you let her disrupt your composure. If she were to marry into our family, she would surely cause chaos. His expression turned serious as he continued. This simply indicates a lack of faith between us. Do not mention it again. Focus on your work and manage your own affairs. His headache began to throb again, memories flashing through his mind, and a familiar sense of dread washed over him. Exhausted, Lu Fur-in waved his hand. Tian-Gui, your father is tired. You should return and rest. Lu Tian-Gui's eyes brimmed with resentment. Just a little more, and he could have succeeded. How could he be content? If only his father had agreed sooner. This situation could have been avoided. The bitterness in his heart intensified as he stormed off. Meanwhile, Guze strolled through the town with Su Ning, intending to purchase essential items for their upcoming wedding, alleviating future worries about missing necessities. Excuse me, has the red brocade arrived? The clerk smiled and nodded. Yes, I've set it aside for you. This fabric is quite thick and perfect for a bride in the autumn or winter. However, it lacks patterns, so you may need to embroider it yourself, which will take some time. Are you planning to make a dress or a cheap how for the wedding? I'll go for a simple style of shua gown. Su Ning's gaze appeared somewhat vacant as she observed others getting married, some adorned in fashionable white wedding gowns, while others donned vibrant red attire. She was unfamiliar with the concept of a shua suit. Guze produced a meticulously designed sketch, embellished with intricate patterns and colors that exuded elegance. The clerk, captivated at first sight, exclaimed, "Comrade, this style of clothing is stunning. Did you create this yourself? It's simply beautiful." However, she noted, this design seems to feature a short top and a long skirt. The patterns are quite elaborate. It must require considerable effort. Have you found a skilled tailor for this? I suggest seeking out Sister Wang, whose craftsmanship is exceptional. After purchasing the fabric, Guze intended to approach Wang Kaifeng, the same tailor who had crafted a green high-waisted skirt for Su Ning, to create her wedding dress. The clerk smiled and nodded. That's wonderful. Sister Wang's skills are indeed unparalleled. Be sure to take your partner for measurements, and remember to watch your weight before the wedding, lest you find the dress unfit. Understood, Su Ning replied. Following their purchase of fabric and silk thread, they ventured into a narrow alley. Su Ning softly inquired, "Was the dress you gifted me previously made by this same tailor?" "Indeed, she possesses remarkable skills. I thought it prudent to have her create my wedding attire as well. My own outfit will be a simple white shirt and suit pants, while yours will be a straightforward shua style." As they entered the alley, Guze gently took her hand, turning to her with a warm tone. "Do you like this style? I actually designed two options. The other is a pleated skirt. Take a look and choose which one you prefer." Su Ning examined the two sketches, finding it challenging to decide. However, it was evident that the long skirt would require less fabric than the pleated version, which, while splendid, was perhaps too ostentatious. "I prefer this one," she declared. Guze nodded in agreement. Yes, this choice is quite lovely. After knocking on the door, they entered the courtyard, where Wang Kaifeng beamed at the couple. Unable to suppress a smile, "You two are truly a perfect match. What brings you here today?" "She is not just my partner. She is my fiancée." Gusche clarified. Wang Kaifeng's smile widened. "Ah, congratulations. When your wedding day arrives, don't forget to share some sweets with me, so I may bask in your joy." "Of course, Sister Wang, you can count on that. This is the style of the wedding attire. I have purchased the fabric and thread, but the gold and silk thread for the embroidery will require a significant amount of time. Could you estimate how long it will take to complete?" This design is rather intricate." Chapter 89. The safety buckle on the red string. Wang Kaifeng looked at the charming couple before her and chuckled. "When is your wedding? I should calculate the time to arrange everything, ensuring you one tea be delayed in picking up your garments." "In less than 2 months, Sister Wang. Will that be feasible?" "Absolutely. I can have it ready within a month and a half. You need not worry. I will ensure you receive your attire in time for your joyous occasion. Now, let us take your measurements. Afterward, be mindful of your diet to avoid excessive weight gain. The beauty of this design demands a certain physique, and once your measurements are set, maintaining your weight within 3 pounds is essential." The two exchanged a glance and nodded. "Indeed, we shall take care." Wang Kaifeng fetched a ruler and began measuring, meticulously recording the details before confirming the design with them. She executed a simple embroidery to showcase the effect. The golden thread embroidered on the crimson fabric created a strikingly beautiful contrast, a charm that was unparalleled by anything else. Su Ning gazed at the pattern with great admiration. Once the details were finalized, both parties briefly pinned notes, signed, and paid the deposit before Guze departed with his companions. Recalling the earlier conversation, Su Ning pulled 200 yuan from her pocket and pressed it into his hand, stating earnestly, "As you are marrying into my family, it is only fitting that I cover the cost of the wedding attire, not you. Please accept this money. Afterward, we shall explore other garments. And if we find something suitable, we shall purchase it today to take home." Guze glanced at the bundle of cash and couldn't help but chuckle, and Ning, "Once we marry, I assure you I will have the funds in hand. Spending a bit before the wedding is no concern. If you feel uneasy about this, simply gift me something instead. I love books. You may buy me some, and let the attire serve as our wedding gift for me." As he spoke, he tucked the money into her pocket with a resolute demeanor. "Be obedient." Su Ning's cheeks flushed, feeling a tad embarrassed. "All right, what kind of books do you like? I shall purchase a few today. Anything will do. My reading tastes are quite eclectic, so feel free to choose." "Understood." After a flurry of purchases, several hundred yuan had vanished. Guze glanced at the golden Buddha pendant hanging around his neck, momentarily bemused. Had he not intervened, he would likely have adorned his wrists and neck with gold. After all, it was rather uncommon for a man to wear gold bracelets. Such adornments would be impractical to flaunt. Suning loveret herhet, uppering som hat dektet. Guze took her hand and playfully tickled her palm. "What troubles you? Are you feeling down?" "No," she replied. "I simply feel that the things you desire are rather few. I feel a bit guilty. Is this single golden pendant truly sufficient? Should we consider acquiring a piece of jade as well? I find the ping and quo quite appealing. It carries a lovely meaning." The sales clerk observed them with curiosity. Many newlyweds came to purchase gold, yet it was peculiar to see a woman insist on buying gold for her partner. This was a first. For others, it was customary for the man to purchase gold for the woman, and there were often disputes that ensued. This couple was indeed an anomaly. Observing her stubbornness, Guze pondered for a moment before nodding. "Very well, let us buy 2 ping and quo pendants intertwined with red cords. One for you and one for me. We can engrave our names on them. Wouldn't that hold a more beautiful significance?" Upon hearing this, Su Ning felt a surge of joy in her heart. Though she maintained a composed exterior, nodding obediently, "Yes, I will follow your lead. Let us purchase the ping and qua." The sales clerk, noticing their decision to buy the pendants, smiled and jested. "How delightful. You both seem well matched, and I'm certain you will find eternal happiness together. Indeed, such good looks will surely result in beautiful children." Guze added. The mere mention of children caused Su Ning's face to flush crimson as she turned away, feeling slightly bashful. The thought of having children seemed not far off, and she pondered whom the child would resemble more in the future. The cashier deftly wove the red string and affixed the peace buckle as the two individuals exchanged glances at the bracelets adorning their wrists, stifling soft laughter. "Wow, this pairing is indeed quite striking," one remarked. "Yes, previously, we always adorned the peace buckles around our necks with string. This is my first time seeing one worn on the wrist," Su Ning commented, raising her hand to admire the vibrant green peace buckle against the vivid red string. A beautiful sight that would forever remind her of him. Having exchanged peace buckles engraved with each other's names, they clasped hands and departed. As they passed a restaurant, Guze glanced up for a closer look. Su Ning followed his gaze and whispered, "What's the matter?" "It's nothing. This restaurant seems somewhat familiar. Is it the one your family supplied before, the one that backed out of the order at the last minute?" "Yes, it's the Good Fortune restaurant," she confirmed. Guze turned his attention across the street, noticing the lack of patrons as mealtime approached, revealing a rather desolate atmosphere and hinting at poor business. Clearly a competitive situation between the two establishments. "And Ning, look at how poorly the delicious flavor restaurant is doing. Shall we go in and take a look? Perhaps we could do some good," he suggested. Su Ning raised an eyebrow in confusion, but complied as they entered the restaurant, where they were promptly greeted with enthusiasm. "What would you like to eat? Our dishes are all freshly prepared. Here is the menu for you to peruse. Upon reviewing the menu, Guzay noted the absence of images, merely a list of names, leaving him bewildered about what the dishes entailed. Surveying the sparse decor, he mused that appealing visuals alongside the menu would undoubtedly attract more customers, indicating a lack of marketing prowess here. We would like a serving of braised pork, boiled fish slices, and a spicy mapo tofu, please, he ordered. Wang Shower hesitated, responding, I'm sorry, but we do not have mapo tofu. And I've never heard of boiled fish slices. Do you mean braised fish? Not all. If you don't have it, may I prepare it myself in the kitchen? Rest assured, I will pay the full price for the ingredients. I need to consult the chef. Please hold on. All right. The kitchen staff exchanged bewildered glances. Having encountered numerous types of diners over the years, they were unaccustomed to someone offering to cook for themselves, especially while paying full price. Did he really say that? Is he perhaps an inspector? One pondered. No way. Our hygiene standards are impeccable. It's just puzzling why no one chooses to dine here. Our flavors are only slightly inferior to the restaurant across the street. Hearing this, Chef Guadihai shot a glare back. What does that imply? That he finds my cooking lacking compared to the chef across the street? He huffed. Well, let us tidy up here. Regardless of his intentions, we'll prepare for him to see us in action. All right, Chef Gua, we will follow your lead. Chapter 90. Taking matters into his own hands, Guzay leaned closer, whispering, please wait here for a moment. I will cook. Once it's ready, we can enjoy it together. If you find it dull, feel free to wander about. Suning nodded. All right, I'll wait for you. As he gazed at the retreating figure, Suning could not resist the urge to touch the red string bracelet on his wrist, a smile unconsciously gracing his features, suggesting a cheerful disposition. The few individuals in the kitchen had little to do and merely watched him enter. Guzay glanced around the kitchen, noting its pristine cleanliness, indicative of a consistent standard rather than a hasty cleanup, raising questions about how a restaurant with such principles could be struggling. Nodding at them, he began to arrange the ingredients with deft hands, casually inquiring, your restaurant's ingredients appear to be of high quality. Why does the business seem somewhat lackluster? The group fell into silence, and Chef Guadihai tugged at the corner of his mouth. It's simply that we cannot compete with the bustling establishment across the street. Their loudspeakers draw in the crowds, while few are aware of our restaurant. Over time, patrons have gravitated towards them. How is it that you chose to dine at our restaurant? At this hour, the other place should be thriving. From the entrance, it was evident that diners often prefer to follow the crowd, and the lack of customers here might have deterred others. Guzay chuckled softly in response, candidly admitting, I detest waiting in line. The thought of queuing at the other place is bothersome. I prefer to prepare something that suits my palate. His honesty struck a chord. Guadihai leaned against the wall, silently observing, curious about what Guzay intended to do. If an inspection were to occur, it was unlikely he would be skilled in the culinary arts. Before long, an overpowering aroma wafted through the air, prompting someone to sneeze and rub their nose. Swallowing with anticipation, what is that delightful scent? What are you cooking? Fish fillets, Guzay replied, revealing the source of the tantalizing fragrance. The sizzling sounds emanating from the pan, paired with the generous amount of oil he was employing, caused the others to wince at the apparent wastefulness. No wonder he preferred to cook for himself. He was quite liberal with the oil. Guadihai expressed his discontent. Young man, although you don't require our assistance, the ingredients are from our restaurant. Typically, we use far less oil when preparing 3 dishes than you do for just one. This seems a bit excessive, considering the cost of oil. Guzay turned to him, his tone gentle yet firm. To achieve a delectable dish, neither ingredients nor oil can be skimped on. Saving on oil might save a few coins, but if there are no customers, what good does it do? While Guadihai recognized the truth in his words, he pondered the implications of such lavish use of oil. If they operated in the same manner, could the restaurant even turn a profit? Saving on oil might lead to a lack of patrons, thus hindering earnings. After all, taste was paramount. If a dish was delicious, even a higher price would attract customers. Conversely, if it was unpalatable, even a low price would fail to entice. Though Guadihai was reluctant to engage further, he could not help but admire the finesse with which Guzay prepared the dishes. Such skill was likely the result of years of dedication. Moreover, Since he was not being asked to leave or forbidden to learn, Dihai decided to disengage, treating the situation as though he had not heard. As each dish was completed, the overwhelming aroma tantalized their senses, eliciting cravings that could no longer be contained. The scent was simply divine. How had he achieved such perfection? Guze understood that to catch fish, one must first lay the bait. Before serving the dishes, he left a small portion of each for them to sample, knowing that once they tasted the exquisite flavors, they would surely return, leaving him to await their inevitable return. As he stepped outside, a voice faintly echoed, "Thank you for your kitchen. The dishes inside are reserved for you. If you don't mind, please give them a try." Upon hearing these words, several individuals exchanged glances and hurried inside. One person, wielding a pair of chopsticks, began to seize the dishes. The braised pork is exquisite, not greasy at all. The flavor is particularly unique due to the rock sugar. This is the first time I've encountered rock sugar in a dish. Its color is truly beautiful and sophisticated. This young chef possesses remarkable skills. Master Gua, come and taste the mapo tofu. It's so tender and doesn't tea crumble. It's absolutely delicious. The sauce is expertly prepared. I've never tasted such delightful mapo tofu before. A few minutes later, the dishes in the kitchen were completely devoured, and someone was scraping the sauce clean with bread, their expression betraying a lingering desire for more. Master Gua, I find the chef incredibly talented. If our restaurant could offer these dishes, we would never fear a lack of patrons. Once tasted, one becomes addicted. Hearing this, Gua Dihai pondered, "You make a valid point. I shall speak with the owner and return shortly. Keep an eye on things and ensure no one leaves." Given the current state of the restaurant, it was uncertain whether they could survive 3 more months without business. It would be prudent to take a chance, for every glimmer of opportunity must be pursued. Before long, Gua Dihai descended the stairs and approached the 2 patrons who were about to leave, wearing a conciliatory smile. "Comrades, it is as follows. We have just sampled your dishes, and they were truly delectable. We would like to discuss a potential business arrangement." Guze's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The bait had been set. He readily responded, "Of course. What would you like to discuss? These 3 dishes are incredibly appealing. Our boss wishes to inquire whether we could purchase the recipes. Would you be willing to teach us how to prepare them, and we would buy them from you?" Gua Dihai's voice wavered slightly. If this individual chose to sell the recipes to a competitor, they would undoubtedly find buyers. He hesitated, uncertain of the other party's willingness. After a moment of contemplation, Guze replied decisively, "That is acceptable. However, my condition is a 10% share of the net profits, not a complete buyout of the recipes. This year, I will provide you with 1 new recipe each month until your restaurant is revitalized and establishes a classic menu. Occasionally, I will offer a few innovative dishes as well. What do you think? Ah, you want 10% of the net profits? But aren't you concerned about our potential closure? If the restaurant were to fail, you would receive nothing. Why not simply sell the recipes for cash?" Gua Dihai gazed at him, bewildered. The circumstances of the restaurant were evident. It was uncertain whether they could endure 3 more months. The request for net profits implied that the restaurant needed to be profitable, yet it was currently incurring losses. Did this person possess a sound mind? Leaning back in his chair, Guze emanated an aura of confidence. "I am confident that within 3 months, your restaurant will be revitalized. Hence, a 10% share of the net profits is more appropriate. There is no need to sell the recipes outright. Speak with your owner, and if agreeable, I shall formally invest in the recipes, sharing 10% of the net profits. I wish to be informed of the operational status each month." Gua Dihai stood in a daze, silent for a while, before turning to ascend the stairs to discuss the matter with his employer. In Chapter 91, Doing Good Deeds While Earning Money, Su Ning gazed at him in confusion, asking, "Why did you choose to invest in this restaurant? Its business is dismal. What if it goes bankrupt?" Guze replied with a confident smile, "Trust my judgment. The hygiene standards and ingredients here are impeccable. Despite the bleak business circumstances, they adhere to their principles, refusing to compromise by using inferior, cheap ingredients or neglecting sanitation. This indicates that the owner is a principled individual in the culinary industry. Integrity must come first. Only those who are unwavering in their principles can maintain quality, and quality is essential for sustainable development. This is the kind of partner I seek. One who can lend a hand and then enjoy the rewards. Su Ning's eyes sparkled with admiration as she looked at him. How can you be so remarkable? Previously, when their family faced insurmountable challenges, he had simply made a trip to town and returned with solutions. Seeing her awestruck expression, Gu Zhe playfully pinched her cheek, finding it soft and delightful, her fierce gaze becoming even more charming. Teasingly, he said, "Guess what the other reason is? Here, essay hint. It's right across from us." Su Ning turned her gaze to the restaurant behind him, the one with which their family had collaborated before, and a thought crossed her mind. A's willingness to assist this struggling establishment couldn't he be out of a desire for vengeance against the one across the street? Could it? Are you aiming to retaliate against them to give our family some relief? Gu Zhe snapped his fingers. You've guessed it. There are 3 reasons. First, I was moved by their adherence to principles, and I want to lend a hand. Second, for the profit sharing. Why wouldn't I help with something that allows us to earn while lying at home? And third, for revenge. I am protective of my own. If the other side could conclude things amicably, that would be one thing. But they shouldn't have expanded prematurely, waiting until the contract was nearly over to inform you, forcing you into a corner. Su Ning was captivated by his assertive demeanor, her gaze fixed on him as if she had lost her senses. Suddenly jolted back to reality by the sound of approaching footsteps, she turned to see 2 men striding toward them, their eyes piercing as they regarded the pair. A balding man extended his hand, greeting warmly, "Hello, I am Zhang Dehai, but you can call me Lao Zhao. I heard from Lao Gu that you intend to invest based on the formula. Is that correct? Is a 1% net profit what you are aiming for?" Gu Zhe responded with a calm demeanor. "Given the state of your restaurant, it's evident that if I were to demand a 1% profit, you wouldn't be able to deliver under such circumstances. Besides, that would be taking advantage of your plight. I prefer a win-win situation. Seeking profit is less desirable than securing net profit. Wouldn't it be better for all to prosper together?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Dehai couldn't help but chuckle. "Interesting. If there are no further demands, let us proceed to sign a contract. We would appreciate your guidance in the kitchen. Would you be amenable to that?" "Certainly," Gu Zhe replied. "However, there is one matter I find perplexing and would like to inquire about." Gu Zhe uttered a sound of acknowledgement, as if to say, "Are you wondering why I do not negotiate with the restaurant across the street? Their business is evidently flourishing, and if I succeed in securing a deal there, the financial rewards would undoubtedly be greater, wouldn't they?" Zhang Dehai, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions, nodded in agreement. "Indeed, this is a conundrum I cannot fathom. Lao Gua is quite discerning. If he praises your culinary skills, it must be genuinely exceptional. Given your abilities, shouldn't negotiating with the establishment across the street be a mere formality? Surely, the profits would be substantially higher. Why gamble on a restaurant? Isn't that rather reckless? Ha! I am not one to merely add embellishments to a masterpiece. I prefer to offer assistance in times of need. Besides, I harbor a grievance against the other side, making collaboration impossible." "Grievance?" Gu Zhe succinctly recounted the situation, observing Zhang Dehai's astonished expression, and gently explained. "Now do you comprehend why partnering with a restaurant across the street was never a viable option from the outset?" Zhang Dehai's doubts dissipated, and his gaze grew increasingly fervent. "Ah, grievance. That is splendid. Ha! Having a conflict with them means they owe us a debt of gratitude. I shall draft the contract immediately. If you have any additional points to include, feel free to add them. Let us pursue a mutually beneficial partnership." He relished the phrase, mutually beneficial partnership. Within half an hour, the 2 signed a contract, pressing their seals in agreement. Zhang Dehai, suppressing his underlying impatience, inquired, "Mr. Gu, when might you come to teach them the art of cooking?" Gu Zhe shook his head. "There is no rush. This matter is not of the utmost urgency. What demands immediate attention is revamping the restaurant's appearance. Once I finalize the design, you should arrange for some simple renovations. The walls must feature illustrations of classic dishes, allowing patrons to instantly recognize the offerings upon entering. Additionally, the names of your dishes are rather pedestrian. We ought to adopt more sophisticated and elegant titles." After this discourse, not only Zhang Dehai, but also the others stood in astonishment. Wasn't running a restaurant merely about serving delicious food? Why were there so many intricacies involved? Zhang Dehai envisioned himself as a customer dining at the establishment. Indeed, he would likely be more favorably inclined towards Mr. Gu's proposals. This exemplified the prowess of a capable individual. It was worth it. A 10% net profit was exceedingly valuable. Seeing their cooperation, Gu Zhe felt quite content. Collaborating with intelligent and principled individuals alleviated his concerns. He had no patience for those who were duplicitous or cunning, as they would require constant vigilance. Once the plans were solidified, Gu Zhe returned to the village, spending the next few days at the Hao Ziwei restaurant, overseeing the renovations. While the dining area was under watchful eyes, he diligently instructed the kitchen staff in culinary techniques, leaving no detail concealed. The contract spanned 3 years, and within that time frame, the restaurant's success would translate into greater financial gains. Guo Dihai was earnest in his studies, though occasionally felt unnerved by the intensity of Gu Zhe's gaze. Meanwhile, Zhao Gang, positioned at the entrance of his restaurant, observed the closed doors across the street and could hardly contain his glee. "Humph, so you wish to compete with me? It appears you're on the brink of failure. Ha ha. Ah, soon I shall be the sole restaurant in this vicinity, and it will be as if I am collecting money in a sack." Humming a cheerful tune, he entered the kitchen, grinning broadly. "Thank you all for your hard work during this period. The head chef will receive a $10 raise each month, while the rest will see a $5 increase in their monthly wages. If everyone diligently performs their duties, you can rest assured that Zhao Gang will not shortchange any of you. As I profit, so too shall you." Regardless of what nonsense he spoke, everyone agreed that a salary increase was a positive development, and they were naturally delighted, applauding and showering him with compliments. However, once Zhao Gang left, their expressions darkened. The recent surge in business had exhausted them, yet they were only granted a meager raise, which they deemed miserly. Indeed, the foul-smelling meat made them gag every time they washed it. It was nothing short of torture, and a mere 5 yuan increase in their wages felt utterly insufficient. Chapter 92, A Delicious Business Boom. Amidst a chorus of complaints, the crowd lamented Zhao Gang's lack of generosity. With material costs dropping and his profits soaring, he only offered them a paltry wage increase. They labored with resentment, yet the need to provide for their families compelled them to continue working. After all, what would become of their families if they ceased to work? Perhaps they could compensate for their losses in other ways, such as discreetly taking a few vegetables home. 3 days later, the newly revamped Haozuai restaurant opened its doors. On that day, firecrackers erupted and loudspeakers announced, "Half price! Half price!" Today marks the grand opening of Haozuai restaurant, all items at half price. Enticed by the prospect of a bargain, many flocked inside. Upon entering, they were momentarily stunned by the mouth-watering images adorning the walls. The tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, causing stomachs to rumble. With a gulp, someone couldn't resist swallowing. Gazing at the images of the dishes, expressions of astonishment crossed their faces as they murmured, "This place has transformed. It looks surprisingly appealing." Zhang Dehai emerged to greet them, beaming with a welcoming smile. "Welcome, everyone. Today is our opening day, and in gratitude to you, everything is half price. Tomorrow, we will revert to regular pricing." The crowd noted the discounted prices, realizing that once the prices returned to normal, they would be higher than those at the neighboring establishment. However, they were unconcerned, as they were merely there to take advantage of the deal. As long as they enjoyed their meals today, the price hike tomorrow was of no consequence. They likely wouldn't return to eat again. After settling at their tables and perusing the menu, they were greeted by exquisite illustrations. But the names of the dishes left them bewildered. Kung Pao chicken, spicy chicken cubes, these were recognizable. Yet what were these dishes called Dragon and Phoenix, presenting auspiciousness and step-by-step ascending? They had never heard of such names before, though the meanings sounded quite pleasant. The images were appealing, but they wondered if they were merely visually enticing rather than palatable. "Well, it's half price. Let us give it a try. If it's not good, we'll spread the word and warn others not to come." They chuckled. "I wonder who will be at a disadvantage in the end." Laughter erupted among them. "Ha ha. Indeed, it would be foolish not to take advantage of a bargain." As the dishes began to arrive, the chatter ceased. The presentation was indeed stunning, and as the food touched their lips, their eyes gleamed with delight as they dove into their meals. With mouths full, they mumbled, "Delicious. This truly hits the spot." As the restaurant filled with patrons, the kitchen became increasingly frantic. By the time the rush subsided, it was already 2 or 3 in the afternoon, and everyone was exhausted, shaking their sore arms and panting heavily. Zhang Dehai, supporting his waist, exclaimed, "Oh, I used to envy the thriving business across the street, but now that it's our turn, I truly realize how exhausting this work can be." Despite his words, his face was alight with joy. Guo Dihai chuckled, replying, "Indeed, yet a flourishing business is a blessing. I would willingly toil to the point of exhaustion. This restaurant is our labor of love, and I could never bear to see it fail." However, with tomorrow's steep rise in ingredient prices, will they truly come a dine? Will they not be deterred? No, we must trust Mr. Gu. Since he has said as much, he must possess a certain level of assurance. Zhang Dehai beamed with delight. Fully convinced now, it was evident that not only was their culinary prowess, but also a remarkable understanding of business and human nature. He was utterly impressed. Though today might not have been exceptionally profitable, they were content, marking a splendid beginning. As they closed the doors at 8 in the evening, a throng lingered outside, eagerly inquiring, "Boss, what time will you open tomorrow?" "Around 10 o'clock, Zhang Dehai responded, "but prices will return to normal, which will be higher than today." The men waved their hand with a smile, saying, "No problem, as long as the food is delicious. If you open tomorrow, I'll inform the higher-ups and we'll book a couple of tables." Zhang Dehai maintained a calm facade while feeling a surge of excitement within. "Excellent. We welcome you tomorrow. I will prepare fresh ingredients in the morning. All of our produce is of the highest quality." Someone shouted, "Boss, the place across hasn't tea closed yet. Why do you shut so early?" Zhang Dehai replied earnestly, "Oh, we close at 8 every night, primarily for cleaning and tidying up the kitchen. If you're interested, you're welcome to come in and take a look." "Really? We can see the kitchen?" They had never worked in a restaurant, but had heard tales of filthy kitchens. If they were to witness such a sight, it could turn their stomachs and ruin their appetite. Generally, establishments would hide such areas from patrons to avoid deterring business. Why was this owner so willing to let them in? Did he not fear they might see rodents or insects and subsequently avoid dining here? Zhang Dehai extended his hand, inviting them to enter. The group exchanged glances and stepped inside. The dining area still held the lingering aroma of delicious food, and upon entering the kitchen, they saw 2 rows of large iron woks and jars of condiments neatly arranged on the counter. Though it appeared somewhat chaotic, it was indeed clean, far cleaner than their own kitchens. Those who dined out were typically not short on funds. Who wouldn't wish for fresh, hygienic dishes? Maintaining cleanliness would prevent future ailments from bad food. Zhang Dehai graciously allowed them to observe, a subtle smile curving his lips as he listened to their discussions. After their tour, the patrons felt more at ease, planning to inform their superiors that they could certainly reserve tables here in the future. They had grown weary of their usual haunt and were in need of a change in flavor. As Zhang Dehai saw them off, he noticed a figure across the street, wearied and irate, approaching him with a forced smile. With a half-smile, he remarked, "Zhang Dehai is quite impressive. Even a nearly bankrupt restaurant can be revitalized under his stewardship. However, the reduction in dish prices seems rather unscrupulous. You must understand that in the restaurant business, flavor is paramount, not merely the so-called pricing. Relying solely on prices is a paltry short-term solution, and you are bound to incur losses." Zhao Gang spoke with palpable sarcasm, noting that their restaurant's business had been adversely affected by at least half due to the competition across the street. Zhang Dehai remained unperturbed, gesturing toward the sign hanging nearby. "Zhao Gang, perhaps your eyesight is failing. You should consider visiting the hospital. Today marks our grand opening, hence the half-price offer. Tomorrow, we will revert to normal pricing, at which point competition will resume based on merit. My reliance is on integrity and quality, not on the subpar fare you serve to your patrons at discounted rates." "How dare you slander me?" Zhao Gang could no longer contain his fury, pointing a finger at him, ready to strike. His arm was seized by someone nearby. "Boss, please remain calm. We have important guests arriving tomorrow." Chapter 93. Zhao Gang's discontent. If a fight breaks out today, the news will spread. And what will we do when the guests arrive tomorrow? Let us not act impulsively. Our restaurant's reputation is impeccable, and the customers will return. Zhao Gang recalled that the county magistrate was coming to dine the next day and took a deep breath to steady his emotions, his expression softening. He pointed at Zhang Dehai. Fine, I shall see how long your restaurant can survive. With a scoff, he left. Upon returning to his restaurant, he summoned his staff, lowering his voice and adopting a serious demeanor. The guests arriving tomorrow are of utmost importance. The dishes in room 888 must be prepared with the freshest meat. Understood? The staff nodded in unison, affirming, understood, boss, you can rest assured. However, once the staff departed, their disdain could not be concealed. One cannot help but mutter. Here we go again. The boss's actions will inevitably be discovered. All guests deserve quality meals, not substandard dishes. Those of higher status expect good meat. Treating everyone the same with inferior quality will lead to disaster. Shoo, lower your voice. If the boss hears you, you might as well kiss your job goodbye. Hurry. Let us clean up. We need to head back. The mere thought of having to handle that spoiled meat made them feel nauseous. They could not fathom where the boss procured such meat, some of which was already spoiled and yet served to customers. The audacity to disregard potential health risks was astounding, especially with the recent surge of pesky rats. Early the next morning, Zhang Dehai rose early to begin sourcing vegetables, all procured from local villagers, ensuring freshness, albeit with some irregularities. The pork was sourced from a pig farm, freshly slaughtered each morning, and Guai Dehai meticulously inspected it, refusing any problematic meat. But then o'clock. A crowd had already gathered at the entrance. Zhang Dehai opened the doors, welcoming patrons to come in and take a seat, encouraging them to peruse the menu, while offering complimentary tea. Gu Zhe also arrived to oversee the proceedings, ready to make any necessary improvements, mingling with the diners and sharing a packet of sunflower seeds to foster a convivial atmosphere. Brother, have you all come to dine at this establishment? Is the food truly delectable? Are there any inconveniences you might have encountered? A man, cheerfully grabbing a handful of sunflower seeds, responded, absolutely. The flavors of the dishes are beyond reproach, and the names are quite charming as well. The only inconvenience is that the service is a tad slow. However, one must understand that everything is freshly prepared, so a little wait is certainly worthwhile. Is that so? I noticed that the restaurant across the street seems quite busy. Why not dine there instead? I am somewhat torn about where to have lunch, Gu Zhe expressed, his countenance reflecting genuine indecision. The man glanced around and lowered his voice. Brother, if you're not familiar with this side, I suggest you stick to Haoshiwai and avoid Heo Yunlai. Just between us, I've dined at Heo Yunlai before, and I have a keen palate. If the taste is off or stale, I can detect it immediately. Once, I found a meat there to be quite foul. I asked others, and they claimed it was simply the spices being too heavy, almost as if to mask something. I ended up suffering for 3 days afterward. Gu Zhe's eyes flickered. Foul meat, you say? The man sighed, somewhat helpless. I don't know what happened. Last month, when I dined at Heo Yunlai, the meat was perfectly fine. But this month, it has deteriorated significantly. Previously, I never had any digestive issues, but after my recent visit, I nearly faced dire consequences. A discerning palate may deceive, but the stomach never lies. To confirm my suspicions, I dined there 3 times and faced repercussions each time before I was convinced there was indeed a problem. Gu Zhe chuckled, brother, you certainly have a penchant for self-sacrifice. If anything serious occurred, a trip to the hospital would be quite unwarranted. Upon hearing this, the man felt a twinge of embarrassment, scratching his head and chuckling. I'm just a person who believes in the truth. If I had to go to the hospital, you could bet I would seek them out for trouble. I dined here yesterday, and my stomach felt perfectly at ease, so the dishes must be fine. I'll give another try today, and if it's good, I'll be sure to let my friends know. All right then, I shall trust your word and taste the offerings here today. Trust me, you won't regret it. Guai Dehai spotted a familiar figure and felt a flicker of excitement. Just as he was about to greet the individual, he noticed a hand gesture signaling him not to approach. After a moment of contemplation, he quickly comprehended the reason, feeling increasingly impressed. Mr. Gu, though not employed here, certainly demonstrated great dedication. Disguising himself to gather information among the patrons was quite astute. With Mr. Gu's presence and the impeccable flavors of the dishes, their restaurant was bound to experience a revival. Guodihai discreetly nodded and turned towards the kitchen. In the back kitchen, Guze had undergone rigorous training, having honed his mechanical memory under high-pressure conditions. Regardless of the number of guests, they efficiently avoided confusion in serving dishes. Soon, the crowd grew larger, chatter filling the air, yet the atmosphere remained delightful. In front of Guze lay a steaming pot of spicy blood stew and poached fish slices. Noticing someone across the way salivating, he warmly called out, "Brother, I feel a connection with you. Why not join me for a meal? You see, I can't finish this meal alone. It would be a waste. Why don't you join me? This dish is rather expensive, and it feels inappropriate for me to indulge without contributing. But if you don't eat, it will inevitably go to waste, which is even more regrettable." The man pondered this for a moment, feeling a bit embarrassed, then smiled. "All right, I shall not be rude. Brother, you should also try this dish. What's it called again? Kung Pao chicken? It's quite delectable." Guze nodded in agreement, responding cheerfully, "Very well. I won't be polite any longer. You often dine at this restaurant, don't you? You seem very familiar with it." "I, however, am at a loss as to where to eat when I come here," he remarked. "Indeed, my wife is not adept at cooking. Whenever she attempts, it ends in chaos. Consequently, I often find myself dining out, spending the little I earn on meals," the man lamented, his face displaying a sense of helplessness. Guze chuckled softly in response. "Brother, I see we have much in common. My fiancée is similar. She struggles with cooking, but excels at creating culinary disasters." The man, Wang Qiushui, burst into hearty laughter upon hearing this. "Brother, I sense a strong connection between us. You strike me as an intellectual. May I ask where you are employed?" "To be frank, I am currently not employed, but I have my means of earning a modest income," Guze replied. Wang Qiushui raised his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, "I envy those like you who possess such agile minds. Unlike me, who merely drudges away in an office, spending my meager salary on meals. Nowadays, I hesitate to have children, fearing I might not be able to provide for them. I really need to devise a way to earn more." The two continued their conversation, exchanging thoughts effortlessly. Before long, the dining area was bustling with patrons, and the private rooms were equally filled. Zhang Dehai was so busy he could hardly catch his breath, his face frozen in a smile. Once the crowd thinned, he hurriedly gulped down some water, exclaiming, "Oh, I am utterly exhausted. My throat feels like it's on fire. If it weren't inappropriate, I would shout through a megaphone." A young accountant rushed over, eyes sparkling with excitement. "Boss, do you know how much we earned from this meal?" "Several hundred, perhaps." "Given our high turnover, after deducting costs and labor, there won't be much left," Zhang Dehai replied. "No, it's actually 1,300, and with tonight's service, we might even exceed 2,000. With a clatter, Zhang Dehai nearly dropped his teacup in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Are you quite certain? Is there really that much money?" The young accountant nodded earnestly. "Yes, boss. We are truly on the brink of prosperity. Our restaurant will not have to close its doors." "This is wonderful news." "Shoo, keep your voice down. One must remain composed. Learn from Mr. Gu here. Look how calm he remains even when faced with challenges. Now, return to your duties. We will settle the accounts later and ascertain our net profit. Ensure everything is recorded accurately. I have no interest in any dubious dealings." "Understood, boss. We will keep it straightforward. The figures will reflect reality. When the time comes, Mr. Gu will receive his fair share of the net profit." Zhang Dehai nodded repeatedly, asserting, "Indeed, it can be said that it is Mr. Gu who has revitalized this restaurant. I had contemplated numerous strategies before, yet none proved effective. He is genuinely capable, and one must not offend such a person. Engaging in petty calculations will only lead to greater losses in the future. One must treat others with sincerity to reap rewards." The small accountant smiled and said, "Right, I shall get back to work." In the kitchen of the Good Fortune restaurant across the street, several individuals were bustling about, with mice scurrying beneath their feet, the sanitary conditions being quite deplorable. Nonetheless, everyone had grown accustomed to it, paying little heed. Once 2 portions of dompa pork were prepared, the chef called out, "Service." "The left order goes to box 888, and the right to table 3 in the main hall. Do not mix them up. A figure rushed in, nodding mechanically, feeling somewhat dizzy with a fever, barely comprehending what the chef said. They directly served the 2 dishes, the first to table 3 in the hall, and the second to the private room, which housed the county magistrate's table. County Magistrate Lu Fering warmly said, "Deputy Mayor, do try the Don't Pour from Good Fortune. It has a unique flavor. Let us see what you think." Wang Jianghe grunted in acknowledgement, picked up his chopsticks, and as he brought a piece near his mouth, he caught a whiff of an odd odor. Without much thought, he placed it in his mouth and began to chew, an overwhelming stench assaulting his senses. Instinctively, he retched, turning away to spit out the meat, his complexion turning ghastly as he hurriedly rinsed his mouth with water. Others observed with rising apprehension, their expressions fraught with concern, uncertain of what had transpired. After a considerable moment, Deputy Mayor Wang Jianghe regained his composure, his face dark and forbidding, a strange taste lingering in his mouth. He placed his chopsticks onto the table with a sharp clatter and stated solemnly, "This meat is spoiled. What is there to eat? Lu County Magistrate, do you harbor some dissatisfaction with me, that you would serve me such foul meat?" Lu County Magistrate's face drained of color, panic flickering in his eyes. He had no such audacity. The invitation to the deputy mayor was meant to foster goodwill, not to insult. Glancing at the plate of meat, a fleeting shadow of malice crossed his gaze, but he quickly regained his composure, repeatedly apologizing. No, Deputy Mayor, there must be some misunderstanding. I shall find a restaurant owner immediately and demand an explanation. Or shall I arrange for a replacement dish?" Deputy Mayor Wang Jianghe stood, his expression impassive. "There is no need for that.